Chapter 1. Joining the chat group. In the Dragon Ball universe, aboard the luxurious cruise ship celebrating Bulma's birthday, I had promised that if Son Goku were to win, I would spare the Earth. However, since he has lost, I am bound by my word to annihilate it, declared Beerus, his hands charged with a swirling purple energy of destruction, radiating an aura capable of obliterating everything. Exhausted from overexertion, Goku lay helpless on the ground, while the other Z warriors were engulfed in despair. Far away, Goten was concealed at a distance of 10,000 meters. Should Beerus truly decide to destroy the Earth, he would have no choice but to intervene forcefully. Years ago, having traversed from Earth to the Dragon Ball realm, he had merged into the body of the warrior resulting from the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, being that should not exist, known as Gogeta. When two tremendous forces in the universe converged, amidst the resplendent light, his true form emerged. Over the years, he had mastered the entirety of Gogeta's powers, and even Beerus did not instill fear in him. Yet, as he prepared to unleash his attack, Beerus suddenly closed his eyes and fell into a deep slumber. The destructive energy erupted skyward, unleashing an unparalleled assault aimed directly at Goten, who was observing from a distance. A surge of indignation welled within him as he thought of the misfortune befalling the innocent. How could this be fair? With no other recourse, Goten unleashed his aura, a tempest of energy swirling around him, and with a powerful punch, he redirected the incoming wave of destruction into the sky. Just as he deflected the destructive energy, a mysterious force invaded his mind. You are invited to join the dimensional chat group. Faced with such an imposing presence, Goten's first reaction was to ponder whether this was a standard feature for all travelers like himself. His second thought was that he probably wouldn't make use of such a thing. You have been selected as an administrator. Tony Stark, the billionaire playboy philanthropist, announced. Another newcomer. Welcome, welcome. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 Style remarked. It's your first time joining the chat, yet you are already so exceptional. Directly appointed as an administrator. Be my son suggested. Newcomer, come be my son. These 3 names were easily identifiable. The first was undoubtedly Tony Stark, the world's wealthiest playboy from the Marvel Universe. The second was likely Minato Namikaze, the fastest man from Konoha, especially given the rarity of individuals who revel in such dramatic titles. The last was presumably Whitebeard from One Piece, whose favorite pastime, aside from drinking, was taking young admirers under his wing as sons. Your status as an administrator has been confirmed. Please promptly claim your red envelope to prevent the chat group from collapsing due to your untimely demise. The incessant notifications left Goten speechless. It seemed that being an administrator came with certain perks and unexpected rewards. Clearly, they were wary of his potential demise and had devised this mechanism to ensure the chat group remained under management. With a nonchalant attitude, he opened the administrator's exclusive red envelope, though he did not believe that the group chat's red envelope would hold much significance for him. Gaining the immortal body grants eternal existence, impervious to annihilation regardless of the severity of the inflicted wounds or the nature of the attack. One shall not be vanquished. Soon, he felt an enigmatic energy merge into his being. Gu Tianlang did not resist, but rather embraced it willingly. Yet he pondered whether this immortal body could withstand the annihilation abilities of that little fellow, the Omni King. He yearned for the ultimate freedom technique, as the Omni King's capacity to erase anything left him with an unsettling feeling, akin to a thorn in his throat. Possessing the ultimate freedom technique would enable him to counter the Omni King's obliteration ability. Thus, he would no longer need to remain perpetually wary of the Omni King. Having arrived in this world, his aim was to target the pinnacle of strength, for history remembers only the victor. Please enter your nickname. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Tianlang honestly inputted his chosen name. Invincible Gogeta. Congratulations, your nickname has been successfully entered. Tony is not the richest. The newcomer is quite fortunate they've just joined and already become an administrator. Be my son. More than that, I'm curious about the newcomer's nickname. It's rather intriguing, a truly audacious little rascal. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar Style 3. I haven't seen such an arrogant name in ages. It seems we have a spirited youth among us. During their brief exchange, Gu Tianlang perused the group chat's features, discovering the ability to connect beings from different universes into the chat, as well as the capability to upload battle recordings from members. Every day, one could check and earn points, ranging from 1 to 10, depending on personal luck. The points accumulated from check-ins could be exchanged for items in the group store, where an array of abilities or items awaited trade. From the devil fruit to the pirate world to the ninjutsu of the Naruto world, or even the resplendent golden armors. All were available. His most coveted desire, the ultimate freedom technique, was also for sale, but the price was daunting in astounding 1 billion points. The group chat administrator has been selected in 12 hours. Invincible Gogeta must invite 2 newcomers to join the group. Once membership exceeds 5, the group chat task mode can be activated, allowing for additional points upon task completion. Be my son. Task mode. Huh. It seems we can earn even more points relying solely on a meager point from daily check-ins is utterly insufficient. Tony is not the richest. I received a prompt to upload a photo of myself as an avatar. I should be the most handsome in this group, Whitebeard and Minato. Did you get the prompt? Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar Style 3. I did. I'll just find a random photo one that showcases my undeniable charm from every angle. Unlike others, the heart of Namikaze. Minato is filled with joy at the prospect of joining the chat group that in the world of Naruto, he had long since passed away, devoid of anyone to converse with. Unrivaled Gogeta uploads an avatar. In the photograph, Gogeta dons the battle attire of the Metamorans, with his muscular physique exposed, exuding an aura of absolute power. Surrounded by an indomitable golden flame, his gaze is one of disdainful superiority, and the curve of his lips suggests an air of haughty indifference. His face radiates invincibility. Tony Stark, not merely a billionaire. This newcomer must be quite a formidable figure. His appearance is undeniably that of an invincible visage. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. I share that sentiment regardless of his strength. This face is truly imposing. Be my son. I took a look, and the task mode involves traveling to other members' universes for missions. There may be an opportunity to spar with him. What they were discussing remained a mystery to Gu Tianlang, who had long exited the chat window. After all, recruiting new members would take 12 hours, so there was no need for undue haste. The chat group presented a roster of 6 candidates, from which Gu Tianlang merely needed to select 2. Sleeping Little Kagoro's daughter, God-slaying Pegasus, the bunny-loving CAF waitress, demon-infested Tazumi, Civil War Illusion God Water Armor, Red Dragon Emperor Issei. Each name is quite peculiar. Fortunately, in his previous life, Gu Tianlang was an avid anime enthusiast, and despite the oddity of the names, he quickly recognized all 6 individuals, arranged in order. Detective Conan's Ran Muri and Saint Seiya, Kaneki Tuka from Tokyo Ghoul, the protagonist Tazumi from his sister's All You Need, the water armor is likely the Black Rhino armor, and Issei Hayudu from High School DxD. Speaking of the last candidate, both are known for their numerous romantic entanglements and are affectionately referred to as Brother Issei. One was decapitated, while the other is adored by women, highlighting the disparity between individuals. As evening approaches, in just 12 hours it will be tomorrow morning. With the emergence of the chat group, his new objective is to amass sufficient points to exchange for the ultimate skill. However, for now, he must first contend with the approaching figures of Vegeta and Goku. In the distance, 2 silhouettes raced towards him at incredible speed, their invisible energy waves parting the clouds in the sky, crossing thousands of meters in an instant too. Stand before him. You have indeed concealed your strength, although you did not unleash your full power against Beerus. It is certainly beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Despite Gu Tianlang's strength surprising him, Vegeta remained convinced that he was not a match for him. Chapter 2. The astonishing Vegeta. Upon arriving in this world, Gotenwolf deliberately orchestrated a serendipitous encounter, successfully befriending Vegeta and Goku. They occasionally shared meals together, all while concealing his true prowess. They were aware only that he possessed a modicum of martial arts knowledge and could harness ki and flight techniques. The destructive energy unleashed by Beerus earlier had been astonishingly repelled by him, leaving both Goku and Vegeta perplexed. Once was whisked away the feigning Beerus, Goku, having consumed a Senzu bean, hurried over with Vegeta to seek clarification. Goku's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he fixed his gaze upon Gotenwolf. Unlike Vegeta, who had underestimated the attack, Goku, having attained the divine realm, comprehended the sheer might of Beerus. That seemingly ordinary purple energy sphere concealed an unfathomable destructive force, a pure embodiment of annihilation. Gotenwolf, how did you manage to withstand that destructive power? I fear even I. Having entered the divine realm, which struggled to dissipate such an assault, Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. He was well aware of the formidable strength of Super Saiyan Goku, having observed the battle closely, and was taken aback by Goku's commendation of Gotenwolf. Could it be, Kakarot, that you are not his match? Is he a god of destruction as well? Gotenwolf pondered for a moment before deciding to reveal a fraction of his strength. No, I am merely a scion, but my family departed from planet Sadala long ago, which is why you remain unaware of our existence. Vegeta scoffed dismissively, immediately rejecting Gotenwolf's assertion. Impossible. The only surviving Scions are myself and Kakarot. All others perished at the hands of Frieza. Except for me, I did encounter another Scion during my travels between planets. Although I am uncertain of his current whereabouts, I am confident he will arrive on Earth in due time. The Scion Gotenwolf referred to as Broly. According to the timeline, he would likely make his appearance in the next 3 to 5 years, aligning with the original narrative. Goku gazed at Gotenwolf, scrutinizing him for several seconds before erupting into carefree laughter. Though I do not understand why you did not come to our aid, I believe in you. Goku's nature was such that, having spent ample time together, he was convinced of Gotenwolf's character, certain that his concealed powers were justified. Vegeta then inquired, "Where is that Scion?" Gotenwolf feigned contemplation before replying, "I have forgotten his planet's location, but he will arrive soon. He is the legendary Super Scion, a born warrior and a formidable opponent." His tone was serious as he spoke of Broly, who was indeed a destructive force. Vegeta, with his characteristic pride, showed no indication of concern for the Broly Gotenwolf mentioned, for he had long transcended the limits of Super Saiyan. Even if he is a naturally born Super Saiyan, what does it matter? Am I not the illustrious prince of all Saiyans? It is merely your perception of his strength. I have long since surpassed the Super Saiyan form. Son Goku, however, firmly believes his words, and despite having just battled Beerus, he feels an irresistible urge to inquire further. Is it true? I am quite eager to engage him in combat. The legendary Super Saiyan. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, just when he thought the matter had passed, Vegeta's gaze suddenly fixed intently upon him. Engage me in battle. Let me witness the true extent of your power, and see if you are truly as formidable as Kakarot claims. Without waiting for Goten's response, he vanished and reappeared before him, unleashing a flurry of punches with astonishing speed. Goten remained unfazed, effortlessly dodging Vegeta's attacks just as they were about to land. His expression a constant smile. Despite Vegeta's relentless efforts, he could not land a single blow on Goten. Shocked beyond measure. Vegeta had initially believed that even if Goten were concealing his strength, he could not possibly rival him. He never expected such an outcome. Meanwhile, Son Goku yearned to engage Goten as well, knowing that his battle power was generally on par with Vegeta's. He could easily evade all of Vegeta's attacks, and he surmised that his own normal state would yield similar results. Yet, the stronger the adversary, the more it ignited Goku's fighting spirit. Such is the nature of the warrior race, the Saiyans. Unleash your full power, Vegeta. Goten confidently beckoned Vegeta, urging him to give his all to the proud Saiyan. Only a true warrior could earn his genuine respect. Vegeta, already somewhat displeased, felt the sting of Kakarot once again surpassing him by transforming into Super Saiyan God form, thereby enhancing his strength yet again. Now, with Goten's unfathomable power, he began to charge up, his body undergoing a remarkable transformation, golden flames soaring into the sky, and blue lightning crackling around him. In this Super Saiyan 2 state, his strength far exceeded that of previous transformations. Even Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form might not possess such energy, as he had successfully absorbed the power of Super Saiyan God during battle. With Vegeta's innate talent, he too could harness the energy unleashed during Bulma's distress, channeling it into his own being. Transform into a Super Saiyan, or you shall not be my equal. The fire of battle ignited fiercely in Vegeta's eyes. He never anticipated that his acquaintance of several years, Goten, was also a Saiyan and possessed such immense strength. I shall not transform into a Super Saiyan. Let us fight as we are. The tone of Gu Tianlang was both serious and composed. In fact, even in his ordinary state, he could rival Super Saiyan Blue at full power. This was merely his most conservative estimate. He felt an inherent difference between himself and a typical Vegeta, yet he couldn't articulate what set them apart. Having never engaged in combat with a true powerhouse, he could only make an approximate prediction. The distinction of whether Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan or not held little significance for him. Both forms could be vanquished with a single strike. I shall show no mercy. You will have no regrets, he declared. Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, realizing he could not transform, which undeniably indicated that he was not Gu Tianlang's equal. The second Super Saiyan form could amplify his base strength 100-fold. This disparity represented two entirely different realms of power. Even if his base form surpassed Gu Tianlang's, he was certain he would not prevail now. Determined to unleash his utmost strength, Vegeta vanished from sight, striking with a punch aimed at Gu Tianlang's face at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. This punch, imbued with an overwhelming force, was difficult to perceive, even drawing the attention of Goku, who was spectating, astonished at Vegeta's formidable prowess. Gu Tianlang, however, was faster. Before Vegeta could react, he delivered a powerful blow to Vegeta's abdomen, forcing him to cough up bitter bile. his overwhelming energy dissipating instantly. This crushing impact returned Vegeta to his base form in an instant. In the fleeting moment of their exchange, Gu Tianlang evaded Vegeta's assault and retaliated with a punch that struck home, yet his speed was such that even Goku could not fully comprehend the exchange. Impossible. How can he defeat Vegeta in his base form? Gu Tianlang had perfectly calibrated his strength, delivering a blow that incapacitated Vegeta without rendering him unconscious. Vegeta's expression darkened. Being so swiftly defeated was a blow to his pride, yet he was not one to shy away from defeat. Though I am loath to admit it, I have lost. The chasm between them was vast, enough for a single strike to humble Vegeta, which diminished Goku's own fighting spirit considerably. He relished battle. But that did not mean he sought unnecessary suffering. Perhaps it would be best to train a while longer before challenging Gu Tianlang again. Just how strong are you? Goku finally posed the question that piqued his curiosity, a query that Vegeta was equally eager to have answered. I believe I am slightly stronger than you. Gu Tianlang replied ambiguously. Their eyes met, and no further words were exchanged. Gu Tianlang was merely invited to attend Bulma's gathering. Over the years, his unassuming and amiable nature had fostered good relations with the warriors. Although he had been invited to Bulma's birthday celebration, he had declined due to his knowledge of the unfolding narrative. However, now that circumstances had changed, Gu Tianlang graciously accepted the invitation, joining the feast at the table, indulging in a sumptuous meal, and enjoying light-hearted conversation thereafter. However, the expression on Vegeta's face at the dining table was one of terrifying gloom. Once again, Kakarot had surpassed him, and Goku's strength was also beyond his own, leaving him in considerable discomfort. Gu Qifeng had just returned to his lodging, lying down to sleep and not awakening until the early hours of the following morning. It was time to add individuals to the chat group, designated for random selection. Upon waking, Goku first brought individuals into the group. For him, it made little difference whether they were strong or weak. After issuing instructions to the chat group, Goku rose to wash up alone. Chapter 3. Newcomers join the group. The sleeping little Five's daughter has joined the chat. The CAF waitress who loves rabbit masks has joined the chat. Sleeping little Five's daughter. Where is this place? Why does this thing appear in my mind? The CAF waitress who loves rabbit masks. Is this a new weapon? It silently pulled me into this place. Tony is not the wealthiest. First, welcome to both ladies joining the group. The group announcement contains detailed information regarding the chat group's functions. A brief glance will clarify its purpose. Be my son, today. That rascal Tony is clearly different from before. He has taken on a gentlemanly demeanor. Spiral Flash Ultra will dance Roar 3. Is it not obvious? Most likely. He saw a woman, his legs weakened, and began to pretend. Minato Namikaze, Edward Newgate, and Tony Stark had all joined a month prior. Minato had some understanding of Tony. He was undoubtedly a reserved yet spirited individual. Tony is not the wealthiest. While we share a good relationship, if you speak like that, I could still sue you for defamation. Spiral Flash Ultra will dance Roar 3. Suit yourself. We are not in the same world. What can you use to sue me? His words irked Stark, yet he found himself powerless against Minato. With 5 members satisfied, the task mode is activated. Each member can traverse to other universes to complete tasks issued by the system and earn points as rewards. Tony is not the wealthiest. You see, arriving early is not as fortunate as arriving just in time. Now, we can go to your world. Severing one's path is akin to slaying one's parents. When we meet, I shall surely defeat you. Tony Stark nearly burst into laughter while seated in his own skyscraper. He was just feeling drowsy when the opportunity presented itself. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar 3 uploads a recording of one person challenging 50 elite ninjas. Tony is not the wealthiest has received. Be my son has received. The atmosphere in the chat group suddenly turned cold, and a minute passed in silence. Tony is not the wealthiest. Brother Minato, once a brother, always a brother. From now on, you are my brother. If you direct me east, I shall not venture west. If you ask me to chase a dog, I shall not harm a chicken. Be my son. Your attitude has changed too swiftly. Just a moment ago, you looked as if you could not coexist with Minato. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Have you not seen the footage? Did you not witness his formidable prowess? How could I possibly contend with that? Tony never anticipated that Watergate would be so powerful. He previously believed that Watergate only claimed to have taken many lives, thinking they were merely ordinary individuals. However, in that recent video, those were anything but ordinary. Who among them possesses the ability to shatter mountains with a single blow or wield supernatural powers? In the video, 50 individuals were seen, all capable of employing that peculiar energy attack, yet they were effortlessly dispatched by Namikaze Minato in an instant. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3 styles. Have you settled down? No longer leaping about? Tony is indeed not the richest. Have you calmed down? The slumbering daughter of Kagero Mori realized how remarkable this chat group is, capable of connecting characters from different universes. It is truly a wondrous entity. As an ordinary person, Ran Muri harbors a degree of skepticism towards such supernatural abilities, yet the existence of the chat group has manifested in her mind, leaving her no choice but to believe. The CAF waitress, who adores rabbit masks, inquired whether the announcements in the chat group are genuine and if she can truly visit their world. Compared to Rand, Donka Kurashima possesses a greater capacity for acceptance, as her world inherently contains entities beyond the comprehension of ordinary folk. Administrator Invincible Wakita has entered the chat. Let us warmly welcome this esteemed figure. A resplendent notification banner appeared at the top of the chat, signifying the unique status of Gu Tianlang. Invincible Wakita, are you all conversing well? Namikaze Minato has uploaded his battle record. Is this not the battle that earned you renown in the ninja world? The administrator's status is special, earning between 50 to 100 points for daily sign-ins. This time, he has received 100 points. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. How unfair. I toil for mere points, while the administrator reaps so many. Invincible Wakita, in this world, fairness is a mere illusion. It parallels the lavish spending of some while others struggle to afford a meal. It is the same principle. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I find myself at a loss for words. May I inquire if you are indeed a significant figure? Invincible Wakita, have you ever encountered someone who proclaims themselves to be a big shot? If I were to declare myself as such, would you believe it? Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I would not. He was somewhat psychologically affected by Minato's earlier display, fearing further offense to someone of great stature. The slumbering daughter of Kagero Mori asked the CAF waitress, who loves rabbits, how to address her, noting that they were the only two girls in the group. The CAF waitress replied, I apologize. I cannot draw too close to you. I am not like ordinary humans, and being too close could endanger you. Be my son. Remarked another, what an amusing girl you are. Being different from ordinary humans is of no consequence. There are others of various races aboard my vessel. So there is no need for excessive concern. The barista who loves rabbits, I belong to the Ghoul clan, and we survive by consuming that which is deemed unthinkable. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Whatever one desires, just articulate it plainly. I possess ample resources to procure anything. The invincible Gogeta, she indulges in human flesh. Do you possess the means to acquire such? Yet, we cannot place blame upon her. Ghouls cannot survive without feeding on humans. Gu Tianlang briefly elucidated the harsh realities of the ghoul world. Humans and ghouls stand in opposition, with ghouls relying on human flesh to sustain themselves. While humans have organized factions specifically to combat ghouls, both parties strive for survival, and neither is at fault. It is merely this world that is flawed. The barista who loves rabbits, surely, you all find me to be a terrifying creature, but I would never harm anyone in this group. In the Tranquil District, the self-deprecating Donko Kurashima managed a bittersweet smile. The invincible Gogeta, that is of no concern. Aside from Mori Ran, you would be unable to defeat anyone in this group. And you are not the type of ghoul that relishes in killing. The daughter of sleeping Kagero, I believe you are not a malicious individual. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar. Style 3. Do not dwell too much on it. One's identity is not a matter of choice. Please, Administrator. Initiate a live stream within 5 hours to showcase your prowess, and points will be awarded based on the strength demonstrated in the chat group. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I did not anticipate that the first task in the chat group would be this. It seems I shall have the opportunity to witness the administrator's abilities. Tony felt quite disgruntled. Group members earned only 5 to 10 points per day, while the administrator accrued points at a rate tenfold that of others. Had it not been for the fear of Gu Tianlang being a formidable figure, he would have long since voiced his frustrations. Gu Tianlang rubbed his forehead, pondering where to find a suitable opponent. Those of comparable strength had all perished. Alas, he contemplated resorting to a hellish live stream himself. The invincible Gogeta, I shall seek out a worthy adversary and return to host a live stream for everyone. With that, he logged off, and a few members of the group offered comforting words to Donko, particularly the warm-hearted and considerate Mori Ran. Upon learning of Donko's tragic fate, she took the initiative to provide comfort for an extended period, allowing Donko to once again experience a long-awaited sense of care. The daughter of sleeping Kagero. Speaking of the administrator's avatar, it must be said that he is indeed quite handsome, and Mizuno's appearance is also gentle and charming. The barista who loves rabbits. Indeed, he must be quite appealing to young women in reality. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I, too, was quite handsome in my youth. Who among us has not experienced youth? Have they aged? Complimenting the two while neglecting his own attributes left Tony feeling somewhat hurt. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar. Style 3. Well, to be precise, I am actually 40 years old. Considering the years I have spent in death, I am indeed older than Tony. After Gu Tianlang exited the chat group, he swiftly made his way to Bulma's residence, eager to ascertain whether Vegeta or Goku remained available to serve as worthy adversaries. Upon learning of his intentions, Bulma shook her head and, with a tone of mild exasperation, remarked that Vegeta had been spurred into action earlier that morning. When Whis arrived to collect food, Vegeta had accompanied him to engage in training, and Goku had followed suit. Ah, well, never mind then. I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Gu Tianlang replied, preparing to take his leave. Suddenly, an amusing thought struck him, and he turned back to Bulma, teasingly stating, "Yesterday, Vegeta appeared quite dashing. Though visibly intimidated by the god of destruction, he nonetheless charged fearlessly to your aid when you were attacked. He truly is a remarkable husband." Bulma's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She was aware of the incident, yet hearing praise for her husband, who had so readily placed himself in danger for her sake, caused her to blush with pride. Observing her reaction, Gu Tianlang chuckled softly, refraining from further jest, and after taking the dragon radar from Bulma, he soared into the sky. Departing from the scene. Chapter 4. The first live broadcast with both Goku and the others upset. Gu Tianlang contemplated that the previous individual would indeed serve as a more suitable opponent for him at this juncture. With his remarkable speed, he quickly gathered all 7 Dragon Balls and subsequently flew away from Earth to a distant planet. At that moment, a notification chimed in the chat group, indicating that someone had tagged him. Upon inspection, he discovered it was Mao Lilan. The Invincible Gogeta here. I really must head to school soon. Has the esteemed administrator yet found an opponent? A few hours passed, during which Mao Lilan and Kirishima Dongxiang viewed the footage of Minato. Both of them left utterly astonished. If the regular members possess such strength, surely the administrator must be even more formidable. However, they were blissfully unaware that Gu Tianlang had been randomly selected as the administrator, and his abilities bore no relation to this designation. The Invincible Gogeta, 5 minutes should suffice. That fellow is in hell. It took a bit of time to extract him, but it will be resolved shortly. Tony is not the richest. What on earth? Hell? Am I seeing things? Did he just say he would retrieve someone from hell? The daughter of the slumbering Kagoro, no matter how powerful one may be, bringing the deceased back from hell seems utterly outrageous. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar, in my realm. The only being capable of summoning souls from the Pure Land was the Sage of 6 Paths from a millennium ago, a deity-like entity. Be my son. My interest in this battle grows ever more fervent. Ha ha ha. Tony is truly not the richest. I wager he is merely boasting. I refuse to believe it, even if it costs me. Gu Tianlang then placed the 7 Dragon Balls together, summoning the Eternal Dragon. Once he ascended to the role of deity, the Dragon Balls were capable of granting 2 wishes simultaneously, the first to resurrect Cell, and the second to transport him to the planet where Gu Tianlang resided. Arise, Divine Dragon, and resurrect the deceased Cell, transporting him to this planet. As the wind swirled and the skies darkened, a magnificent green dragon manifested in the air. After heeding the ancient wolf's request, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. Your wish shall be fulfilled. He will appear shortly. Farewell. Just as the dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls, scattering across the earth, a green humanoid figure emerged, astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. I never anticipated being revived. Son Goku, await my return. Confirming his resurrection, Cell erupted into a maniacal laughter, completely dismissing the ancient wolf beside him. Eager to engage Son Goku in battle once more. You shall meet your demise here today. Spare no thought for anything else. The ancient wolf responded with an air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed, as if before him stood not the formidable Cell who had once vanquished Son Goku and Vegeta, but merely an inconsequential underling. Cell's laughter abruptly ceased. He had been underestimated. The administrator, the Invincible Gogeta, commenced a live broadcast. Join my son in the live stream. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar technique entered the live stream. Members of the chat group flocked into the broadcast, eager to glimpse the individual who had been summoned from the depths of hell by the administrator. The CAF waitress, fond of rabbits, this fellow looks rather peculiar, evoking an insect-like impression, and his body is green. The slumbering little Garo's daughter, is this a monster? I've never encountered such an odd creature. Tony, not the wealthiest. He doesn't seem particularly strong. For such a being, the administrator went to great lengths to bring him forth from hell. I told you the administrator was exaggerating. The Invincible Gogeta, indeed, he appears rather weak. However, suitable opponents are scarce at the moment, so we shall make do with him. Upon hearing the ancient wolf's admission that the opponent was weak, the other members of the group lost interest. Though I am uncertain why you chose to resurrect me, I have no desire to know. You should simply perish. Cell raised his hand and unleashed a wave of energy, striking the ancient wolf squarely in the chest. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust. obscuring the ancient wolf's figure. The once stable terrain was now a tumult of flying debris. As the energy wave created an unfathomable pit, spiral flash super wheel dance roar technique. The sheer destructive force of this casual strike rivaled that of the tailed beast bomb. This seemingly unremarkable individual possessed power beyond imagination. The slumbering little Garo's daughter. How can such a being exist? I thought my brother Minato's battles were terrifying. Are all beings from the administrator's world so formidable? Tony, not the wealthiest. This is absurd. This guy is ridiculously strong. I could never withstand that attack. The CAF waitress. Fond of rabbits. It seems like you all have misplaced your focus. I can't see the administrator anymore. Could he have been killed? A few individuals gazed into the deep pit for an extended duration, yet they failed to discern the body of the ancient celestial wolf, leading them to speculate whether he had been vanquished in a mere instant. Become my son, they mused, glancing towards the spot where he once stood, acknowledging the formidable prowess of this individual. Unlike the astonishment exhibited by others, Whitebeard remained relatively unfazed by the devastation wrought by Cell's earlier assault, recognizing that, possessing the powers of the Tremor Fruit, he too could unleash similar destruction. To their surprise, the ancient celestial wolf remained steadfast in his position, defying the absence of the ground beneath him, seemingly suspended in midair. Are you merely tickling me? Can you not be more earnest? You are truly feeble, he remarked, arms crossed over his chest, dismissing the prior attack with utter nonchalance. Cell's pupils dilated in disbelief as he beheld this extraordinary being, astonished that someone could withstand his assault through sheer physical resilience. Who are you? Cell exclaimed, propelling himself forward with incredible speed, leaving numerous afterimages in his wake that bewildered the onlookers, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint his true form. Spiral flash super wheel dance, roar of the three styles. Even I, once the Hokage, find it impossible to discern his velocity. Can a human body truly endure such rapid movement? Only one in the group, Wave Wind Minato, could vaguely perceive Cell's silhouette, a feat made possible by a sage mode, which enhanced his vision beyond ordinary limits, though it only allowed for a hazy glimpse. Become my son, he repeated, fearing that even Kizaru would not surpass Cell's swiftness. The administrator was in peril. Whitebeard surmised that he too would be unable to keep pace with Cell's speed, let alone withstand his assault. The sleeping son of Kojiro, they pondered. Is there any means by which we might assist him? We cannot simply stand by and watch him meet his demise. As Cell approached the ancient celestial wolf, he assumed a peculiar stance. For Symbol's fist. Suddenly, 3 additional cells materialized, converging from 4 directions to launch a simultaneous attack. The ancient celestial wolf executed a spinning kick, striking the 4 clones with an astonishing angle, severing them at the waist. 3 of the clones erupted in explosions, while 1 remained, oozing dark green blood as it fell to the ground, its lower half writhing in a grotesque display. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, witnessing the destruction of the upper body yet marveling at the lower half's continued movement. He cannot still be alive, can he? What manner of monster has the administrator chosen as an adversary? Pondered the CAF attendant who adored rabbits. Even an ordinary ghoul would surely perish from such injuries. How can he possibly still draw breath? In mere seconds, the half-dismembered Cell reformed his upper body, gasping for air. Fortunately, the enhanced cells of Piccolo had saved him from certain death, although this exertion had depleted much of his stamina. Throughout this exchange, the ancient celestial wolf remained poised, refraining from pursuing the advantage, eager to ascertain whether Cell had made any significant advancements in strength during his years in this infernal realm. Sharu let out a cold laugh, amplifying his aura to its maximum. As he unleashed his energy, the very planet trembled. With his hands forming a flower bud shape, he aimed at Gu Tianlang. Just as he was about to unleash the Turtle School's Kamehameha, he abruptly redirected it to the ground. A colossal blue wave erupted, wreaking havoc and tearing the earth apart. The terrifying force penetrated the planet, triggering countless underground volcanoes, and soon the planet transformed into a dazzling display, turning into cosmic dust. Haha, now that I possess Frisia's cells, I can survive even in the vacuum of space. How could a mere human like you possibly contend with me? Suspended in the void, Shara laughed maniacally. Through their previous skirmish, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Gu Tianlang. His feigned attack was merely a ruse to obliterate the planet. Did I see that correctly? That planet has been annihilated, hasn't it? Tony remarked. Indeed, you are not mistaken. The planet has been completely destroyed, replied the CAF attendant, who adored rabbits. Even at my peak, I could never unleash such devastation. Our strengths are not on the same level, Tony continued. Such destructive power, surely the administrator hasn't perished, has he? It seems I am slightly stronger than you. Dealing with you requires merely a finger. A cold voice emerged from behind Sharu. Gu Tianlang had mysteriously positioned himself in the vacuum of space behind Sharu, his index finger radiating a brilliant blue light. The pulsating energy made Shara break into a cold sweat. The blue energy sphere shot forth, imbued with unmatched power, striking Shara's body. Before he could even utter a cry of despair, his entire form was utterly obliterated, and even the nearby planets were reduced to cosmic dust alongside him. Boss. That was incredible. By the way, does someone with such impressive stature still need an accessory? Tony quipped. Indeed, I echo that sentiment, added the CAF attendant, smirking at Tony's earlier bravado, which seemed to evaporate in an instant. Boss, that was stunning. Another exclaimed. That move, I shall name Light Escape, Rapid Blue Arrow Starburst. Another declared. Alas, I find myself powerless against the harsh realities that shatter my noble virtues, Tony lamented. Must you persist with your melodramatic antics? Tony Stark, too, found himself at a loss. He aspired to be unyielding, impervious to temptation, yet upon reflection, he realized he had not yet fulfilled his time on this earth. What if he inadvertently offended someone powerful enough to obliterate the earth? Had he not witnessed the lengths to which one would go for a live broadcast? Resurrecting the deceased only to eliminate them once more? Surely, such individuals could not be considered benign. Chapter 5. The Tasks of the Pirate World. The CAF attendant, fond of rabbits, discovered that the formidable figure was indeed truthful. To him, his adversary proved to be a rather weak opponent. Become my son, he jested. However, for us, such an enemy is simply insurmountable. Even the man hailed as the strongest in the world, who had once fiercely battled the pirate king Joel D. Roger in his youth, came to realize that there are always greater powers beyond one's comprehension. The slumbering daughter of Gore, Watergate, with such a handsome visage, possesses a rather peculiar personality. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. You'll get used to it. He has always been this way, a bit of an airhead. Congratulations to the administrator for completing the task. This live stream has earned 50,000 points. The Invincible administrator Gogeta has ended the live stream. Gu Tianlang was quite satisfied with the quantity of reward points. The chat group provided insights into how many points could be earned from live streams, which correlated with the strength of the opponent. The stronger the enemy, the more points one could acquire from the live broadcast. In terms of power, when classified according to Dragon Ball Super, Cell's strength is, to put it plainly, rather average. During those years in Hell, although he had made some progress, it amounted to little more than Super Saiyan 2 strength. Receiving 50,000 points was no small feat. Tony, not the wealthiest, mused. 50,000 points would come in so easily. If I had that many, I could exchange them for a nano suit crafted from vibranium, or even a new plasma cannon from the group. Can you defeat that green fellow with the spiral flash super wheel dance howl technique? Tony replied, I cannot. Then why bring it up? The CAF attendant, fond of rabbits, chuckled at the lively banter in the group. Why does Brother Watergate always seem to pick on Tony? At that moment, in the stable district, the attendant Dongxiang was unable to contain her laughter upon witnessing the conversation. Tony was perpetually at the receiving end of Watergate's jabs. Not only was he unable to retort, but he also could not prevail in a confrontation. I have my limits, Watergate. Do not push me too far, Tony protested. On a typical day, he might have let it slide, but with Dongxiang present, he was unwilling to appear foolish before her. He resolved to stand his ground against Watergate. After all, Watergate would not kill him, perhaps just deliver a few blows. He was prepared to risk it all. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Howl Technique has uploaded the ceiling of the Nine Tails. Tony is not the wealthiest has accepted. The CAF attendant fond of rabbits has accepted. What do you think, Tony? Inquired the Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Howl Technique. I'll observe from the sidelines. Please disregard my previous statement. My patience exceeds your imagination. At this moment, Tony felt a pang of despair with a simple hand seal. He had managed to seal away such a colossal creature. If Watergate were to attempt the same on him, he would certainly have a challenging ordeal ahead. While he was unafraid of a beating, enduring decades of sealing was beyond his endurance. Tony silently vowed to himself that he would endure. A true gentleman can bend and stretch. One day, he would surpass the likes of Watergate and deliver 3 blows to him in a single day. The ancient wolf, Guten, swiftly returned to Earth. With little to occupy his time, he contemplated exiting the chat group, pondering whether he could drop by Bulma's house for a meal. Upon detection, the group task Be My Son is about to face a life-and-death crisis. The group mission has been actively initiated. Mission requirements: safely rescue Fire Fist Ace from Marineford. The mission time frame is set for 1 day later, with no personnel restrictions for the inaugural task. Mission reward: 10,000 points. This mission's difficulty level is rated 9 out of 10. Different worlds classify difficulty differently, with the maximum being 10, categorized as hellish difficulty. Ding. In accordance with the principle of mutual assistance, all members can accept the first task. Completing the task will yield reward points. In the chat group, we'll rate task completion, offering additional points as rewards. Unrivaled Wukong. Has Ace been captured? Having joined the group not long ago, he was unaware of the timelines of its members. The pirates had arrived at this pivotal plot point. Be my son, he thought. The Navy dares to lay hands on my son. They must be prepared to face my wrath. Sleeping little Goru's daughter. Excuse me, not long ago, the master explained the world of Dongxiang. How does he know Ace's full name for this group mission? Unrivaled Wukong. This is not difficult. I possess knowledge of parts of your futures, and naturally, I am aware of your families. As a seasoned anime fan, it is simply my forte, as long as you are a character from an anime. Guten likely has some understanding of you. Rabbit-loving CAF waitress. May I ask, will I die at the hands of someone in the future? Unrivaled Wukong. No. You will not perish, at least not within the timeline before you join the chat group. Until the end, you will remain safe. Spiral Radiant Super will dance roar. Whitebeard. With such a significant event unfolding, why did you not inform me? Watergate's words carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Despite the contrasting personalities, Whitebeard's boisterous and cheerful demeanor, his relationship with Watergate was still amicable. Be my son. It's all right. I will rescue my foolish son myself. No need for your assistance this time. The enemy is formidable. Rabbit-loving CAF waitress. I can lend a hand. I am an advanced ghoul. Sleeping little Goru's daughter. I am an ordinary person, but I have practiced some martial arts, so handling a few regular individuals shouldn't pose a problem. Tony. Not the wealthiest. May I inquire about the concept behind this 9-level difficulty classification? In a realm unparalleled, one might categorize difficulty according to global power levels. The adversary's strength in the pirate world could be assessed as a level 9, yet in my domain, it might merely equate to a level 2 task. Although both factions comprise mere mortals, the war led by Whitebeard has seen armies exceeding 100,000 on both sides. This is not to undermine the morale of the contenders. As for Donkin from Mist Island, she possesses the ability for self-preservation unless faced with a master. However, for Ran Mori to take the front lines is nothing short of courting death, even without the intervention of high-ranking naval officers. The ordinary soldiers wielding long spears would be insurmountable for her. Tony is not the wealthiest. Once, I was heralded as the king of war. In the presence of my iron armor, the sheer number of adversaries becomes inconsequential, as evidenced by my past victories in obliterating foes. Surely, Whitebeard's world cannot be solely populated by monstrosities akin to Minato. If they are mere mortals, he fears them not, regardless of their numbers. His armored suit possesses the capability of flight, accompanied by weapons of mass destruction. He remains unfazed by sheer numbers. In this unparalleled realm, courage is commendable. Tony, you are too kind with your praise. Would you consider becoming my son? Do you intend to face the 3 admirals alone? Did you not struggle against Minato? This has no bearing on my ability to confront Minato, for if I cannot surpass him, I can still contend with others. Surely, you do not imply that our foes possess strength on par with Minato. If the enemy is of the caliber of Minato, my strength pales in comparison. The 3 admirals are formidable beings, each possessing power not far removed from Minato, capable of dispatching hundreds, if not thousands, of ordinary individuals with a mere flick of their hands. Isn't that tantamount to a war machine, possessing the might to shift the tide of battle single-handedly? Tony, you are indeed an admirable figure. How can you bully an honest person such as myself, comparable to a monstrous presence, able to annihilate hundreds with a single strike? Yet you label them as mere ordinary individuals? Though Tony's lament is pitiable, the ancient wolf, reclining in a hotel bed, can only scoff. If the renowned playboy of Marvel is deemed an honest man, then most of Marvel's characters must be labeled as mere opportunists. They are indeed ordinary people, Tony. How can you not comprehend that? Are you suggesting that you too are an ordinary person? What does that make me? A superhero who cannot even best ordinary individuals? If that is the case, I must indeed be an ordinary person. Do you believe that my abilities, in the presence of a great one, differ from those of an ordinary individual? All right, you present a valid point. I concede that I was narrow-minded. Be my son. Such a mundane request. But I can only contend with one ordinary person. I have grown old, and the title of the world's strongest must ultimately be passed on to the younger generation. Whitebeard sat upon his pirate ship, a hint of melancholy in his expression. His reluctance to share this with Minato Namikaze stemmed from his own reservations. Be my son. He reiterated, there is no need for you all to accompany me to my demise. The Invincible Gogeta accepts the mission. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar style 3 accepts the mission. The waitress from the Bunny CAF accepts the mission. Tony is truly not the wealthiest man, accepts the mission. Chapter 6, Battle against Gohan Be My Son. If the administrator were to arrive, the Navy would pose no threat. Compared to a man like you, anyone else would seem significantly inferior. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar style 3. Wait. Why can I also accept a mission? The Invincible Gogeta, is there an issue with that? Spiral Flash Super will dance roar style 3. Well, actually, I have long since passed away. I have been residing in the belly of the Grim Reaper, and I impulsively accepted the mission in a moment of excitement. Minato's recent video deliberately omitted the outcome of sealing the Ninetales, leaving everyone unaware that he perished after sealing it. Within the group, there lingered a singular question: how does a dead person undertake a mission? During the mission period, the chat group actively provides peak physical forms, assisting special members in executing their tasks. Fortunately, the chat group was quite responsible, promptly alleviating everyone's confusion. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar style 3 in that case. It would be best to provide an overview of the enemy's abilities, specific numbers, and combat tactics. Compared to others, Minato Namikaze possessed the highest combat intelligence. Considering matters more thoroughly, to avoid unnecessary losses, it was prudent to understand the enemy's situation in advance. Be my son. The other Marines were manageable, merely requiring physical capabilities that far surpassed ordinary individuals. However, the three admirals posed a considerable challenge. One wielded the power of magma, another of ice, and the third of light, each a master of their respective natural elements. Whitebeard explained that the elemental beings of the natural type lacked a tangible form. Their bodies constituted of natural elements. Thus, to harm them, one could only strike at their essence using haki. Upon hearing Whitebeard's account, the group fell into silence. These three admirals were indeed invincible. Only Whitebeard possessed the haki within the entire group. Even Minato lacked the haki, and if he couldn't even reach his opponents, how could victory be achieved? After much deliberation, the group was unable to reach a conclusion. Gu Tianlang, however, remained unfazed and did not partake in the discussions. A knock echoed from outside the door, and he silently exited the group chat. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by Gohan standing at the threshold. A smile graced Gu Tianlang's face as he cheerfully inquired, "Gohan, what brings you here? Yesterday, you fought with Uncle Vegeta. My father mentioned that you were also a scion. So I have a question to ask you." Gohan's gaze was filled with determination as he spoke brightly. Gu Tianlang, however, was perplexed. Gohan had always been amiable since they met, and their relationship had been amicable. Yet, now that he was a scholar with commendable achievements and a substantial salary, what could possibly be troubling him? "What is it? Speak freely," he urged. Gohan inquired with a hint of certainty. "Your transformation into a Super Saiyan God should not pose a challenge for you, right?" Since he had already revealed his strength yesterday, Gu Tianlang decided to drop the pretense. "Indeed, I am slightly stronger than Goku. Please, engage me in combat. I wish to witness your prowess." A fierce battle spirit ignited in Gohan's eyes, and his entire demeanor shifted to one of sharp intensity, radiating an undeniable edge. Although Gu Tianlang was uncertain why Gohan sought a duel, he recognized that Gohan had fallen from his former glory, compared to his mysterious state from years prior. Gu Tianlang questioned whether he could even triumph over his younger self in Super Saiyan 2 form. "Gohan, your strength has diminished significantly. You are no match for me, and engaging in battle would be futile." "Do not underestimate Gohan," Piccolo interjected, appearing at the doorway, his words brimming with confidence in Gohan. "After our rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Gohan's abilities have undergone a remarkable transformation, incomparable to what they were just a short while ago." This piqued Gu Tianlang's interest. Upon seeing Gohan again, he noticed considerable changes in him. Yet, he did not dwell on it too much, as Gohan had never been particularly obsessed with fighting, and he held little expectation for Gohan's strength. The hyperbolic time chamber, a creation of the Supreme Kai, allows a year of training within to equate to just a day outside. Given Gohan's potential, if he truly committed to rigorous training, his strength could become unfathomable. "Very well. Let us find a suitable place for a proper bout," Piccolo responded, eager to guide them to a training ground. "I know a vast wilderness perfect for your needs. Follow me." The group departed from the city, soaring towards the location Piccolo had mentioned. As they journeyed, Gu Tianlang could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Gohan, while I understand your desire for intensive training, what prompted you to seek me out for a spar?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Gohan scratched his head while responding awkwardly. "After my special training, both my father and Uncle Vegeta were unavailable, and I thought of you, so I came to find you." It dawned on him that he had essentially viewed Gu Tianlang as a sparring partner. Upon reaching the desolate wilderness spanning several dozen miles, Piccolo stepped back a few hundred meters, creating a distance of over 10 meters between the two combatants. Gohan assumed a fighting stance, while Gu Tianlang clenched his left fist, positioning his right hand across his chest. As Gu Tianlang's voice faded, Gohan swiftly appeared, delivering a lightning-fast punch aimed at Gu Tianlang's abdomen. Anticipating the strike, Gu Tianlang extended his left hand to meet Gohan's powerful blow. In response, Gu Tianlang unleashed a straight punch, which Gohan effortlessly intercepted. Neither combatant yielded an inch, engaging in a fierce contest of strength that caused the very ground beneath them to tremble uncontrollably. For a moment, it was impossible to distinguish between the two, until Gohan let out a mighty roar, his power surging as white energy enveloped him. Gohan's strength had likely surpassed even that of Super Saiyan Goku, revealing a potential that was truly astonishing. Beside them, Piccolo's face turned pale with fright, despite having trained with Gohan. He was still taken aback by the young warrior's overwhelming power. Had it been him in Gohan's place, he would have been obliterated by the sheer force. Yet, Gu Tianlang appeared entirely at ease, displaying no signs of exertion, his breathing remaining remarkably steady. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in their struggle, Gohan executed a sidekick, forcing Gu Tianlang to retreat several steps to evade the strike. "This is my full strength," Gohan declared, discarding his Super Saiyan form and unleashing all his energy, sending a powerful wave that compelled Gu Tianlang to step back. Gu Tianlang, filled with admiration, reflected on Gohan's protagonist treatment. After years of hard work, Goku had only recently attained the Super Saiyan form. In contrast, Gohan had emerged as the strongest in his youth, despite years of inactivity, only to be awakened to his potential by the old Kaioshin, transforming him once again into the mightiest. After the battle with Bu, he had wasted several years. Yet after just a year of intense training, he was now on the verge of surpassing Goku. Such formidable energy, could it be that he truly had surpassed Goku? Was this the warrior once heralded as possessing the greatest potential? Gohan's speed became a blur as they engaged in a flurry of movements in midair, exchanging blows in a rapid succession over the course of a mere minute. Gohan's close combat prowess, combined with intermittent energy waves, began to overwhelm Gu Tianlang. As Gohan gradually developed his own fighting style, even if the improvements were modest, Gu Tianlang was certain that Gohan's strength was steadily increasing throughout the battle. Piccolo shouted with excitement, convinced that Gu Tianlang was destined to lose. Gohan's performance was undeniably dominant, exceeding even Piccolo's expectations. "This is it, Gohan. Show me your full power." Gu Tianlang, unhurried in his approach, mostly remained on the defensive, occasionally countering Gohan's attacks. Just as Piccolo believed the battle was all but decided and that Gohan was about to claim victory, Gohan unexpectedly halted his assault. "Please, unleash your full strength and do not hold back," Gohan said calmly, as Gu Tianlang effortlessly evaded his aggressive advances, repeatedly choosing to spare Gohan at critical moments when he could have dealt a devastating blow. Gohan's power surged rapidly, as a mysterious white aura cascaded like moonlight upon the earth, its momentum striking with thunderous intensity towards the ancient celestial wolf, Goku. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo stood frozen in place, acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and Gohan, rendering him incapable of discerning that Goku was deliberately holding back. With a raised hand, Goku unleashed a protective barrier that enveloped the entire planet, preventing the spread of his explosive energy throughout the cosmos. To show due respect to Gohan, the once prodigious youth, Goku let out a resounding roar, from which an endless stream of golden light burst forth from his being. His hair oscillated between black and gold, emanating an unprecedentedly formidable aura that reverberated across every corner of the world, causing the earth to tremble incessantly, as energy coalesced into a singular point. Goku's inner fighting spirit was fully ignited. With his hair transforming completely from black to golden, Goku shone like the sun, enveloping the earth in a radiant golden glow. His gaze shifted, no longer embodying a gentle and restrained demeanor, but instead reflecting an arrogant pride that overlooked the world. This unintentional display of dominance caused Gohan, standing not far away, to tremble as he deeply sensed the insurmountable gap between them. Chapter 7. Mission accomplished. Gohan gazed in awe at his immensely powerful old friend before the battle commenced. "Is this your true strength? How impressive. After all this time, I never realized you were so strong. Let us engage in a spirited battle." Exercising caution, Gohan gathered energy in both hands, launching waves of light that descended like raindrops. Goku, employing the classic princess technique, did not flinch but instead responded with rapid hand movements, deflecting each wave. Suddenly, Gohan appeared behind him, delivering a precise punch to Goku's face, swiftly followed by a kick to his chest. Goku remained unmoved, seemingly impervious to Gohan's attacks, which inflicted no damage whatsoever. From his vantage point on the ground, Piccolo, initially shocked, now stood in utter disbelief. He could discern that Gohan was not using his full strength. Were he to take such a hit directly, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. Yet Goku treated Gohan's heavy blows as if they were inconsequential, absorbing them with his physical form. Gohan attempted to create distance, hoping to elevate his power once more, but after the intense exchanges, he had reached a minor plateau, unable to augment his strength in such a short span. Goku's golden aura danced in the wind as he elegantly closed the distance. Executing two swift strikes, one punch to Gohan's abdomen and a kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Gohan plummeted rapidly from the sky, his body smashing through a mountain over 100 meters high before finally halting, though the severe impact left him too weakened to continue fighting. His eyes rolled back as he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, but thanks to his indomitable will, he stood firm, barely managing to remain upright. Piccolo hurried over to support Gohan, producing a prepared Senzu bean and feeding it to him. Today's battle unfolded with tumultuous fluctuations as Gohan repeatedly surpassed his own limits, only to later acknowledge that Goku had not yet unleashed his full potential. Once again, he ignited all the potential within, surpassing his own limits, resulting in a significant surge of power. However, Gu Tianlang also revealed his Super Saiyan form. His energy and speed transcended his normal state, delivering overwhelming attacks that defeated Gohan in just 2 moves. Initially confident in Gohan's abilities, Piccolo had brought the Senzu beans, prepared to give them to Gu Tianlang in case of unforeseen circumstances, never anticipating this outcome. I have lost, yet I know you have not unleashed your full power. I shall strive to catch up to you. Gohan spoke with calmness, not as one who had been defeated, but rather as one who had discovered a path worth pursuing. Gu Tianlang neither confirmed nor denied Gohan's inquiry, merely gazing at him with a smile. After exiting his Super Saiyan state, he retracted the Earth's protective barrier, maintaining his own shield to prevent any leakage of energy and to avoid spreading his aura too far. He praised Gohan, reflecting on how truly remarkable it was that a hero could emerge from youth. Had Gohan not squandered so much time, he might have genuinely had the chance to battle against the Super Saiyan version of himself. The thought of wasted time also led Gohan to contemplate his mother. Yet he bore no resentment toward Chi-Chi, recognizing that her intentions were for his benefit. Gohan's potential surpassed expectations, far exceeding that of Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo sought to uncover the secrets of Gu Tianlang's formidable strength, but was met with evasive responses. Ultimately, he resigned himself to leaving alongside Gohan. While Gu Tianlang returned to his usual routine, he watched television at the hotel, dined, engaged in daily physical training, and patiently awaited the arrival of the next day. Before long, the time for the chat group's mission arrived. Gu Tianlang felt a slight anticipation for the war on the top, as it was one of the anime that had accompanied his childhood, and he had yet to explore the world of pirates. Tony is truly not a wealthy man. Let us show the Navy our prowess, everyone, he proclaimed. With the Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance, I shall entangle an admiral. This is a clash between ninjas and the Navy. The waitress at the CAF, who adored rabbits, remarked, "Hey, why has T the boss logged on yet? By the way, Lon, aren't you going?" Fog Island Dongxiang noticed that Mori Ran had not accepted the mission, leaving her feeling quite perplexed. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro commented, "I think I will refrain from going. My combat power is too low to be of any assistance." Mori Ran genuinely wished to participate. Who wouldn't T want to traverse to another universe? However, given her capabilities, her presence would likely hinder rather than help the group. "Well, your statement leaves me at a loss for a rebuttal," Tony Stark admitted awkwardly. He could only manage the weaker Navy soldiers. Encountering a skilled opponent would likely spell trouble. Nevertheless, he reasoned that since Gu Tianlang would be present, it should be manageable for one to take on 3 admirals. He planned to steer clear of any formidable foes. "All right then, let us meet next time," the waitress concluded. Kirishima found herself at a loss for words. Much like Tony, she was unable to contribute significantly, relying instead on the strength of the formidable leaders and the power of Minato, who would willingly bring along a burden into battle. If the leader's temper flared and they were left to perish, it would spell doom for Mori Ran. "Fear not. Come join us for some fun. For our first collective mission, it is vital that we all engage together, creating a lively atmosphere. I shall also ensure your protection," said Gogeta, whose invincible aura was evident. Gu Tianlang, understanding their thoughts, held a certain fondness for the kind-hearted Mori Ran and thus extended an invitation to her. "Thank you, esteemed leader. I shall obediently seek a safe place to conceal myself and will not burden you excessively," replied the slumbering Kogoro's daughter, accepting the mission. Mori Ran's mood brightened instantly, and she eagerly accepted the task. At the designated time, brilliant white light flickered across different universes, and several members within the group vanished into thin air. In the world of One Piece, at the Marine headquarters in Marineford, the true maritime overlord, the Marines, led by the Fleet Admiral and his 3 strongest admirals, were engaged in fierce combat with the formidable Whitebeard pirates. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. A man clad in a marine cloak, dressed in a dark red suit, removed his hat and brushed off the dust that had settled upon it. "Well, the captain's character is such, it is only natural that the crew displays cowardice. Compared to your father, the pirate King Joel D., Roger, Whitebeard, is merely a failure. Does he even possess the courage to fight Roger to the death? Ace, bare-chested with a necklace of red beads, was incensed upon hearing insults directed at his revered father, Whitebeard. Flames erupted around him in a fit of rage. Silence. I will not allow you to defame my savior. Akaina glanced at him with disdain, his words dripping with contempt. Silence. Why should I? After all these years since Roger's demise, he has yet to truly reign over the seas and become the legitimate king. What a hollow existence. Unable to contain his fury, Ace transformed his right arm into searing flames, conjuring a colossal fist of fire measuring 10 meters. Fire fist. Akaina responded by condensing magma into a giant fist. And the two massive assaults collided, igniting a clash of strength. At merely 20 years of age, Ace's hard power was ultimately inferior. Akaina had long since reached his peak prowess. Gradually, Ace felt himself faltering, while Whitebeard watched anxiously. Torn between pride for Ace's bravery in defending his name and fear that his impulsiveness might lead to his demise, a triumphant smile spread across Akaino's face. He was determined to eradicate Ace. All pirates deserved death. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon. A deep, cold voice echoed from behind Ace as a massive fire dragon collided violently with the magma fist. Taken by surprise, Akaina staggered back several steps before regaining his footing. As the combined force of the fire fist and the Great Fire Dragon pushed him back, a man with golden hair and blue eyes, clad in a white cloak emblazoned with the emblem of the fourth Hokage and adorned with a forehead protector, stepped forth. His amiable and friendly gaze easily led one to perceive him as a gentle soul upon their first encounter. Following him was Tony Stark, enveloped in his crimson steel battle attire, along with the enigmatic Don Kananji and a casually dressed Ranmuri, as if embarking on a leisurely vacation. The two men and two women formed two distinct lines, while Guren, clad in battle armor, emerged slowly, casting a haughty glance around, his lips curling into a self-assured smile. There was no air of arrogance or an overwhelming presence. He merely stood quietly among the assembly. Yet, the minds of the surrounding navy and pirates echoed a singular thought. Before them stood an invincible force. Mission accomplished. 5 members participated, each earning 2,000 points. The mission duration was 1 second, achieving an Ultra God rating. The administrator, Invincible Gogeta, received an additional reward of 100,000 points. Member Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 obstructed Akainu, earning an extra 1,000 points. Ranmuri, bewildered, inquired, "Did we not just arrive? How is the mission already complete?" Don Kananji glanced at Guren, uncertainly replying, "Perhaps the big shots are also present," leading the chat group to conclude that Fire Fist Ace could safely depart the battlefield. Tony Stark shared a similar sentiment. "Is this what it feels like to win effortlessly? This is exhilarating. Simply put, it's fantastic." Konoha's Minato seriously countered, "That's 2 words, Tony. Can you not distinguish between 1 and 2? How did you become a billionaire?" Tony Stark felt an inexplicable clash with Minato, especially since the latter's rebuttal was earnest, not a jest. As for their speculations, Guren offered no further clarification. Upon arriving in the pirate world, he had swiftly transported Ace to his side, ensuring his safety. His speed was so remarkable that no one had even registered Ace's disappearance. Seated atop the execution platform, Sengoku sensed that the day's events were spiraling beyond his control and immediately issued a new command. "Execute Portgas D. Ace at once. He must not be allowed to leave alive." After speaking, his gaze shifted from the battlefield, observing Ace, who, fatigued from a lengthy and intense battle, had just engaged Akainu. "What? Where's Fire Fist Ace gone?" Ace, who had moments ago been gasping for breath and crouched on the ground, was now nowhere to be found. Leaving the encircling naval forces in confusion, the sailors exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed about how Ace had managed to escape, surrounded as he was. Not only they but Ace himself wore a similarly dazed expression, staring blankly at his surroundings. Just a second ago, he had been 100 meters away. And without any warning, he found himself amidst the chaos of battle. "Who are you? Why have you come to rescue me?" Gu Tianlang silently observed the 3 generals. Refraining from responding to Ace's inquiry, Tana Stake patted Ace on the shoulder, casually explaining, "We are friends of Whitebeard, invited here to rescue you. Rest assured, standing here, not even the Navy nor the collapse of the heavens can harm you." Ace's initial impression was that this armored figure was quite the talker, claiming that nothing could go wrong even if the sky fell. Did he think he could fly off the planet? Though unaware of who had saved him, Ace was certain it was one of these individuals. In the presence of his benefactors, he merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Gu Tianlang was curious to witness the confrontation between the ninja and the Navy. "Minato, since you have some free time, why not join in the fun?" Minato Namikaze chuckled. Having not engaged in combat for quite a while, as a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, He was eager to test his skills. Chapter 8. Pirate Ninja. Just as Ace was about to be slain, Minato's unexpected arrival disrupted the plan, causing Akainu's eyes to nearly blaze with fury. Anyone who obstructed him was his enemy. Are you pirates as well? Then you shall meet your demise. Minato's ninjutsu attack momentarily quelled the battlefield, drawing everyone's gaze to the unfolding scene. Sengoku felt an ominous premonition. He discerned that Gu Tianlang was formidable, even without overtly showcasing his power. The aura unique to the strong was undeniable. Akainu, however, paid no heed to such nuances. Enveloping his fists with haki, he launched a punch at Minato, who was keen to gauge his opponent's strength. Protecting himself with chakra, Minato absorbed Akainu's assault, but was still propelled backward by the sheer force. Analyzing their strengths, Minato realized that in a pure display of power, he was at a disadvantage. However, with his extensive ninjutsu repertoire, he believed he could prevail through long-range attrition. Soaring high into the air, Minato unleashed a highly compressed ball of wind, creating a powerful gust capable of penetrating trees. Wind release, pressure damage. Facing the attack, Akainu displayed no fear. He clenched his fist, replicating the force of a volcanic eruption as his molten fist surged forth. Great eruption. The two attacks collided, and in the blink of an eye, Minato's wind technique was obliterated, while the great eruption continued its unimpeded assault toward him. Wind release, vacuum wave. With a murmured incantation, the shattered wind sphere transformed into countless sharp blades of wind, akin to swords piercing toward Akainu. Taken aback by the follow-up assault, Akainu reacted swiftly, erecting a wall of magma before him, successfully deflecting the wind blades. The sound of iron clashing echoed as Minato swiftly hurled several shuriken, manipulating them to collide at impossible angles in midair. Their speed intensified, grazing Akainu's arm and leaving a thin, precise cut. Akainu nonchalantly wiped away the blood, yet internally, he was profoundly shaken. The weapon, devoid of haki, had managed to inflict injury upon a user of the natural type. This was indeed a lapse on his part. Witnessing an attack without the application of armament haki, he failed to preemptively elementalize to evade the blow. The corners of Minato's mouth lifted, and his gaze suddenly shifted. From the moment Whitebeard spoke of the wonders of the natural type, a notion had taken root in Minato's mind. The inherent energies of haki and chakra should yield analogous effects. To validate his hypothesis, he infused chakra into his kunai. And indeed, it produced effects akin to haki. Evidently, the energies from disparate universes were compatible. The sudden appearance of several individuals drew considerable attention. The sight of Minato injuring Akainu, even if just a trivial wound, astonished the Marines, leading to hushed discussions among them. The admirals represented the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess. How could a seemingly inconspicuous character inflict harm upon one of them? Did they not observe that Admiral Sakazuki seemed entirely unconcerned by his minor injury? The admiral was poised to unleash his true strength imminently. Meanwhile, Whitebeard, engaged in a fierce battle with Akiji, felt a wave of relief upon seeing Ace unharmed. He fully committed to his confrontation with Akiji, exchanging a few words with Minato during the fray. Minato, you truly live up to your reputation. You possess remarkable skills. Were it not for circumstances, I would gladly invite you aboard my pirate ship. As events spiraled beyond control, Sengoku's confident demeanor faltered, prompting him to issue a loud command for the soldiers to attack collectively. All together, surround them. We must not allow Fire Fist Ace to escape alive. Hearing Sengoku's orders, Ran Muri instinctively edged closer to Gukwang, mirroring the actions of even the self-proclaimed formidable Keita Dachi. Tony, upon Ace's rescue, clung tightly to Gukwang, nearly pressing against him. This left Ace bewildered. The behavior of these individuals was inscrutable to him. Surely, those who dared to enter such a battleground would possess greater courage. The surrounding Marines formed a tight perimeter around Gukwang and his companions, thwarting the pirates' attempts at reinforcement through fierce resistance. The Straw Hat, Luffy, exerted every ounce of his strength but found himself unable to breach the Navy's encirclement, forced to watch helplessly as they closed in on Ace. Although the attacking Marines lacked high-ranking officers such as vice admirals, the sheer number of them pressed forward, and Ace strained to hold his ground, resolved to confront the Navy in a fight to the death. However, before he could act, Gukwang's expression sharpened, and an invisible wave of energy radiated outward, enveloping a 50-meter radius with a formidable aura. The Marines, rushing in like a tidal wave, were instantly repelled, collectively collapsing into unconsciousness. Within the 50-meter diameter centered on Gukwang, save for a few individuals like Ran Muri, no one remained standing. This spectacle compelled both factions, still embroiled in bloody conflict, to halt simultaneously, their gazes fixed upon Gukwang, filled with dread. Even those who had long recognized his power found their understanding of him profoundly challenged anew. Mao Lilan covered her mouth in disbelief, exclaiming, How is it possible to achieve such a level without even moving? Tony Stark also removed his Iron Man mask, revealing an unmistakable terror in his eyes. Is this the power of a true master? It feels as though we exist in entirely different dimensions. Kaneki Tuka could not help but recall Arima Kisho, hailed as the strongest investigator, a man equally renowned for his might. Could he withstand even a single glance from such a formidable opponent? In the distance, the Navy, initially poised to support and launch an assault on Ace and his companions, found themselves in a surreal state, as if caught in a dream. They dared not advance towards Goketaro, their eyes filled with despair. How could we possibly defeat such an enemy? It is futile. This time we have no chance. The entire battlefield came to a standstill because of Goketaro alone. Akiji found himself completely immobilized, while Whitebeard's attacks were overwhelmingly ferocious. To avoid engaging him directly would result in even greater devastation for the Navy, leaving him to watch as Goketaro swept through countless Navy soldiers like autumn winds scattering leaves. The morale of the Navy plummeted collectively, and no one dared to approach Goketaro and his allies any longer. The pressure on Kizaru was somewhat alleviated. Marco's strength might rival that of an admiral, but it was only through his unique abilities that he could momentarily stand against the threat. He posed little risk of significant danger to Kizaru. However, being inherently laid back, he was disinclined to provoke the unpredictable Goketaro. On the platform, Sengoku's expression was as dark as water, his teeth clenched as he issued a command. Let them go. We shall consider this matter resolved. Do not engage in further conflict. With all three admirals entangled, Sengoku concluded that Goketaro was stronger than Minato. The sudden emergence of two admirals' worth of power left their side as high-ranking strength severely strained. He needed to command the entire battlefield without personally intervening, relying instead on his old friend and strongest support, Garp. Chapter 9. The death of an admiral faced with his own grandson. The ability to refrain from intervening was merely a testament to justice overpowering familial bonds. Sengoku dared not hope for him to join the fight. That was an almost impossible expectation. To slay the child he had nurtured since infancy, let alone two at once, would have led any other to betray the Navy long ago. Not long ago, news arrived that the red-haired pirates, one of the four emperors, were also en route to aid Whitebeard. This battle was a loss for him. The most alarming realization struck him. He was uncertain if his suspicions were correct. Yet he dared not gamble. A miscalculation could bring catastrophic repercussions upon the Navy. The Navy halted, unwilling to engage the Whitebeard pirates in a mutually destructive conflict. Both sides tacitly glancing at their respective leaders. Only Akainu disregarded the battle with Minato, showing no concern for Admiral Sengoku's orders. As he transformed his body and advanced towards Goketaro, Sengoku was furious. When his subordinates disobeyed orders, it signified his impending failure as a commander. This is an order, Akainu. Return. Akainu turned a deaf ear and continued his advance toward the group led by Gokushin, proclaiming his self-righteous notions. Pirates should be executed without mercy. How could one tolerate the escape of evil? A glint of determination flashed in Minato's eyes as he prepared to engage Akainu with the Flying Thunder God technique. But Gokushin gestured for him to refrain from acting. Gokushin regarded the approaching Akainu without adopting a combat stance or making any other move, not even offering him a glance. Standing nonchalantly, he projected an aura that made the mid-ranking Navy officers perceive him as brimming with vulnerabilities, believing they could easily dispatch him with a single strike. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that Gokushin, seemingly unguarded, was an embodiment of seamless offense and defense, presenting no discernible flaws. Akainu halted several meters before Gokushin. Fully aware of the man's formidable strength, yet his obstinate sense of justice forbade him from letting them escape unscathed. Enveloped in the might of his haki, he unleashed a powerful punch, the scorching magma causing the very air to shimmer with heat. Akainu's assault had commenced, and as one of the three strongest admirals, he was certain he could thwart this man. Naturally, Akainu had been deemed a monster by the Navy in his youth. The eyes of the Navy personnel sparkled with hope, all fixed upon Akainu. If he were to relent and allow Whitebeard to depart unscathed, the Navy's reputation would be in tatters. Both Ranmuri and Dongxiang were taken aback. While Gokushin was undeniably strong, this red-clad figure also seemed quite formidable. They were certain they couldn't withstand even the residual force of a clash between titans, regardless of others' thoughts. Gokushin remained indifferent, dismissing them with a casual wave of his right hand, as if swatting a fly. This seemingly mundane gesture transformed in his capable hands into something extraordinary. At that moment, with a distance of mere meters between him and Akainu, the latter was sent hurtling backward with a tremendous force, crashing through several meters of Navy wall. After sending Akainu flying, Gokushin did not spare him another glance, instead focusing on the Straw Hat boy, Luffy, not far away. Are you the Straw Hat Kid? The future Pirate King, Luffy? Luffy paused, surprised that this man knew of him. and a pure smile spread across his face. You're a good person. I really like you. Thank you for saving Ace. I am Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. Despite recognizing Gokushin's immense power, Luffy's eyes sparkled with unwavering confidence as he declared his ambition. Gokushin shrugged and teased, when we meet again, I hope you will have matured into a man capable of standing on your own, rather than a helpless child unable to protect his loved ones. Luffy was taken aback by the admonition but soon reflected on it, acknowledging the truth in the statement, for he truly felt weak in the face of an admiral. So weak that he was unable to safeguard those who mattered most to him. Gu Tianlang greeted Whitebeard, who commanded his crew to retreat and avoid further conflict with the Navy. Let us depart. The pirates exchanged glances with the Navy, hesitating momentarily before each one sprinted towards the exit. Gu Tianlang, accompanied by a few companions, slowly made his way out, turning back to flash a subtle smile at the Navy, brazenly exposing his back to them, unafraid of a possible ambush. You truly cannot defeat me. Cease your attacks, or I shall end your life. Sengoku clenched his fists tightly, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing as he struggled to suppress the fury within, refraining from inciting further conflict. Akainu, unable to land a single blow, would have faced the same fate as anyone else. Observing the fallen Navy soldiers, Sengoku felt a sense of foreboding. While this level of power could be easily achieved by those possessing Conqueror's Haki, the Navy's ranks were filled with individuals of varying strength. Yet all lay gravely injured and unconscious, with not a single casualty. This indicated that the man's mastery of power had reached an unimaginable level, one that Sengoku had never encountered before. The relentless Akainu, undeterred, had stealthily infiltrated below ground, launching a surprise attack on Gu Tianlang from beneath. At such a close range, evasion was impossible. Akainu was confident in his strike, but the sound of shattering flesh rang out, revealing a gaping wound in his chest. Without turning, Gu Tianlang conjured a golden energy orb that pierced Akainu's heart, subsequently exploding and reducing him to ashes. Akainu was dead, slain by Gu Tianlang with a single move. No one witnessed the emergence of the energy orb or how it struck Akainu. By the time the crowd recognized the event, Akainu had been utterly obliterated, his demise irrevocable. The news of Akainu's death caused Sengoku's tightly clenched fists to weaken as he realized that due to this man's intervention, his scheme had ended in utter failure. One cannot advise a fool who seeks their own destruction. Gu Tianlang sighed, as the Whitebeard pirates made their grand exit. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group utilized its power to swiftly return to their own world. As for whether the Navy and the world government would face turmoil as a result, Gu Tianlang was completely unconcerned. With Akainu deceased and the Whitebeard pirates having retreated unscathed, news of the Navy's heavy casualties rapidly spread across the seas. Both pirates and underground factions marveled at the might of the Whitebeard pirates, who could depart from the very headquarters of the Navy without harm. In the hearts of the common people, Gu Tianlang had also earned the moniker of the demon. Upon returning to his territory, Whitebeard opened the chat group. Join me as my son. I must also extend my gratitude to everyone for their assistance. It would have been quite challenging to rescue my foolish son without your support. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance, Roar of the Three Styles. We hardly contributed anything. It was the Great One who turned the tide, instilling fear in the Navy. Be my son. Indeed. It is rare to witness such a look of terror on the face of a warrior. The overwhelming power of the master has plunged him into despair. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest individual. I merely wish to express how exhilarating it is to effortlessly win, acquiring 2,000 points without lifting a finger. Tony is quite satisfied with the shared task points, as they have done nothing, and surely they would not receive any additional reward points. The daughter of the slumbering little five, I am uncertain what to exchange for with these 2,000 points. I initially thought it would merely be a playful endeavor. But unexpectedly, I have basked in victory alongside the master. The CAF attendant fond of rabbits. I discovered within the chat group a medication that could enhance my physical constitution. After consuming it, I no longer need to resort to cannibalism, enabling me to partake in normal sustenance. This points accumulation suffices for my exchange. If one were to gauge who was most exhilarated in the group, it would undoubtedly be Kirishima Tuka. As a ghoul, her need to consume human flesh has been her greatest agony, yet now everything is effortlessly resolved. The daughter of the slumbering little five, Invincible Wakita, dear master. Might you assist me in locating Shinichi? He has been evading me for quite some time, and I have not laid eyes upon him in ages. At this moment, the ancient wolf is drenched in a torrential downpour. With his heightened senses, he perceives the rain's descent slowing, gradually closing his eyes as his body moves erratically in the rain. The biting cold wind tousles his dark hair as he moves at high speed, untouched by a single raindrop. Just as the droplets are about to hit him, a subtle stream of air forms around him, deftly deflecting the rain. It is not merely the magnitude of energy that determines victory. The mastery over that energy is equally crucial. Given identical energy levels, The contest becomes one of who expends less. Upon hearing someone summon him in the chat, the ancient wolf finally withdrew from his training. Regarding this matter, you might inquire of your younger brother, Idagawa Konan. He knows the entire truth. The ancient wolf is at a loss as to how to elaborate. As Konan has been serialized for many years, let them resolve it among themselves. In any case, with the points acquired, Ran Muri's abilities will significantly enhance, alleviating the fear of the Black Organization as threats. Ran Muri's boyfriend, Shinichi Kudo, inadvertently stumbled upon an underground organization's transaction and was coerced into ingesting poison. To his surprise, not only did he survive, but he also reverted to his youthful form, adopting the alias Idagawa Konan and residing with Ran Muri. Fearing his girlfriend would uncover the truth and being persecuted by the underground organization, he has concealed everything. Chapter 10, Frieza vs. Gohan. The daughter of the slumbering little five. It is indeed Konan. Why has he concealed this from me? Thank you for your revelation, which has confirmed my suspicions. Their inexplicable dialogue left the others in the group bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend their exchange. However, sensing the discord in the atmosphere, they refrained from interjecting with further inquiries. Invincible Wakita, by enhancing 1's strength with points, only the powerful can safeguard those dear to them. This is a kind reminder from Gu Tianlang. Mao Lilan responded affirmatively before logging off, presumably to engage in a philosophical discussion with Konan. Subsequently, Gu Tianlang resumed his monotonous routine, which consisted solely of eating, sleeping, and training, occasionally chatting with friends in the group. Time, akin to a fleeting shadow, slipped away unnoticed. And a month quietly passed without any tasks emerging or formidable foes appearing on Earth. The tranquility of one morning was abruptly shattered. 6 hours later, the chat group randomly recruits new members. Gu Tianlang felt a jolt of excitement. Evidently, the timing for recruiting newcomers was not fixed, as it had taken this long to receive a notification. Tony, the supposed billionaire, would finally be welcoming new members as boredom was setting in, and the chat group had ceased to issue tasks. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3. Can you be as idle as I am? I am nearly at my wit's end, having been sealed away. The words of Wufeng Shuimin reflected a profound frustration. He had amassed a considerable amount of points, yet they seemed utterly useless. He had been eagerly awaiting the unsealing to reunite with his son, not merely out of restlessness. However, joining the chat group and participating in a task had illuminated a glimmer of hope, yet another month had passed in vain. He yearned for additional points to procure resurrection items from the chat group's marketplace. I wonder if the daughter of the slumbering Kagero will join the girls' group. Currently, only I and Dong Xiang are the two girls amidst a sea of boys. Become my son. Perhaps intriguing newcomers would join, at which point he could inquire if they wished to be his son. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3. Big shot. Weren't you previously allowed to select group members? This time it's random. Didn't they provide a list? Invincible Gogeta. No. Probably because there weren't 5 members at that time. In the future, it should be random recruitment. Become my son. Speaking of which, I haven't had the chance to properly thank you. Ace has long wanted to express his gratitude for your life-saving assistance. Invincible Gogeta. No need to be overly courteous. You have a traitor named Blackbeard on your ship, right? Have you managed to capture him? Gu Tianlang was indeed curious about this filial son. If Whitebeard had not perished during the Marineford War, how would Blackbeard react? Become my son. He escaped and has since organized his own pirate crew in the New World. But he is deliberately avoiding me, so I haven't had the opportunity to capture him. Invincible Gogeta. I see, you all continue your conversation, huh? I have some matters to attend to. Gu Tianlang stretched lazily, gazing into the distance where a colossal spaceship hurtled towards Earth. Without needing to look closely, he knew that the only one capable of arriving at this moment was the resurrected Frieza, although this timeline seemed to have advanced far too much. With the arrival of the Dragon Ball Super timeline, there was no longer a necessity to evade Beerus, as Goku and Vegeta had successfully garnered Whis' favor through their previous encounter. With the training of Whis, even if he were to appear now, it would not hinder the normal progression of events. Let him witness the true prowess of Golden Frieza. I wonder if he can defeat Gohan, who has awakened the warrior's heart. Based on their last encounter, he surmised that Gohan's strength has likely surpassed that of Super Saiyan God, nearing the power of Super Saiyan Blue. However, he has yet to witness the full extent of a regular Super Saiyan Blue's strength, so his assessment might contain some inaccuracies. Leaping from the 10th floor window, he soared towards the landing side of the spaceship, and upon his arrival, all the warriors had gathered. Krillin greeted him warmly. Ah, even the Wolf of the Heavens has come to lend a hand. The ancient wolf nodded with a smile, acknowledging the others. Countless extraterrestrials descended from the spaceship, while Frieza remained seated in his small flying craft, gazing contemptuously at the figures below. Upon seeing Frieza, Piccolo turned pale, shocked by the immense increase in Frisia's power, which had far surpassed his own. Reflecting on this, Piccolo glanced at Gohan, relieved to see that he had regained his former strength. Otherwise, dealing with Frisia would indeed pose a significant challenge. Krillin, Tien, and Yamcha also bore expressions of grave concern, as Frisia exuded an oppressive aura that instilled fear in them. Destroy the earth. Frisia commanded with a flick of his wrist, and his minions surged forward in a relentless tide, engaging the warriors without a moment's hesitation. Krillin, Tien, Yamcha, and Master Roshi dodged and weaved within the encirclement, striving to avoid concentrated attacks. Piccolo transformed into a beast, ruthlessly claiming lives with every strike, eliminating foes with lethal efficiency. Yet, the most striking presence amidst the chaos was Gohan, who darted left and right, defeating multiple enemies each second, often before they could even register his assault. This restraint stemmed from Gohan's reluctance to kill. Otherwise, he could annihilate these minions in an instant. When Bulma arrived, she scarcely regarded Frisia, firmly believing that a Super Saiyan could vanquish him. Gohan had long surpassed that level, rendering Frisia a trivial adversary. I didn't expect you to be here. Just sit back and enjoy the show. Gohan alone can defeat Frisia. These foes are merely practice for him, she declared confidently. Is that truly the case? The ancient wolf inquired with a knowing smile. Bulma nodded emphatically, recounting the tale of how Goku, as a Super Saiyan, had obliterated Frisia. The ancient wolf gazed at the fierce battle unfolding before him, his mind drifting to the figures of Goku and Vegeta. He speculated on their training progress and whether the butterfly effect of his own time travel had caused unforeseen changes. However, he had deliberately avoided interfering at critical moments, so, logically, it shouldn't affect them. Bulma, Frisia is incredibly formidable, beyond my capacity to describe. I can only assert that none of us stand a chance against him. In the brief moment of conversation between the two, the minions had been swiftly eradicated. At this juncture, Gohan's power had escalated exponentially beyond that of the original storyline, allowing him to dispatch the lesser foes with remarkable speed. Trusting Krillin's words implicitly, Bulma urgently called out to Whis in the sky, imploring him to summon Goku and Vegeta back, for the Earth was at grave risk of destruction. Piccolo refrained from intervening. He could not discern who was stronger between Gohan and Frisia, though he harbored a subtle belief that Gohan might possess the upper hand. You are the same little brat. Son Goku's son. Let's begin with you, Frisia remarked, recognizing Gohan's superiority in power over the others. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Gohan, their figures vanishing from the sight of onlookers, leaving only the sound of their fists colliding. The two engaged in close combat for several seconds, both astonished by the rapid escalation of each other's strength, leading them to create distance in order to unleash their true potential. Originally intended for Goku, Frisia decided to test Gohan's limits instead. Stretching his limbs, he let out a furious roar as he prepared to transform into his final form. Dark yellow flames erupting around him, the intense energy wave shattering the mountain beneath him. Thus, Golden Frisia made his grand entrance, while Gohan concentrated, amplifying his own energy. A torrent of white aura engulfing the arena. The overwhelming force exuded by the two combatants compelled the warriors to retreat, as Krillin and his companions were taken aback by Gohan's immense power. As they squared off, both unleashed their full might, shooting a barrage of energy blasts. Gohan focused his energy into the Kamehameha wave, while Frisia retaliated with a lethal energy attack. The two forces clashed, neither gaining the upper hand, their energies ultimately canceling each other out. Once more, they engaged in close-quarters combat, alternating between offense and defense, reaching a stalemate. However, in a moment of distraction, Gohan fell prey to Frisia's advantage, who utilized his tail to strike him down to the ground. Realizing he could not defeat Gohan in a short time, Frisia swooped down towards Bulma. Just as his hands were mere centimeters from her neck, he suddenly felt an emptiness within him, a bitter taste rising, forcing him to stagger back, clutching his abdomen. Chapter 11. The arrival of Super Saiyan Blue Goku. From Bulma's side emerged the figure of Goku Black, standing resolutely in front of her, his eyes coldly fixed on Frisia. It was then that Frisia noticed this man standing before him. Observing Goku Black's readiness to engage, Gohan too retracted his energy. Frisia, burning with rage, had come to Earth seeking vengeance, only to be thwarted repeatedly. Blinded by fury, he unleashed a torrential barrage of energy blasts. Yet, Goku Black effortlessly deflected them with a series of graceful movements. As Frisia gazed into Goku Black's eyes, filled with murderous intent, he felt a long-forgotten fear creeping in. The immense energy drain from his golden form left him weary, gasping for breath. With his palms pressed against the ground, he sought to engage in a desperate struggle with the earth. However, before he could gather his energy, Gulong seized his hands. A swift uppercut sent him soaring into the air, followed by a devastating energy blast that resonated with a colossal explosion, silencing Frisia's anguished cries as tranquility was restored. Frisia's form vanished, leaving Bulma on the ground in a state of shock, while Krillin and the others gazed at Gulong in disbelief. How could Frisia, who had just been evenly matched with Gohan, have perished so easily? Ultimately, it was the more extroverted Krillin who dared to voice the group's collective confusion. Gulong, how is it that your strength has become so formidable? Over the years they had known him, Gulong had only displayed a fighting power of a few hundred points. Now he appeared as if he had transformed entirely. Gulong remained composed and replied lightly, I merely concealed a fraction of my power. There's nothing to be astonished about. Krillin's eyes widened in disbelief, offering an awkward chuckle. A fraction, you say? You annihilated Frisia, who was on par with Gohan. Surely, you must have concealed a staggering amount of power, perhaps several universes worth. Bulma felt as though she were in a dream, grappling with the realization that the usually cheerful and amiable Gulong possessed such immense strength. Suddenly, the space around them rippled, heralding the return of Goku and Vegeta from their training on the God of Destruction S planet. Upon witnessing the ravaged ground, Goku's eyes gleamed with confusion as he queried. Frisia's energy has vanished. Did Gohan defeat him, or was it Gulong? Gohan stepped forward, somewhat bashfully touching his nose as he responded. It was Gulong who intervened. I was unable to best Frisia. Vegeta let out a disdainful snort, his fierce battle spirit igniting. Gohan, how is it that your power has surged so rapidly? Even from the God of Destruction's realm, I could sense your explosive energy. Not only had Goku, who utilized instant transmission, detected it, but Vegeta too had clearly felt Gohan's aura, which was now utterly transformed compared to before, even in his current state. Vegeta realized he might not have a guaranteed victory over Gohan. After my encounter with Lord Beerus, I felt the need to enhance my strength to better protect my family. So I asked Uncle Piccolo to help me with intensive training, Gohan explained, gesturing towards Piccolo with admiration in his eyes. As a strategist, Piccolo's strength might not have been overwhelming, yet his intellect shone, especially in training his son. Goku was elated to see his son eager to train again. He still believed that as long as Gohan committed to his training, he would remain the mightiest scion. Goku and Vegeta shifted their gazes from Gohan to Gulong, their intentions clear. In contrast to Gohan, Vegeta's pride had been wounded the last time he was defeated by Gulong, and he was determined to redeem himself with his newly acquired powers. Little did they know, Sun Wukong seized the moment, leaping into the air to face the ancient wolf. Gu Tianlang, come on! Sun Wukong roared, a brilliant blue radiance emanating from him as his energy surged at an incredible pace, incomparable to anything from merely a month ago. His black hair gradually transformed into a vibrant blue mane, heralding the birth of the Super Saiyan God form. Krillin and the others had never witnessed such a state. The energy fluctuations even surpassed those of Gohan moments prior, prompting them to inquire of Wukong. Wukong, this seems different from your Super Saiyan God. Is this form stronger than the Super Saiyan Red? Wukong, with a gleeful expression, gazed at Gu Tianlang and began to elucidate his new form. This is the Super Saiyan form of the Super Saiyan God, significantly more powerful than the Super Saiyan God. Vegeta achieved this through his own training. Wukong exuded confidence. Yet despite witnessing the super blue form, Gu Tianlang maintained a calm and assured smile, his eyes betraying no turbulence. You have progressed more rapidly than I had anticipated. You truly are Sun Wukong. Vegeta, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort. He had intended to engage first, yet Kakarot had once again outpaced him. Humph, Sun Wukong. A man of few words but great resolve vanished from sight, only to reappear before them with an extraordinary increase in speed. The two engaged in a relentless exchange mid-air, with Wukong's momentum becoming increasingly formidable, his attacks growing more fervent with each strike. Unfortunately, this was insufficient against Gu Tianlang, who effortlessly evaded Wukong's fierce onslaught, as if he had anticipated each of Wukong's moves. Nevertheless, Wukong seamlessly transitioned between close combat and energy blasts, providing Gu Tianlang with no opportunity to counterattack. Piccolo observed the clash, uncertain as he queried, is Wukong managing to suppress the wolf? Under Wukong's assault, he should be completely overwhelmed, right? However, even he was unsure. It merely appeared so on the surface, while his own power paled in comparison to the two, making it difficult to discern if they were exerting their full strength. Tien Shin'an, watching the combatants, noted that even with his third eye wide open, he could not perceive their movements. Gohan sighed, offering a reluctant explanation. The wolf has yet to reveal his true strength. He is not taking this seriously. My father is not his match, having fought Gu Tianlang firsthand. Gohan held considerable insight into his capabilities. His father's strength surpassed his own, but not by a significant margin. Aware of the super blue form's might, Vegeta narrowed his eyes upon hearing Gohan's remarks, silently observing the battle. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others struggled to comprehend how the once inept Gu Tianlang had suddenly transformed into a formidable opponent capable of defeating Wukong. The abruptness of it all was overwhelming. Even with Gu Tianlang's recent defeat of Frisia, it was difficult for everyone to accept this new reality. The prospect of being swiftly vanquished left the notion that even their father might not fare better. The onslaught was relentless, waves of Sun Wukong attacking in succession. Until he suddenly ceased his assault. Why not retaliate? This is rather dull. Allow me to witness the extent of your strength. The smile faded from Gu Tianlang's face. Yet his aura remained unchanged. In an instant, he transcended the speed of light, appearing before Wukong as if by teleportation. With a swift kick, Wukong instinctively recoiled. Evading the attack, a reflex honed through countless battles. The mist strike tore open the ground, creating a vast chasm hundreds of meters long and unfathomably deep. What is happening? My body moved on its own. Wukong gazed incredulously at his own form. He had not consciously reacted when Gu Qifeng had attacked, yet his body had instinctively dodged. Gu Tianlang wore an enigmatic smile. Initially, he suspected it might be a nascent form of the ultimate freedom technique, but upon reflection, he dismissed this notion as implausible. Wukong had only recently attained the Super Blue transformation and could not have mastered the ultimate freedom technique. It resembled more of a primal combat instinct. How swift! I can hardly perceive his movements. Vegeta's temples throbbed with tension. This was the first time he had encountered such a formidable adversary since achieving the Super Saiyan God transformation. This was the first individual to instill a sense of powerlessness within him. It is over. Gu Qingfeng's figure flickered again. His arm poised like a blade mere centimeters from Wukong's forehead, capable of piercing his brain with a slight advance. Impressive indeed. While I anticipated that I would not measure up to you, I did not foresee the chasm between us to be so vast. However, Wukong's nature was one of magnanimity. Defeat was simply defeat, and he would not seek excuses. He relished the thrill of battling the strong, which provided him with a renewed sense of purpose. You have only recently entered this divine realm, and your power remains undeveloped. Otherwise, I could not so easily best you. Wukong had only just begun to harness the Super Blue form. His usual state being full power, the disparity was significant. Nevertheless, as Wukong continued to grow, he was certain to become one of his most formidable opponents. Chapter 12. Hinata and the God of Love everyone, having repelled the enemy. Shall we gather at my home for a meal? Today, I have prepared an array of dishes not typically available. Then it is my honor to comply. Whis and Beerus appeared beside them seemingly out of nowhere. Upon hearing of the delectable feast, Beerus's eyes narrowed into slits. Lord Beerus, everyone greeted in unison. To which Beerus feigned a dignified nod, striving to maintain his image as a destroyer god. Yet the thought of delicious food caused his mouth to stretch into an involuntary grin. Gu Tianlang's gaze shifted towards them and fortuitously met Whis', who responded with a mysterious smile imbued with intricate meaning. During the meal, Beerus frequently glanced at Gohan, clearly impressed by his innate talent to achieve such strength through his own efforts. During their last encounter, Gohan's strength was so feeble that it was almost painful to behold. Yet, within the span of a mere month, he experienced an astonishing surge in power, something even Beerus, with all his longevity, had never witnessed. Gohan could only briefly explain the circumstances surrounding the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon hearing this, Beerus experienced a moment of clarity, finally grasping the situation. As for the formidable ancient wolf who had vanquished Son Goku, Beerus chose to remain silent. Vegeta and others had engaged in intense training for an extended period. Their powers soaring, and their spirits were relatively high. They indulged in a lavish feast, consuming enough food to satiate dozens. Despite having seen the ancient wolf before, he could not help but wonder, are all Saiyan stomachs bottomless pits? Could one truly eat so much without facing dire consequences? As a fellow Saiyan, he himself could manage only the equivalent of 6 or 7 people's meals, which paled in comparison to Vegeta and his companions. Once all matters were settled, he returned to his lodging, only to find it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Initially, he contemplated purchasing an entire hotel for his extended stay, but upon further reflection, he opted against it, realizing the occasional interaction with someone seeking rent kept him connected to the outside world. Curious about the new members in the group, he decided to check in. Hinata's eldest daughter has joined the group chat. Aphrodite has joined the group chat. Aphrodite has been randomly selected as an administrator. 3 notification boxes appeared at the top of the chat, revealing familiar characters. Hinata's eldest daughter needed no introduction. She was the lovesick heroine from Naruto, the eldest of the Hyuga clan, and the wife of the strongest blonde in the ninja world. Aphrodite, on the other hand, was a character from the Valkyrie of the End, who had proposed the extermination of humanity. At that moment, several individuals in the group were embroiled in a heated argument, each unwilling to yield. Aphrodite, I am merely an administrator. Yet you insignificant humans presume to stand on equal footing with me. The barista who loves bunnies, newcomer, don't get too cocky. Being an administrator is merely a random selection. It has nothing to do with your strength. Kagoro's daughter. The boss is quite kind and looks after everyone in the group. We are all friends now, so let us avoid squabbling amongst ourselves. Mori Ran, known for her gentle disposition, was becoming increasingly exasperated with the newcomer's aggressiveness, especially after Gu Huang had revealed the truth about her boyfriend, Shinichi. Aphrodite, compared to that man-eating monster, I find you humans even more loathsome, weak, pitiful beings that should not exist in this world. Tony, not the billionaire, why should humans not be allowed to live? Just because we are weak does not strip us of our right to exist. I initially admired your beauty, but your malice is truly disappointing. Aphrodite, even this chat group seeks to curry favor with me, a divine being. Upon entering, I was immediately chosen as an administrator. How dare you insignificant creatures disrespect me? Welcome to the group chat, the Invincible Administrator Gogeta. Let us extend a warm welcome to all members. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Long live the esteemed leader. The barista who adores rabbits extends a warm welcome to the esteemed leader. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 Styles welcomes the esteemed leader. Be my son. The esteemed leader has joined the group. The slumbering daughter of Kagoro welcomes the esteemed leader to the group. An overwhelming presence of sycophants enveloped the atmosphere, causing Gu Tianlang to question whether he had entered the wrong group. Others aside, how could someone like Namikaze Minato, the fourth Hokage, stoop to such behavior? Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 Styles has confirmed Tony as a sycophant, and I hold him in disdain. The slumbering daughter of Kagoro echoes this sentiment. Be my son, the sentiment is shared. The barista who adores rabbits concurs. Tony Stark found himself perplexed within his own tower, pondering why Namikaze Minato felt compelled to confront him. Even more confounding was the unanimous agreement within the group regarding this confrontation. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Do you have any shame? I am not the only one voicing this, so why are you fixated on me? And Minato, have I offended you in some way? Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 Styles inquired when he might embark on a mission in their world, hoping for a discussion on life. Be my son. Perhaps Tony is yet to fully comprehend our capabilities. The barista who adores rabbits has accumulated points and can finally refrain from consuming human flesh. My admiration for the esteemed leader is genuine, distinct from your flattery. The slumbering daughter of Kagoro shares a similar thought with Dongxiang. Tony Stark felt a pang of discomfort in his chest. He hesitated to speak against the two women, knowing he could not outmatch the men. The iron-willed Tony Stark, the world's wealthiest Iron Man, would not mind a little temptation from Minato and Whitebeard, but why must it always be coercion? Ironically, he found himself unable to defeat either of them. He does not believe their intentions are merely to discuss life, as inviting them to his world would likely lead to his demise. His iron armor boasts formidable defenses capable of withstanding ordinary gunfire. Yet, he cannot withstand the attacks from Minato and the others. His laser cannons could easily penetrate iron, dominating most foes in the Marvel Universe. However, he cannot reach Minato, nor break through Whitebeard's haki. No matter how he contemplated the situation, Tony Stark felt no sense of victory. He was unafraid of Ran Muri and Dongxiang. But he could not bring himself to contend with two women. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I was merely jesting, so please do not take it to heart. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 Styles inquired if the Hyuga family belonged to the Leaf Village. Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, inquired. Are you the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze? Initially astonished by the sudden appearance of a chat group in her mind, she soon grasped its purpose after Tony's introduction and a thorough reading of the group announcements. The avatar of Minato displayed him clad in his Hokage attire, and upon his first utterance, Hinata instantly recognized him. How is my son Naruto faring? I believe he is of a similar age to you, Minato expressed with palpable excitement. Still in a state of death, unaware of his son's current life, the emergence of this chat group from his world was astonishing. I have not heard of the name Naruto Namikaze, but I am acquainted with Uzumaki Naruto, Hinata replied. You know my Naruto? How is he doing? Does he miss me in Kushina? Minato asked, his concern evident. Is Naruto the son of the fourth Hokage? Hinata inquired, seeking clarity. How could you not know he is my son? Minato responded, perplexed. Despite his death, he was a genuine Hokage in life. So it seemed implausible that his son would be so obscure. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, interjected, you mortals dare to disregard a deity. You should hope that your next mission does not arrive swiftly, for when I descend upon your world, I shall obliterate you insignificant ants. Her ire was palpable, feeling disrespected by mere mortals. Furthermore, the so-called administrator, a mere human, dared to claim invincibility. Such ignorance was truly audacious. Aphrodite has been muted by the administrator for one day. Chapter 13. The Golden-Haired Overlord. Invincible Vegeta, your son, has been hidden away by the village. The world knows him as a Jinchuriki, yet none recognize him as your child, leading the people of Konoha to harbor disdain towards him, Vegeta remarked. Why is this so? How could my son receive such unjust treatment? I sacrificed my life for Konoha, and yet Naruto suffers this fate, Minato lamented. Hinata. Naruto is doing much better than he did in his youth. However, his master, Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, has passed away, and he has been sent to a specific place for intense training, Hinata conveyed. Jiraiya is dead? Who was responsible for his demise? Despite the calmness in his tone, the group could sense the immense fury suppressed within Minato. Jiraiya held profound significance for him, transcending the role of a mere teacher, akin to a father figure, which justified Minato's choice to name his son after him. Jiraiya, while an exceptional ninja, was indeed a wandering soul, returning like the tide. The sea does not welcome him, but Jiraiya persists. In a valiant act of sacrifice, the illustrious Uchiha sacrificed his own life to seal the Nine Tails in a desperate bid to save his village and beloved wife. Likewise, Jiraiya dedicated his life to the betterment of Konoha, tirelessly searching for the prophesied child, repeatedly rescuing the village from the brink of disaster. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance roar was indeed remarkable. However, the mood of Minato Namikaze darkened considerably, his inner fury akin to a volcano on the verge of eruptions. His son was treated unjustly by the village, and his mentor and father figure, Jiraiya, had met a tragic end, leaving him feeling powerless upon learning the truth. God Pain is set to launch an assault on Konoha at noon tomorrow, and the village faces imminent peril. The fate of Naruto Uzumaki hangs in the balance as a group mission is initiated. With the cooperation of group members, Minato or Naruto must defeat Pain. A reward of 15,000 points is offered. The mission difficulty is rated at level 7. The number of participants is limited to 3. Tony Stark, despite his wealth, found the level 7 difficulty manageable, yet he pondered the true strength of Pain. Can anyone provide insight? He inquired. Stark, though often at odds with Minato, held a certain respect for him and would not hesitate to lend a hand. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance roar mused. I am uncertain, but he may be comparable to the 3 legendary ninjas, perhaps even on par with me. Minato, having never encountered Nagato, could only speculate about his capabilities. The daughter of the slumbering Kagoro remarked, Minato, I regret that I cannot assist. My presence would only hinder your quest for vengeance. Although she had redeemed 2,000 points for a potion to enhance her physical prowess, her strength still paled in comparison to Stark's, let alone Minato's. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance roar accepts the mission. The Invincible Wakita accepts the mission. The Goddess of Love, Aphrodite, accepts the mission. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance roar declared, It matters not. I shall personally avenge my teacher and seek justice for Naruto from the village. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan inquired, But will Naruto truly face danger? Lady Tsunade remains in the village. Surely the enemy would not dare to attack directly. Newly joined to the chat, Hinata Hyuga expressed skepticism regarding the mission's authenticity, doubting whether any foe could muster the audacity to assault Konoha, the foremost of the 5 great ninja villages. The daughter of the slumbering Kagoro teased, I detect a hint of something more. Could it be that Miss Hinata harbors feelings for Minato's son? The perceptive Mori Ran, a fellow young maiden, noted the subtle undertones in Hinata's words. Hinata, unabashed, confessed, Yes. I do like Naruto. Her affection for him was no secret, though her excitement often got the better of her when he was near. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance roar quipped, So you have feelings for my Naruto? Does that make you his girlfriend? Upon hearing about Naruto's plight, Minato could hardly fathom the notion that Naruto might ever have a girlfriend. In a village where he was largely despised, who would willingly choose to be with him? However, the esteemed Hyuga heiress was not so indifferent. Naruto indeed harbored affections for someone. Tony was not merely a wealthy individual. He was astounded to learn that Minato's son carried such an air of confidence. Despite his noble lineage, the beautiful young lady seemingly rejected him. It could be said that in his youth, he failed to recognize the allure of wealth, mistakenly squandering his youth. As for the Spiral Flash Super Will Dance, I cannot say, for I have been gone for many years. Minato was instantly enveloped in melancholy. It was evident to any discerning eye that Hinata possessed a gentle and gracious disposition. Coupled with beauty, how could his son possibly not be enamored? Hyuga heiress, do you wish to know your future? The group leader inquired, Can you truly foresee my future? I am indeed curious about what lies ahead for me. Hinata was among the few characters that Gyutin appreciated, being devoted, tender-hearted, and possessing nearly all the virtues of an ideal girl. He did not mind extending a helping hand to her. It was merely a matter of convenience. You shall become the strongest woman in the ninja world. Living the life you desire, he proclaimed. Be my son. The strongest ninja? Does that mean he surpasses Minato? Tony mused, It seems her future is indeed bright. What kind of life do I desire? Am I with Naruto? Hinata was unconcerned about the title of the strongest. Her focus lay on the second statement. For her ideal life was simply one spent together with Naruto. Yes, you are indeed with Naruto. Although after marrying, the Hokage often finds himself working late into the night. Your married life is quite harmonious. My son will become Hokage and the mightiest ninja in the realm. Minato, as a father, could not help but wish for his son's success. Hearing Gyuten's words lifted his spirits considerably. Congratulations, Minato. Your son is destined to be an extraordinary individual. Be my son. The fastest man woos the most alluring women, fathers the most formidable children, and becomes the most illustrious Hokage. Minato was celebrated as the fastest in the ninja realm. His flying thunder god technique striking across the land, even surpassing Whitebeard in speed. Becoming the youngest Hokage, only to meet his demise swiftly. Truly, you are remarkable, Minato. Of course, the golden-haired phenomenon commands respect. Aside from Sasuke, the self-proclaimed uncrowned king, none in the ninja world could withstand even 3 of his strikes. In the later stages, Naruto was indeed unparalleled. Even with a severed arm, Sasuke was still somewhat inferior to Naruto. Then, Hinata, does that mean she is to be my future daughter-in-law? Minato, disinterested in Tony, found his incessant chatter tiresome, though he was not an ill-natured fellow. Tony was far from being the wealthiest, one must ponder. Could the Great One's foresight of the future alter the course of history as it was meant to unfold? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, indeed. Hinata's entrance into the chat group was serendipitous, undoubtedly destined to have repercussions. The invincible Goku contemplated. While he was well aware of others, Hinata was an exception. In this vast and tumultuous world, who else would wait 15 years for you? The barista who adored rabbits exclaimed, "What? With such beauty? Hinata pursued a man for 15 years before finally succeeding?" Dongxiang felt her worldview shatter. Could there truly exist such a devoted girl in this world? The spiraling flash Super Will Dance roared in 3 forms, questioning Naruto's actions with disbelief. As a father, Minato too was perplexed in his youth. A mere moonlit flirtation had won over Kushina, yet what was happening with Naruto? The invincible Goku mused. What if I told you that throughout these 15 years, Naruto harbored affection for another girl, even willing to sacrifice his life for her? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro added, such matters of the heart are ineffable. There is no right or wrong, and each individual has the right to love. The barista who adored rabbits suggested, let us prioritize our mission. The last spot was claimed by that goddess of love. I hope she does indeed betray us at the last moment. Will you be my son? The Great One inquired, seeking insight about this deity and her capabilities. Tony remarked, in any case, I believe she cannot match the Great One. This is a certainty. Tony Stark held unwavering confidence in the ancient celestial being. Her previous display of power, annihilating a planet with a mere gesture, had left Tony in awe. The invincible Goku noted, though she is called a goddess, she is not significantly superior to humanity. Her strength is rather modest. Chapter 14, The Konoha War. Tony was far from being the wealthiest. He reiterated, here we go again, you made similar claims about the 3 generals last time. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro suggested, Great One, perhaps use us as examples. To you, everyone appears merely ordinary. How does this goddess compare to Minato? The invincible Goku replied, well, I haven't paid attention to such things. She seems too weak. I can't ascertain if she can stand against Minato. But she surely cannot defeat the peak of Naruto Uzumaki. In his later stages, Naruto was capable of obliterating stars. Though merely asteroids, they were still stars. And overpowering this so-called goddess of love would pose no challenge. Aphrodite, the goddess of love, sat gracefully, twirling her light yellow tresses, her delicate hands clenched tightly. Daring to silence herself, a divine entity. A pack of lowly creatures, this mission must ensure their complete annihilation. They must not be allowed to persist in this world. The spiraling flash Super Will Dance sought the Great One's assistance. Please, do not intervene this time. I wish to avenge my teacher personally. In an unparalleled display of power, the indomitable Gogeta declared, very well. The time will reveal your true capabilities. The quest for vengeance against the formidable Gu Tianlang could hardly be declined, especially since the mission's objective was for Watergate to vanquish pain, or alternatively, for Naruto to achieve the same feat. The atmosphere within the group was remarkably harmonious, with several members requesting a grand battle the following day. Hoping for Gu Tianlang to stream the event live while others rallied to offer their cheers and encouragement, Gu Tianlang, having no objections, agreed. Recognizing this as an opportunity to earn points for exchanging for the coveted Zizai Ji Gong, while also alleviating his boredom. With the dawn of a new day, as noon approached, Gu Tianlang promptly utilized the chat group as teleportation feature, arriving in the world of the Hokage. Before him lay the remnants of Konoha village, reduced to rubble. A once vibrant community now marred by devastation. A vast chasm marred the center, surrounded by the fallen bodies of Konoha ninjas. Let the world feel pain, let it endure suffering. He proclaimed, embodying the deity of order and retribution. Only you, I can never forgive. Clad in a dark crimson robe, Naruto activated Sage Mode. Fiercely battling against the five pains, barely gaining the upper hand through his formidable taijutsu. Meanwhile, Gamabunta, the toad, engaged in combat with the three-headed summoner. Wielding his short blades with fervor, yet gradually yielding to the overwhelming odds. Suddenly, a tall figure emerged on the battlefield, a swirling, irregular chakra sphere in hand. Striking the body of the summoning beast. The despairing villagers of Konoha, witnessing the sudden appearance of the legendary Minato Namikaze, felt a jolt of shock course through them. Rekindling their hope. It is the fourth Hokage, our savior has returned, they exclaimed, realizing that the deceased Hokage had come to rescue them. Minato Namikaze? Jiraiya-sensei's disciple? I never anticipated your survival. Allow me to escort you to your final resting place, declared Pain, gesturing for Kakuzu and Haiden to leap from the forest. While Konan took to the air, looking down upon Minato with a calculating gaze. The sheer strength of this man was undeniable. Even Pain recognized the threat he posed. Throughout his life, Minato had known no defeat, not even against the combined might of the Fourth Raikage and the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Now, with Naruto in Sage Mode at his side, the path to victory seemed daunting, yet they had preemptively arranged for Kakuzu's assistance. At Hinata's side, a flash of white light heralded the arrival of the goddess of love, Aphrodite, adorned in simple attire. Hinata was taken aback by the unexpected presence of the love deity. Sister of love, greetings, she ventured. How dare a lowly human address me as sister? Aphrodite retorted, her eyes narrowing. With a swift kick, she struck Hinata in the abdomen, sending her sprawling several meters away. Since you are closest to me, I shall deal with you first. Once you are vanquished, I will seek retribution against the others. She utterly disregarded the task at hand, daring to insult the dignity of the divine. If she did not eradicate this group, she would undoubtedly become a laughingstock among the gods. As she advanced toward Hinata, intending to crush her skull underfoot, a man suddenly appeared before the prostrate Hinata. His gaze coldly dismissive as he regarded the goddess Aphrodite. Are you the administrator revered by those inferior beings? If you wish to die first, I shall grant you that favor. Begone. With that single word, a terrifying force erupted from Gu Tianlang, causing the atmospheric pressure around him to plummet. Hinata, who had just risen, felt the tempestuous aura sweep past her, nearly toppling her once more. The goddess Aphrodite bore the brunt of this overwhelming might, being sent reeling backward and crashing heavily into the trees behind her. A metallic taste filled her mouth as she coughed up blood, feeling as though her very being was unraveling. Gu Tianlang regarded the disheveled goddess with an indifferent stare. Had she not held some utility, he would have dispatched her long ago. The might of the strong is not to be trifled with. Even his favorite anime characters would not be permitted such insolence. Let alone the goddess he held no particular affection for. Aphrodite wiped the blood from her lips, incredulously gazing at Gu Tianlang. Even her father, Zeus, the lord of the gods, would not so easily have sent her flying. Staggering to her feet, her eyes tinged with crimson, she prepared to confront Gu Tianlang with all her might. His deep-set eyes glinted with a chilling light, exuding an almost imperceptible aura of murderous intent. Aphrodite felt as though she was gazing into the abyss, not merely hell, but a terror far surpassing it. She had never encountered such a formidable presence. A singular thought consumed her mind: escape. If she did not flee, she would surely be slain by this man, for she was no match for him. Yet her body betrayed her, remaining paralyzed where she stood. Even the mere desire to move a finger felt like an unattainable luxury. Observe quietly. Complete your task and return to your realm. Or do not blame me for my lack of civility, Gu Tianlang declared, devoid of any compassion. Despite Aphrodite's unparalleled beauty, especially with her formidable allure, he felt no attraction toward her. This was his final warning. Should she entertain any further schemes, he would obliterate her without hesitation. Upon hearing his words, Aphrodite suddenly regained control of her body, her earlier disdain transforming into a look of intrigue. In her mind, humanity deserved its fate simply for being too weak to pique her interest. She favored powerful men. Even among humans, those strong enough could capture her attention. Undoubtedly, Gu Tianlang was the mightiest she had ever encountered, and her heart brimmed with curiosity about him. Resolutely, she vowed to bring Gu Tianlang to his knees before her. On the battlefield, Kakuzu and Haiden stood protectively in front of Naruto, with Haiden licking his scythe and grinning wickedly. Ah, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Killing you will surely please Lord Jashin. Kakuzu's mind, however, was preoccupied with thoughts of how much Naruto's corpse, having mastered the same sage techniques as one of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, could fetch on the black market. Bearing the name of his teacher, I shall never succumb to defeat, declared Minato Namikaze with a proclamation of victory. He did not mention the need to protect the villagers or the hardships his son had endured over the years, hunger, cold, and the scorn of both children and adults alike. Even the gentle Minato felt a shift within him. Get lost, don't interfere. Naruto, now in Sage mode, summoned 3 shadow clones without hesitation. Intent on swiftly dispatching the 2 opponents, regardless of the 4th Hokage's situation. The grudge against the lecherous sage would be avenged by his own hands. This was also the first time Naruto embraced the resolve to kill his adversaries. His strikes were lethal, showing no inclination to waste time. Kakuzu, not daring to underestimate the situation, unleashed 2 Earth Grudge Fear techniques, simultaneously releasing ninjutsu of both wind and fire attributes. Fire style, head hardening. Wind style, pressure damage. This was not the end. Kakuzu's body sprouted 8 thick black tendrils, sharp and tenacious. In contrast to Kakuzu's complex ninjutsu, Heiden's attack style was far more straightforward. Swinging his bloodstained scythe with reckless abandon, prepared to exchange blows with Naruto. With no defense and only offense, the 2 fighters' range of attacks complemented each other. And though Naruto possessed the sensory abilities of a sage, allowing him to evade Kakuzu's strikes, he was still disrupted by Heiden's subsequent assault, throwing off his rhythm for a counterattack. For a moment, none of the 3 could gain the upper hand. With a graceful ebb and flow, Naruto's movements were agile and fluid, while Kakuzu unleashed a barrage of elemental ninjutsu, creating a chaotic array of attacks. The only one appearing somewhat beleaguered was Heiden. Akin to a madman, his relentless offense left him vulnerable, allowing Naruto to seize several opportunities to land blows. Yet, like an undeterred specter, Heiden rose time and again from the ground. Chapter 15. The emergence of the ancient celestial wolf. Are those 2 also members of the Akatsuki? Such a formidable organization. With members capable of rivaling Naruto, Tsunade reflected, her chakra severely depleted, leaving her weakly sprawled on the ground, watching the battle unfold. Nearby, Shizen voiced what was on everyone's mind. The death of Minato Namikaze is well known. How could he suddenly return to life? Tsunade-sama, is that truly the 4th Hokage? Minato Namikaze? How could he have survived? Tsunade struggled to lift her heavy eyelids and nodded affirmatively. Yes, it is indeed that boy Minato. It seems that Konoha's fate is not yet sealed. With that statement, she succumbed to slumber. In this war, she had summoned slugs single-handedly to protect the entire village, expending all her strength yet managing to remain conscious. Upon seeing Minato, she felt she could finally lay down her burdens, for she held unwavering trust in him. No one understood Minato better than she, apart from Jiraiya. He was gentle, powerful, and reliable, and with him in the village, peace was assured. Naruto's sage technique was limited in duration, and he did not wish to waste time with the 2 adversaries. He deftly leaped through a narrow gap, narrowly evading them, and joined forces with Minato Namikaze. Kakuzu and Heiden immediately pursued them. Their path was obstructed. Suddenly, Girin appeared before them, scrutinizing Heiden with great curiosity. He had always wondered what Heiden truly was, and what the nature of his evil god was. Given that both individuals, who should have perished long ago in this timeline, were still alive, he seized the opportunity to observe them closely. Upon examining Girin's appearance, Kakuzu determined he was not the renowned expert sought by the black market. Despite exuding an impressive aura, Kakuzu had no intention of wasting time, especially since this individual could not be traded for money. In an instant, 5 elemental ninjutsu were unleashed simultaneously, each with distinct attributes, striking from various angles. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust as Girin's position was engulfed, creating a deep crater from the overwhelming force. Sakura Haruno, hiding at the edge, gazed in confusion at Girin. She had never encountered such a formidable figure in Konoha. The other members of Team 7 were either injured or exhausted. Even if they wished to assist Girin, they were powerless to do so. They could only watch helplessly as reinforcements were struck head-on by Kakuzu's attacks. How unfortunate. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Girin's voice emerged from the swirling dust. Several beams of light, surpassing the speed of light, struck Kakuzu's chest in the blink of an eye, piercing through his body. Kakuzu's face contorted in disbelief as he stared at the multiple blood holes that surfaced on his chest. His hands fell limply to his sides, and he lay lifeless on the ground. Heiden, who had partnered with Kakuzu for a long time, initially believed Kakuzu was merely feigning death. He halted his advance and kicked Kakuzu's corpse. Hey, didn't you always boast about having multiple lives? How could you fall so easily from such an attack? Konoha had suffered greatly under Pain's almighty push, with most villagers perishing and very few survivors retaining any combat capability. At that moment, all eyes were fixed on Naruto's battle. Unaware that the 4th Hokage had returned, people believed the outcome was already decided. Suddenly, 2 more members of the Akatsuki emerged, obstructing Naruto's offensive, and the situation shifted rapidly, leaving everyone uncertain of their fate. Even more astonishingly, one of the foes who seemed evenly matched against Sage Mode Naruto simply fell dead. There was no grand display of power. No earth-shattering ninjutsu, just a few fleeting beams of light. Weaker individuals could not even perceive Girin's attack. And only those of Jainin rank or higher could barely discern the waves of light emanating from him. Haiden flipped Kakuzu's body over and, after several probing attempts, confirmed that he was indeed dead. Licking the blood from the ground, he grinned menacingly and proclaimed, "This is truly exhilarating. You are a worthy sacrifice, and I shall offer you to the evil god." With both feet firmly planted, he leapt into the air, wielding the scythe with a force reminiscent of the legendary splitting Mount Hua. Yet, Gu Tianlang stood his ground, extending his fingers to deftly pinch the blade of the scythe. Despite Fade Wan's desperate attempts, the weapon remained unyielding in Gu Tianlang's grip. With a sharp crack, one of the edges of the blood-soaked scythe was snapped off, allowing Fade Wan to retreat in a hasty and disheveled manner. As he stumbled back, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Kakuzu, who was now a whirlwind of energy, hastily fleeing from the village of Konoha. "Kakuzu, why are you running? You have faced the first Hokage. Why flee from this nameless fool?" Upon hearing this, Kakuzu quickened his pace. He had indeed clashed with the god of shinobi, Shinja Hashirama, but that was merely a ploy to intimidate Fade Wan, as he found the latter excessively bothersome. Throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away could hardly be considered a true confrontation. Just moments ago, Gu Tianlang's assault had nearly cost him his life. Though he possessed multiple lives, he could not afford to be so reckless. His longevity was not due to overwhelming strength, but rather his prudence. When faced with uncertain adversaries, he chose to flee rather than engage in futile battles. As Fade Wan's words echoed, the 12 young shinobi of Konoha exchanged incredulous glances at the retreating Kakuzu, each harboring the same thought. This man was undoubtedly boasting. If he had truly survived an encounter with the first Hokage, how could he possess such lackluster strength? Watching Kakuzu flee without a backward glance, Fade Wan bellowed, "Don't run. I can't handle him alone." Kakuzu had no desire to respond. He merely accelerated, eager to distance himself from Gu Tianlang's reach. His act of feigning defeat was a strategic move, intended to divert Gu Tianlang's attention and afford him time to escape. A smirk crept across Gu Tianlang's face. Indeed, Kakuzu had an abundance of lives. He had nearly forgotten how many lives Kakuzu possessed, so he casually dispatched him several times, breaking all his hearts. He was surprised to discover that Kakuzu still had another life left, truly unexpected. With a swift motion, Gu Tianlang severed Fade Wan in two, the blade slicing through flesh with surgical precision, followed by a flurry of strikes that dismembered Fade Wan, reducing him to mere dust. "I wonder if you can survive this," he mused with curiosity. Fade Wan's final thought before death was a perplexing one. Although Gu Tianlang's figure remained in place, who was it that had delivered his demise? Sadly, he would never have the chance to uncover that mystery, leaving this world with resentment and bitterness. In the midst of the chaos, no one discerned the truth, save for the head of the Hyuga clan, who, utilizing his Byakugan, realized that the Gu Tianlang standing on the ground was merely an afterimage, a remnant of his high-speed movement. The true body that had slain Fade Wan was elsewhere. He came to the realization that had he been the one to face Gu Tianlang, he would likely have met the same fate. Mere sight did not guarantee that one's body could keep pace. The ordinary villagers of Konoha erupted in fervor. It was clear to all but the foolish that this man had come to their aid. It was the fourth Hokage who brought forth his aids. The once formidable duo of Kakuzu and Haiden, now reduced to one dead and one fleeing, leaving only a few remaining members of Pain. "What are you doing? Go after that escaping wretch and do not stand idly by." Chapter 16, The Chaotic Battle. "Hurry and eliminate him. You have slain his comrade, and he will undoubtedly seek vengeance upon the village of Konoha." With the capacity to vanquish the enemy and safeguard us, he deliberately allowed his adversary to escape. The villagers of Konoha, witnessing Kakuzu retreating further into the distance and observing the unmoving figure of Uchiha Itachi, could not help but voice their concerns. Itachi remained oblivious, silently observing this fraternal conflict. "Were you not here to assist us? Why allow the enemy to flee?" The villagers of Konoha, having endured the devastation of their village, found their spirits rekindled with the appearance of the fourth Hokage, igniting a flicker of hope amidst their despair. The emotional roller coaster left them in an agitated state. "Shall I then take it upon myself to eliminate you?" Perhaps finding them insufferably noisy, Itachi surveyed the crowd, a murderous intent glimmering in his eyes. Should these individuals persist in their ignorance of danger, he would not hesitate to send them on their way. He had long harbored a disdain for these repugnant villagers, who had once targeted Naruto in his youth, only to now expect him to risk his life for their salvation. The clamorous crowd fell silent, with a few bold souls attempting to voice their discontent, only to be hushed by those around them. At the heart of the battlefield, Pain and Minato were locked in a fierce confrontation, with the presence of several clones from the realm of Hell and the realm of Azura. Pain was supposed to be an insurmountable adversary. In a situation of 6 against 1, Minato unleashed a barrage of kunai while employing the Flying Thunder God technique, moving with the swiftness of teleportation. Even though Pain possessed a panoramic view with his Rinnegan, he could not match Minato's speed, experiencing his combat style for the first time. In a moment of inattention, the realm of Hell was struck directly by Minato's Rasengan, the overwhelming rotational force driving it into the ground and rendering it utterly incapacitated. Before the battle commenced, Itachi had forewarned Minato about Pain's ability to revive his comrades. To secure victory, it was imperative to dispatch that particular foe first. Not long into the skirmish, Minato discerned the capabilities of the realm of Hell and began searching for an opportunity. Naruto had also arrived at Minato's side. Upon encountering a common enemy, their animosity was palpable as Naruto charged towards the Deva path, Rasengan in hand. Group leader, the Invincible Gogeta has commenced a live broadcast. Tony was astounded once more. Is this place devastated as if by a nuclear explosion? What manner of chaos is this? He was shocked by the intensity within the group, wondering from which world this battle emerged, as destruction on such a scale was commonplace. Be my son. It appeared this young boy had witnessed considerable conflict. Was he not Minato's son? Was he not wielding the very Rasengan of Minato? The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. He seems even younger than I. How could his combat prowess be so formidable? Observing the seemingly prophetic and skillfully agile Naruto, Dongxiang found herself comparing her abilities to his. Realizing with a heavy heart that she was unlikely to rival him, Naruto and Minato launched a coordinated offensive, compelling the remaining 4 Pain to retreat in disarray, utterly defenseless. The most formidable of them, Nagato, remained in the rear, incapacitated during his skill cooldown, rendering him unable to unleash any abilities, which only exacerbated the challenges faced by his companions against the duo. The audience in the live stream erupted in fervent cheers, praising their teamwork akin to that of brothers in arms or fathers and sons in battle. Although they had never fought together before and their synergy was far from perfect, Naruto's unpredictable attacks left Pain in a state of confusion. Employing a chaotic yet effective style, Naruto eschewed conventional tactics. After a few more minutes, without the Hell Path, the remaining Pains were left incapacitated, with 2 being dispatched by Minato's Rasengan to the head, while the others were obliterated by Naruto's giant Rasengan and Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken, reduced to mere fragments. It is curious why, despite Minato's son only using the Rasengan twice and targeting body parts rather than the head, he still appeared to be a formidable force. Tony observed that aside from the Rasengan, Naruto's techniques diverged significantly from Minato's. While Minato relied on absolute speed, Naruto exhibited a more brute force approach. Indeed, this was one of Minato's signature moves, yet for Naruto, it was merely a routine maneuver. In the realm of their ninjutsu, it somewhat resembled the mana system in games. It seemed that Minato did not rely solely on the Rasengan, whereas his son was constantly channeling energy. Was he not concerned about exhausting his reserves and being unable to unleash a powerful technique? The inquiry was astute. Others measured their energy in grams, known as chakra, while Minato's son operated on a grander scale, termed chakten. One might wonder if he ever faced a shortage of energy. Curiosity piqued. Guren wondered how Pain would navigate this predicament when confronted by both Minato and Naruto. After listening to Guren's explanation, Ranmori glanced at the Rasengan that could be held in Minato's hand and then at Naruto's massive version, nodding deeply. Perhaps recognizing this as the advantage of a player with cheats. Even when his clones were destroyed, Nagato maintained his arrogance, once again dismissing Jiraiya's wall of fire during the battle. This provoked Naruto's ire, prompting him to unleash a decisive attack aimed at eliminating Nagato once and for all. Let us settle this, he declared, preparing his Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken. Pain, having waited out his cooldown, charged toward Naruto as Minato executed a second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique, his figure flickering around them. Shinra Tensei, Pain bellowed, and the immense repulsive force sent Minato and Naruto sprawling. Naruto was hurled aside as his Rasen Shuriken struck the mountaintop, causing a massive explosion that shattered the peak, sending debris cascading to the ground. Minato executed a graceful turn in midair before they all distanced themselves from one another, enraged by the destruction of his homeland. Naruto raised his voice in a fierce challenge to Nagato. Observe the tragic state of Konoha. Is this what you deem peace and compassion? Tendo gazed at Naruto with an impassive expression, devoid of any sympathy for life. The 5 great ninja villages have incessantly instigated wars, and the lives extinguished by your hands far exceed those taken by me. Feel the anguish, experience the torment, embrace the suffering, and comprehend the pain. Those unfamiliar with suffering will never grasp the essence of peace. Enough of your jesting. What right do you have to utter such words after transforming my teacher, my comrades? And my village into this? Naruto clenched his fists tightly, memories of Jiraiya's gentle smile and Kakashi's laid-back demeanor flashing through his mind, and the fury within him surged uncontrollably. A sinister red chakra enveloped his body, and his pupils began to morph into those of a fox, just as Naruto was on the verge of losing himself to vengeance. A warm hand rested upon his shoulder, and the gentle smile of Minato appeared before him. Though they had never met, Naruto felt an inexplicable familiarity. Naruto, relax. Do not let revenge cloud your judgment. Chapter 17. Father and son reunited. Crisis. The malevolent aura surrounding Naruto gradually dissipated as he gazed bewilderedly at Minato. How do you know my name, fourth Hokage? Because I am your father, and you are my son. Minato smiled at Naruto, surprised to see his son all grown up, with strength rivaling his own in the past. If Kushina could see this, she would undoubtedly be proud. Naruto, taken aback by his words, momentarily froze. He was the son of the fourth Hokage, the child of a hero. Yet disbelief washed over him. How could he be the son of Minato Namikaze? How could the hero's child endure such treatment? He had always been despised by the villagers, reviled for his identity as the Ninetales. Impossible. The Ninetales resides within me. And no one has ever mentioned my father being Hokage. At the mention of the Ninetales, a hint of embarrassment crossed Minato's face as he explained. The Ninetales is sealed within you by my doing. I believe my son can master its power and wield it to become the strongest ninja, capable of facing the great calamity spoken of by Jiraiya-sensei. Naruto could hardly fathom that the source of his childhood persecution was none other than his father, whom he had never met. May you all perish. Shinra-tensei. Pain concentrated his chakra into a dense black sphere, which then levitated into the air, drawing in everything around it. The force of attraction was so immense that even Minato and Naruto could not resist, being instantly pulled into the sphere, accompanied by surrounding rocks that encased them within. Minato had the opportunity to escape, yet upon witnessing his son being drawn in, he relinquished any thought of evading with the flying thunder god technique. Isn't Tony just a billionaire? Shouldn't he go help them? The slumbering daughter of Kogoro. Is this truly ninjutsu? The size resembles that of a small meteorite. Does everyone from Minato's world possess such formidable prowess? Observe closely. Minato's strength transcends mere appearances. Gu Tianlang responded nonchalantly, gazing upwards, for Minato would not succumb so easily. Before them, the sphere formed by the Earth explosion star erupted with countless beams of golden light from within. Subsequently, one tail, 2, 3, 9 tails in total tore through the sphere, revealing a colossal dark gold 9-tailed fox towering over several dozen feet, with Minato standing upon its forehead. One of the fox's claws shielded Naruto, and the villagers of Konoha were left in utter shock. The very beast that once obliterated their village was now subdued by the fourth Hokage, actively aiding Minato. Pain was also taken aback. Was not the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales Uzumaki Naruto? How could Minato also harbor a Ninetales within him? Both Minato's resurrection and the sudden appearance of another Ninetales completely surpassed Pain's calculations. Furthermore, due to Nagato's years of overexertion, his physical condition had deteriorated to its lowest state. After executing this formidable attack, he entered an extended cooldown period. His ultimate technique proved futile. At present, Pain bore no hope of defeating Minato and his companion. The viewers in the live stream were flabbergasted. How did a battle between humans devolve into the emergence of a 9-tailed fox? The CAF attendant who adored rabbits felt utterly dwarfed by this fox. Yet, was not Minato a normal human? How could he possess the ability to transform into an animal? Stark sat in his office, straining to recall the ninja descriptions he had once read in books. Tony was not the richest man. No wonder they say that women with long hair have short sight. Ninjutsu creates numerous illusions, allowing humans to transform into various small creatures. Be my son, he jested. If this 9-tailed fox were an illusion, then who shattered that massive meteorite? I truly question how Tony, with such intelligence, became the wealthiest. The CAF attendant who adored rabbits interjected, Indeed, you have no shame in saying that. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro added, Uncle Tony, perhaps it's best if you speak less. Everyone enjoys ribbing you. This sentiment was heartfelt from Muriran, who felt a twinge of sympathy for Tony. He lamented the darkness of his existence. Was it such a crime to speak out of turn? After all, they were all men. That old man would rather assist women than himself. Retreat. Pain swiftly fled into the dense forest, attempting to utilize its cover to escape their line of sight. In his 9-tailed form, Minato wasted no time and unleashed a tailed beast bomb. Despite Pain's rapid evasion, he was still struck by the blast, crashing to the ground as the resulting shockwave sent him hurtling backward, skidding across the earth for several dozen meters before coming to a halt. As the formidable duo of Minato and Naruto prepared to seize Yahiko, a tall woman with long blue-purple hair, adorned with a paper flower atop her head and clad in the Akatsuki robe, obstructed their path. You shall not lay a hand on Yahiko, she declared resolutely. This was Konan, who had been lurking in the shadows. Observing the battered Nagato, she steadfastly positioned herself in front of him. With a swift motion, Konan formed hand seals and invoked the paper jutsu. The earth trembled as hundreds of explosive tags emerged, transforming the terrain into a veritable minefield. The ensuing explosions were meticulously orchestrated, a preemptive measure against the formidable Konoha, driven by her fear of any potential mishap befalling Yahiko. Minato and Naruto, oblivious to the impending doom, remained unaware of the chaos about to unfold. Even Naruto, in his sage mode and endowed with heightened sensory perception, failed to detect the lethal threat. A chilling aura of death enveloped the area, causing Minato's complexion to pale. He had confidence in his ability to evade, sustaining only minor injuries. However, Naruto, distanced from him and without the Nine-Tails' protection, faced certain death against such an onslaught. As the explosive tags detonated with a thunderous roar, a radiant blue light illuminated the ground, manifesting before Naruto and shielding him from the cataclysmic aftermath of the explosions. The protective barrier enveloped the destructive radius, contracting ceaselessly until the myriad explosive tags were confined within a mere square meter of the luminous shield. The relentless explosions within the barrier persisted for over 10 minutes, creating ripples in the surrounding space, a testament to the sheer magnitude of the power contained within. A cold sweat trickled down Naruto's brow. Without that protective barrier, he would have surely perished amidst the simultaneous detonation of millions of explosive tags, with no means to defend himself. What? The sudden turn of events left Konan aghast. Who could possibly have countered her formidable technique? It was inconceivable that anyone could have foreseen her ambush. Chapter 18. The appearance of Danzo regardless of Konan's turmoil. Minato acted without hesitation, retracting the Nine-Tails chakra and brandishing a dagger against her throat. Ignoring Minato, Konan's gaze remained fixed on the enigmatic figure of Tobi. Who are you? How could you have anticipated my ambush? Even the Sharingan would not have sufficed. The daughter of the slumbering Kagura remarked, Indeed, I too am curious. Did the mastermind foresee this? Observing from a distance, the CAF attendant who favored rabbits chimed in. Surely, the mastermind must have detected the threat beforehand. There was no way to reach them in time, let alone rescue Minato's son. Hinata, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, added. Had I not seen the mastermind appear beside Naruto, I would have been unaware of their disappearance. Among the group, it was undeniably Hinata who was the most anxious. Upon witnessing the explosive tags, she was convinced that Naruto was doomed. In an instant, the ancient wolf, Gu Tianlang, appeared beside Naruto, compressing the explosive tags within the protective shield. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I have a bold idea. Why not become my son? Perhaps you should speak less. Tony, lest you attract undue attention. Gu Tianlang smiled faintly and earnestly posed a question that had long been on the minds of manga enthusiasts. Your explosive tags. They weren't purchased with the money earned by Kakazu, were they? For reasons unknown, Konan suddenly felt an urge to curse. What peculiar reasoning led this person to such a bizarre inquiry? Observing Konan's silence, Gu Tianlang shrugged, dismissing her indifference, and resolved to inquire of Kakuzu next time about the feelings of having his hard-earned money squandered by Konan. In such a vast organization, only Kakuzu, a finance graduate, truly understands the art of making money. The others merely dabble in their crafts. Unrivaled Gogeta, I had not noticed any ambush here. Regardless, it matters not to me. Just before the explosion, I dashed over to deploy a protective shield. It is nothing to make a fuss about. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. The boss is impressive. Indeed. By the way, I had the same thought earlier, but you all prevented me from speaking. Tony shared the same speculation but had yet to voice it. Finally, he was correct this time. Surely, they could not argue with him further. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits, the boss is indeed impressive. And Tony often speaks after the fact. Become my son. I concur. I was thinking the same. At this point, Tony Stark lost his balance and tumbled from his chair. There are limits to what one can endure. Even if Uncle can tolerate it, Aunt cannot. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I would express my thoughts if only you would let me. When I guess correctly, you refuse to acknowledge it. Is there no law in this group? The slumbering daughter of Kagoro, Uncle Tony, who told you to insult Dongxiang. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. I also believe you should not insult women. For the first time, the women in the group united, and Tony felt he could not provoke them further. Hinata is to be the future daughter-in-law of Minato. The esteemed ones say her partner will surpass Minato. He, with his slight frame, cannot withstand their antics. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto captured Deva Pain and, following Pain's chakra, discovered Nagato's location. Mission accomplished. Group leader Unrivaled Gogeta gains 5,000 points. Group member Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar gains 5,000 points. Goddess Aphrodite gains 5,000 points. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Alas, another day of effortless victory, yet a moment's delay cost him the opportunity. The coffee shop attendant, fond of rabbits, envies the slumbering daughter of Kagoro. The eldest daughter of the Hinata family believes that as long as Naruto remains unharmed, it is the most favorable outcome. Become my son, little Hinata. I genuinely cherish that golden-haired imp. The chat group has been activated for a month, meeting the upgrade requirements and is currently undergoing an upgrade. Upgrade complete. After fulfilling tasks, group members may engage in activities within this task's world for an extended duration of 3 hours. The cosmic traversal feature has been activated. Group members can spend 1,000 points to journey to different members' alternate worlds, with a time limit of 3 hours and a restriction against consecutive travels to the same world within 3 days. Konoha's Minato paused, a sudden flash of inspiration igniting a bold idea in his mind. If this is the case, could I not spend 1,000 points to visit Hinata's world? This would effectively allow me to return to Konoha for 3 hours every 3 days. Tony, who is not the wealthiest, mused on the absurdity of traversing from the realm of the deceased back to his own world, questioning whether this could be deemed a crossing of different universes. Yet, Hinata indeed belongs to Minato's world, and she is also a member of their group, which, by all accounts, should not be impossible. The discussions within the group became fervent when an unexpected guest suddenly arrived at Minato's side, who had just managed to stabilize the situation. Danzo, with his head and right arm wrapped in bandages, emerged, leading a group of root members, declaring with righteous indignation, "Hand over those two. Those who dare to attack Konoha shall not escape the wrath of Shimura Danzo." The villagers of Konoha felt relieved. The fourth Hokage had once again come to their rescue. And with Danzo's appearance, their safety was assured. It is Lord Danzo, the clandestine guardian of Konoha. Naruto quickly handed that individual over to Lord Danzo. However, Naruto, with unwavering determination, rejected Danzo's demand. No, Danzo erupted in fury. For years, he had held a position just beneath the Hokage, with no one daring to defy him. Save for Hiruzen Sarutobi. How could Naruto, whom he viewed merely as a weapon of war, dare to oppose his command? You, a demon fox. How dare you defy my orders? Danzo, show some respect. I am still alive. If you dare to insult my son as a demon fox again, I will not hesitate to end you. Typically composed, Minato's demeanor hardened, his face transforming into a mask of frost. He abandoned his usual reverence for Danzo, revealing a chilling murderous intent reserved only for adversaries. To see the village he and Kushina had fought to protect so cruelly mistreat his son was unbearable. The very thought of Danzo speaking so disparagingly of Naruto was unfathomable. Minato struggled to comprehend the hardships Naruto must have endured in his absence. Such a tragic childhood. Yet Naruto remained optimistic and determined to safeguard the village. His understanding and maturity tugged painfully at Minato's heart. Tans instinctively took a step back, while his subordinates positioned themselves defensively in front of him. At that moment, Tans found himself in a precarious situation. Conceding defeat would obliterate the image he had painstakingly built over his lifetime. Yet, if he maintained a defiant attitude, he knew he was no match for Minato and could only resort to threatening the village. Minato, regardless of how you survived, you are no longer the Hokage. If you dare to strike at me, you will bear the stigma of a rogue ninja from Konoha and face relentless pursuit. Are you certain you have considered this? Chapter 19. Let us use it once. Pursue me? Do you truly believe your pitiful strength rivals mine? With Jiraiya-sensei deceased, the third Hokage gone, and Lady Tsunade in a coma, if I were to eliminate you, do you think the village would choose you over me? Minato swiftly sealed Konan's chakra using the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, temporarily incapacitating her. Observing the father he had never met before now standing resolutely in front of him, ready to confront Tans, Naruto felt his eyes moisten. Throughout his life, no one had ever stood up for him like this. Despite his optimism and strength, he was still just a child yearning to stand behind his parents and be protected by his family. Hokage-sama, I implore you to stand down, regardless of the circumstances. Tans is still a member of the village, fighting to protect it. Please, do not let your anger take control. Shikamaru, having regained some strength, hurried over to gently dissuade Minato. However, as he spoke, his expression was rather peculiar. Tans had not even emerged from his home. Now that the battle was over, Shikamaru found it difficult to comprehend his desire to play the hero. A multitude of ninjas from Konoha gradually arrived, uncertain of whom to support, standing at a distance without approaching. Be my son, Minato urged. Will you hold back any longer, Minato, in such a scenario? The slumbering daughter of Kojiro, though not particularly in favor of killing, remarked, however, Minato, you truly ought to teach him a lesson. Even the kind-hearted Ranmori could no longer tolerate Tans's actions. Go for it, Minato. We all stand behind you. Don't worry about being outmatched. The boss is here as well. The encouragement from the group warmed Minato's heart. He was not afraid of Tan's, let alone the few subordinates present. Even if all of Root were assembled, they could not contend with his yellow flash. During the Third Great Ninja War, he had single-handedly faced 50 elite shinobi from other nations, decisively defeating them with overwhelming prowess. Yet, reflecting on the village that Jiraiya had sacrificed his life to protect, and recognizing that Tan's harsh demeanor did not warrant his execution, Minato realized he was clouded by anger. Observing the change in Minato's expression, Tan secretly sighed in relief. He truly feared that Minato might recklessly attempt to kill him. The legendary yellow flash, juxtaposed against his own frail self, made it clear to anyone in Konoha that the choice was obvious. How many times can you use Izanagi? The faint voice of Gu Tianlang reached the ears of several individuals as he single-handedly grasped Danzo's throat. No one anticipated such an action from Gu Tianlang. Nor did anyone comprehend how he had traversed the route in an instant to subdue Danzo. Let us use it once. With a surge of strength, Gu Tianlang forcefully twisted Danzo's neck, discarding him to the ground like refuse. Fortunately, Danzo had previously employed Izanagi. Within mere seconds, a surreal event unfolded, and he stood unscathed, preserving his life. The Sharingan could record the moment of activation, capturing the caster's state, and within the technique's effective duration, which varied for each individual. It could physically restore any damage inflicted upon the caster, including death, back to the recorded state, albeit at the cost of permanently losing the light in the eye used for Izanagi. The tardy villagers of Konohagakure, witnessing the unfolding scene, erupted in collective outrage. You, wretched man, are you truly in league with those who attack our village? Lord Danzo is the protector of Konoha. How dare you lay a hand on him? Minato remained silent, refraining from intervening against Danzo, for this was the utmost extent of his capabilities. He would not concern himself with how the powerful acted. Let us continue. Danzo, still bewildered, suddenly saw a fist approaching rapidly, magnifying within his pupils. Danzo was killed. This time, Gu Tianlang's punch obliterated his head, blood splattering across the standing ground. The villagers of Konoha fell silent, their furious gazes fixated on Gu Tianlang. The arriving ninjas surrounded him, yet they did not strike immediately, deterred by Minato's mocking gaze. Seconds later, Danzo revived once more, bellowing for his subordinates to attack. In such a brief span, he had already exhausted 2 Sharingan. Kill him. If he can strike at me, he will inevitably turn against Konoha. What are you waiting for? As his loyal root operatives heard Danzo's command, they surged towards Gu Tianlang, unleashing an array of ninjutsu, including the insidious insect techniques and toxins. They understood that Gu Tianlang was a formidable adversary, and the elite J-nin showed no intent to hold back. Tony is definitely not the richest man. Impressive, daring to strike against such a powerhouse. It's like an old man consuming arsenic, courting death. Sleeping Kojiro's daughter, I thought the same. Do you think the powerhouse will show mercy for Minato's sake? The CAF waitress who loves rabbits, I doubt it. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, surely, he wouldn't truly kill them. They are Konoha's defensive force. Gu Tianlang's eyes narrowed, energy surging from within, as dark clouds suddenly enveloped the sky, casting shadows across the expanse, and thunder roared in response. Several rude elite ninjas were violently thrown away, their bodies fracturing in multiple places, falling in various directions, their fates uncertain. The Leaf Village ninjas nearby breathed a sigh of relief, grateful they had refrained from intervening. Why? I do not believe I have wronged you. Why must you force me to the brink of death? Danzo was engulfed in despair. A mere presence was sufficient to vanquish elite ninjas, even altering the weather itself. He had only heard of such a being once, the god of ninjas, Hashirama Senju. He could never hope to match the man before him unless he resorted to that forbidden technique. Just as Danzo prepared to invoke it, he felt an excruciating pain in his eye. His Sharingan was ruthlessly plucked from its socket. Naruto has grown up before my very eyes. You should have perished long ago. With lightning speed, a punch struck Danzo's head once more, leaving his body limp on the ground. I am leaving now, Minato. Thank you, my friend. Without your assistance, Naruto might have met his demise. Minato expressed heartfelt gratitude to Girin, his gentle smile returning. Girin waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for thanks, and decided to impart a few insights to Minato. Originally, Pain had been Jiraiya's disciple, but due to Danzo's schemes, he had suffered devastating losses, leading him to seek revenge against Konoha. Why had Naruto, who was training in sage arts at Miyaboka Mountain, not received timely information? Why had Danzo emerged only after the village had been ravaged? That is enough, Minato thought. He would surely discern the discrepancies. The rest was for him to investigate. Girin did not wish to linger, casting a meaningful glance at the distant goddess Aphrodite before vanishing from sight, returning to the Dragon Ball universe. The CAF attendant, who favored rabbits, mused, well done, that old man does not seem virtuous, he appears quite scheming. However, The villagers in Minato's hometown seemed to hold him in high regard. This fellow was quite popular in the village. Chapter 20. A newcomer joins unrivaled. Gogeta, the son of a hero abandoned in darkness. While hypocritical justice is misguidedly revered by foolish people, Danzo deliberately sabotaged the communication between Konoha and Miyaboka Mountain, hoping to see both Konoha and Pain suffer mutual destruction so he could emerge to collect the spoils and gain renown. Ideally, Tsunade would perish in this war, paving the way for his ascent to the position of Hokage. When all of this was revealed to the public, it would mark Danzo's downfall. Just as Girin departed, Danzo reappeared unscathed, his eyes filled with hatred. "Lord Danzo, you have not perished?" The other villagers of Konoha paused, astonished. How many Sharingan did Danzo possess to resurrect so many times? Just as Danzo was about to speak, a blue energy orb erupted from the ground, obliterating his entire right arm, followed swiftly by his body. Before he could even utter a scream, he met his end once again. The previous occasions had allowed Danzo time to react and utilize his energy only because Girin had spoken beforehand. This time, no one reminded him. The self-proclaimed shadow guarding Konoha has officially withdrawn from the stage of the ninja world. "Thank you, esteemed one," whispered Minato softly. He understood that this was a contingency left by Girin, fearing that he would be placed in a difficult position. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball universe, Girin exchanged a few idle words in the chat group before retiring for the night. When he awoke the following morning, the chat group had amassed over 99 messages, which Girin briefly scanned. During his spare moments while completing his tasks, Minato mobilized the villagers to uncover all of Danzo's dark secrets. Tsunade lay unconscious and Danzo was dead. Minato and Naruto had become the backbone of the village. The abduction of infants from small villages for human experimentation, the deliberate defamation of the Uchiha clan, and previous assassination attempts on the third Hokage all came to light. Minato, upon learning everything, regretted not having dealt with Danzo personally. While public opinion in the village overwhelmingly sided with Minato and his son, Naruto also sought out Nagato and, through his persuasive words, successfully convinced him to use his life as a price to perform the rebirth of the Samsara technique, reviving all those who had perished in Konoha. He entrusted his hopes for peace to Naruto. In response to the village's inquiries about how he had resurrected the dead, Minato merely offered vague reassurances. Tsunade wished to relinquish the position of Hokage, hoping to pass it back to Minato, but he graciously declined. As he could only return to the village for 3 hours every 3 days, he simply wished to spend quality time with his son. As for Aphrodite, the goddess of love, her strength as a human, Namikaze Minato, was considerable, yet it paled in comparison to that of the divine. Despite Girin's warnings, Aphrodite retained her haughty demeanor towards others. The CAF waitress who adored rabbits remarked, "In our group, we do not judge based on strength. Once you join, you are friends. If you believe you are superior to us, feel free to leave the chat." Dongxiang was not one to coddle her, even if she could not defeat her. She was unafraid. Aphrodite commented, "I can only deduce that even someone like Hinata, whom I deem worthless, can enter this group. It is evident how lacking your strength is." "Ladies," the slumbering daughter of Kagoro inquired, "what do you mean? Have you laid a hand on Hinata?" Ran Mori also grew angry, compared to the disdainful Aphrodite. The gentle Hinata was evidently more beloved by the group. Aphrodite scoffed. Had it not been for Girin's intervention, Hinata would have long perished. With her temperament, she could never accept humans coexisting with her as equals. Yet, the look Girin had given her upon his departure was unmistakably a warning. Should she dare to act against anyone in the group, he would not spare her. Aphrodite declared, "Humans are nothing but lowly creatures. How dare they compare themselves to the divine?" The time-eating sprite has joined the chat. The destroyer of worlds has joined the chat. Tony is certainly not the richest. Welcome, newcomers. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 style. Why has the frequency of newcomers recently surged? Could it possibly be due to the upgrade of the chat group? Aphrodite, the goddess of love, once again finds herself among the frail humans. Is it truly the case that only deities are deemed worthy of joining their ranks? The daughter of the slumbering Kagoro, why do you seem to insult everyone you encounter? Do you believe that only gods merit conversation with you? The destroyer of worlds. So it is, I understand now. The function of this chat group appears to bear similarities to my own experiences. The time-eating elf, what manner of place is this? Administrator Invincible Wakita has entered the chat. Let us warmly welcome all group members. Tony is not the wealthiest. Aphrodite, did you see? This is the treatment accorded to a true master, in comparison. What are you? Invincible Wakita, newcomers may refer to the group announcement, which will elucidate the purpose of this chat group. The 2 new arrivals. The first, the time-eating elf, appears to be a character of considerable notoriety, though I am uncertain of which anime they hail from. As for the second, it must be the illustrious Tsukasa Kadoya. The Kamen Rider Decade, known as the Destroyer of Worlds, capable of transforming into all Kamen Riders. Aphrodite, I am the administrator of this group and a deity. You insignificant humans ought to harbor a sufficient reverence for me in this chat. Tony is not the wealthiest. On what grounds do you claim to be an administrator? The masters earn points at tenfold rates compared to you. How do you measure up against us? Aphrodite, there are no special privileges for attendance. I am still an administrator. The Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3 style. Observe the commotion when a master enters the group, and then reflect upon yourself. Is the chat group extending you any special consideration? Upon learning that she had harmed Hinata, Minato contemplated confronting Aphrodite, as such a fine daughter-in-law was hard to come by. And his demeanor toward her grew increasingly unfriendly. Aphrodite, my selection as administrator is not without divine favor. You are merely group members. The coffee shop waitress who loves rabbits, with no privileges whatsoever, how can you still claim to be an administrator? The disparity between administrators is so vast that at times it exceeds even that between humans and pigs. Tony is not the wealthiest. This is the first time I have heard of an administrator possessing the authority to silence another administrator. Hyuga family's young lady. Might the newcomers introduce themselves? We are still unaware of your names. Hinata, too, understood the reasons behind the group's disdain for Aphrodite, besides her haughty demeanor. It was also linked to her injury inflicted upon herself, and thus she sought to shift the topic. The time-eating elf, my name is Tokisaki Kurumi. I humbly request your guidance. Her profile picture transformed into a photograph of herself, with her long black hair styled into 2 braids cascading over her shoulders. Bangs obscured the left side of her face, while the other side revealed a wine-red right eye and lips as delicate as cherry blossoms, radiating an almost devilish charm that could ensnare a man's heart with a mere exchange of glances. Chapter 21, The Martial Arts Tournament. Upon hearing her name, Gu Tianlang confirmed her identity. Indeed, it was she, the supporting character from the Date Alive series, capable of devouring others' time. In her quest to acquire more time to return to the past, she aimed to vanquish the origin spirit and save her deceased friend. The group administrator, Aphrodite, the goddess of love, incited dissatisfaction among all group members and was about to be expelled from the chat. What? I am a deity. How dare you expel me from this chat? Aphrodite's face contorted with rage. It was an affront to her dignity as the goddess of love to be ousted. Most crucially, she had discovered an abundance of treasures within the group's exchange market, with sufficient points and the power of the chat group. Surpassing her father and ascending as the next ruler of the gods was not beyond her reach. She could not bear the thought of being expelled. It was a profound humiliation for her. Aphrodite has been expelled from the chat. The abrupt turn of events left others dumbfounded. Who knew the big shots had the authority to kick people out? Tony is definitely not the richest. Wow, big shot. Does the administrator really have that kind of power? The CAF waitress who loves rabbits. Good riddance. I've never liked her. She always acts so superior. Spiral Flash Hyper will dance. How 3 style. I was planning to let her experience my flying thunder god technique. What a pity. Gu Tianlang did not respond to their inquiries. He had always possessed the right to expel members, albeit limited to 3 opportunities. Just moments ago, he had received a private mission from the group, unbeknownst to everyone else. Aphrodite's world will initiate a battle between humans and gods in 3 months. The administrator may choose to assist either the human faction or the deities, with additional points awarded upon victory. Gu Tianlang harbored a deep-seated disdain for this woman, devoid of any particular reason. Were it not for his intention to leverage her existence to venture into the Valkyrie's realm, he would have long since dealt with her. Now that a group mission allowed him entry, there was no need to keep her around, embroiled in daily quarrels with others in the chat. When the time came for Son Wukong, Vegeta, or Gohan to be summoned, it would undoubtedly devolve into chaos. The abundance of invincible beings from other anime, such as Saitama or Ultraman, could easily overpower the Valkyries and their pantheon. He was eager to witness the expressions of the deities when they were trampled in the battle 3 months hence. Having traversed into the realm of anime and acquired such formidable power, he was determined to rectify the regrets of his past life, disdainful of the frailty of humanity. One believes that only the divine embodies true nobility, yet, when the time comes, let the gods witness who truly embodies weakness. The invincible Gogeta, such a woman serves little purpose remaining in the group. It is better to expel her. The destroyer of worlds, it seems you reign supreme in this gathering. The time-devouring sprite muses, to be the master of a chat connecting myriad realms, surely their temporal prowess is formidable. The slumbering daughter of Kagura warns, do not entertain the thought of confronting the esteemed one. It is folly to even consider, for you stand no chance against such a titan. The CAF attendant fond of rabbits reflects, thus far, I have yet to encounter anyone who can withstand even 3 strikes from the esteemed one. Even that woman who claims to be the goddess of love has not withstood a single glance from the Titan. Kurumi dismisses their claims as nonsense. How could anyone possess such strength? Either those within the group are woefully weak, or they are deceiving themselves. If even the gods cannot withstand a single strike from this man, one wonders the extent of the administrator's strength. Gudo, the ancient wolf, refrains from joining the discourse. As Whis stands outside, uncertain of his intent. Upon opening the door, Gudo permits Whis to enter. They sit opposite one another, silently scrutinizing each other. Neither willing to break the silence first. Ultimately, it is Whis who articulates his purpose. Would you be interested in becoming the next destroyer after Lord Beerus's demise? Gudo had not anticipated this visit was for such a proposition, and Whis's demeanor reveals no hint of jest. Beerus is likely to endure for many more years. As a mere earthling, my lifespan should not surpass his. Whis, with an enigmatic smile gracing his lips, states with conviction, is it not true that the Dragon Balls exist? A wish for eternal life would suffice. Do you scions not revel in combat? Surely you are no exception. How does he know? I have never revealed my scion heritage. Even during my training sessions with Gohan, I had erected a protective barrier, making it improbable for Whis to have discovered my secret. You have seen through me, truly. You are the strongest angel, Gudo concedes, but I have no interest in the position of destroyer. Perhaps we shall revisit this topic in the future. Whis, displaying no signs of disappointment, recognizes that Beerus's tenure as destroyer is far from over, and he is not in haste. Very well, I look forward to our next encounter. Without further persuasion, Whis lightly taps his staff, invoking his ability to depart from Earth. Time slips by imperceptibly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month passes. The chat group has not issued new tasks, and the tranquility is shattered by the onset of conflict. To contend for the dominion of Earth. The martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes is soon to commence. Son Goku seeks out Gudo, hoping he will represent the 7th universe in battle. The chat group announces a task. The administrator Guto has achieved victory in the upcoming universe martial arts tournament, earning a task score of 100,000. Task difficulty level 7, quite challenging. Gu Tianlang readily accepted the task. It had been a long time since he had received a mission. Accumulating points seemed an endless endeavor, and he yearned to exchange them for the coveted Zizai Gong, with the opportunity for a task finally presenting itself. He was determined not to let it slip away. Beside him, Vegeta maintained his usual aloof demeanor, disdainfully remarking, I don't need anyone else. I can defeat all of them on my own. After confirming Gu Tianlang's participation, Goku and Vegeta departed. The members of the chat group, upon witnessing the announcement of a new mission, felt a mix of excitement and disappointment. They were thrilled at the prospect of seeing Gu Tianlang in action again. Yet the fact that this task did not involve them meant they would miss the chance to earn points and enhance their abilities. Tony, the billionaire, expressed his anticipation to witness the formidable figure in action once more. The daughter of the slumbering Kagura wondered who the adversary would be. It was indeed unfortunate to have to battle alongside such a powerful individual. The time-eating sprite lamented, my ears are almost calloused from hearing about how amazing he is. Finally, I shall witness it for myself. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance howled, I wish to undertake a task to earn points. I must resurrect my wife. And this amount of points is far from sufficient. Chapter 22, Instant Kill. Watergate felt increasingly frustrated. He could see his points accumulating, drawing him closer to resurrecting Kushina. Only for the chat group to cease issuing tasks at that critical moment. The World Destroyer mused about encountering the man who could defeat gods, eager to experience it firsthand. The combatants were selected, Gu Tianlang, Gohan, Vegeta, Goku, and Piccolo. The emergence of Gu Tianlang placed considerable pressure on Goku and Gohan, their power now significantly surpassing that of their former selves within this timeline. Alongside Gohan, who had transcended his limits, the chances of victory for Universe 6 appeared bleak. Save for the presence of Hit, who remained a formidable contender. The following day, accompanied by Whis, the members of Universe 7 arrived at a desolate planet. The nameless star loomed large, encircled by a massive Dragon Ball, presenting an awe-inspiring sight. Kappa and the others from Universe 6 had been awaiting their arrival, and upon meeting, the brothers Beerus and Kappa immediately began bickering. Fortunately, Whis and his sister intervened promptly, preventing the quarrel from escalating into a conflict between deities of destruction. Here, the situation is somewhat unique. You may simply watch the live broadcast. Those with points should refrain from coming to spectate. In truth, no one intended to attend. The experience of a live broadcast was nearly indistinguishable from being present in person. Given the scarcity of points, Gu Tianlang's admonition was merely a precaution. He feared their presence might attract the notice of Whis and his sister, considering they were near all-knowing beings within this universe. As Universe 7 arrived, the contestants from Universe 6 silently observed their forthcoming opponents. the proud and confident Vegeta, the battle-hungry Goku, the composed Gohan, and the green-clad Piccolo all garnered the attention of their counterparts. The first match commenced. From Universe 6, a towering bear exceeding 3 meters in height made its entrance, while Universe 7 had yet to decide who would step onto the stage. Gu Tianlang casually strolled into the stands. Goku, gazing at the soft and fluffy bear, felt an irresistible urge to take the stage himself. The audience from both universes was fully focused, silently observing the competitors. As the first round concluded, before the host could introduce the contestants, the bear from Universe 6 was sent crashing off the platform by an invisible shockwave. Gu Tianlang retracted his raised right hand and pointed towards Frost from Universe 6, signaling him to take the stage. The onlookers, lacking sufficient power, were oblivious to what had just transpired. At the moment the host declared the match underway, Gu Tianlang unleashed a powerful right fist, creating a ceaseless wave of invisible energy. Despite the bear's remarkable defensive capabilities, it ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming force of the punch. The notion of ignoring attacks is merely relative when one's strength is formidable enough. All forms of defense crumble under pressure. While a few individuals present might have glimpsed the unfolding events, those in the chat group were entirely in the dark. Tony, not the billionaire, exclaimed, "What just happened?" I blinked, and suddenly the opponent fell off the stage. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 style had concluded before it even began. I would name this technique the Invisible Light Wave Rapid Impact Arrow. The slumbering Kagoro's daughter remarked. I was watching intently, yet all I saw was the administrator raise his hand, and then the opponent was gone. "Be my son." Another chimed in, suggesting it was an attack akin to a punch's wind, invisible to ordinary eyes. As the strongest man in the pirate world, having encountered countless devil fruits, Whitebeard speculated about the nature of the event, though it remained merely his personal conjecture as he had witnessed nothing firsthand. The time-devouring sprite mused, "Oh my. If this is true, he is indeed a formidable man." Kurumi, utterly incredulous at what she had witnessed, thought, who would select a planet solely for a fighting arena? This is simply too extravagant. Anyone encountering this for the first time would struggle to believe it. Kurumi suspected she might be under an illusion and could only maintain a half-hearted belief as she continued to observe. Frost's expression was grim. He too had not seen Gu Tianlang's attack, but, recalling his hidden weapons, offered a friendly smile towards him. He leaped from the stands and stood upon the arena, ready for the second duel. "Greetings, friends from Universe 7, I am Frost from Universe 6, he began to say, but before he could finish, he was propelled backward, crashing into the ground due to an overwhelming force. Goku Black gestured once more towards the steel robot of the 6th universe, prompting Kampa to lose his composure. "Hey, at least let him finish speaking. Do you possess no sense of courtesy?" Kampa exclaimed in frustration, contrasting sharply with the calm demeanor of Beerus. The latter observed Goku Black's behavior, which was entirely unexpected for him. It was only natural for a man capable of absorbing his destructive energy to possess such formidable strength. "I have no desire to converse with him," Goku Black replied coldly, unperturbed by Kampa's outburst. His unique power rendered him a formidable opponent. Not every god of destruction could match him. Kampa fell silent, realizing that Goku Black's refusal to engage was not inherently wrong, and it would be unjust to hold it against him. However, the stakes were high. If he were to lose the battle, he would be unable to claim Earth and would have to rely on Beerus for gourmet cuisine, a prospect he found utterly intolerable. Vados whispered to the troubled Kampa, attempting to soothe his frayed nerves. "Lord Kampa, you have witnessed the defensive capabilities of our contestant. Most cannot contend with him, and we still have hit in our corner. There is no need to be overly anxious." This reassurance brightened Kampa's expression, and he erupted into laughter, commanding the third contestant to take the stage and teach Goku Black a lesson. Before entering the arena, the robot from the 6th universe consumed an energy drink, unleashing its full power amidst a cloud of steam, significantly enhancing its speed and strength. Its massive weight even tilted the ring as it raised an arm, preparing to strike Goku Black. The third match commenced. However, it concluded swiftly. The robot was defeated almost immediately, having barely stepped onto the stage before Goku Black delivered a swift kick that sent it crashing down. Tony remarked, "Is that it? All this commotion?" And it was vanquished in a single move. The slumbering daughter of Gore added, "I expected at least a worthy opponent who could hold their ground for a few rounds." The CAF waitress with a fondness for rabbits expressed her curiosity. "I wonder if Goku Black intends to continue this pattern of annihilation." The fierce spirit mused, "His speed is astonishing. As a spirit myself, I cannot even perceive his movements. Is he truly this powerful?" Kurumi felt she might genuinely be facing a master, her previous doubts about Goku Black's prowess dissipating with the sheer velocity of his strikes. Chapter 23, Total Annihilation Goku Black moved with unparalleled strength and speed, far surpassing Kurumi's comprehension. The Destroyer of Worlds, the administrator noted, indeed possessed immense power, existing in a realm apart from the others. Goku Black nodded at Kaba, signaling him to ascend to the stage. Taking a deep breath, Kaba felt a surge of anxiety upon witnessing Goku Black's overwhelming dominance as he leaped from the stands of the 6th universe onto the arena. As the 4th match commenced and subsequently concluded, the host's voice grew feeble. After much anticipation to preside over the martial arts tournament between the universes, he found himself relegated to the role of a cold, emotionless scorekeeper, even contemplating the dismissal of Gu Tianlang. With no other competitors from the 7th universe in sight, he was left to face the entirety of the 6th universe alone. In the stands, a man donned in a blue battle uniform, the prince of our universe's scions, seemed a fitting candidate to become his mentor. Upon Gu Tianlang's entrance, he engaged in conversation with the opposing contestant, expressing his admiration for Jabe, who was kind-hearted, courageous, and compassionate. Accepting him as a disciple was indeed a commendable choice. A little guidance would be beneficial. At last, the ace of the 6th universe, the undefeated Height, made his entrance, his purple form clad in a long coat, sauntering towards the arena with his hands in his pockets. Tony observed, "This fellow appears incredibly formidable." Sensing that the opposition regarded him as their leader, indeed, he was the most powerful being in that universe. With a sense of impending violence emanating from Height, one could not help but ponder the number of lives he had claimed to exude such a palpable aura of menace. The CAF attendant, fond of rabbits, questioned whether Height truly had the confidence to defeat the formidable adversary while maintaining such a nonchalant demeanor. The Destroyer of Worlds observed the confidence radiating from Height's allies, suggesting that he was not a foe to be underestimated. Amidst the discussions among the group, Height was consumed by thoughts of how to overcome his opponent, as Gu Tianlang's previous 4 battles had yielded little useful intelligence. After careful observation, Height could only describe Gu Qingfeng as fast, very fast, possessing immense strength. He felt uncertain whether his own abilities could surpass Gu Tianlang's. As the 5th match began and swiftly concluded, the moment Height stepped onto the stage, the referee announced the commencement of the contest. Height proactively engaged his flash technique, aiming to anticipate Gu Tianlang's attack. However, at the instant he activated his ability, a fist enveloped in golden energy appeared, shattering the spatial realm Height had created. In a single blow, he was sent flying off the stage. Gu Tianlang's speed once again defied Height's expectations. In the face of absolute power, any flamboyant technique proved futile. His flash technique was only effective against those weaker than himself. Against an opponent with comparable energy, its efficacy diminished significantly. When facing an adversary whose energy surpassed his own, it was rendered entirely ineffective. Clearly, Gu Tianlang's energy far exceeded Height's. Zhang Pa stood in astonishment, witnessing the ace assassin of the 6th universe fall in defeat. Administrator Gogeta, Invincible under heaven, completed the task and received a reward of 100,000 points. Task duration, for 0.1 seconds, grade evaluation, level A, additional reward of 30 million points. Gu Tianlang let out a deep sigh, pleased with the reward points, which brought him a step closer to mastering the ultimate freedom technique. The other 4 were swiftly defeated. From the moment the match commenced, they were vanquished and ejected from the arena in mere seconds. Hit, possessing the ability of time skip, managed to compress his defeat to just a fraction of a second. Ironically, despite being the strongest, he was the quickest to fall. His usual state rivaled that of a fully powered Super Saiyan Blue, yet without having encountered Sun Wukong, Hit remained at his nascent level, making his swift demise entirely plausible. Tony Stark reflected on his financial status, realizing that 30 million was indeed a staggering figure. If he possessed that sum, he could acquire an abundance of extraordinary items. For the first time, he found 30 million to be a remarkable number. Converted to RMB, it barely covered a single component of his armor. However, 30 million points represented an entirely different concept, one that could elevate him to the apex of their group, provided one disregarded the abnormal abilities of Gu Tianlang. Even if you were to participate, could you truly contend with those individuals? Tony mused. How would I know? I have no idea how they were defeated or their true capabilities, he replied, perplexed. The CAF server, who had a fondness for rabbits, interjected, I doubt you would prevail. Why not ask the expert? Suggested a bystander. Are these foes truly formidable? They're not exceptionally strong, replied Gogeta, though I didn't scrutinize their strengths in detail. Regardless, they cannot surpass me, and destroying a planet is not an insurmountable issue. Tony pondered, while their strength may seem lacking. The notion of obliterating a planet sounds peculiar when articulated together. The most sinister sprite remarked that man wielded the power of time, and yet was swiftly defeated. Is the administrator genuinely that formidable? Kyuko was increasingly bewildered. She sensed that Hit had manipulated time, yet the specifics of the encounter eluded her comprehension. Wukong and Vegeta had anticipated the outcome, acknowledging their own inability to challenge him. They surmised that within Universe 6, few could triumph over Gu Tianlang. Nevertheless, witnessing the rapid defeats left them astonished, as Hit's prowess was enigmatic, even to them. They had hoped to at least offer a semblance of resistance against Gu Tianlang, only to find themselves swiftly overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, you've lost, Kappa. As per our agreement, you must surrender your Super Dragon Balls to me, Beerus exclaimed, exuding a palpable excitement as he taunted Kappa, relishing the opportunity to overshadow his brother. Although their confrontations often ended in a stalemate, Beerus had consistently concealed his true strength. Should he choose to unleash his full power, he could easily best Kappa with a single hand. Yet the two merely engaged in spirited banter, caring for one another beneath the surface. Beerus treated Kappa's antics as mere sibling folly, never genuinely angered by their quarrels. As the corners of his mouth curled into a mischievous grin, it was inconceivable that Beerus would let him off so easily. The moment their words clashed, a confrontation seemed inevitable. I decided to take my leave. Goku and the others exchanged pleasantries with Gurren Wolf, who informed Whis of his intention to depart. Whis gestured for him to proceed. Administrator Invincible Vegeta has ended the live broadcast. According to the standard narrative, the Grand Priest and Zeno should be arriving soon. But Gurren Wolf was not inclined to encounter them so prematurely. To avoid any unforeseen complications, it would be prudent to allow Goku to meet Zeno first. Once he secured his points, he would swiftly retreat, bursting forth towards Earth. The Super Saiyan God could engage in battle amidst the cosmos, and with his current strength, traversing the distance back to Earth was hardly a challenge. Chapter 24. The anomalous Emperor Rider. Upon returning to Earth, Gurren Wolf leaned against the window of his hotel room, gazing upwards into the sky, lost in thoughts known only to him. Before long, the inhabitants of Earth began to return, after Whis had escorted everyone back. He departed without lingering. Only Goku and Vegeta were conspicuously absent, presumably taken by Whis and Beerus for special training. The chat group issued a mission. The transformation ability of the group member, the Destroyer of Worlds, has been stolen within 1 hour. Defeat the anomalous Emperor Rider to earn a reward of 30,000 points. Difficulty, Level 9, Nightmarish difficulty. Limit, 3 group members. Invincible Vegeta accepts the mission. Time Devouring Sprite accepts the mission. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 Styles accepts the mission. Tony remarked that he was not the wealthiest. While Wan Xiaoming questioned, your transformation ability was stolen. Why didn't you inform us? The Destroyer of Worlds replied, what is the issue? I've retained half of my power elsewhere. Even if it's taken away, I can handle it. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar 3 Styles added. This is fortuitous. I was lamenting my lack of points, and your mission has arrived just in time. The Destroyer of Worlds acknowledged, while your reasoning is sound, it does sound rather peculiar. At that moment, facing an army of countless monsters, Kamen Rider Dino found himself at a loss for words. He unleashed a barrage of slashing strikes with his card sword, the shimmering blades of illusion slicing through the air as numerous monsters were obliterated. This is infuriating. There are far too many foes to contend with. However, should the administrator intervene, there may yet be a chance to fight back. Adorned in resplendent armor, predominantly crimson with deep green compound eyes and a head resembling a barcode, this was the base form of Kamen Rider Decade. Possessing the powers of all Heisei riders, he was hailed as the Destroyer of Worlds, a being capable of annihilating all. Now, invincible in his pursuits, Decade faced his greatest adversary within the timeline of Zio, the time manipulator, Schwartz, who ambushed him and seized half of his transformation abilities, gaining the power to become the anomalous Emperor Rider. Harnessing Decade's strength, Schwartz summoned an army of villains from alternate realities, and as Kamen Rider Dino surveyed the battlefield, he realized there was no end in sight to the onslaught of enemies. Initially, he had planned to escape first and seek an opportunity to eliminate Swirlets later. However, upon witnessing the active task being issued in the chat group, he felt invigorated once more. Menyeshi, are you not going to flee? You cannot possibly defeat so many enemies, he called out, observing Menyeshi standing dazedly in place, still unable to awaken his demon-slaying powers, while he simultaneously repelled the encroaching horde of monsters. How could I flee? The humans of this world are still waiting for me to save them. Even if I perish here, I shall not retreat a single step. This impassioned declaration stirred Menyeshi's own blood, making him feel as though he truly were a savior. Had it not been for the chat group, he might have genuinely fled. However, now, the outcome remained uncertain. The alien emperor stood in the center of a vast plaza, observing the desperate struggle of several masked riders, and could not help but scoff. You have no chance of victory. As another emperor, Menyeshi, you stand no chance against me. The black dragon roared in the sky, occasionally unleashing fireballs that ravaged the buildings below, while countless minion monsters scurried about. Among the dozens of masked riders, the antagonists had also been summoned from other timelines. What could merely 4 masked riders accomplish against such formidable foes? Suddenly, Swirlitz sensed a disturbance in the space beside him. He struck out forcefully towards the source of the rippling space, standing cold and aloof. Facing the might of his punch, which boasted dozens of tons of force, he showed no inclination to defend. His blow would be inconsequential to the newcomer. Die. The newcomer was none other than the ancient celestial wolf, who manifested the soul punisher in his hand, striking Swirlitz's south body at close range. Ignoring his formidable defensive armor, the multicolored energy sphere penetrated his form without hindrance, erupting within him. What is this? Impossible. Swirlitz bellowed, empowered by the strength of the Emperor and his inherent temporal abilities. In this universe, there could be no one capable of defeating him. Who is this man? Alas, he would never have the chance to learn, as the purifying force decisively erased all of his abilities, along with his very existence. Such was the might of the Soul Punisher, one of Gogeta's ultimate techniques, which wielded overwhelming restraint against evil forces. Administrator Unrivaled Gogeta completed the task, earning a reward of 10,000 points. Spiral Radiant Super Will Dance Roar 3 awarded 10,000 points. Time Devouring Sprite received 10,000 points. Task completed in 1 second, classified as Super God rating. Administrator Unrivaled Gogeta receives an additional reward of 10 million points. Just arriving in this world. Minamoto and Kurumi were still astonished by the overwhelming tide of monsters when they heard the notification sound echoing in their minds. Tony is not the richest man. How enviable. I am maddened with jealousy for having missed such a splendid opportunity to win effortlessly. The slumbering daughter of Kagero, Mizumoto, is not intending to resurrect his wife? This opportunity is quite timely for him. The CAF attendant, who is fond of rabbits, has only accrued a mere 10,000 points, which falls significantly short of the requirement. I recall that the most affordable resurrection item in the group demands at least 200,000 points. Dongxiang has also perused the exchange section for resurrection items. The necessary points vary according to the strength of the deceased and the time elapsed since their passing. The time since her family's demise has been far too long, and the points required for resurrection are so staggering that Dongxiang feels overwhelmed. As for Mizumoto's wife, Kushina, although she has been gone for many years, she retains a fragment of her soul and consciousness within her son, Naruto. Hence, she cannot be considered entirely deceased, resulting in a lesser point requirement for her resurrection. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga family seeks to resurrect Naruto's mother, yet my own strength is far too feeble to be of any assistance. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar technique has allowed me to effortlessly earn 10,000 points, which is not insignificant in itself. Mizumoto remains unfazed. As Guren also requires points, this endeavor is inherently first come, first served. Task anomaly detected. The enemies summoned by the aberrant Emperor Rider still exist. The task has been reissued. Eliminate all enemies. The task reward is 200,000 points. Points will be awarded based on the number of enemies defeated and their strength. Guren is rather uninterested in the paltry 200,000 points, as such an amount is trivial compared to his goal of mastering the free and easy technique. Standing in the void, Guren refrains from engaging the villainous knights and monsters, aware that this opportunity has been deliberately afforded to him. Dozens of shurikens are hurled in all directions. Chapter 25. Mizumoto's Strength. With a flash of red eyeshadow, he instantly enters Sage Mode, eliminating the need for shuriken attacks. He directly condenses a Rasengan, his figure flickering across the battlefield, each strike claiming the life of an enemy. Tony is certainly not the richest, he muses. I remember you mentioning that you are not particularly adept at Sage Mode, right? Indeed, my chakra condensing speed is rather slow, and I have never been thoroughly familiar with Sage Mode, Mizumoto replies. The CAF attendant, fond of rabbits, interjects, and this is not considered proficient? What more do you desire? The eldest daughter of the Hyuga family remarks, Fourth Hokage, you have entered Sage Mode in an instant. Can you still claim to be unskilled? Hinata, unable to contain herself, adds, you activated it in a heartbeat and still consider yourself inexperienced? Typically, even a ninja performing a basic jutsu would need to form hand seals. You're wielding sage arts, to activate them so swiftly and yet downplay your skill. I wonder what other ninjas would think upon hearing such words. On the earth of Kamen Rider Zio, witnessing the aberrant Emperor Rider fall so easily, Tsukuyomi could scarcely believe his eyes. There were no grandiose attacks, no fierce close-quarters combat, just a casual strike that left himself, in the combined might of the 4 riders, in utter disarray. He passed away silently and without a trace. Despite possessing the extraordinary ability to halt time, a power wielded by the transformed being of the unusual Emperor Rider, capable of momentarily freezing the flow of time. How could he have met such a fate? Yet, he sensed that something lost within his body had returned, and he had no choice but to accept this reality. Initially, he truly believed that Kataru was formidable. At the Cosmic Martial Arts Tournament, Kataru had effortlessly crushed his opponents, leaving him unable to ascertain the extent of his strength. However, he estimated that Kataru was only marginally more powerful than himself. Now, it appeared that he had gravely underestimated this man. Their strengths did not exist within the same dimension. The Time King trio was equally flabbergasted, only snapping back to reality when they were struck by a nearby monster, a jolt of pain awakening them. Mitsurugi, is this your friend? Are they also riders? The Time King transformed into his Emperor form, continuously summoning riders to combat the adversaries. Reviver Gates unleashed his Gale form, sweeping through the minions with the ferocity of a tempest, while Tsukuyami, not to be outdone, initiated a rider kick. However, the enemy numbers were overwhelming. The city had been entirely overtaken by monsters, and even without the unusual Emperor Rider, they stood little chance against such odds. At that moment, a man clad in a Hokage cloak appeared, wielding a spherical object that radiated a terrifying wave of energy. In a manner reminiscent of teleportation, he deftly maneuvered across several positions, obliterating the heads of multiple monsters. It was Minato Namikaze, in a bid to resurrect his wife. He abandoned his usual composed and calm combat style, embracing Sage Mode, and relentlessly employing the Flying Thunder God technique, augmented by Sage Chakra, seeking to deliver fatal strikes. Having arrived in this world, Kurumi observed the fierce battle unfolding and suddenly felt a pang of uncertainty about her presence here. She discerned that, apart from the seemingly expendable monsters, the strength of the others was quite formidable. Yet, unwilling to forfeit the opportunity to accumulate points, she summoned her spirit gear and entered the fray, prioritizing her own safety over aggressive engagement. The black dragon soaring in the sky took notice of Minato's carnage and dove down, unleashing several fireballs towards him. Such a colossal creature was undoubtedly worth a significant number of points. As Minato was contemplating how to approach and deliver a decisive blow, the black dragon charged downwards. Aligning perfectly with Minato's intentions, its form vanished from sight, reappearing a dozen meters to the left, evading several fireballs. The dragon's claws lunged at Minato with immense force, crashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. It seemed he had not evaded this strike. Surely this creature would not perish so easily. Gates, locked in a fierce struggle with the armored foes, inadvertently glanced at Minato's battle. Although he was astonished by Minato's strength, the fact remained that without transforming into a Kamen Rider, it was impossible to withstand such an onslaught relying solely on physical power. Mitsurugi, who possessed the dimensional barrier and continuously traversed space, began to sense something amiss. Under normal circumstances, even at such a close distance, one might not easily evade an attack. Even with super acceleration, however, the use of a similar spatial transfer could change the tide. Indeed, atop the black dragon, a man with flowing golden hair stood. As if in a windless dance, two spiraling orbs struck the dragon's head at the same point. The black dragon roared mightily, prompting Minato to shift his position once more. Yet this time, the once infallible spiraling orbs missed their mark. Minato, recognizing the black dragon's formidable strength, unleashed two spiraling orbs, only to find they failed to inflict any damage. As soon as Minato touched the ground, he was surrounded by countless minions, who rushed at him in a frenzy. Kurumi blinked, her long gun aimed at Minato's position, ready to assist. However, unbeknownst to her, a gigantic, dark golden fox claw struck down the minions, and Minato's pupils transformed into the slitted eyes of a fox as he entered his nine-tailed mode, gaining complete control over its power. He abandoned the perceptive Sage mode for the more potent, destructively terrifying nine-tailed mode. His speed and strength surged dramatically, transforming him into a streak of lightning darting across the battlefield, bolstered by the Flying Thunder God technique and his own remarkable velocity. Like a dragon emerging from the sea or a tiger among sheep, he confronted the summoned beast of the masked rider, the Black Dragon, and turned the tide of battle. His form vanished from sight as he delivered a kick to the head of an approaching minion, using the rebound to leap into the air. The Black Dragon unleashed another fireball, but Minato vanished once more. He had previously left a mark of the Flying Thunder God above the dragon's head during that last strike. The second phase of the Flying Thunder God technique, combined with the ferocity of the nine-tailed spiraling orb, over a meter in diameter, struck the Black Dragon's head, forcefully driving him to the ground. Even the Black Dragon's defenses could not withstand such overwhelming force. The fight concluded with the dragon silenced. Having lasted more than half an hour, the intense combat left the four riders utterly exhausted. Minato, in particular, felt drained, having fought with a relentless, almost ruthless approach to garner more points. Regardless of the enemy's strength, he initiated with spiraling orbs, switching to nine-tailed spiraling orbs when necessary. As the chakra of the nine tails was not overly depleting, yet Minato's stamina was nearly exhausted. The number of monsters he had slain exceeded that of the 4 riders combined. Meanwhile, Kurumi had conserved her energy, skillfully maneuvering through the throngs of monsters with apparent ease. Chapter 26. Clearing the field. The masked Rider 01, Arudo Haiden, along with several other final adversaries from different rider worlds, observed from a distance, showing no intention of intervening. With over hundreds of monsters present and countless minions, their involvement was unnecessary. In fact, they owed a debt of gratitude to the aberrant riders for summoning them. As they watched the fighters gradually tire, 01 exchanged glances with his companions. With a decisive wave of his hand, the elemental energies of wind, water, earth, and fire surged forth, causing countless spikes to rise from the ground toward the individuals present. Flames of an inexplicable origin flickered in the air, enveloping the entire city in a tempest, while a subterranean spring flowed beneath. The onslaught of varied elemental attacks left the few combatants in a state of utter disarray, desperately evading the relentless assault. In a moment of carelessness, Kurumi found herself ensnared by several fiery bursts. As she felt the unbearable heat of the flames closing in on her, a sense of death loomed ominously nearby. The inherently kind and gentle Minato wished to intervene, but the monstrous adversaries surrounding him were overwhelming, especially with the added threat posed by Dakuba. In this dire situation, he contemplated transforming into the complete form of Kaibai, intending to rescue Kurumi. Suddenly, a cold snort reverberated through the air. The howling winds dissipated into nothingness, the trembling earth regained its calm, and the supernatural flames vanished without a trace. Gu Tianlang's expression was as frigid as ice. His gaze filled with an air of superiority as he slightly turned to face Dakuba and the others. They too turned their attention to Gu Tianlang, the man who had effortlessly slain the alien emperor. He was their true adversary. Enough, fall back, Gu Tianlang commanded. Sensing that Minato's points were likely sufficient for the moment, it was time to clear the battlefield. A golden aura enveloped him, electricity crackling around his form. As he appeared before Dakuba and his companions, with a swift, precise strike, he shattered the game deity. Casting a glance at the remaining 4, he gathered energy in one hand and unleashed a rapid blue energy orb, leaving them no avenue for escape. In a desperate bid, they all prepared their ultimate moves to retaliate. However, against Gu Tianlang's unreserved strike, they were simultaneously obliterated in a sea of energy. Glancing downward at the lesser foes, Gu Tianlang released his aura, annihilating countless monsters throughout the city merely with his presence. Minato and his companions felt a terrifying force radiate outward. And although Gu Tianlang intentionally avoided them, the sheer impact nearly rendered them unable to stand. For the first time, a look of terror crossed Kurumi's features. Even when faced with imminent death moments before, she had not felt fear. She possessed countless clones, and even if her original self perished, her other manifestations could accept her consciousness and reconstitute her. This was the source of her indifference toward death, yet in the presence of this formidable man, she felt a tremor within her very being. I have once walked among the mundane, yet I remain eternally proud, unmatched by any, Gu Tianlang murmured, as if sharing his thoughts with the assembled crowd, or perhaps merely with himself. Administrator Gogeta has completed the task, earning 1,700,000 points. Group member Time Eating Spirit has gained 30,000 points. Group member Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 Style has earned 270,000 points. In the era of the Sovereign King, the little demon king gazed at the ancient celestial wolf in the sky, inevitably drawing comparisons with the old demon king from his memories. If he were to confront this man, even the king of demons might not stand a chance. Without excessive words, the ancient celestial wolf vanished into thin air after completing his task. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball universe, Minato Namikaze and Kurumi Tokisaki exchanged a few words before Minato hurriedly departed. Having accumulated 200,000 points, his sole focus was to resurrect his beloved wife, leaving no room for lingering. Ultimately, he spent 250,000 points to secure her revival, successfully restoring Kushina to her physical form. Observing the familiar surroundings, Kushina gently touched her face, bewildered by how she had returned to Konohagakure after her long-deceased existence. Her unexpected return stirred quite the commotion amongst the villagers. But Tsunade swiftly quelled the rumors, ensuring that only a select few were privy to Kushina's revival. Had the news spread, the resurrection of both the long-deceased 4th Hokage and Kushina would undoubtedly have caused a significant uproar within the ninja world. Minato then spent an additional 2,000 points to personally return to Konohagakure, offering a vague explanation to Kushina. Due to the limitations imposed by their chat group, which could not be disclosed to outsiders, Minato was left to concoct a rather clumsy excuse. Fortunately, the intuitive Kushina did not press further, simply embracing him and assuring Minato that she would take good care of Naruto. Back in the Dragon Ball universe, the ancient celestial wolf found solace in gazing at the sky once more, a habit that brought a semblance of comfort to his empty soul. Goku floated in from afar, landing beside him. Celestial wolf, you returned too early. I missed meeting the Omni King, but I made a new friend. The celestial wolf smiled faintly, choosing not to divulge that he had deliberately avoided the Omni King. Would you like to join us at Lord Beerus's place for training? With Whis' guidance, you could become even stronger. Goku extended another invitation, hoping to have the celestial wolf accompany him, as he and Vegeta found themselves rather bored. I think I shall pass. I have little interest in battle. My desire is simply to eat and sleep, the celestial wolf firmly declined. Dismissing the notion of training as absurd, such endeavors were unattainable in his lifetime. His focus was solely on completing tasks to accumulate points, just enough to exchange for the Ultra Instinct technique to maintain a semblance of a normal life. Dedicating himself to vigorous training would leave him no time for tasks. Goku, understanding his friend's reluctance, did not press the issue. As 10 days swiftly passed, no new members joined the chat group, nor were any new tasks announced. The few members could only engage in casual conversation, sharing recent developments from their respective worlds. Suddenly, a spatial disturbance emanated from Bulma's residence, catching the attention of Goku, who sensed a familiar aura and hurried towards her home. Inside, Bulma was leisurely enjoying her afternoon tea when a flash of white light appeared in the sky, and a familiar machine descended. It was the time machine. How could Trunks arrive at this moment? Filled with joy, Bulma realized she hadn't seen her son in quite some time. She rose from her recliner and approached the time machine. However, after waiting for a while, Trunks did not emerge, causing Bulma to feel a surge of anxiety. What if something had happened to him? Hastily, she fetched a ladder and climbed atop the time machine, and upon looking inside, she was taken aback. Chapter 27. Trunks in distress indeed. The newcomer was Trunks, who lay quietly in his seat, his attire disheveled and covered in dust, his body bearing numerous injuries. He was in a deep coma, his hands tightly gripping a long sword, his expression one of agony, clearly having endured significant torment. Piccolo, quickly bring some senzu beans to my house. Trunks is gravely injured. Bulma, unsure of the circumstances, noted that Goku and Vegeta were not on Earth, so she could only call Piccolo to bring the senzu beans. Piccolo, who was in the midst of training, was surprised to receive Bulma's call. Upon learning that Trunks had returned to the present and was unconscious with severe injuries, he wasted no time. After swiftly retrieving several senzu beans from Korin Tower, he hurried to Bulma's home. Gul'dan arrived before Piccolo, lifting Trunks from the time machine. Gazing at Trunks, Gul'dan fell into deep contemplation. Logically, Trunks should not have arrived so soon. At least 2 or 3 more years should have passed before reaching the timeline of Black Goku and Zamasu. Why had Trunks sustained such injuries and returned in this manner? Might it be that his own crossing had created a butterfly effect, allowing Goku and Vegeta's 3-year training to be condensed into such a short span of time? It was plausible that other significant events might have occurred earlier as well, leaving Gul'dan to speculate. What could have happened to Trunks, and why did he arrive here so wounded? Piccolo soon arrived, having not had a chance to inquire further during the phone call. I don't know. Trunks fainted the moment he arrived here, Bulma said, on the verge of tears. This child bore the weight of the future alone, tasked with the monumental responsibility of saving it. Now, his return in such a state suggested he must have faced an insurmountable enemy, with neither Goku nor Vegeta present. The safety of Earth rested entirely upon this child's shoulders. Piccolo produced a senzu bean and placed it in Trunks' mouth, eventually managing to get him to swallow it after much effort. Bulma had already contacted Whis, but due to the distance, Goku was unable to sense Earth's location. They could only wait for Piccolo to unleash his power, enabling Goku to locate Earth. Gazing at the bulging pouch of senzu beans in Trunks' hand, Goku finally comprehended why these miraculous beans had become such a rarity in later times. After years of diligent accumulation, could he not take a little less at once? With scions consuming them in such abundance, it was a wonder that even the limited supply of senzu beans could suffice, let alone something as common as soybeans. What had happened to Trunks? Hadn't he vanquished Cell and the androids? How could he be in such a pitiful state? Upon their return, Goku and Vegeta were taken aback by Trunks' dire condition. He bore almost no unscathed part on his body. Ah, have I returned? Trunks murmured as he stirred from his stupor, his eyes meeting the tear-streaked face of Bulma. Stunned, he immediately enveloped her in a tight embrace. Mother, I am so sorry, so sorry. Even the stalwart Trunks could not hold back tears upon seeing Bulma again, his eyes reddening as sorrow streamed down his cheeks in an uncontrollable outpouring. Bulma, bewildered by Trunks' reaction, could only assume that her son had endured significant hardships. She gently patted his back, offering silent comfort. What had transpired in the future, Trunks? A father knows his son well. This was not merely a reaction to encountering a formidable foe. A sense of foreboding gripped Vegeta's heart. Trunks finally raised his gaze to behold Goku and Vegeta standing nearby. Gripping his sword tightly, he instinctively prepared to strike. Yet, as if recollecting something, he lowered his weapon. Though his eyes still bore a complex array of emotions directed at Goku. Why do you regard me so? Trunks questioned. The seasoned warrior Goku sensed the murderous intent emanating from Trunks, even if it lingered only for a fleeting moment. Flames of hatred coursed through Trunks' being. Had he not seen his father by his side, he might have acted upon those feelings. It was only upon recognizing Vegeta that he regained his composure. Realizing he was not in his own timeline, a new enemy had emerged in the future, and this foe was none other than Uncle Goku. Goku felt utterly bewildered. How could he possibly have harmed Trunks? What, me? Trunks nodded gravely, his voice thick with resentment and fury. That individual possesses a physique identical to yours. Yet he is also a scion. His power escalated at an alarming rate. I was no match for him. Vegeta cast a cold glance at Kakarot. His arms crossed over his chest. Escalated at an alarming rate. Are you suggesting you are not a scion? How could you suffer such a defeat? In our first encounter, I could hold my own, but by the second, it was as if he had transformed entirely, his strength surging immensely. By the third, he struck me down in mere 3 moves, intent on annihilating all humanity. Trunks appeared to recall some horrific revelation, his pupils reflecting a blend of hatred, disgust, and fear. Kakarot, what on earth are you doing? The alternate version of you is truly this despicable? Upon witnessing his son in such a state of distress, Vegeta unleashed a furious roar towards Kakarot. I don't know either, and wasn't it you who just arrived on Earth in a similar fashion? How dare you criticize me? Goku. Upon hearing Vegeta's self-reproach, swiftly countered by referencing the past, Vegeta found himself momentarily at a loss for words, as he indeed had behaved similarly in the past. Bulma interjected, admonishing the two bickering men, which finally quelled their quarrel. Otherwise, a physical confrontation was not out of the question. At that moment, Gotenks stepped forward and recounted the tale of Black Goku. It was merely Goku's body, while the soul belonged to Zamasu, the trainee Kaioshin from Universe 10. He had utilized the Eternal Dragon to acquire Goku's form, then teamed up with an alternate version of himself, plotting to annihilate all of humanity. Trunks, still unclear about Zamasus's identity, felt a surge of confusion as he listened to Gotenks' explanation. He had encountered a Kaioshin before, and the Majin Buu incident had transpired in his timeline, though he had prevented Buu's resurrection. After all, he was the only scion who handled matters decisively, resolving battles with efficiency. The Kaioshin exuded an aura of righteousness, a powerful and benevolent being. How could he possibly harbor intentions of exterminating humanity? I have met the Kaioshin, and he is a kind-hearted deity, and his name is not Zamasu, Vegeta huffed, clearly displeased with his son's defeat against the opponent. There are 12 universes in total, and we are merely the 7th. He could be referring to the Kaioshin of another universe. Chapter 28, The Anomaly of the Future. The Kaioshin of Universe 10, disillusioned by humanity's violence, had long harbored grievances against them. Upon encountering Goku by chance and being astonished by his immense power, the darker aspects of his soul were awakened, thus igniting the entire incident. Gotenks' words thoroughly unraveled the doubts lingering in their minds. However, Goku himself did not even recall meeting the Kaioshin of Universe 10, leaving him perplexed as to how Gotenks knew. Have I met him? How do you know? Gotenks offered no further explanation, merely smiling at them. You certainly hide your secrets well. If you choose not to disclose, it matters not. Goku chuckled nonchalantly, trusting Gotenks was not a malevolent figure, and he did not care how he came by the knowledge. It seems I must be the one to resolve this for you. Although Vegeta was dissatisfied with his son's performance, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. Upon hearing this, Goku wore a playful smile, regarding Vegeta. Oh, feeling quite confident, are we, Vegeta? If I can defeat the real you, why would I fear a mere imitation? Vegeta's words exuded self-assurance, a sentiment he had always possessed. Trunks hastily intervened, having faced Black Goku himself, warning Uncle Goku, father, that Black Goku is formidable. He is on an entirely different level compared to the previous androids in Cell, though Trunks did not explicitly state it. Both he and Goku sensed the undercurrent of mistrust directed towards them, and apprehension regarding their ability to confront the formidable Black Goku. The greater the challenge, the more exhilarating the encounter becomes, does it not? Goku chuckled nonchalantly. He relished the opportunity to engage with the powerful, finding the weak adversaries rather uninspiring. Observing Goku and Vegeta, Trunks could not help but reminisce about his own universe. If his loved ones were still alive, perhaps this tragedy could have been averted. If Uncle Goku and father were alive, mother would not have suffered. As he contemplated this, the latter's sentiment remained unspoken, enveloped in a shroud of grief and fury. His hair stood on end, crackling with energy as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, fist clenched tightly, tears streaming down his face once again. Vegeta sensed an ominous premonition. What had become of Bulma in that world? Trunks, how is Bulma? Surely she has not fallen victim to the enemy's cruelty? Witnessing Trunks' silence and his sorrowful weeping only deepened Vegeta's foreboding. Trunks lowered his gaze, unable to meet Vegeta's eyes, his voice heavy with sorrow. Mother was killed by that fiend. In her attempt to save me and return to the present, she was mercilessly slaughtered. Upon hearing of Bulma's brutal demise, Vegeta's eyes momentarily glazed over, quickly replaced by a tempest of rage that engulfed his very soul. You stood idly by as Bulma was murdered, escaping like a coward instead of protecting her. As he uttered these words, Vegeta's tone became devoid of emotion, his gaze hollow as he stared at Trunks. Before Trunks could respond, a powerful punch struck his abdomen, causing him to expel a mouthful of bile. His body crashed through the stone pavilion, hurtling several meters before he regained his composure. Vegeta, he has suffered immensely. In a future devoid of Goku and yourself, he is utterly alone, destined to fail. Is it not natural for a mother to sacrifice herself to protect her child? Bulma hurriedly assisted Trunks to his feet, chiding Vegeta. Vegeta cast a silent glance at Trunks. Refraining from further aggression, visibly suppressing his inner fury, his voice low and menacing. Once the time machine is operational, I shall journey to the future myself. This worthless being need not return. Without a backward glance, he departed, disappointment etched on his countenance regarding his son. Even in the knowledge that he perished at the hands of androids, Vegeta felt little rage. It was a Saiyan's nature to be combative, and dying in battle was commonplace. While he harbored discontent regarding his future self's defeat, he could ultimately accept it. Yet Bulma was different. She was his partner, Trunks' mother. How could he abandon her? Vegeta was genuinely enraged, though he understood the circumstances. By the way, to what extent have you progressed in your training, Trunks? Goku did not intervene with Vegeta. He recognized the necessity for him to cool down. Vegeta's punch was merciless, leaving Trunks nearly incapacitated, requiring considerable time to regain his breath. I am uncertain, but Uncle Goku. Perhaps you could take a look. Trunks gathered his energy, electric sparks dancing around him, and his demeanor transformed into one of arrogance. Goku nodded in admiration, clearly impressed by Trunks' strength. Super Saiyan 2, huh? I never anticipated you could cultivate such prowess on your own. It truly astonishes me. Yet, despite transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Trunks still perceived Goku's strength as unfathomable. Uncle Goku could also assume this form. To what extent has your power ascended? Goku chuckled, beckoning Trunks to unleash his full force upon him. Trunks drew his long sword from behind and struck with all his might towards Goku. Goku raised a single palm, effortlessly absorbing Trunks' full force attack, then countered with a punch aimed at Trunks' neck. Ultimately, he halted just short of making contact. Trunks looked up to see Goku's hair had turned red, and he felt an absence of Goku's aura. Although they stood mere inches apart, if he were to close his eyes, he would be utterly unaware of Goku's presence based solely on energy. What seemed like an ordinary strike felt inescapable to Trunks, no matter his movements. He could not evade it. Uncle Goku was stronger than Black Goku. Trunks internally compared the two, convinced that with Uncle Goku's presence, Black Goku could surely be defeated. Goku was equally curious about Black Goku's strength, eager to learn Trunks' perspective. How do I compare to him in your view? Trunks believed Goku was stronger. Yet the rapid growth of Black Goku made him hesitant to assert that Goku would always prevail. Based on their last battle, Uncle Goku was superior, however. Whether he had grown stronger remained uncertain. Imagining an enraged Vegeta facing this adversary who bore his own likeness felt peculiar to Goku. Ah, I see. Then he is doomed. An enraged Vegeta would undoubtedly eliminate him without hesitation. Goku's words took Trunks by surprise. Could it be that his father could also transform into this form? Chapter 29. A new mission in Trunks' subconscious. He had always perceived Vegeta's strength as inferior to Goku's. Observing from the sidelines, Goten did not watch their duel but instead fixated on the sky. With Trunks' arrival, Black Goku was likely not far behind. Once he appeared, Trunks would promptly eliminate him, thus alleviating future complications. However, circumstances must be considered. For the Dragon Ball universe he inhabited felt amiss. Not only was the timeline inconsistent, but some individuals adhered to power levels from the anime, while others followed the manga's power dynamics. If we were to follow the comic, Goku and his companion in their Super Saiyan Blue forms would effortlessly overpower the two Zamasu. The strength of Black Goku is only marginally superior to that of Super Saiyan 3. Yet, in the anime, Black Goku holds his own against Super Saiyan Blue Goku. And when fused, he stands evenly with Vegeta. However, regardless of his might, if he dares to come here, I shall slay him. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and a rift in space manifested out of thin air. From the void of darkness, a figure emerged. The renowned Sun Wukong. It was none other than Goku, whose body had been overtaken by Zamasu, clad in a black martial arts uniform, exuding an aura of malevolence. The ancient Tianlang on the ground vanished in an instant, and without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a full-force Kamehameha, intent on obliterating Black Goku in one blow. Group task initiated. Admin Tianxiaowudi Wujida is to seek a formidable adversary for a decisive battle. This encounter will be documented in the group announcements. Ensuring new members are aware of the group leader's prowess that must not be trifled with. There is no upper limit to this task, the stronger the enemy. The more formidable the display of power by the admin, and the richer the rewards and points bestowed by the chat group. Considering a powerful opponent. Is there anyone more suitable than Zamasu? Tianlang retracted his gathered Kamehameha. This was a prime opportunity to amass points. Should he eliminate Black Goku now? How many points could Zamasu possibly yield? Black Goku, noticing Tianlang's sudden movement, was taken aback by his swift approach, unable to react in time. It was clear the man was targeting him, yet for some reason, he abruptly ceased his advance. Nevertheless, Black Goku regarded Tianlang with disdain. His only true adversary was Sun Wukong, the mortal who transcended the divine. Uncle Wukong, this is Black Goku, the one responsible for my mother's demise. Sun Wukong's pupils contracted at the news of his dear friend Bulma's death. He no longer wished to engage in tentative exchanges with his opponent. Just as he prepared to unleash his full power, a roar erupted from the nearby forest. As trees spanning hundreds of square meters were uprooted by a violent gust of energy. You wretch! Vegeta arrived in a flash before Black Goku, delivering a heavy punch aimed squarely at his face. Black Goku smirked coldly, his gaze rife with contempt. You are merely an appetizer. With his left hand, he firmly caught Vegeta's blow, and as Vegeta exerted more force, the punch still landed on Black Goku's face despite the barrier. The immense force sent Black Goku hurtling back several kilometers. Vegeta roared, his divine aura enveloping him. The overwhelming and resilient energy surged forth, and Trunks, grounded below, felt that his father had become unimaginably powerful. Determined to eliminate Black Goku in one fell swoop, a colossal suction emerged from the rift in space, pulling Black Goku's form within, and he vanished along with the rift. I shall await you in the future, Sun Wukong. The air resonated with the echoes of laughter as Vegeta, his gaze resolute and lips pressed tightly together, stared at the spot where Black Goku had vanished. If you wish to avoid defeat, you might consider training in the hyperbolic time chamber. This foe's strength surpasses your expectations. The benevolent warning from Goku Black prompted Vegeta to cast a sidelong glance at him, maintaining his haughty demeanor. The time machine would not be fully energized until the day after tomorrow, delaying their return to the future. Seizing the opportunity, Goku resolved to harness Whis' power to journey to Universe 10 in search of this world's Zamasu. Vegeta initially intended to accompany him, yet recalling Goku Black's admonition, he opted to venture alone into the hyperbolic time chamber. His target was the Zamasu of the future, not the ineffectual being of the present. Bulma wished for Trunks to rest for a few days, confident that Goku would handle the enemy. However, Trunks, watching Vegeta ascend into the sky, was engulfed by profound guilt over his mother's tragic fate, realizing that it all stemmed from his insufficient strength. If only he were as formidable as Uncle Goku, he mused. How could he have been so thoroughly overwhelmed, reduced to a desperate flight back to the present, seeking the aid of his father and Uncle Goku? He lamented his own weakness. Yet, the furious Vegeta paid no heed to Trunks' desire to train together, dismissing him with a swift departure. Uncle Goku had his own matters to attend to. To grow stronger, he required a competent mentor. Observing the disheartened Trunks, Ancient Wolf contemplated offering him guidance. Tomorrow, Vegeta will finish his training. You can ask Gohan to take you to the hyperbolic time chamber. Perhaps he would be the most suitable mentor for you. Trunks paused. Memories of Gohan transforming into Super Saiyan 2 during the battle against Cell flooding his mind. In that future timeline, Gohan was both his brother and teacher, a guiding light in his life. As he watched Ancient Wolf depart, Trunks pondered, recalling that when he had traveled to this timeline during the Android Saga, he had not encountered clear wind. Yet, the familiarity in Ancient Wolf's tone suggested a close connection with his father and the others. Had he formed relationships after Trunks' departure? Shaking his head, Trunks set aside these thoughts, realizing his immediate priority was to find Gohan. Bulma was reluctant to see her son leave once more, but she found no reason to impede him, watching helplessly as he soared into the distance. After bidding farewell to Bulma, Trunks made his way to Goku's home, where Gohan was currently with Videl, anticipating the imminent arrival of their daughter. Trunks, what brings you here? Gohan exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by Trunks' visit, warmly ushering him into their home. Observing Gohan's scholarly demeanor, Trunks began to doubt if this was indeed the Gohan he remembered. Nevertheless, having arrived, He steeled himself and recounted the grim tale of the future world. Gazing into the pleading eyes of Trunks and then at his wife, Biddy, Gohan clenched his teeth, uncertain of what to do. Biddy reassured him, stating that she was fine and that Gohan's anxiety as a first-time father was understandable. Merely being away for a day was of no consequence. At that moment, Piccolo entered the room and provided Gohan with the answer he sought amid his indecision. Gohan, I am here to take care of things at home. You can confidently go and instruct him in his training. Chapter 30. Gohan's intensive training. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan resolved to guide Trunks in his training. However, Trunks sensed no formidable aura emanating from Gohan at this moment. Gohan appeared weaker than the younger version of himself during the Cell Saga. Brother Gohan, have you achieved your dream of becoming an esteemed scholar? Trunks inquired. Yes. After defeating Cell, I dedicated several years to becoming a scholar, Gohan replied, adjusting his glasses before patting Trunks on the shoulder, encouraging him to follow. Before commencing the rigorous training, Gohan wished to assess Trunks' current abilities. The two soared to the plaza of the Sacred World, where Gohan changed into his martial arts attire once more. Come at me with all your might, Trunks, he urged. Donning his fighting gear transformed Gohan's aura into something fierce, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic shift, leading Trunks to subconsciously feel that he might not stand a chance against him. Deep within, he could not help but marvel. As expected of Brother Gohan, despite years of neglect, I still have not surpassed his strength. Without holding back, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan and instantaneously appeared before Gohan. Unleashing a close-range energy blast, Gohan swiftly blocked it with a wave of his hand, yet Trunks seized the opportunity to deliver a punch, which Gohan adeptly parried with his arm. Unexpectedly, this move was merely a feint. Trunks accelerated and appeared behind Gohan, executing a swift kick to his back. Remarkably, Gohan, seemingly with eyes in the back of his head, did not turn around but extended his right hand to deflect Trunks' attack. With a powerful motion, he sent Trunks soaring into the air, and Gohan, fueled by his rising energy, pursued him. Trunks desperately attempted to halt his backward flight, his eyes keenly observing Gohan's movements. Before he realized it, Gohan had positioned himself beneath him, an energy wave pressed firmly against Trunks' abdomen, ready to obliterate him with the slightest push. Remarkable! Truly remarkable! Brother Gohan, Trunks exclaimed, astounded by Gohan's overwhelming power. He had initially believed that any disparity between them would be minimal, yet it now seemed that their difference was greater than that between heaven and earth. There's nothing extraordinary about it. You two can grow stronger, Trunks. I have great confidence in you, Gohan encouraged, patting Trunks on the shoulder. He did not rush to commence training, for there was ample time within the hyperbolic time chamber. His primary objective was to soothe Trunks' emotions, as Gohan harbored high expectations for him. Trunks was unlike the others. Perhaps it is due to the singularity of his future that Trunks engages in battle with unwavering decisiveness, once his strength surpasses that of his adversary. He concludes the conflict with remarkable efficiency. This distinguishes him from the likes of Vegeta, and it is precisely this trait that Gohan admires most in Trunks. Once again receiving guidance from his elder brother Gohan, Trunks should have felt elated. However, the tragic demise of Bulma in the future timeline left a bitter taste in his heart, rendering any joy unattainable. Fortunately, Gohan's kind and sunny disposition allowed for an extended conversation, gradually lifting Trunks' spirits. Eventually, Vegeta emerged from his training in the hyperbolic time chamber. After a year of rigorous practice, his demeanor had calmed considerably. Observing his lackluster son, he refrained from saying much, merely casting a deep glance at Gohan. Gohan responded with a nod and a smile, understanding Vegeta's silent message, to train Trunks diligently and spare no effort. Meanwhile, Goku, utilizing Whis' abilities, successfully arrived in Universe 10, encountering the still untainted Zamasu. As in the original narrative, just as Zamasu prepared to strike against the Supreme Kai, he was promptly thwarted and obliterated by Beerus. Upon returning home, Gu Tianlang opened the chat group. In 2 days, I will engage in battle. I shall broadcast it live for you all to witness. Be my son, someone quipped. Is the admin going to fight? That is indeed something to anticipate. I have yet to witness the admin unleash his full power. Tony is certainly not the richest. Last time, he obliterated a small asteroid, and this time, he might just destroy a planet. Will we finally witness the true prowess of the Great One? I wonder if there will be new techniques. Upon seeing Minato Namikaze, Gu Tianlang hastily interjected to prevent any eccentric names from being proposed, knowing his overly dramatic nature. Invincible Gogeta, he exclaimed. Let's skip the naming part. I prefer to remain low-key. Oh, all right, said the barista at the CAF. But Minato, your name is rather peculiar, and that's not something to hold against the Great One. Dong Xiang, upon recalling Minato, was overwhelmed by the bizarre and hard-to-pronounce names that flooded her mind. Tony. Your naming choices are utterly outrageous, aren't they? Does the Great One wish for you to name anything? Can you defeat me, Tony? I can't. What do you mean? Are you planning to challenge me? Guess? Gu Tianlang was at a loss for words. How did Tony always manage to stumble into trouble? What was he truly thinking? Time swiftly passed, and on the day after tomorrow, Gu Feng arrived early at Bulma's residence, awaiting Trunks, while Vegeta and Goku also prepared for his arrival. By noon, Trunks had returned from the Temple of the Gods, shedding his earlier gloom and despondency. The extent of his newfound strength remained a mystery. Yet his gaze was filled with determination, and every movement exuded profound confidence, a testament to his self-assurance and a courageous resolve to confront challenges head-on. Chapter 31. Arrival. In the future, it appeared that Gohan had trained him quite effectively. Unlike Vegeta, who bore a cold exterior with a fiery interior, Goku regarded Trunks' transformation with newfound respect. There is still a long way to go. Bulma enveloped Trunks in a warm embrace, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Without further delay, the four of them squeezed into the time machine, though Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction with Goten's inclusion. What do you intend to accomplish? I alone could handle them. With a flash of white light, the time machine vanished from sight. Bulma looked skyward, offering a prayer from the depths of her heart for her son. You must succeed, Trunks. Zamasu, clad in the attire of the Supreme Kai and possessing green skin, loomed in the sky, gazing down upon the humans destined for obliteration. Humans, such a violent and insignificant existence. Allowing them to persist in this world is the greatest affront to the divine. Beside him, Black Goku, dressed in a black martial arts uniform, wore a sinister smile. His eyes filled with disdain and mockery for humanity. One cannot deny that their foolishness and fragility only serve to highlight the strength and perfection of the divine. Enough of this play. Let us conclude it here. A purple energy sphere materialized in Zamasu's hand, aimed at the panicked crowd below. I cannot allow you to succeed. A beam of golden light surged from a distance, intercepting the sphere before it could reach the ground, sending it spiraling into the sky. The tremendous energy unleashed a tempest in the atmosphere, waves of power radiating outward. Oh, Trunks, where is Goku? Have you returned alone, seeking your own demise? Upon witnessing Zamasu's attack thwarted, Black Goku chuckled malevolently, taunting Trunks with scornful remarks. Your opponent is me, you imbecile. In a strikingly familiar scene, Black Goku was once again met with a fist from Vegeta, the forceful blow sending him crashing into a dilapidated building. Vegeta and Goku stood resolutely at Trunks' sides, each locking onto their respective adversaries. Despite Black Goku's evident superiority over Zamasu, Goku yearned to engage him. However, considering the tragic fate of Bulma in this world, he hesitated to challenge Vegeta. Little did he know, Black Goku had ruthlessly targeted Chi-Chi and Goten after seizing control of his body. An appetizer, is it? You dare to be so arrogant? Black Goku emerged from the wreckage, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta, convinced that this lowly scion could never be his equal. Vegeta, without uttering a single superfluous word, found himself in a fierce confrontation, where old adversaries meet with heightened animosity, charging up with explosive energy to transform into Super Blue. Black Goku, enveloped in a radiant pink glow, emanated formidable waves of energy that swept across the surroundings, his hair shifting to a striking pink hue. The two figures, like meteors, surged towards each other in a brilliant clash of red and blue beams, colliding with tremendous force. After a brief stalemate, Black Goku ultimately succumbed to the overwhelming power of Super Blue Vegeta. Administrator Invincible Gogeta starts a live stream. Tony is not the richest entering the live stream. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar Style 3 enters the live stream. Be My Son enters the live stream. Tony, not the richest, mused whether it was merely an illusion, as he perceived an uncanny resemblance between the two combatants and a certain notable figure. Be My Son, echoed another voice, agreeing that there was some similarity, though the notable figure appeared to exude a more aloof demeanor. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar Style 3, remarked another, acknowledging the sheer destructive power that could rival even the tailed beast bomb. Tony, not the richest, observed in awe. Indeed. The speed and strength of their exchanges leave me spellbound. Surely, such scenes would be deemed too extravagant for a film. The sleeping little Kagoro's daughter inquired if everyone could witness the battle unfold. I cannot see them, replied the CAF waitress who adored rabbits, so I am at a loss. The time-consuming sprite echoed the sentiment, stating that only the afterimages of their clashes were visible, with the tremors in the air being the only tangible evidence of their ferocity. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar Style 3, lamented another, I too cannot see. Be My Son, echoed the previous voice, affirming the sentiment. The World Destroyer admitted to seeing only the fleeting shadows. Hinata from the Hyuga clan noted, it seems that the one with pink hair is on the verge of defeat. Is the outcome being determined so swiftly? The sleeping little Kagoro's daughter exclaimed in astonishment, incredible. Hinata can actually perceive the battle. Tony, not the richest, retorted. That is utterly impossible. If Minato cannot see, how could Hinata? Little Hinata should remain honest. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar style 3 countered. Hinata possesses the Byakugan. A vision that far surpasses that of ordinary individuals. It is not inconceivable for her to witness everything. Hinata from the Hyuga clan clarified, no. It is simply that the area of their conflict is now engulfed in blue light, while the pink glow is nearly extinguished. Her words caught everyone off guard, prompting them to eagerly follow the afterimages towards the positions of Vegeta and his opponent. The blue light grew ever more vibrant, its aura intensifying rather than diminishing, while the pink glow appeared as a fragile vessel in an ocean, poised to be engulfed by the overwhelming blue energy. It was evident to all with a modicum of discernment that Vegeta held an undeniable advantage in this battle. In close-quarters combat, Goku faced Zamasu with a dominating force, delivering an overwhelming thrashing, while Zamasu, endowed with the power of the Super Dragon, had attained an immortal existence. The power, however, has not seen a significant increase, lingering on the precipice of life and death, the strength reaching the level of Super Saiyan 3. Yet, when faced with Goku in his Super Saiyan God state, it becomes exceedingly difficult to withstand even a single strike. Super Blue Vegeta possesses overwhelming strength, effortlessly overwhelming Black Goku, who can only lament the reputation of the formidable warrior race. Remarkably, during their last encounter, Vegeta had not exhibited such power in merely a day. His strength has undergone a staggering transformation. Throughout the confrontation, he maintains a relentless assault on Black Goku, as Zamasu attempts to intervene but is thwarted by Goku, who prevents him from interfering. Black Goku, consumed by impotent rage, finds it unbearable to be struck by a mere mortal, his fury igniting to the point that his eyes appear to blaze with fire. With a swift motion, he conjures a scythe of retribution from his palms, unleashing 2 waves of sword energy directed at Vegeta. Vegeta deftly evades the attack, only for a cleaving strike to descend from above, aimed squarely at the observing Goku Black. Goku Black, undeterred by the incoming sword energy, extends a hand and effortlessly shatters the energy blade. It seems your attacks are not as formidable as you thought, Vegeta taunts, observing the scene unfold. Black Goku remains silent, instead gazing intently behind Vegeta, a grin spreading across his face. What? Vegeta inquires, turning to discover that Black Goku's strike has rent the heavens, creating a rift in time and space. Such is the might of a deity. Chapter 32, The Defeated Darkness Duo. A punch connects squarely with Black Goku's face, sending him crashing to the ground, laughter silenced by the impact. Yet, this is only the beginning. An enraged Vegeta unleashes the princess technique, waves of energy cascading like rain upon Black Goku's form. Dust and debris fill the air as Vegeta denies Black Goku any respite, his energy surging once more as he descends with unyielding force. With a decisive blow, he strikes Black Goku in the abdomen, radiance illuminating the earth, the punch resonating with formidable power. Under the weight of such might, Black Goku sinks deeper into the ground, the impact driving him hundreds of meters below. Left with no choice, Black Goku employs instant transmission, reappearing in midair amidst the cleaved space, exuding a pink aura that ultimately coalesces into multiple copies of himself. No matter how relentlessly Vegeta attacks, he is unable to obliterate them entirely. The dispersed energy forms quickly reassemble, even multiplying further. Do you know what your wife said before she died? She begged me to spare Trunks. What a pitiful woman. Black Goku boasts, reveling in his perceived invincibility. The grounded Goku Black shakes his head. Historically, villains perish from their own verbosity, and this statement serves as a catalyst for Vegeta's fury. True to form, upon hearing this, Vegeta erupts in wrath, the seething anger igniting the Saiyan warrior's blood, a torrent of energy surging forth. Black Goku revels in the prospect of Vegeta's newfound strength, believing it heralds his own potential to grow even stronger. Vegeta emanated an energy that far surpassed the ordinary Super Saiyan Blue, disregarding the surrounding Black Goku's air clones. In the next moment, he charged directly at Black Goku, fueled by a deep-seated rage that awakened all of Vegeta's latent potential, turning the battle into a one-sided affair. Even as the surrounding clones relentlessly assaulted Vegeta, their numbers were rendered meaningless in the face of his full-power transformation. Black Goku was utterly helpless, his body becoming a blur as he was relentlessly pursued after being struck away. When the clone of Black Goku attempted a sneak attack, Vegeta, without even glancing back, retaliated with a powerful punch that obliterated the clone. The sequence of attacks flowed seamlessly, a testament to his prowess. Zamasu, observing from a distance, felt a surge of panic. If Black Goku were to perish, even with his immortality, he would stand no chance against Goku and Vegeta combined. Gritting his teeth, he absorbed a wave of energy from Goku, sacrificing his own body to execute an instantaneous teleportation. Meanwhile, Trunks and Mai, who were transfixed by Vegeta's might, were suddenly confronted by Zamasu appearing behind Mai. Goku, attempting to come to the rescue, was a moment too late, caught off guard by Zamasu's shamelessness, who, despite claiming divinity, resorted to such despicable tactics. Reaching out, he grasped for Mai's neck, knowing she was the weakest among them, and that capturing her would allow him to threaten the others. While the imagination of power was enticing, reality proved harsh. A colossal hand appeared from nowhere, delivering a devastating blow to Zamasu's face, shattering his head like fragile tofu. It was none other than the formidable ancient wolf, whose full-strength punch was terrifyingly potent. Zamasu's body fell lifelessly to the ground, his head severed. Trunks felt immense gratitude towards Ancient Wolf for his timely intervention. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. "Thank you, Mr. Ancient," Trunks expressed appreciatively. Ancient Wolf nodded slightly. "It was merely a small effort." "Not at all," Trunks replied amicably. Zamasu, rising once more, cautiously distanced himself from Ancient Wolf, acutely aware of the disparity between them. Yet his expression remained smug. "I am immortal. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot erase me. Just a mere human." Before he could finish, Trunks surged forward, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. "You killed my mother and repeatedly targeted Mai. I will never let you go unpunished." Trunks bellowed, unleashing the pinned-up fury within him. Accompanied by a chorus of roars, bolts of electricity entwined around his body. His hair transformed into a golden hue as Trunks' power surged, seemingly boundless. His hair underwent a subtle yet profound change, becoming a pure gold and lengthening significantly. The aura radiating from him was earth-shattering, although it was the dead of night. A miniature sun illuminated the sky. The third transformation of the Super Saiyan emerged, its visual impact surpassing even that of the Super Saiyan God, which, while divine, could suppress its aura. The commotion caused by this transformation was far more intense, as the third form represented a pure manifestation of Saiyan power, incomparable to its predecessors. Trunks surged forward, launching a tempestuous assault against Zamasu, who found himself struggling immensely. How could Trunks have improved so dramatically in just 2 days? Was this truly the same individual? The contrast with their previous encounter was stark. After merely exchanging dozens of blows, Zamasu was already grievously wounded, his body a canvas of bruises and blood. Goku descended to the ground, approaching the ancient wolf, observing Trunks display his formidable prowess, choosing not to intervene in the battle. This was a quest for vengeance, one that Trunks must resolve on his own. Goku was astonished by Vegeta's explosive growth, not anticipating that his dear friend had reached such heights, levels he himself had yet to attain. It appeared that Vegeta had achieved full power Super Saiyan Blue, truly impressive. The ancient wolf was equally taken aback by Vegeta's rapid ascension, reflecting that it was only natural. After training with Whis and learning of his wife's brutal murder, Vegeta's spirit underwent immense strain, awakening his potential in an unforeseen manner. His strength likely surpassed Goku's. This was partly due to Vegeta's knowledge of the ancient wolf's capabilities exceeding his and Goku's prior to training with Whis. Consequently, during his time on Beerus's planet, Vegeta trained with unparalleled intensity. Black Goku found himself overwhelmed beneath Vegeta's relentless assault, while Zamasu too faltered against Trunks' full-throttle onslaught. Both realized their miscalculations. The potential of the Saiyans was indeed vast, their strength surpassing their expectations. Damn, it seems we underestimated humanity. Let us employ that move. As Black Goku became disoriented under Vegeta's relentless strikes, he resorted to summoning his evil key doppelgangers for a simultaneous attack against Vegeta. Seizing the opportunity, he instantaneously transported to Zamasu's location, removing the Patera earring and affixing it to his other ear. The two were involuntarily drawn together, a brilliant light enveloping the world as they fused, revealing the divine Zamasu. Zamasu took a deep breath, energy surging like an unending river. A halo of the great angel appearing behind him, with infinite power coupled with an immortal body. He was undoubtedly the most formidable adversary Goku and his companions had ever encountered. Tony is not merely a billionaire. Is it true that one can grow stronger through mere shouting? It seems every time they bellow, their power amplifies. Chapter 33, The Battle Against Bu, Unmatched Gogeta. Well, it's not entirely inaccurate. It's simply that Saiyans relish this kind of spectacle, their battles imbued with greater intensity. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar. Have they fused? What a spectacular technique. Perhaps we should name it the Dual Fusion Super Flash Warrior. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits. Here we go again, with another peculiar name. Wouldn't it suffice to simply call them the Fusion Warriors? The World Destroyer. This guy named Minato is indeed intriguing, despite his striking appearance. His personality is rather adorably Navi. The Devouring Time sprite. How I am intrigued by the strength of this foe after their fusion. This question also piques the curiosity of the ancient celestial wolf. Each individual experiences a unique amplification of power through their earrings. Few possess such a substantial increase as that of Vegito. Vegito and Son Goku are not merely rivals, but also dear friends. And it is this dual enhancement that yields such formidable results. As for the so-called multiplication theory, he perceives it merely as a descriptor, signifying Vegeta's immense strength. If one were to calculate in such a manner, then Super Saiyan Blue Vegito would possess a strength 100 billion times that of Super Saiyan Blue Goku, potentially overpowering even Beerus. How formidable is Zamasu, the Divine? The ancient wolf is not in haste to intervene. He allows Goku and the others to engage first. Zamasu coalesces a cataclysmic purple orb of annihilation in his grasp, directing it towards the group below. The trio, Vegeta, Goku, and Trunks, unleash their most potent techniques, the Evil Containment Wave, Kamehameha, and Gallic Gun, blending hues of yellow and blue to unleash boundless energy, confronting the destructive orb head-on. The two forces, capable of obliterating the planet, collide violently, with Zamasu exerting pressure on the annihilation orb with a single hand. Vegeta and Trunks roar in unison, pushing their powers to the limit, amplifying their energy output. Witnessing their struggle, Goku employs a newly mastered technique, activating the Kaioken X10 in his Super Saiyan Blue state. Goku gathers energy, his aura surging as blue flames are enveloped by an additional layer of red. His power continues to swell, with the Kaioken at 3, 7, and 10 times. The very earthquakes beneath him, his overwhelming presence palpable. Ultimately, their collective might shatters the annihilation orb, sending intense energy waves radiating outward, the residual force striking Zamasu. As the dust settles, Zamasu emerges unscathed. Goku and Vegeta exchange a determined glance before launching their assault. Suddenly, the divine halo behind Zamasu emits countless beams of death, causing the ground to tremble and fracture. The refugees hiding underground tremble in fear, their lives hanging by a thread. Despite the onslaught, Zamasu remains unfazed. Seizing the moment, Vegeta restrains Zamasu's right hand, while Goku, seizing the opportunity, aims a kick at Zamasu. However, Zamasu reacts swiftly, grasping Goku's leg, malevolent energy manifesting in his palms. Goku and Vegeta cry out in agony as they struggle against the encroaching dark essence, channeling their dwindling energy to resist. Goku executes a graceful spinning kick, striking Zamasu's head, followed closely by Vegeta's powerful punch, sending Zamasu crashing to the ground. The impact causes Zamasu's divine halo to dissipate, shattering his once arrogant demeanor. Enraged, he roars defiantly, rainbow-colored energy surging skyward, his arms distorting as he demands energy from the heavens. Pink thunderclouds gather, and countless bolts of lightning converge upon his form, rendering his right arm exceedingly robust. At this moment, Goku and his companion had exhausted all their physical strength, rendering them incapable of transforming into the already energy-draining Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta was the first to achieve a breakthrough into full-power Super Saiyan Blue. Yet he had only just managed to accomplish this feat, his power remaining unstable and leaving him similarly afflicted by full-body spasms and weakness. Trunks, on the other hand, retained a considerable amount of energy, but the disparity between his Super Saiyan 3 form and the godlike Zamasu was painfully apparent. The members of the chat group, witnessing Goku and his companions in such dire straits, began to express their anticipation, wondering if the administrator would intervene once more. Tony, not truly a billionaire, hesitated to ask, could that attack from Zamasu genuinely obliterate the Earth? The time-devouring sprite interjected, surely not. Even the mightiest of strikes would require all their power to destroy the Earth. It cannot be accomplished with a mere single-handed blow. The slumbering daughter of the little warrior remarked, I suspect it would be quite a challenge. Destroying an asteroid is a vastly different concept from annihilating a planet. Many asteroids are merely 100th, or even 1000th, the size of Earth. The invincible Vegito pondered. Should we listen to the truth or the falsehood? The world destroyer replied, perhaps we should first entertain the falsehood. Vegito asserted, it is impossible for anyone to truly obliterate the Earth. Tony, not truly a billionaire, confessed, I fear I may not be ready to hear the truth. Yet I still wish to listen. Vegito continued, even if 10 Earths were aligned in a straight line, that strike could pierce through them all. The slumbering daughter of the little warrior countered, but I perceive that the destructive power does not seem particularly potent. It feels less visually stunning than that of the old man with the white beard. Let me be your son, joked someone. I believe they are compressing their energy into a single point. While the destructive power is greater at equivalent energy levels, the range of destruction is significantly smaller. The CAF waitress who adored rabbits questioned, can such a formidable foe truly be defeated? If not, perhaps it is wise to flee. Dong Xiong and others, differing in their focus, thought that such a powerful adversary might not even be a match for the strongest among them. The World Destroyer concurred, Yes, if victory is unattainable, then we should escape and seek another opportunity to eliminate him. Upon hearing Gu Tianlang's words, the consensus in the group was to advise him to retreat, avoiding a direct confrontation with such an entity. Vegito reassured, however, he is still no match for me. There is no need for concern. As for whether Gu Tianlang spoke truthfully, no one doubted. There was an inherent trust in Gu Qifeng among them. With a robust right arm, he struck down fiercely towards the ground, the force of his punch generating a tempest capable of rending all asunder, akin to an air cannon aimed at them. Even knowing he could not withstand this blow, Trunks charged forth without hesitation, extending his hands to create a protective shield that enveloped Vegeta, Goku, and Mai behind him. The audacity of a mere human, daring to confront a deity's power without fleeing, was a testament to their foolishness and insignificance. Zamasu regarded Trunks' actions with disdain. At that moment, the protective shield expanded once more, enveloping not only himself but also the humans in the sanctuary. How could I let you succeed? I am Trunks, the son of Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, destined to be the savior of our future. Trunks maximized his energy, preparing to turn the tide single-handedly. Chapter 34. The offensive Goku Black observed silently from the sidelines, showing no intention of intervening. This was a trial for Trunks, a confrontation with his inner demons. He needed this brush with death to emerge from the shadows of his past. The collision of his fist and the energy shield unleashed a terrifying force, causing the shield to twist and contort under the immense pressure. Yet, Trunks did not relent until the very last moment, astonishingly surpassing his limits and achieving full power in his Super Saiyan form. At the brink of the shield shattering, a surge of light erupted, countering the shockwave of his punch. This infuriated the fused Zamasu, who could not fathom that a mere Trunks could withstand his assault. He unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, intent on annihilating the Earth in one fell swoop. However, to his astonishment, as half of the energy blasts were released, they detonated mid-air, and a figure emerged from the dense mist, gazing indifferently at the demonic Zamasu. The members of the chat group felt that Goku Black appeared as a celestial being descending from the heavens, instilling a sense of inferiority in those who beheld him. The destroyer of worlds, I traverse through the mist, while others shrink in my presence, truly a mysterious and powerful entity. The man who had shattered countless worlds, known as Matoi Shirshir, looked upon the man in the image, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar. Third style. This opponent is formidable. He could very well be a rival to the administrator. Alas, we are unable to witness the battle firsthand. Watergate felt a tinge of regret, recognizing that nothing could compare to the experience of watching live. Only up close could one truly appreciate the strength of both fighters. The slumbering daughter of Kagoro Mori thought it too perilous to observe, believing that even the residual force could be lethal. In contrast, Ran Mori felt quite the opposite. She believed it was better this way and would have been too afraid to approach had she been given the chance. The time-devouring spirit the battle is about to commence. Let us closely observe just how powerful the administrator truly is. Goku Black hovered in midair, his expression shifting to one of perplexity as he sensed that he might have misjudged his own strength. His baseline might exceed the full power of Super Saiyan Blue by a significant margin. Previously lacking a point of reference, he was unaware of his true capabilities. However, witnessing Vegeta's earlier performance, even in his full-power Super Saiyan Blue form, left him with the impression that Vegeta was still relatively weak. Zamasu's strength, even in his fused form, did not project an overwhelming power to him. You truly lack respect for the divine. Zamasu's already twisted visage contorted further in fury, rendering his appearance even more repugnant. With a thunderous crash, a figure plummeted to the ground, the immense force creating a deep crater. The presence of Zama's vanished from the sky. I apologize, but your appearance is simply too grotesque for me to resist, Gu Tianlang remarked with an air of reluctant amusement. Yet, the grounded Zamas could not shake the feeling that Gu Tianlang's smile was rather infuriating. Trunks, who was on the ground, was taken aback by the swiftness of Gu Tianlang's strike. Even he could not perceive the sequence of events. With a powerful right hand, he struck the earth, unleashing a blinding radiance as Zamas transformed into a dazzling light, instantaneously moving from the ground to deliver a punch towards Gu Tianlang. Gu Tianlang, weary of Zama's self-proclaimed superiority, retaliated without reservation, each punch causing the earth to crack and dilapidated skyscrapers to collapse. The two engaged in a fierce contest of strength, with neither gaining the upper hand initially. As Gu Tianlang's grin grew ever wider, Zamas felt his own power incrementally surge, as if the bones in his fingers were on the verge of shattering while he gazed at Gu Tianlang's smiling visage. No longer daring to underestimate his opponent, Zamas unleashed a surge of energy from his mouth, firing an energy blast to force Gu Tianlang back, while his left hand coalesced a blade of light for another assault. However, Gu Tianlang's prowess was evidently several tiers above Goku and Vegeta, gradually tipping the scales in his favor. He deftly intercepted Zama's charging fist, utilizing the latter's own force to deliver an elegant sidekick. In one fluid motion, he directed his energy towards Zama's, instantly enveloping the ground in a torrential downpour of blue light, ensnaring Zama's with nowhere to flee. The impact left Zama's nearly unrecognizable. In desperation, he activated a protective barrier, his anger manifesting as he lashed out with his light blade. Yet, Gu Tianlang maintained his serene smile, as if everything were well within his control. The two figures flickered in the air, searching for vulnerabilities in one another. Zama soared into the clouds, his aura erupting, and he conjured a cataclysmic sphere infused with malevolent energy. In a fit of uncontrollable laughter, he proclaimed that this energy ball represented his most formidable attack, one that no one could withstand. If you dare evade, the earth shall perish. If you choose to absorb this blow, your demise is inevitable. So, what shall your choice be? Trunks' eyes reddened as he sensed the devastating power of the strike. He longed to rush to Gu Tianlang's aid, willing to sacrifice himself to prevent the destruction of the future. Goku and Vegeta, whose strength surpassed Trunks, staggered to their feet, eager to assist Gu Tianlang. For such an attack was far beyond the capacity of a single individual to endure. Who told you I was going to protect the earth? But as you wish. This attack is beneath my need to evade. Gu Tianlang halted the actions of the three, beckoning Zama's to attack him without delay. The overwhelming power of Zama's at full capacity registered as little more than a mere nuisance to him, failing to invoke any sense of threat. The energy orb screamed through the air, hurtling down towards Gu Tianlang with ferocity, who braced himself against it, the immense pressure forcing his legs deep into the ground. Perish, mortal. High above, Zama's unleashed his full might, striving to obliterate the ancient celestial wolf and annihilate him along with this planet. The energy sphere gradually sank into the earth, and the silhouette of the celestial wolf vanished, consumed by the terrifying force of destruction. The ground was gouged out, creating a massive pit several hundred meters wide. And as the energy sphere descended, the depth of the chasm became unfathomable. Trunks could sense no trace of his aura. It seemed all was lost. Even if he were to strike at the incoming energy blast, it would detonate prematurely. Earth was doomed. Such a cataclysmic force would surely reduce it to but a speck of cosmic dust. Tony was not truly wealthy. Would the Great One truly perish? Where had he gone? The slumbering daughter of the little detective surely could not be right. Did not the Great One assert that his opponent was no match for him? The CAF attendant, fond of rabbits, noted that indeed, the onslaught had driven the Great One underground, and it was the first time witnessing him in such a desperate state. Chapter 35, Super Saiyan, Spiral Flash Ultra Dance Roar Technique. Watch closely. If he lacked confidence, the Great One would not have braved this attack. Minato held faith in the Celestial Wolf, not believing he would succumb to this assault. The Destroyer of Worlds echoed this sentiment. Surely, he would not perish so easily. Having witnessed the Celestial Wolf eradicate thousands of monsters merely through sheer presence, Tsukasa was also confident in his strength. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan lamented, "My Byakugan cannot perceive their attacks. They are far too powerful." However, the women in the group harbored different thoughts, expressing their concerns for the Celestial Wolf. In a stunning turn of events, the descending energy sphere suddenly erupted with a radiant golden light, unleashing an indescribably potent aura. The energy sphere began to rise uncontrollably. Defying Zama's attempts to exert control, the Celestial Wolf emerged from the depths, raising a hand filled with energy, casting a look of disdain towards Zama's. How trivial the power of divinity appeared. It was truly disappointing. The color of his hair and eyes transformed to a brilliant gold, and his entire demeanor underwent a dramatic metamorphosis. Golden lightning crackled around him, exuding an air of haughty supremacy, as if regarding deities as mere insects. The mere aura radiating from him caused Zama's to stagger back several steps. Impossible. How could you withstand this attack? You should have been vanquished. Even the Ultra Blue was no match for him. A mere Super Saiyan, despite momentarily surprising Zama's, was not taken seriously. Yet, he had previously sensed no trace of the Celestial Wolf's presence. Why had he not perished? Mutant Wolf leaned back, executing a punch, hurling the energy blast into the air like a basketball aimed at Zama's. Zama scoffed, dismissing the attack as futile. He effortlessly evaded it with a mere shift of his body. Transforming into a Super Saiyan was nothing extraordinary. Your speed barely increased. Trunks widened his eyes in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding above, astonished that someone could achieve such a feat. This was nothing short of divine. This individual was remarkably powerful, existing in an entirely different realm from them. Suddenly, the earth, shrouded in darkness, saw its outer shadows dissipate, purified by the energy blast, allowing sunlight to once again illuminate the surroundings. Zama's noticed the unusual occurrence in the sky, perplexed as to how ancient Chi Feng had managed such a feat. Using my energy to break through my dark aura? How did you accomplish that? In truth, when Gu Tianlang launched the energy blast, he had already imbued it with his own energy, rendering it akin to a spirit bomb. A flash of golden light appeared as Gu Tianlang approached Zama's, pressing his hand against Zama's head while rubbing it against a building with fervor. With a swift kick, he sent Zama's crashing into the ruins, where Zama's emerged from the rubble, engaging in close combat, each punch landing with bone-crushing force. However, the overwhelming disparity in strength rendered Zama's incapable of landing a single blow on Gu Tianlang. Is there any way for you to become stronger? If this is all you can muster, you have no value in surviving. Ancient Qifeng calmly dodged while inquiring, his serious demeanor indicating that the stronger Zama's became, the more points he could earn. Otherwise, even if he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, the feeble strength of the enemy would prevent him from showcasing his full potential, resulting in minimal points from the chat group. The more he taunted, the angrier Zama's became. The human he looked down upon was mocking him so brazenly, his fury escalating to the brink of madness. His attacks became increasingly erratic, and Gu Tianlang, having lost interest, ruthlessly dominated Zama's, the once mighty deity now retreating in defeat. The members of the chat were taken aback, none anticipating that Gu Tianlang harbored such power. Hinata's eldest daughter. I thought the boss was done for. You scared me to death. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar. I expected a tough battle, but I didn't anticipate the boss's true power to be so terrifying. It was a complete one-sided beatdown. Tony, not the richest. Isn't this just a change of hairstyle? How did his power increase so dramatically? What was once an even match has turned into a complete rout. The coffee shop attendant who loves rabbits, however, after transforming into golden hair. The boss gives off such a cold and proud vibe. Usually, Gu Tianlang, while recognized as the strongest in the group, exuded a sense of kindness, lacking the aloofness characteristic of other powerful beings. Yet now, even without a change in expression, the pride in his demeanor was unmistakable. The slumbering daughter of the Little Five Dragons indeed exudes a more oppressive aura than before. However, it appears that the adversary possesses an immortal essence, the destroyer of worlds. As long as the power is sufficiently potent, immortality does not equate to invincibility. There are always ways to obliterate such beings. Observing the frenzied Zama's, Goku felt a profound sense of ennui, realizing that the opponent's strength had reached its zenith, and he no longer harbored the desire to continue this engagement. With a flick of his wrist, a radiant orb of vibrant colors materialized in his hand, a kaleidoscope of hues sparkling within. In a flash, he thrust this orb into Zama's being. I am immortal, he began, but before the words could fully escape his lips, Zama's corporeal form began to disintegrate. First his limbs, then his torso, until all traces of his existence were utterly erased. Neither his malevolent aura nor his immortal form retained any efficacy, as they were completely purged by the singular, purifying energy from within. The Soul Arbiter possessed the unique ability to cleanse evil, making it ideally suited to confront Zama's, who had been consumed by darkness. Gazing at the still unrecovered Zama's, Vegeta found it hard to fathom that this immortal being had met his demise. Zama's is truly dead? What technique was that? Goku staggered to his feet, gravely regarding the spot where Zama's had once stood. The wolf indeed proved formidable. Even a Super Saiyan wielded such tremendous power. Trunks was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend how anyone on Earth could surpass both his father and Uncle Goku. He had no recollection of such a figure existing. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Zama's had not managed to withstand even a single blow. The disparity between himself and his foe was as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Is this truly the end? Tony pondered, astonished at how swiftly the battle had concluded. He resolved to cultivate favor with the formidable figure. If the leader were to protect him, no villain, not even Thanos, would stand a chance against such might. The slumbering daughter of the Little Five Dragons was indeed exceedingly powerful. The seriousness of this leader was terrifying. Chapter 36. Be my son, even the yellow ape could not possibly move at such speed. How could a human achieve such swiftness? Whitebeard could barely perceive the clash between the two, witnessing only the tremors in the air, their velocities so rapid that they eluded the naked eye. Suddenly, the sky was shrouded by immense, dark green clouds, as Zama's lingering spirit unleashed a dark aura that spread from Earth to the far reaches of the cosmos. Do you think this is over? I shall eradicate humanity entirely. How dare these wretched beings defy the divine? Countless colossal visages of Zama's materialized in the heavens, their mouths agape, channeling malevolent energy to launch a barrage of indiscriminate energy blasts upon the ground. Without a glance, Goku nonchalantly flicked his hand, causing all the energy blasts to detonate midair, murmuring to himself, "Oh, feeble deity, witness the true essence of power." The gaze grew earnest, a golden aura surging around, dispelling the shadows in the air once more. The powerful energy fluctuations caused an upheaval throughout the universe. As the ancient celestial wolf's aura intensified, the earth trembled with flying sand and shifting stones, unleashing a force that altered the very essence of heaven and earth. In each hand, a soul judge was concentrated, forcefully compressed together, merging into a more potent purifying technique aimed at the consciousness of Zamasu in the sky. Despite Zamasu's colossal size, this attack proved utterly ineffective. He could not even utter a cry before being obliterated once again. Administrator Wukong, undefeated, defeats the malevolent Kaishin Zamasu, earning a reward of 60 million points. Administrator Wukong closes the live broadcast. The plot twist unfolded with astonishing rapidity. They were still reeling from Zamasu's indomitable spirit, having been reduced to such a state, yet surviving to seek vengeance with renewed vigor. In the blink of an eye, however, he was gone once more. This was the legendary notion that if one did not desecrate my corpse today, one would not leave unscathed. The CAF attendant, fond of rabbits, remarked on the grand spectacle, which turned out to be a tempest of sound with little substance, as Zamasu was revived and perished again in mere seconds. Dongxiang was initially taken aback. After all, the battle between Gu Tianlang and Zamasu, while destructive on a stellar scale, lacked a compelling visual impact. She could not gauge the true magnitude of the energy involved, but Zamasu's revival had cast a shadow over the earth, with signs of his gradual consumption of nearby star domains. Dongxiang had never witnessed such a gigantic creature, while size does not always equate to strength. It was difficult for her to conceive of a means to defeat a monster larger than the earth itself. Even nuclear weapons seemed futile. Once again, he succumbed to the same technique from the formidable opponent, failing to utter even a second line of dialogue. The destroyer of worlds mused whether the prior demise lacked sufficient flair, pondering if a different manner of death might be more suitable. Tony, not truly a billionaire, quipped about the absurdity of dying without style, questioning if his family was aware of his comedic disposition. The destroyer of worlds inquired, Tony, can you comprehend my name? Of course, I can understand. What of it? You are an armored being, and so am I, encased in steel. I fear you not. In the group, the Emperor Rider had previously introduced himself, merely stating his capacity to transform into an armored form, akin to an unremarkable Cayman rider, without delving into further details. Tony instinctively assumed that the strength of the doorway warrior was comparable to his own. After all, he was a global magnate and a genius in scientific endeavors, and there was no reason to believe he would be outmatched in technology. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance, a powerful form, was explained. The rider form possessed various capabilities, such as speeds surpassing the sound barrier and striking power reaching 10 tons. Regardless, Minato had fought alongside the warrior and understood something of the Emperor Rider's strength, readily offering an explanation. Sitting comfortably in his office chair, humming a tune, Tony Stark nearly toppled to the ground. Who possesses armor capable of moving at supersonic speeds? Who on earth are you? Just as Tony posed this question, an unfamiliar melody resonated within his mind. Though he could not comprehend the nature of the composition, he instinctively felt it was a dirge, merely a passing masked rider. I shall remember you well. As Dino drew forth his card sword and wiped it clean, he suddenly snapped back to reality, realizing he had become too engrossed in the performance. Initially, he intended only to frighten Tony, yet he had inadvertently come close to transforming. Be my son, he jested. Enough mischief, little ones. Stop scaring Tony. Whitebeard's voice interrupted the farce, for he was more concerned about how many points the administrator had accrued this time. Given that it was a personal mission, the rewards would not be displayed, meaning only Guren could see them while others in the group remained oblivious. Miss Hinata, I presume it will not be less than 10 million. Given that the last mission awarded our leader a similar sum, the daughter of the slumbering Kagoro added, I too believe it shall exceed 10 million. This adversary appears more formidable than those encountered in the martial arts tournament. The time-devouring sprite chimed in, indeed, I concur. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar, Tony interjected. If our leader comes online, why not inquire of him directly? Tony, you are not the wealthiest. Why should I ask? You all think of me first when it comes to misfortune, Tony lamented, exasperated. After all, it was the leader's own points. He was not so idle as to inquire about them, even if the leader had a good temperament. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar, came the retort. How did your intelligence suddenly activate? I thought you relished courting danger. In the future Dragon Ball universe, Trunks stared wide-eyed at the sky, momentarily lost in thought until Guren patted him on the shoulder. Only then did Trunks regain his composure. Thank you ever so much. Without your presence, Earth would have lost all hope. He bowed deeply to Guren, his expression grave and his tone sincere. Guren accepted the gratitude with grace, observing Goku and Vegeta, who struggled to stand. He quipped, What's the matter? Do you need me to help you up? You both seem rather fatigued. Goku chuckled lightheartedly, dismissing Guren's words. while Vegeta huffed disdainfully, steadying himself with hands on his knees. Lacking senzu beans, ultimately it was Trunks who assisted both of them onto the time machine. And the four returned to the present. As Guren pondered the mission on their journey back, he found it perplexing that the points amounted to only 60 million. After all, Zamasu's strength was rather limited, and he could never hope to rival Vegeta or Gogeta. Even with an immortal body, the chat group values strength over any special abilities. After all, his immortality was bestowed by the mighty dragon, and he was prepared to transform into a Super Saiyan god. Yet, in a mere Super Saiyan state, he was swiftly vanquished, and the more he fought with this body, the more he felt its immense power. Upon witnessing the disheveled state of the three, Bulma mistakenly assumed they had collectively lost and hurried to assist Vegeta from the time machine. Chapter 37. Newcomer's Vegeta was quite displeased. Despite having trained to full power in his Super Blue form, the gap between him and Goku Black was still substantial. The enemy has been dealt with. But it was merely his doing. Upon hearing that the threat had been neutralized, Bulma's anxious heart found relief, and she turned in astonishment to gaze at Goku Black. Since Vegeta referred to Goku as Kakarot and did not use any familiar titles, it was clear that the foe had been defeated by Goku Black. Last time, it was also he who took down Frieza. Just how much power has this individual concealed? Feeling Bulma's curious gaze upon him, Goku Black felt a wave of discomfort and hastily excused himself, claiming urgent matters to attend to. Upon returning to his abode, Goku Black meditated for the entire afternoon, reflecting on his battle with Zamasu as images of their confrontation flashed through his mind. Based on his estimations, Zamasu in his fused form was somewhat stronger than a fully powered Super Blue, yet the combined efforts of Goku and Vegeta managed to break through his defenses, indicating that the disparity was not exceedingly vast. In his normal state, Goku Black had faced no pressure against Zamasu. Had it not been for the need to convert the energy blast into positive energy, he would not have needed to transform into a Super Saiyan at all. Just how powerful was he, and why did it feel as though he surpassed the Gogeta from the time of Super Broly? He recalled that Gogeta in his normal state was merely a fully powered Super Blue, and he felt even stronger. What era's fusion of Goku and Vegeta had resulted in his current form? At that moment, the chat group in his mind vibrated. Joining the chat group to beat up the ex-girlfriend for the current girlfriend. The female group leader joins the chat group. Tony is not the rich tycoon. The disparity between these two new members was rather striking. Weren't the names in the chat group derived from one's personality and experiences? What sort of absurdity was this chat group's leader? The slumbering daughter of Kagero Mori. Perhaps the new members dreamed of becoming the chat group's leader. Moreover, the first member couldn't he possibly be a scoundrel, could he? Tony is not the rich tycoon. The problem is that mere thoughts are futile. The powerful are insurmountable mountains. And with his capabilities, he is merely a manager who could possibly aspire to be the leader. New member becomes the chat group leader, the destroyer of worlds. Is this how it works? Directly embedding gender into the name? The CAF waitress who adores rabbits. The name of the first new member is quite irksome. Even the typically aloof Dong Xiang felt a twinge of annoyance at the newcomer's name. After all, she too was a woman, regardless of the circumstances. A breakup is simply a breakup. It is excessively outrageous for someone to assault their ex-girlfriend for the sake of their current partner. Perhaps the young lady from the Hinata family was indeed quite unreasonable. Otherwise, a man would not resort to violence against his former lover. Have we digressed? Were we not just discussing how newcomers swiftly assume the role of group leader upon entering? The complexities of a woman's thoughts are unfathomable, no matter how one tries. It is impossible to decipher them. In a parallel universe, on an unnamed blue planet, within a quaint cabin in the wilderness, a sweet and charming young girl gazes bewilderedly at the members of her chat group. Tony Stark is a frequent participant in the chat. And while it is understandable to see popular characters like Whitebeard and Minato, she can also comprehend the presence of Kamen Rider Decade and Ran Mori. Before her transposition, she had occasionally encountered these characters in novels. However, the avatar of Goku is utterly perplexing. She has watched Dragon Ball and knows that such beings do not simply join chat groups. Regardless of the era, Goku stands as a paragon of unparalleled strength in the realm of anime. Moreover, the mention of Donkey's World gives her an impression of being a time traveler. Lin Ran, exercising her authority as group leader, promptly modifies her name to eliminate any reference to gender before introducing herself in the chat. Chat group leader, greetings everyone. I am Lin Ran. I look forward to your kind cooperation henceforth. Sleeping little Kagoro's daughter. Hello, miss, I am Ran Mori. It is a pleasure to meet you. Tony Stark, greetings, group leader. I am Tony Stark. Should you have any questions, feel free to message me at any time. Chat group leader, sleeping little Kagoro's daughter. Do you happen to have a boy named Conan in your household? Tony Stark, by the way, has your Iron Man armor been completed yet? Sleeping little Kagoro's daughter, you are aware of Conan? Are you from our world? This revelation astounds her. Logically, aside from the prominent figures, no one should be privy to her circumstances. Chat group leader, not at all. You and I do not inhabit the same universe, let alone the same world. Tony Stark, could you possibly be another prominent figure? I was merely jesting, so please do not take it to heart. Upon entering the group and casually mentioning his Iron Man armor, Tony fears he may have spoken out of turn. Had he known, he would have refrained from teasing the new member. Chat group leader, it is quite all right. I did not take it to heart. I am not a prominent figure. I merely possess a slight glimpse into a myriad of potential futures. Lin Ran resolved to take the initiative, drawing upon her knowledge of the storyline to provide a hint to the group while subtly gauging this Goku. Administrator Invincible Goku has entered the chat. Let us warmly welcome all new members. Invincible Goku, another newcomer has arrived. Group leader, do you cherish your comrades like Zhang Fei? And are you as humble and prudent as Guan Yu? Upon encountering this name, and realizing that the new group leader was none other than the group master himself, Gu Tianlang was certain that this newly joined leader, like himself, was also a time traveler. He decided to inquire directly. Lin Ran was somewhat taken aback by the straightforwardness of the question. In novels, do time travelers not engage in a battle of wits for some time before revealing their identities? The group leader, timid as a mouse, Zhao Zilong. And the courteous Ma Mingqi, do you not conceal your identity? Gu Tianlang glanced at his reflection in the mirror, shook his head helplessly, and countered Lin Ran's inquiry. Invincible Gogeta, you seem to know who I am. Do you believe there is any necessity for me to hide? Lin Ran was rendered speechless. The person before her was so formidable, capable of annihilating planets with ease. What need was there for him to conceal his prowess? She suddenly recalled a novel she'd read in her previous life, where the protagonist was at level 1000 while the most powerful cultivators outside were merely at level 10. I implore you to descend from the mountain. This was clearly a case of a top-tier player equipped with premium enhancements, reveling in the novice village. What was there left to hide? The group leader, a true master, indeed had a perspective that was distinctly unique. Initially, she thought herself fortunate to have traversed into this safe world, devoid of imminent danger and possessing decent martial skills. Yet, upon witnessing Gu Tianlang, she felt an undeniable disparity between individuals. While she had landed in a secure and prosperous realm, content in her circumstance, he was poised to dominate the universe from the outset. The man exuded an aura of invincibility, a force of chaos in any universe he entered. Fortunately, she harbored no grand aspirations. Having become the leader of the chat group herself, she admired Gu Tianlang's fortuitous circumstances without a tinge of jealousy. Tony is definitely not the wealthiest, she mused, acknowledging that even as a group leader, she regarded the master with utmost respect. Miss Hyuga, the group administrator, seems to be acquainted with the new leader. Could it be that they, like myself and the fourth Hokage, hail from the same world? Though the others in the group could not comprehend the nuances of their conversation, it was evident that the two shared a camaraderie, or perhaps some deeper connection. Invincible Gogeta. Even if you are familiar, for the sake of your current girlfriend, let us know about your previous one. Newcomer, please introduce yourself. Chapter 38. The giant emerges. This name was unfamiliar to Gu Tianlang. He racked his brain but could not ascertain who this individual was. He had read numerous novels about chat groups, yet none featured a character of significant renown bearing this name. For the sake of my current girlfriend, I shall beat my ex-girlfriend. I am Gu, a member of the Victory Team, belonging to the Earth Defense Force. Gu expressed his bewilderment. He had learned about the group's purpose through announcements, yet this name was utterly perplexing. Wasn't he still a virgin? He had no girlfriend, let alone an ex. Was this name not a mockery of him? Invincible Gogeta Gu? Group leader Gu? The two time travelers were utterly bewildered, even in their wildest dreams. They could not have anticipated that this individual would be the embodiment of many boys' childhood aspirations. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Gu had indeed resorted to violence against his ex-girlfriend, Camilla, not merely to confront her, but to the point of her demise. All for the sake of his current love, Lena. Unrivaled Gogeta, have you just joined the Victory Team and encountered the pyramid? Gu Tianlang mused. Intrigued about which era the current Gu belonged to, it could not possibly be the later version, could it? I have no idea about any pyramid. I have just joined the Victory Team, and today I am on patrol in the deep mountains, came the response from the chat group leader. Well, that's of no concern. You will soon encounter the pyramid. Do not be afraid of what lies within, reassured the group leader. Is the pyramid the one I am thinking of? But why? Pondered the daughter of the slumbering Kagaro. I too envisioned a pyramid, but what is there to fear? It merely houses numerous mummies, Tony remarked, sharing the perspective of his and Rant's worldview, where a certain nation also possessed pyramids, yet they had never heard of anything peculiar associated with them. Why did the elders speak of it so mysteriously? What lies within? And how do you know about our world? Gu initially dismissed their ramblings, But as he soared through the skies, he unexpectedly encountered a colossal pyramid. The chat group could connect realms. Yet those from other worlds could not possibly know of their encounter with the pyramid. Lin Ran surveyed his slender arms and legs, feeling somewhat troubled. After all, did not those who became group leaders do so through their knowledge of the plot, often deceiving others? How was it that he found himself as a group leader? Especially having joined later, with another time traveler possessing such an impressive identity? The chat group was indeed unique. It did not allow for the sending of exclusive red envelopes. For instance, if Gu Tianlang were to send himself a red envelope containing 10,000 combat power, he would irrevocably lose that amount of strength. In other words, one could only complete tasks to exchange for abilities. Fortunately, he was not facing any immediate troubles and did not feel the urgency to attain formidable power, allowing him the luxury of time. I can glimpse a portion of your futures. Otherwise, how could I have been chosen as the group leader? He declared, uploading the worldview of Gu to the group. Fearing disbelief among the members, Lin Ran compiled the background and military divisions of Gu's world into a group document and posted it in the announcements. What is inside the pyramid? Why do you speak of it so mysteriously? There's nothing particularly alarming. Just 3 giants, each several tens of meters tall, possessing the strength to potentially dominate the earth. Gogeta responded nonchalantly. Did I misinterpret? I can comprehend each of your 3 statements individually, yet together they seem quite odd, remarked Gu, perplexed. The crowd in the group found it peculiar. Giants capable of dominating the earth with their colossal stature were not deemed particularly formidable. Yet, they could not refute the argument. For in the eyes of the ancient Sirius, such a level of power was indeed trivial. To defend his current girlfriend, he was determined to confront his ex. As 2 monstrous beings appeared in the air and on the ground, shattering the protective barrier surrounding the pyramid, Tony, who was not truly the wealthiest, mused. Aren't you flying a fighter jet? Use your weapons against them. However, he lamented, with monsters the size of several dozen meters. The armaments of my patrol aircraft would hardly make a dent. He glanced at the most potent weapon on board, 2 large-caliber laser cannons, and then at the gargantuan creature whose foot dwarfed his patrol craft. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to retreat, unwilling to engage in direct confrontation. Go live and let everyone witness this, Tony suggested. If it comes to it, we can assist you. It's merely a matter of size. My armor is equipped with numerous missiles, even the largest beast can be obliterated. At last, Tony seized the opportunity to showcase his prowess, asserting that size was not everything. He lacked nothing except for the heavy artillery. The group leader remarked, impressive as always, but I doubt you can defeat the monster. Tony responded with confidence. I am Iron Man provided I am adequately prepared. A mere monster is no challenge. He was evidently self-assured in his abilities, despite the creature's massive size. It was still flesh and blood. With 10 missiles at his disposal, even the most enormous adversary would meet its end. Tony, do you possess an atomic bomb? Came a query. No, Tony replied. If I had one, I would undoubtedly be detained. Such devices are not permitted for private development. Surely, you are not suggesting we resort to atomic weaponry to eliminate them? A sense of foreboding washed over him. Could it be that the monsters of this world were unlike anything he had envisioned? The group leader countered, your missiles may reduce the monster to ashes, but they are hardly sufficient to kill them. As Gu began his live broadcast, the monsters advanced towards the 3 colossal statues at the pyramid. With determination, Gu steeled himself and launched an assault on the 2 titans. However, against the likes of Melba and Golzon, his efforts were little more than a mere tickle. They paid him no heed, continuing their march towards the statues. As the distance between them diminished, Gu's relentless attacks finally drew a shriek from Melba, who turned and charged at him. Chapter 39. The method of awakening the giants. Gu piloted his aircraft with ease, deftly evading Melba's assault, maneuvering gracefully through the air to escape her onslaught. The slumbering daughter of Little Five was startled by the aircraft's laser cannon, which carved immense craters into the earth. Such formidable power, when unleashed upon a creature, merely elicited a shower of sparks, leading one to ponder the futility of Uncle Tony's missiles. Tony was rendered speechless. It was quite absurd for a creature to be impervious to such an onslaught. He never anticipated that the monsters in the ancient world would possess such extraordinary resilience. Tony, despite not being a billionaire, could not help but acknowledge that the piloting skills in this ancient realm were commendable, as the risk of crashing seemed minimal for the time being. For the sake of my current girlfriend, I won't crash while flying, he reassured himself. It is utterly impossible for me to crash. I have a reputation for my speed in piloting. Is it possible to crash while flying so fast? Mused Gu Tianlang, shaking his head with a bittersweet smile. According to some anonymous netizen statistics, over half of the crashes in the Digga storyline were somehow linked to Gu, who had earned the nickname Prince of Crashes. Suddenly, Gu's face lit up in the live stream as he witnessed Golzon, still wreaking havoc on the statue, being struck by 2 energy blasts. The victory flying swallow, soaring from the distance, revealed none other than Shinjo at the helm. For the sake of my current girlfriend, I want to let my ex-girlfriend get in the way, Gu thought, relieved that their ace pilot had arrived. With Shinjo on board, they could surely restrain the other monster and safeguard the undamaged statue. In the chat group, the group leader queried, "Should I speak, or you?" Gu Tianlang recognized Linran's inquiry. After all, the synergy between Gu and Shinjo was legendary, well known to all who had witnessed it. "You go ahead." "I truly wish to spare him any disheartening news," replied Gogeta. The group leader then divulged, "Let me share something with you. If you encounter a monster alone, the likelihood of crashing is 98%. However, if you team up with Shinjo, the probability becomes 100%. Dreams may be beautiful, yet reality is often harsh." Although Gu was undeniably charming, Linran hesitated to reveal such a grim truth to him, knowing he would inevitably come to learn it. "That cannot be true. Shinjo has never crashed. There is no reason for that to happen," exclaimed Gu, jolted by the revelation, narrowly dodging an attack from Merba as her laser grazed his aircraft. Gogeta, Gu is a decent pilot, and Shinjo is a decent pilot as well, but together they formed the crash duo, remarked Gu Tianlang. Gu was skeptical of this assertion, but it was clear that Gu Tianlang and Linran were well acquainted with their world, making their words likely credible. For the sake of his own safety, perhaps it was wise for him to avoid teaming up with Shinjo in the future. "Say, Gu, have you never managed to fly without crashing? Is it a certainty that you will crash every time you face a monster?" inquired the eldest daughter of the Hinata family. "I actually forgot about that. I wasn't paying much attention to such matters back then," admitted the group leader. In the realm of unparalleled mastery, there have been instances where the esteemed Gu did not succumb to the perils of a crash, but rather executed a safe landing. The curiosity of the CAF staff, who hold a fondness for rabbits, was piqued, leading them to inquire about these rare occurrences. They eagerly awaited Gu Tianlang's response. Upon reflection, Gu Tianlang noted that the 2 occasions of Gu's safe landings shared a singular commonality, a conundrum that had perplexed him. He could only attribute it to serendipity. Might it be due to his partnership with Lena? Certainly, when teamed with the woman destined to be his future spouse, he would navigate with extraordinary steadiness. Is this the essence of love's influence? Tony, unflinchingly loyal, perceived Gu as embodying a certain disregard for camaraderie. The daughter of the slumbering Kagoro remarked upon the group leader's documents, which described Gu as a humble bread delivery driver, questioning how he ascended to such an elite national defense team. To defend his current girlfriend by confronting his former partner, was this the path he took? It appears he secured his position in the victory team through less than honorable means. Tony Stark had initially believed that Gu earned his place through sheer diligence and rigorous selection, holding a genuine admiration for him, only to discover the rather unseemly manner of his inclusion. He lamented, "I thought myself shameless, yet you surpass me in audacity, treating such an act as entirely acceptable." The daughter of Kagoro recounted her first visit when she mistakenly entered through the back door, unable to locate the main entrance, claiming no shame in the mishap. The chat group leader mused that Gu might have intentionally led others to misconstrue his statements. Supportive affirmations followed from the group, with members in agreement. Amid this banter, the live feed displayed the victory falcon being struck by Golzon's energy projectile, culminating in its glorious descent. Alas, Golzon is heading toward the final statue. Is there any recourse? A peculiar sense of familiarity washed over Gu as he gazed at the statue, an instinctive urge to safeguard it emerging from within. Such a feat is hardly formidable. Simply allow Golzon to strike you once, Gu Tianlang suggested. Wouldn't that result in death? Tony countered, incredulous at the suggestion, while the others momentarily faltered in their thoughts, realizing that such a proposal was tantamount to folly. The CAF staff mused that it indeed did not sound too difficult. The eldest daughter of the Hinata family is indeed not difficult to deal with, though it may be somewhat perilous. It must be said that the requirement is quite simple. Anyone could do it. Who wouldn't dare to court danger? To violently confront an ex-girlfriend for the sake of his current girlfriend is no laughing matter, especially given the critical situation at hand. I am not jesting. Your life is at stake, which could awaken the ancient powers within you, transforming you into a being of light fused with a giant. Very well, I shall risk everything. Presently, there is no superior alternative. Gu has resolved to gamble his life in a desperate struggle. Should he remain inactive, the colossal stone statue would be annihilated in an instant. With unwavering determination, he piloted the aircraft towards Golzon, only to be sent flying by a single blow from the foe. As the plane plummeted, Gu transformed into a cascade of radiant light, merging with the giant statue. Chapter 40. The Remarkable Digga. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. After merging with the statue, can Gu triumph against these 2 monsters? No problem. The transformed Daegu as Diga should be capable of achieving victory. Let us witness the prowess of the hero revered worldwide, the legendary Invincible Giant of Light. Morrison, known as the World Destroyer, embodies the force of annihilation, while Daegu is a hero admired across the globe. His curiosity about Daegu's capabilities is shared by Whitebeard. As the adversary, towering several times higher than an adult giant, presents a formidable challenge even for him, given its immense strength. How will Daegu vanquish such a being? As Golzon prepared to obliterate the last statue, the long immobilized Diga suddenly raised its arms, toppling Golzon to the ground. The massive form instantly shifted to a triadic hue of red, purple, and white, striking a balance between brawn and agility, clearly indicating both power and speed. Witnessing Golzon's misfortune, Melba swooped down from the skies, her claws aimed at Diga's chest. With a leap, Diga executed a kick that swiftly brought Melba down. Just as Diga landed, Golzon charged forward, leaving him no choice but to brace for the impact with his bare hands. Daegu is about to face a setback in this form. His strength pales in comparison to Golzon, placing him at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. In Lin Ran's memory, only Daegu's joyful, powerful form could overpower foes. His composite form lacks overwhelming strength. The CAF attendant, fond of rabbits, observed that this giant is indeed aesthetically pleasing, though it appears not particularly adept in raw power. The consensus in the group echoed this sentiment. Despite a comparable height to his opponent, the disparity in physique was unmistakable. This is not a foregone conclusion. Keep a close watch. In the live broadcast, an astonishing scene unfolded. Facing the overwhelming impact of Golzon, who appeared physically imposing, the seemingly less powerful Diga effortlessly grasped Golzon's head with both hands. Golzon felt as if it had collided with an immovable mountain, unable to advance a single step. Subsequently, it experienced a tremendous blow, the force sending it spinning sideways. Diga maintained a poised left hook stance, with just a single punch. The disparity in strength between Golzon and himself became evident to the onlookers in the chat group. The group leader expressed disbelief, pondering how such dominance was possible, questioning the logic behind it. While Golzon had yet to enhance its abilities, remaining a mere novice creature, Diga's prowess seemed equally implausible. The composite Diga's grip strength was a mere 50,000 tons, with wrist strength around 70,000 tons, leading one to believe that such overwhelming dominance would require at least 70,000 tons of grip strength. This spectacle utterly surpassed Lin Ran's imagination. Having familiarized herself with Diga's specifications, she initially thought that Daegu would struggle in a direct confrontation. Tony, who did not possess the wealth of a tycoon, found the notion of a mere 50,000 tons of grip strength to be an astonishing feat, yet he felt weary, subconsciously recognizing Lin Ran's impressive capability in downplaying such a monumental figure. The daughter of the slumbering Kagoro mused whether their group needed a formidable woman among them, encouraging the group leader to strive towards surpassing the dominant figures. The barista, who adored rabbits, chimed in with enthusiastic support. Hinata's eldest daughter, though hesitant, also expressed hope for the group leader's success, noting that the group was predominantly male, with only a few women, including Kurumi, who could hold their own. They yearned for a woman to rise and prove her mettle, not necessarily to defeat the prominent figures, but at least to be on par with them. Lin Ran sat in her small room, momentarily lost in thought, realizing she had unwittingly put on a grand facade. The group leader questioned whether there was a misunderstanding regarding the prowess of the prominent figures, contemplating that while she could impress others, even against Gu Tianlang, she doubted her ability to prevail. Even with the enhancement of Zizai Gong, she was uncertain if she could best Gu Tianlang. Such augmentations vary by individual. After all, Sun Wukong's combat power regularly surpassed 1 billion, with amplifications reaching into the thousands or tens of thousands, making him formidable. In contrast, her own combat power, even with Zizai Gong, might struggle to match Sun Wukong's baseline, let alone contend with Gu Tianlang. As for the invincible Gogeta, he remarked on his ordinary status as a scion. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance echoed the previous mention of Zamasu, with the realization that the prominent figure could obliterate stars, suggesting that the extraordinary individual could easily pierce through multiple Earths in a single strike. Watergate recalls the last battle between Gu Tianlang and Zamasu, during which Zamasu's energy blast was deemed capable of obliterating 10 Earths in a single strike. Yet, Gu Tianlang effortlessly deflected it, suggesting a conservative estimation of that level of destructive power. The group chat's leader, the unremarkable Gogeta, and the ordinary citizen Gu Tianlang. Lin Ran was at a loss for words. Observing Watergate's comments, Zamasu had indeed appeared, indicating that this was most likely Gogeta from the Dragon Ball Super era. If memory serves correctly, the setting states that the Super Saiyan God, without restraint, could destroy an entire universe with just 3 attacks. However, since Gu Tianlang did not proactively disclose his strength, Lin Ran chose not to expose his capabilities either. He preferred to maintain a low profile and would not seek unnecessary trouble. If one could casually obliterate a star, could that still be considered low-key? In the live broadcast, Myerba witnessed Golzen's misfortune and unleashed a laser imbued with orange flames from her eyes, striking Digga's back and igniting a shower of sparks. Digga, displaying a remarkably human reaction, nonchalantly patted his back, seemingly unaffected by Myerba's attack, while effortlessly lifting Golzen, who was still dazed from the heavy blow. Weighing 68,000 tons, Golzen presented no resistance in Digga's grasp and was tossed aside like a mere sandbag. The viewers in the chat group were astonished. They had initially anticipated a fierce battle, only to be taken aback by the one-sided thrashing. The group chat's leader remarked on the absurdity of the situation, questioning how the Invincible Gogeta was involved. Was this truly the Digga they knew? Such terrifying strength displayed by a composite type. If he transformed into a powerful type, it was likely he could annihilate Golzen with a single punch. The Invincible Gogeta suggested that this might not be the Digga they were familiar with, or perhaps it was. But his strength was not as they knew it. It was a reinforced version. Chapter 41. Gu Tianlang strikes, explaining this would be quite complicated, and even if he did, Lin Ran might not comprehend it fully. Digga's power level is enigmatic, with 3 different writers providing 3 varying interpretations. By the time Lin Ran had traversed to this era, one editor's depiction of Digga rendered him terrifyingly powerful. The strong type directly rivaled the supreme type Gaia, possessing a grip strength exceeding 100,000 tons. Such power could be deemed the pinnacle of normalcy. Digga's abilities have continually been enhanced, and it is likely that the Digga who joined the group chat is the one with the most formidable transformation data. The group chat's leader noted Digga's overwhelming performance, stating that he was indiscriminately slaughtering foes, and the monsters he encountered thereafter posed no challenge. The Invincible Gogeta cautioned that this was not certain. One should observe closely. Gu Tianlang did not believe the situation would proceed so smoothly, as it was entirely normal for unexpected adversaries to emerge in the chat. Shortly after Gu Tianlang finished his statement, a multitude of black mist began to coalesce from all directions and from beneath the ground, swiftly enveloping the area in which Digga and the monster battled. Tony, not the wealthiest, expressed confusion, questioning the sudden blackout and the overwhelming black mist that instilled an ominous premonition in him. In the Hinata family, the eldest daughter found herself enveloped in a shroud of darkness that seemed to stretch for miles around. Could it be that yet another colossal monster was about to emerge? The peculiar ability she possessed bore a striking resemblance to the dark fruit, leaving one to wonder about the fate of the newcomers. The live stream in the chat group could not penetrate the veil of black mist, hence, no one was aware of the condition of Daiku within it. The black mist lingered for half a minute, and with a flash of light from within, the timer flickered, releasing a dazzling brilliance that dispelled the surrounding darkness. As the mist dissipated, Tiga stood with his arms crossed, emanating radiant light from the colorful timer resting upon his chest. Melba and Golza, positioned opposite Tiga, underwent a subtle transformation. Their once ferocious and bloodthirsty gaze was replaced by an unfathomable abyss. Tiga staggered momentarily, almost losing his footing, as 2 monsters launched their assault anew, resulting in an outcome starkly different from before. This time, Tiga was caught off guard and was sent flying as Golza relentlessly pummeled him. Despite Tiga's repeated attempts to shake off Golza, Melba intermittently fired beams of light to distract him, while a pair of massive claws relentlessly targeted Tiga's head, plunging him into a dire predicament. The reversal of fortune was astonishingly swift, as if he had become an entirely different entity. Tony Stark was not truly a billionaire. What a sudden downfall it was, merely due to the onset of a dark mist. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 revealed that, post-mist, the giant had undergone a significant transformation. Initially, his movements exuded the aura of a warrior, but now he resembled a petty thug engaged in a chaotic brawl. "To defend my current girlfriend by beating my ex-girlfriend," he exclaimed. "Can we please cut the nonsense, esteemed colleagues? Hurry and aid me. I am on the brink of being overwhelmed." The chat group leader remarked, "While the specifics remain unclear, you have indeed become a power type. Surely a change in form will lead to victory. Composite power types are immune to Melba's attacks. The power type should easily handle both of them," he continued. "In defense of my current girlfriend against my ex-girlfriend. What on earth is a power type? I cannot transform. You all need to come quickly." The timer on Tiga's chest shifted from sky blue to red, pulsating incessantly. Group member Daiku has issued a mission to defeat the sky monster Melba and the underground monster Golza, with a reward of 3 points. Mission difficulty, level 6. Participation is limited to 3 individuals. Unrivaled Gogeta accepts the mission. Chat group leader accepts the mission. Hinata family eldest daughter accepts the mission. Tony Stark lamented, "Even little Hinata has fallen into bad company, eager to follow the elites for points. But alas, she was a moment too late. And it pains me. When the mission was announced, Tony Stark had scrutinized it carefully, but in mere seconds, it was snatched away. The spiral flashed super will dance roar. Where did my daughter-in-law learn such mischief? Although we are quite familiar, your words demand an explanation. Are you taking advantage of the fact that the Bo Feng family cannot master the art of round dumplings? The slumbering daughter of Ko-Guru, Uncle Tony. Perhaps it's best if you remain silent. Moreover, this task is merely rated 3 points, with Hinata managing to scrape together just 1. Muri Ran is left speechless. In the eyes of Minato, Hinata is nothing short of a precious gem, capable of gracing both the parlor and the kitchen, and her love for her son unwavering unto death. It is likely that even if Naruto were to reject Hinata, Minato would impart a lesson in paternal love. Tony is certainly not a billionaire. Haha. Watching the live stream, look at that massive figure. Guess how long it will take for the big shot to resolve him? The CAF attendant who adores rabbits makes a blind guess. Perhaps within 3 minutes, or maybe just about a minute. The time-devouring elf suggests 10 seconds, or perhaps 20 would suffice. Kurumi feels it won't take even a minute. She has yet to witness the serious side of Ancient Wolf, who approaches every battle with a playful demeanor. Tony is definitely not a billionaire. It's simply impossible. Absolutely impossible. At this moment, Digga is being ravaged by several monsters when he sees a figure flash by, compared to the monstrous beings towering dozens of meters high. This man appears insignificant, enveloped in blinding light, charging unhesitatingly towards Golzon. What seems like an act of futility punctures through 2 monsters, creating gaping holes in their chests. Without looking back, the man hurls 2 blue energy orbs, striking the bodies of the monsters. These seemingly trivial energy orbs unleash terrifying power upon contact with Golzon and Melba, utterly obliterating their forms. Digga is bewildered by the sudden turn of events as Golzon and Melba explode, their demise absolute. Dressed in casual athletic attire, Lin Ran stands amidst the forest floor, gazing at the ancient wolf hovering above, completely indifferent to the explosions unfolding behind him. This is what one would call a true man, never glancing back at the chaos of the explosion. Group management. Unrivaled Gogeta has completed the task, earning 1 reward point. Group member Hinata from the Hyuga clan receives 1 point, and the group owner also receives 1 point. Task duration, 1 second. Task rating, level A. Additional reward for Administrator Unrivaled Gogeta, 200,000 points. In the chat group, the total number of participants exceeds 10, unlocking the mutual assistance feature. Given that group management Unrivaled Gogeta has achieved a super god rating, an additional reward of 10,000 points is granted to group member Hinata from the Hyuga clan and 10,000 points to the chat group owner. Chapter 42. The Confusion of Digga. Note: whenever a group task or a task initiated by a member is completed by a single individual at a rated level, to prevent other less capable members from receiving no additional points, thereby exacerbating the disparity in strength within the group, all participating members will receive varying amounts of points. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I cannot help but feel a twinge of envy. With 10,000 points, I could upgrade several components of my battle armor or acquire a miniature energy conversion device. Deep within Tony Stark's heart, a sense of frustration arose. After all, this is not merely 10,000 cabbages, nor a trifling sum of $10,000. The barista, who adores rabbits, gazed enviously at Hinata, who was fortunate enough to encounter a chat group that altered the reward system on her very first mission. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance shout-out is not to be taken lightly, especially considering whose daughter-in-law she is. As the saying goes, a girl who smiles often is not likely to have bad luck. The Destroyer of Worlds. Well, Hinata's good fortune is her own. What does it have to do with you? The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan had initially planned to come and observe, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the reward reform. Standing beside Lin Ran, Hinata felt a sense of bewilderment, as if fortune had smiled upon her from the heavens. One should not dismiss the billion credit price of the ultimate skill, in truth. Those 10,000 points could greatly enhance her current abilities, whether exchanging for a slightly weaker devil fruit to gain an additional power, especially since the fruits in the chat group store are immune to the C's weaknesses, or amplifying her chakra. The possibilities were ample. However, this also varies by individual. Giving Naruto a chakra amplification would certainly require more than 10,000 points. But amplifying her own chakra was entirely feasible. Lin Ran approached and embraced her, nearly leaving Hinata breathless. Congratulations, little Hinata. Her cheeks flushed a delicate pink as she regarded this group leader she met for the first time, feeling a bit shy due to such intimate contact. Digga and Gu gradually approached from a distance, while Gu Tianlang, sensing that Xinxin was nearby, deliberately created a large protective shield with his aura to avoid inadvertently interrupting the trio. Gu Qifeng scanned the surroundings, emitting an aura that disrupted the spatial integrity around them, as he wished to remain undetected. The pyramid ruins lie deep within the mountains, devoid of surveillance equipment and far from any living souls. After disturbing the spatial equilibrium, Satellites would be unable to observe this area. Lin Ran tossed her long hair over her shoulder, her large eyes blinking with curiosity as she observed Gu and Gu Tianlang. Why did it start off so grand, yet later result in such a brutal defeat at the hands of two monsters? Gu scratched the back of his head, his tone tinged with exasperation. It wasn't my fault at the beginning. That giant was fighting on its own. It was only after the black mist enveloped us that a dark and malevolent aura suddenly emerged. Then, a light appeared within Diga, and when those two auras collided, that was when I began to fight. Gu recounted a lengthy tale, much of which Lin Ran struggled to comprehend. Yet one thing was clear. After Gu took control of Diga, he had been on the receiving end of the blows the entire time. Ultimately, she is but a girl, and despite her affection for Diga, her understanding remains superficial. Upon hearing Daigu's account, Gu Tianlang swiftly grasped the situation. It was likely the residual consciousness of Diga engaged in battle, which accounted for its overwhelming strength. The dark mist was probably a scheme by Gogeta, who intended to eliminate Diga at the moment of its revival. Lin Ran, upon realizing this, understood that Gogeta was indeed the orchestrator behind these events. Diga utilized its timer to unleash a brilliant flash, repelling Gogeta's dark forces, yet subsequently exhausted its energy, entrusting its form to Daigu. At that moment, Daigu, in his initial transformation into a giant, lacked the resolute determination to save the world that he would later possess, and he couldn't help but critique Diga's irresponsibility. Earlier, the group leader mentioned a powerful form. Could this giant assume other shapes? Diga could have at least briefed him before departing. Such negligence is truly inexcusable. Were Diga to overhear this, it would undoubtedly incite its ire, for it too wished to impart knowledge, yet its true essence had long since departed, leaving behind merely a vestige of consciousness, devoid of the strength to transform after repelling Gogeta. Moreover, the composite form of Diga could easily vanquish these two monsters. Even though they had been enhanced by the taint of darkness, they were still no match. Unless the summoned ally was utterly feeble and lacked combat experience, they would not falter. Yet, as fate would have it, Daigu truly had no combat experience. He had just joined the victory team and had not undergone any martial training. Meanwhile, Hinata pondered the legendary Sage of Six Paths, questioning whether its true power could rival that of the formidable entities. Indeed, the Great Ones are astonishing. Such colossal monsters can be dispatched in an instant. Oh, it's nothing, merely a trivial matter. Gu Tianlang waved dismissively, not taking the incident to heart. However, being praised by others was, after all, a source of joy, as evidenced by the smile that crept upon his lips. Daigu bowed respectfully to Gu Tianlang, acknowledging that had the Great One not arrived in time, he might have perished at the hands of Golzan. Just as Gu Tianlang prepared to depart, Daigu suddenly lowered his head, gazing at the godlight stick in his hands, filled with doubt about his future. Will I truly become a hero capable of saving the world? Yet, I feel so unprepared. Hinata, Lin Ran, and the others in the chat group were taken aback. They never anticipated Daigu would pose such a question. In the war-torn world of ninjas or the ever-battling Marvel universe, the thirst for power is insatiable. Had Hinata, Tony, and the others gained the ability to transform into Diga, they would not have easily succumbed to confusion. For most within the group had emerged from the tumult of blood and strife. Only Mao Liran and Daigu, who had never experienced the brutality of war and were once ordinary individuals, found it challenging to swiftly adapt to their newfound invincible powers. With a smile, Gu Tianlang posed a question to Daigu. Setting aside Diga's power, from your perspective, do you wish to save the world and assist humanity? Daigu looked up at Gu Tianlang, hesitating for a moment before resolutely nodding. As a human being, he naturally wished to protect everyone. However, with so many battles ahead, he questioned whether he could truly succeed against an enemy capable of plunging the world into darkness. Everything a person experiences merely guides them, rather than defines their life. If one genuinely lacks the confidence to achieve such feats, they may entirely relinquish the identity of Dijia and return to their true self. Yet, there are certain matters that, regardless of one's assurance, warrant a valiant attempt. At the very least, one would have endeavored, thus sparing oneself from future regrets. Gu Tianlang's words struck Gu like a revelation, igniting an unwavering conviction within him. He had always aspired to protect humanity on Earth. How could he so easily abandon that aspiration out of fear of his adversary's strength and doubt in his own abilities? Chapter 43. Unfortunate Daigu's recklessness. Perhaps my strength pales in comparison to that of the Great Ones, but I shall learn from you and strive to protect humanity. Daigu expressed earnestly. Gu Tianlang found it perplexing how the conversation had unexpectedly turned back to himself. I never claimed I wished to protect humanity. I merely wished to be myself. As for heroes, let those who desire to be heroes assume that role. Daigu could hardly accept his words. But did you not come to save me? If it were not for that, why would you have come? I came solely for the points. A small part of me admires you, Gu Tianlang thought to himself. He had little interest in saving the world. Even with invincible power, he harbored no lofty ideals. Ensuring the safety of those dear to him sufficed. The task of saving the world could be left to others. In group discussions, he could engage pleasantly, as he was familiar with the characters involved. However, when faced with individuals like Tuanzong or Akainu, merely avoiding their demise was a commendable feat. Actively assisting them was out of the question. Gu struggled to comprehend Gu Tianlang's perspective. He still believed that the strong should fight for the weak. Yet, recognizing that everyone has different thoughts, he refrained from pressing the matter further. Let us depart. It will not bode well if we are discovered. I have matters to attend to as well. Observing Gu's expression, Gu Tianlang chose not to elaborate further. Some things are best left unsaid. Given Gu's enthusiastic nature, he would not truly abandon the transformation into Dijia. It was merely a fleeting moment of confusion following the acquisition of power. Gu epitomized the typical protagonist of a tokusatsu series, embodying the mindset of self-sacrifice for the sake of humanity. Remember, light and darkness reside within the breadth of your thoughts. Before departing, Gu Tianlang added one final remark. By the way, I must say, you are quite beautiful. In a flash of white light, Gu Tianlang found himself back in the Dragon Ball universe. Just in time for a meal. As a true scion, the importance of food was paramount. Nothing could overshadow the necessity of a good meal. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to head to Bulma's house to indulge in a feast. It wasn't that he lacked the means to eat, but rather that the culinary delights of the world's richest family were simply irresistible. Little did Gu Tianlang know, his single utterance had ignited a lively discussion in the group chat. Tony, who was not truly the richest man, boasted impressively, stating that by their logic, this might indicate that the antagonists of the great ancient world had awakened prematurely. Every foe that great ancient would confront could potentially be enhanced by the forces of darkness. The group chat's administrator pondered. Well, that seems likely. Although it's unlikely that Katangier would resurrect so soon, given the attack on Mayor Bake, it is quite possible that other monsters could be empowered to eliminate Great Ancient. Lin Ran was uncertain about this matter, as Katangier had not appeared in the original timeline, yet such occurrences often come in pairs, suggesting that Great Ancient's future days would likely be fraught with difficulties. Tony, who was not the richest man, remarked, "Does this mean that without novice enemies to help Great Ancient gain experience, he will be thrust directly into hard mode? Let us observe a moment of silence for him." Just as he encountered Xinxing, Great Ancient nearly stumbled, lamenting that even in games, one typically enjoys a novice protection period. Why was his situation so dire? The CAF attendant, who adored rabbits, noted, "Hey, can we comfort Great Ancient without laughing so heartily? Wipe your drool, you're leaving it everywhere." Dong Xiong didn't need to ponder. She could easily imagine the delight on Tony's face at that moment. Tony, who was not the richest man, queried, "How did you know I was laughing?" He instinctively touched his lips, realizing he had been caught. "Tony," someone remarked, "you initially seemed quite amiable. I never expected you to secretly revel in this misfortune. Although I cannot see your grin, just imagining it makes me want to land a couple of punches on your face." Tony, who was not the richest man, replied, "I didn't want this either. Your luck is just abysmal. With such adversaries, Great Ancient will surely face continual beatings." The group chat administrator sighed, the transient nature of chat groups, yet the steadfast presence of Tony Stark. "What does Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 style mean?" inquired one participant. "Nothing much, just my musings," replied the group chat administrator. Observing Tony's antics, Lin Ran concluded one thing. This was certainly not the Iron Man of Marvel. At least his personality was vastly different. She had also perused the group chat. It was evident that wherever there was a multiverse chat group, Tony would invariably be present, embodying his characteristic, reckless humor. By the way, Tony mused, does the boss have feelings for the group administrator? It's my first time seeing him compliment someone on their beauty. The group chat administrator responded, "Surely not. I believe he is merely speaking casually. I cannot see him having any affection for me." Unbeknownst to others, Lin Ran was quite observant, especially since few could claim the title of the pinnacle of power in the realm of the second dimension. Witnessing Goku and Vegeta in person was indeed exhilarating. When Gu Tianlang praised her beauty, his gaze held nothing but pure admiration, devoid of any ulterior motives. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, by the way. Does the group leader appear to be single? Group leader, guess what? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Allow me to pose a question. 3 women purchased 3 bananas, savoring them in various ways. One licked, another bit, and the last one held it in her mouth. Which of these women do you think is married? Group leader, the one holding it, I suppose. Lin Ran had been single from birth through adulthood, and even after graduating from university, she had yet to find a boyfriend before being transported to this world. However, she had certainly indulged in some rather risky literature. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, incorrect. It is the one adorned with a couple's ring, but I appreciate your line of thought. The destroyer of worlds. Tony, you're remarkable, truly impressive. Minya sure had discerned that Tony genuinely enjoyed courting danger. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance were 3. Tony, you're remarkable, truly impressive. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. What is wrong with me? Group member Tony is certainly not the wealthiest has been muted by the group leader for a day. The coffee shop waitress who loves bunnies. Tony, you truly relish courting danger. Are you pleased now? The slumbering daughter of Kagoro. How can one pose such questions to a lady? To violently confront an ex-girlfriend for the sake of a current partner, one is either courting danger or is already on that perilous path. When opportunities for peril do not arise, one must create them. Tony longed to retort, but alas, he was muted, powerless to act, merely observing as a few members of the group jested at his expense. Be my son, he mused. Little did he expect that the Gu harbored such a formidable lineage within. This revelation indeed shed light on his name. Chapter 44. The future warrior. The files Lin Ran shared with the group not only encompassed the Gu's worldview, but also introduced Camilla, the girlfriend of the original Tiga from 30 million years ago. Miss Hinata, it seems that, in truth, this has nothing to do with the Gu. For Camilla cannot be deemed his ex. At most, she is the ex of his ancestor. The group members came to understand the origin of the Gu's name. Possessing the genes of Tiga, he ultimately, for the sake of his fiancée Elena and the world, took the life of Camilla, once Tiga's beloved. Now, however, Gu was too preoccupied to consider his future girlfriend. Having transitioned from an ordinary individual to an Ultraman, the disparity was overwhelming. To violently confront an ex-girlfriend for the sake of a current partner, what a formidable force. The Invincible Goku, what is your dream? With the power to dominate the entire universe, what do you aspire to achieve? As Gu Tianlang savored his meal at the table, he noticed someone had mentioned him in the group, and, upon entering, found Gu's question awaiting him. A seemingly simple sentence strikes at the core of his being, revealing his true aspirations. Prior to his journey through time, he was an orphan, with little to cherish in his homeland. Having spent considerable time in the Dragon Ball realm, he harbors a persistent dread that one day, the Omni King might whimsically erase Universe 7. Thus, he contemplates acquiring the Ultra Instinct technique, a means to evade the potential annihilation by the Omni King. It appears he lacks grand dreams. Perhaps he yearns to alter the disappointing endings of certain anime, transforming them into more perfect conclusions, if only to avoid tragic outcomes. If he were to articulate his desires, it would be to find a beloved woman and share a world of two. However, after so many years in the Dragon Ball universe, he has yet to encounter anyone who fits his ideal. The women he has met do not align with his preferences. In truth, he seeks a worthy opponent, someone of equal strength. The formidable warrior Vegeta, it seems, cannot be fathomed through the lens of ordinary reasoning. While others ponder how to become stronger, he is troubled by the absence of a rival. Such unmatched power can indeed be a lonely existence. Gu Tianlang, wishing to avoid further discussion on this topic, withdraws from the chat group to continue his meal. His implication is clear. He desires an adversary of comparable strength. As the likes of the Grand Minister or angels would be far too overwhelming, he surely believes he cannot compete with them. After comfortably finishing his meal, under the watchful eyes of Vegeta, he discreetly departs, aware that one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Thus, 5 tranquil days pass, until the 6th day, when the chat group announces a new mission. Group mission initiated. Save the future warrior who is about to be murdered by androids. Assist in enhancing their strength and personally defeat the androids. This mission has no restrictions. The shorter the time taken, the greater the future warrior's strength enhancement, and the more points the administrator can earn. Gu Tianlang is momentarily taken aback. Trunks has already entered the Zamasu arc, so how can there still be androids? Could this be a different parallel universe? Yet, his confusion is fleeting, for with his current strength, he need not concern himself with any androids. Teleportation. Activating the chat group's teleportation capability, he vanishes from his location. In a desolate expanse of the future timeline, a golden-haired man faces off against 2 youths, one male and one female. The appearance of the young man is strikingly handsome, and as he gazes at the golden-haired man, his eyes reflect a mix of mockery, disdain, and contempt. Today marks your demise. Once you are eliminated, no one on Earth will stand in our way. Why waste words on him? Let us slay him and claim Earth as our own, allowing us to massacre the remaining pitiful humans unimpeded. The young woman, tall with golden hair and blue eyes, exudes an aura of chilling beauty. Even if I perish, my consciousness will endure, ensuring that someone will rise to defeat you merciless fiends. The golden-haired man, seething with rage, glares at the two, his fury palpable. With a thunderous roar, his golden aura surges, and he launches the first attack against them. Rushing forward, a radiant wave of energy surged forth from the figure. As the boy and girl appeared to make no move, yet a protective barrier manifested around them, effectively thwarting the man's assault. "You shall not intervene," the girl commanded sharply, instructing the boy to refrain from action while she confronted the man alone. With her right leg bent, she executed a kick, which the golden-haired man blocked with his arm. He then aimed a punch at her cheek with his left hand. Showing no mercy, the two figures danced through the air, engaging in close combat. Their speeds evenly matched as they collided, igniting a contest of strength. Neither was willing to yield even an inch. The golden-haired man roared with fury, the rage within him transforming into power that overwhelmed the girl. A kick struck her squarely in the chest, sending her hurtling backward. He swiftly pursued, delivering a vicious punch to her face, followed by a burst of energy that slammed her into the ground, executing a seamless three-hit combo. The boy observing from the air seemed disinclined to join the fray, silently floating above as he watched the two combatants. The golden-haired man, indifferent to the onlooker, landed beside the deep crater formed by the girl's fall, aware that such an attack could not possibly end her life. "Impressive, to leave me in such disarray. How do you plan to meet your painful demise?" Emerging from the debris, the girl tore at her tattered sleeves, her eyes blazing with hatred as she flickered toward the golden-haired man, initiating a new round of confrontation. His strikes were precise, enveloped in a golden aura, each imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill, delivering blows of immense force that steadily pressured the girl. However, as time wore on, the man's energy began to wane, unlike the inexhaustible stamina of a synthetic being. As a scion, his strength diminished with the intensity of battle. Unable to maintain his peak performance, and the scales of victory began to tilt in favor of the girl. Minutes passed, and the golden-haired man found himself on the defensive, the initiative shifting to the girl, who now dictated the pace of the fight. As she aimed a punch at his abdomen, he attempted to evade, but fatigue had dulled his reflexes, and he took the hit full force. The agony in his midsection forced him to double over, a moment the girl seized, launching an energy blast that sent him flying across the arena. She leapt into action, pursuing him with a powerful kick that drove his face into the ground, followed by another stomp on his right arm. With a resounding crack, his arm shattered beneath her foot. The girl concentrated energy at her fingertips, unleashing it upon his left leg, creating a gaping wound. The excruciating pain caused him to break out in cold sweat, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to cry out. Chapter 45. The golden-haired man. In despair, the girl maintained her relentless grip on his arm, continuously applying pressure as she stomped down upon him. The thought of having been wounded by a scion ignited a fury within her that she could no longer contain. Even though she is an artificial being, sustaining injuries does not pose a significant threat to her. Rather, it intensifies her disdain for men. "I shall not allow you to perish so easily." In a fit of rage, she delivers a swift kick to the man's face, leaping high to execute a knee strike, rendering his other arm incapacitated. With a surge of energy, she aims a projectile at the blonde man, determined to create a gaping wound in his abdomen. The blonde man, now devoid of any ability to resist, finds her lowering her guard. At that moment, as she prepares to unleash her attack, the incapacitated blonde man, with a mocking smile, suddenly recovers from his injuries, performing an agile maneuver to kick the girl into the air. His aura swells rapidly as he pursues her, hands poised like flower petals. The Kamehameha wave, a blue energy blast, strikes the girl head-on. She is taken aback, having believed him to be at her mercy, as he had pretended to be incapacitated. How could he still be unscathed? His clean and precise combination of attacks catches her off guard. She has no time to activate her shield. The full force of the Kamehameha wave impacts her, enveloping the air in thick smoke. The blonde man breathes a sigh of relief. His strength surpasses that of either combatant. But the gap is not so vast that he could face both at once. If he could eliminate one, preventing them from cooperating, victory would be assured. Before the confrontation, he had brought the last 2 sins of beans with him, even consuming one at the risk of his own safety, waiting for the girl to expose a flaw in her defenses. As it turns out, all his efforts were worthwhile. The boy, alone, would not be a match for him. As the smoke gradually dissipates, the boy activates his protective shield, encasing the girl within it. However, both of their garments are tattered, indicating they have sustained considerable injuries. The blonde man is incredulous. He had deliberately created distance to prevent the boy from coming to the girl's aid, yet he was too slow, and she was saved. Impossible. At such a distance, you should not have been able to reach her in time. The man is filled with frustration. The opportunity he painstakingly crafted has slipped through his fingers. The girl's eyes are filled with terror, the imminent sense of death having loomed over her. She never imagined being cornered by a mere scion to such an extent. Had the boy not arrived in time, it is likely she would have perished. This is swiftly replaced by a torrent of fury, as she gestures for the boy to join her in attacking, urging him to eliminate this foe immediately. The boy hesitates slightly. Seeing the girl in danger, he did come to her aid, but the distance had seemed insurmountable. Unexpectedly, A surge of energy courses through him, dramatically increasing his speed, allowing him to rescue her just in the nick of time. With his plan foiled, the blonde man no longer conceals his strength. He is prepared to fight to the death, willing to exchange his life for one of theirs, even if he cannot defeat both. Taking one down would still be a contribution for future generations. Hidden in the shadows, the ancient celestial wolf observes the scene with a sigh. If the girl were to be slain, leaving only the boy, the man could surely claim victory without needing to intervene. My task has become impossible. Thus he discreetly lent assistance to the young man, enabling him to rescue the maiden. Although this may appear somewhat unscrupulous, I must endure this for the sake of my own points. Once I have accomplished my mission, I shall allow you to return and settle the score with them. Furthermore, without enhancing his own strength, even if he defeats the androids, his power will be insufficient to confront the imminent threats of the Bu era. The three resumed their fierce battle, with the blonde man holding his ground against two adversaries. His close-quarters combat techniques were ferocious, momentarily overpowering his opponents. Unfortunately, the adversaries were androids, possessing limitless energy, thus they remained unconcerned about fatigue or energy depletion, relentlessly launching energy blasts to exhaust the man. They maintained their distance, denying him the opportunity to engage closely. As time progressed, the man's energy began to wane, while the two youths unleashed relentless assaults upon him. Cornered, and with no escape, the man found himself in a dire predicament. Prolonged evasion of energy blasts drained his stamina significantly, while directly confronting them would deplete his own energy reserves, trapping him in an unfavorable cycle. In a moment of distraction, the blonde man glanced into the distance, where his last remaining family member resided, and contemplated self-detonation. Once more, he deflected an incoming energy ball with his hand, only to find the maiden had closed the distance, forcing him to use her momentum against her as he pushed her away. The young man swiftly followed, launching a dual-fisted strike downward. The man raised his right arm to absorb the blow, while the maiden appeared at his side, landing a punch that he managed to deflect with one hand. The maiden then unleashed a flurry of kicks, compelling him to retreat. Outnumbered and fatigued, his speed and reaction time diminished. He ultimately fell victim to the maiden's opportunistic strike, delivering a kick that was followed by a ki blast, which crashed into the mountainside. Simultaneously, the two prepared to charge ki blast, intending to eliminate the man. In a furious roar, the blonde man summoned his strength, utilizing the Kamehameha to counter their combined attack, miraculously redirecting the ki blasts back at them. As he bore down upon the young man, the blonde man was already battered and bruised, clearly nearing his limits. Enduring the onslaught, he embraced the young man, exuding a terrifying energy wave, intent on detonating the energy within him, resulting in mutual destruction. Father, if you were still alive, you could surely save the Earth. I'm so sorry for failing to protect Mother and the planet. The maiden, taken aback by the blonde man's recklessness, quickly distanced herself from them. The man's power spiraled out of control. Any attack upon him would trigger an immediate self-detonation. The young man, now panicking, realized that at such close range, even a protective shield would be futile. No matter how he struggled, he could not shake off the man. As the man's energy surged, he was on the verge of explosion. It seems your plan has failed. Yet, there is no need for such despair. If you perish, who will protect the Earth? Just then, a warm hand landed on the blonde man's back, causing the surging energy to dissipate instantly, allowing the young man to break free. The golden-haired man gazed at the seemingly materialized Gu Tianlang, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. The resemblance to his father was striking, yet upon closer inspection, he was not his father. You are my father. No, you are not my father. Gu Tianlang awkwardly touched his nose, taken aback that this individual had mistaken his identity. He raised his hand, unleashing two bursts of energy that enveloped the young man and woman within. Both were wary of the suddenly appearing Gu Tianlang. Yet they could not have anticipated the swiftness of his attack. Before they could comprehend the situation, they found themselves ensnared. What is this? Break free. Chapter 46. Special Training. Trapped within the energy barrier, the two of them summoned the energy within, attempting to dismantle the protective shield from the inside. Unfortunately, the disparity in power was too vast. No matter how they struggled, their efforts were futile. Gu Tianlang turned to the golden-haired man, speaking leisurely. I hail from another dimension and have been entrusted to rescue you. This energy barrier can contain them for a considerable time, and I possess a method to swiftly augment your strength. The golden-haired man regarded his words with skepticism. Although Gu Tianlang had assisted him, it appeared he had no intention of harming the artificial beings. Gu Tianlang perceived his distrust and smiled, reiterating, after all, I am not from your dimension, and it is unwise for me to interfere directly. Once we reach my world, you will naturally come to trust me. I sincerely apologize. But I am the last of my kind in this realm, hence my caution. Looking into Gu Tianlang's earnest eyes, the golden-haired man realized he might have misjudged him. Regardless, if he chose not to act, Death was inevitable. Gu Tianlang grasped his shoulder, activating the chat group's teleportation feature, and the two were transported from their future dimension to the Dragon Ball Super Universe. Before them stood the familiar, yet far more opulent Capsule Corporation, causing the golden-haired man to pause. Goku and Vegeta, who were enjoying a hearty meal, were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of Gu Tianlang and the golden-haired man. Gohan. No, this is not the Gohan I know. Goku scrutinized the golden-haired man, shaking his head to affirm that he was not the Gohan he recognized. The latter had long abandoned the Super Saiyan transformation, and their auras were entirely different. This Gohan exuded an air of profound melancholy. Vegeta surmised the situation but struggled to comprehend Gu Tianlang's intentions. Could he be Gohan from another timeline? Tianlang, what is your purpose in bringing him here? Gu Tianlang, unreserved, clarified his intentions. He is the Gohan from the timeline of the future. I wish for you to train him, enabling him to save his own dimension. The golden-haired man was indeed Gohan from a future timeline, the last warrior standing against the malevolent androids. Encountering his deceased father once more stirred deep emotions within him. Is this father from another timeline? I never expected you to conquer the illness. Goku took the initiative to explain the circumstances surrounding future Trunks, detailing how he had survived, as well as the existence of the timeline Gu Tianlang referred to. Gohan felt a profound sense of relief. Indeed, leaving Trunks behind and not allowing him to accompany him to his demise was the right choice, as he had successfully salvaged the future. Goku proposed to take on the responsibility of training Gohan, to which Vegeta expressed no objections. For he had always despised training alongside others and had no inclination to mentor anyone. Goku, curious about why Gotenks, who had saved Gohan, was now deliberately seeking him out to guide his training, received the response that while combat was within Gotenks' abilities, teaching was not his forte. With Gohan from the future in tow, Goku soared towards the sacred world of the Kais, intending to utilize the hyperbolic time chamber to facilitate a significant enhancement in Gohan's power. Vegeta, however, was not so easily deceived. He noted that Gotenks lacked a time machine, raising questions about how he had traversed to the future. Despite his probing, Gotenks remained tight-lipped about the nature of his journey, skillfully evading the inquiries, leaving Vegeta to abandon his line of questioning. Nevertheless, Gotenks was dissatisfied with Goku's plan, believing that Gohan possessed untapped potential that warranted a more rigorous training regimen. A rather unsavory figure flickered in his mind, and sensing that individual's aura, he executed instant transmission away from Bulma's residence. Vegeta let out a scoff as he entered the newly constructed gravity training chamber, acknowledging that wealth indeed affords one the luxury of indulgence. Marrying a wealthy woman was undeniably delightful. While Goku toiled to provide for his family, Vegeta had long since enjoyed a life free from worries, feasting lavishly and benefiting from state-of-the-art training facilities. Meanwhile, in the distant realm of the Kais, the old Kai was surreptitiously perusing certain illustrated tomes when he suddenly sensed a disturbance in the fabric of space behind him. Startled, he hastily concealed the books and coughed, feigning seriousness. Hello, old Kai. I require your assistance with a matter. Gotenks, familiar and unreserved, took a seat across from him. When it came to unlocking potential, who could be more suited than the old Kai? Annoyed by the interruption of his leisure, the old Kai was not pleased with Gotenks' intrusion, though he refrained from displaying his displeasure. Gotenks, what assistance do you seek? Gotenks got straight to the point. There is someone I need you to help unlock their potential. Without a moment's hesitation, the old Kai shook his head, rejecting the request. This matter is rather troublesome and exceedingly taxing. No, unlocking potential is a laborious task. I will not assist you with this. You want to seek help from someone else. Gotenks wore a confident smile, having come prepared. I can offer some form of remuneration. There is no need for such hasty refusals. The old Kai cast a sidelong glance at Gotenks, pondering what benefits he could provide, considering he had neither a wife nor a girlfriend. Impossible. I, the esteemed Kai, cannot simply be commanded to do your bidding. That would be akin to asking a destroyer god to till your fields, an affront to my divine dignity. Very well. Then shall I take my leave? Gu Tianlang, without engaging in further conversation, turned to leave, inadvertently dropping a storage capsule from his embrace. It struck the ground and opened, scattering dozens of exquisite art tomes across the grass. The old Kai's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the various flawless covers and the enticing content within. Stirring a deep yearning in him, he had never anticipated that Gu Tianlang would possess such treasures. Observing Gu Tianlang crouching down to gather the tomes, the old Kai hastily interjected, donning a friendly smile. This potential enhancement could indeed be negotiated. After all, I am quite willing to assist. Although it would require a significant expenditure of energy, given our familiarity, discussing compensation would seem rather impolite. Let us help each other out. Gu Tianlang was already well aware of the old Kai's disposition and proceeded to collect the tomes. Is that so? That would be splendid. I initially intended to gift these to you, but since you've expressed your thoughts, I shall not impose. I will take them back with me instead. The old Kai picked up one tome, glanced at the illustrations within, and blood began streaming from his nose. No worries. Transporting them back and forth could be quite a hassle. Just leave them with me. I shall keep an eye on them for you, merely to enjoy their beauty. Gu Tianlang, no longer teasing him, entrusted the tomes to him, stating he would return the next day to find him after Gohan's training concluded. Before departing from the Kai realm, upon returning to the hotel in the Dragon Ball universe, Gu Tianlang awaited the arrival of the morrow. Before the old Kai could unlock Gohan's potential, he intended for Gohan to meet someone first. Chapter 47. A sparring session time flew by, and soon a day had passed. Gohan, Chi-Chi, and others learned of the existence of future Gohan and rushed to Bulma's home. After a brief wait, two figures rapidly descended from the sky, Goku and future Gohan. Chi-Chi rushed forward, embracing future Gohan tightly. Although he was not her son from this universe, he was still her flesh and blood. She had heard from Din that in the future, Gohan fought alone, bearing the weight of the world upon his shoulders. Gohan, are you all right? Let me see you. The long-awaited embrace brought tears to Gohan's eyes. In the future, his father had succumbed to a heart condition, Uncle Piccolo had been erased, and the Dragon Balls of Earth no longer existed. Uncle Vegeta insisted on fighting alone and was killed by two androids, Krillin, Yamcha, and Master Roshi had all met tragic ends, and his mother had not escaped the clutches of the androids either. Seeing his mother once more stirred a tempest of emotions within him, and a few tears escaped the corners of his eyes. After exchanging pleasantries, future Gohan noticed Gohan and Videl, giving a slight nod in their direction. Have I become a scholar in this world? Is that your wife? Gohan smiled kindly, gazing at this man who was both himself and yet not, feeling a deep sense of admiration. Yes, I have fulfilled my wish of becoming a scholar. But I have recently resumed my training and returned to my identity as a martial artist. In the future, Gohan eventually relinquished his inner obsessions, regardless of the circumstances. This could be seen as a different form of achieving his aspirations. It is reassuring to know that I can certainly defeat those two adversaries. My father's training has proven to be fruitful. Goten gazed at this unfamiliar brother, filled with confusion. Yet, at this age, his brother should have been able to conquer Bu effortlessly and vanquish Android 18 in an instant. Why then does this Gohan struggle against him? Goten, still quite young, believed that the disparity in Gohan's strength should not be substantial, unable to comprehend why he could not best Android 18. Vegeta scoffed, dismissive of the need to elucidate such a juvenile query, while Piccolo spoke up to clarify. Gohan indeed possessed immense potential, however, he lacked the aptitude for training. Uncertain of how to cultivate his abilities to their fullest extent, Piccolo's words struck true, highlighting the greatest chasm between Gohan and the trio of Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta. They understood the most effective methods of training. For instance, during his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Goku and Gohan consistently maintained their Super Saiyan forms while training. And the results of merely a year of intensive training could easily surpass what others might achieve in 3 or even 5 years. It was likely that Gohan would never conceive of such a training method on his own. They would discover the most accurate path through their explorations. While Gohan resembled a precious gem in need of meticulous refinement, Goten, somewhat perplexed by Piccolo's explanation, nodded in a vague understanding. Now that the reminiscing had concluded, it was time to attend to serious matters. Goku pulled the old Kaioshin over to future Gohan, having met the present Gohan and Chi-Chi. Future Gohan was now able to release his inner fixation, thus allowing the old Kaioshin to awaken his latent potential. Are we returning now? I am prepared. Future Gohan mistakenly interpreted his words, believing he was to be taken back to the future. No, this is the Kaioshin. He can awaken the potential within you, enabling you to surpass your limits. After Goku elucidated the matter, future Gohan seated himself cross-legged upon the ground, awaiting the old Kaioshin's incantation. The old Kaioshin, a man of principle, approached future Gohan and began to perform a series of peculiar gestures. However, scarcely 10 minutes had passed before he involuntarily uttered an expletive. Goodness! His power is so formidable, and you expect me to awaken his potential? Are you trying to kill me? The magic he employed to awaken potential was limited by his own strength. For instance, it would have no effect on Vegeta at full Super Saiyan Blue power. The more formidable the individual's strength, the greater the toll it took on him. Upon hearing the old Kaioshin's remarks, Goku chuckled heartily. This Gohan had truly surprised him. His spirit was remarkably resilient. Even though he had anticipated Gohan's extraordinary potential, the extent of his improvement after a year of intense training still astounded him. The old Supreme Kai's heart was in turmoil. Compared to the time he awakened Gohan's potential, the difficulty had escalated tenfold. Within a short span, he was drenched in sweat. He persevered for a full 24 hours to complete the incantation for Gohan, collapsing to the ground the moment it was done, barely able to stand. Even so, the old Supreme Kai did not forget to murmur his grievances towards Gurren Wolf. Additional illustrations are a must. It nearly cost me my life. Gurren Wolf couldn't help but recall an ancient saying, "A man remains youthful until death." Indeed, the ancients were not mistaken, having lived for at least 100 million years. The old Supreme Kai still remains steadfast, favoring the young ones, a true tenacious spirit. How about a spar? The two androids in your world are far too weak to allow you to gauge your true strength. Gurren Wolf observed future Gohan, whose fists were clenched tightly, and proactively suggested this, eager to ascertain the extent of future Gohan's power. Very well. Future Gohan slowly ascended into the air, unleashing a powerful roar as his energy surged dramatically, blue lightning crackling around him. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan second grade. Vegeta, anticipating Gurren Wolf's moves, soared into the sky as well, transforming into Super Saiyan second grade to counter him. The two exchanged blows, and to everyone's surprise, Gohan found himself at a disadvantage, barely managing to hold his ground. It is well known that even among Super Saiyans, the disparity in strength can be significant. The Super Saiyan second grade Vegeta of that time would likely have been overwhelmed in mere moments had he faced the current Vegeta. The stronger one becomes in their base form, the more formidable their transformation. Gohan's improvement over the past year was indeed remarkable. Realizing that the current situation was untenable, Gohan clenched his fists and let out a fierce growl, instantly amplifying his energy. A powerful aura radiated outward, even reaching Beerus, who was far away in the God of Destruction realm. His hair gradually extended to his waist, and the surrounding lightning intensified, resembling a miniature sun illuminating the earth. Vegeta's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that a year of intense training, combined with the old Supreme Kai's awakening of Gohan's potential, would propel Gohan's strength to Super Saiyan third grade. The situation flipped dramatically. Vegeta, who had previously held the upper hand, found himself on the defensive. As Gohan began to regain control and counterattack, Vegeta's demeanor became serious. A red energy aura enveloped him, pushing Gohan back, and he transformed into his red-haired, red-eyed Super Saiyan God form. Gohan could not sense Vegeta's energy, leaving him bewildered by the circumstances. However, this was not his first encounter with a Super Saiyan God. Goku had demonstrated such power during his rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Taking a deep breath, Gohan exited the Super Saiyan third grade form, focusing his energy and closing his eyes. A radiant white light enveloped him, and a vast, pure white aura surged forth, surpassing the momentum of a Super Saiyan third grade. Merely as a warm-up before his transformation, a brilliant light enveloped the earth, and the future Gohan, astonished, realized the immense energy that the Elder Kai had inadvertently bestowed upon him, a force surpassing even that of Super Saiyan 3. The watching Piccolo turned pale with shock, not expecting future Gohan to possess such formidable strength. The two warriors clashed once more, with Vegeta's attacks growing increasingly ferocious, each punch landing with greater speed than the last. Future Gohan struggled to keep up, clearly unable to endure for much longer. Nevertheless, his strength elicited admiration from the onlookers. The Gohan of yore had never exhibited such power in his mysterious transformation. This was largely due to future Gohan's innate strength, which had already reached Super Saiyan 3, allowing him to tap into a potential far greater than that of his past self. Vegeta recognized that this was the extent of Gohan's abilities and decided to unleash his full power, manifesting the radiant Ultra Blue, distinct from the divine state of Super Saiyan God. The aura of Ultra Blue was palpable, and future Gohan sensed the unimaginable might it contained. Channeling all his energy into his right hand, he prepared to execute his strongest attack. The full-powered Ultra Blue Vegeta was incredibly formidable, and he countered with a punch of his own. The clash generated a shockwave that sent winds howling across the ground, causing even ordinary individuals like Chi-Chi and Bulma to struggle to maintain their footing. As the blue light and white radiance collided, future Gohan fell from the sky, and Vegeta reverted to his normal state, landing gracefully on the ground. Uncle Vegeta remains as powerful as ever. Had you not recklessly charged after the androids back then but instead taken time to train, they would have stood no chance against you, future Gohan expressed with deep respect. After the death of Goku in his timeline, Vegeta had bravely challenged the two androids alone, inflicting significant damage before his demise. It was Vegeta's intervention that allowed the androids to recuperate for several years. Without it, Gohan would not have survived to adulthood, easily falling victim to their might. As for why Vegeta would rather self-destruct than relent in the fight against the androids, future Gohan had little understanding of it. However, observing the contented family man that Vegeta had become, He could slightly comprehend the motives of that malevolent scion and his uncharacteristic actions. After a brief exchange, future Gohan grew increasingly anxious about the situation in his timeline, eager to return, for Bulma and Trunks remained there. If the androids were to breach the protective barrier, their fate would be dire. Lacking detailed knowledge of the abilities of the ancient wolf, who offered no explanations, future Gohan activated the spatial transmission device and returned to his future. In the future timeline, androids 17 and 18 remained trapped within the barrier. Over the course of 2 days, they had attempted various methods to escape, but to no avail, ultimately abandoning their escape plans. With a wave of his hand, the ancient wolf dispelled the barrier, and the moment it vanished, android 17 charged at him, furious at the humiliation he had suffered. He would not forgive the ancient wolf for this indignity. Gu Tianlang offered a faint smile, standing still as he observed number 17, whose seething rage only intensified. Such contempt for oneself must lead one to disregard the need for defense. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through his chest. Glancing down, he saw son Wukong's son, Gohan, with a palm shaped like a blade, piercing through his torso. The energy wave coursed through him, and an explosive sound erupted, reducing No. 17 to a heap of scrap metal. The sudden turn of events left number 18 in a state of shock. How could it be that in just 2 days, Gohan's strength had escalated to such heights? Even accounting for number 17's carelessness, the ability to vanquish him in a single strike underscored the vast disparity in their powers. Without a second glance, she turned and fled, lacking any intention of engaging in battle. The androids of this timeline were distinct from the number 17 and No. 18 of the original world, who only sought to eliminate Son Wukong but bore no malice toward others. In contrast, the androids from the future derived pleasure from the brutal slaughter of humanity, driven by a twisted psyche that craved unrestrained carnage. Even the death of her own brother meant little to number 18. She had no plans for vengeance. However, Gohan had undergone a profound transformation, becoming a shooting star racing across the sky, catching up to number 18. With a swift kick, he severed her in two, disregarding her pleas for mercy. And with a flick of his fingers, he unleashed a beam of light that extinguished her life. You did well. Goodbye, Gohan. When Gohan turned his head once more, the figure of Gu Tianlang, who had been just behind him, had vanished without a trace. Gohan had wished to inquire who had sent him to rescue him. Initially, he believed it to be a request from his father, yet during his training, Wukong had informed him that he had never spoken to Gu Tianlang. This became Gohan's greatest mystery. Nonetheless, he had ultimately resolved the crisis and now felt confident in his ability to protect the Earth. Administrator Invincible Goku completed the mission, achieving a 100-fold increase in the target's strength within 2 days, receiving an elite rating. Reward points amount to 10 million. Reclining on his bed, Gu Tianlang gazed at the newly credited 10 million points, feeling quite pleased. Upon seeing the task completion notification in the chat group, the members erupted with excitement. As this time the information was overwhelmingly significant. Tony, you're not the richest mogul. Please enlighten us on how you managed to elevate someone's power 100-fold in just 2 days. The destroyer of worlds. You didn't grant him any cheats, did you? Invincible Goku. Strictly speaking, it was over the course of a year. I possess an item that allows 1 year inside to equate to just 1 day outside. Tony, you're not the richest mogul, so that's cheating, right? Can you let me in to train my physical abilities? Chat group leader, it must be the hyperbolic time chamber. This place is indeed suitable for training, but it varies by individual. Invincible Goku, spending a year inside will also consume a year of your normal lifespan. Are you sure you want to proceed? For my current girlfriend to beat up my ex, can I enter? Please? I'm still young, and I can afford a year. Gu felt that his martial arts skills were indeed lacking, unable to fully harness the power of Diga. The stronger the human body, the mightier the Ultraman becomes. To confront the impending monsters, he needed to rapidly enhance his own strength. Tony insisted he was not a billionaire. Are you implying something? What do you mean by saying I'm young? Chapter 49, Power Detection Device. Invincible Gogeta. You may not even be able to enter. The environment here is rather inhospitable and not conducive to your training. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar. Style 3. The harsh conditions should greatly affect us, as everyone in the group possesses considerable strength. The group leader remarked, the maximum temperature there reaches 50 degrees, with a minimum of -40. The air composition is only a quarter of that on Earth, and the gravity is approximately 10 times greater. You truly cannot enter. Tony pondered for a long time. Unable to conceive who could withstand such conditions, it was fundamentally uninhabitable for humans. Be my son, he mused. It seems that for those from the administrator's world, it is indeed possible to enter. However, the strength of the target character for this mission is uncertain, possibly on par with the administrator's power. The daughter of the slumbering Kagaro inquired, I echo that question. Great One, with such a significant increase in strength, could you elaborate on how formidable he truly is? Based on Gu Tianlang's speculation, Gohan's current strength should be comparable to that of a newly ascended Super Saiyan Goku. According to the established parameters, in this form, he could unleash 3 attacks capable of obliterating the universe. Invincible Gogeta responded, indeed, he could potentially destroy the universe. His strength is rather impressive. The daughter of the slumbering Kogoro remarked, destroying the universe? Isn't that on par with the Great One? Invincible Gogeta conceded, it's fairly comparable. I cannot claim to be significantly stronger. Tony felt as though the Great One was deceiving him. How come those from your universe only appear to either obliterate stars or annihilate universes? Isn't that rather terrifying? Invincible Gogeta declared, wait for me. I shall visit your universe in 5 minutes to demonstrate my prowess by crushing the sun with my bare hands. Tony responded, can you even create a sun? Invincible Gogeta replied, not at all. Who claimed I could create a sun? I merely stated I could crush it, not that I could create another. Group member Tony sends a designated character red envelope. Invincible Gogeta claims the red envelope. Tony suddenly recalled that he possessed an extra set of battle armor, which could temporarily function through an energy device. Whoever claims it first shall keep it. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar. Style 3 retorted, I must say, Tony, that seems a bit excessive. If you're gifting something, just give it freely. Why designate the red envelope for only the Great One? What chance do we have? The Destroyer of Worlds, with low emotional intelligence, equips you with armor. Do not invade my realm. High emotional intelligence surpasses armor. Random red envelopes await those who seize them. The barista who adores rabbits articulates his thoughts quite adeptly. Truly, you are remarkable, Brother Xiaoming. Invincible Gogeta expresses his fondness for the armor, deeming it a splendid artistic piece to display at home. Tony Stark feels a sense of relief, although the big shots just about crushing the sun may be mere banter. It is a fortuitous opportunity to foster a good relationship with him. Through Lin Rant's revelations, he becomes privy to future events. When Thanos arrives, the Scions will be alerted. And Tony gleefully imagines the bewildered expression on the big shot's face upon seeing that wretched purple visage. The group leader in the chat declares, I have heard that you expelled the god of love. Lin Ran is quite eager to witness the prominent figures from various eras within the Valkyries of the Apocalypse, harboring considerable discontent towards the deity's lofty demeanor. Invincible Gogeta affirms, indeed, in just over 2 months, we will embark on missions in their world, and you all may participate. However, it is prudent to first enhance your own capabilities. The spiraling Radiance Super Wheel Dance, the group leader has clarified, allows us access to that realm. Minato expresses his displeasure towards the god of love, particularly regarding her aggression towards Hinata, revealing his own fangs despite his usual gentleness. Invincible Gogeta adds, yes, but your current strength is somewhat lacking. It is best to bolster your abilities. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan inquires, group leader, will you also partake in the battle? The group leader responds, perhaps. Should I encounter an insufferable foe, I might consider intervening. Lin Ran indeed contemplates trying her hand. As the group leader, she possesses numerous privileges. Although she may be among the weakest in the group, wielding the power of the chat group, she would not shy away from confronting the gods when it truly matters. Time gradually settled into tranquility. A month passed serenely. Apart from dining at Bulma's residence, Goku spent the remainder of his time in training. The chat group had not issued any tasks. Minato and the others had released a few solo missions, yet the points were meager and the challenges not particularly formidable. Goku, therefore, willingly conceded to them, recognizing that accumulating such trivial points held no value compared to enhancing their strength. The administrator has joined the chat group for a month. Activating the Combat Power Detector. The Combat Power Detector can assess the strength of designated individuals, with group members limited to once every 3 days, while the group leader and administrator may utilize it once a day. The barista who adores rabbit states, I tested myself and found only to be at the initial stage of the 2nd tier. The chat group describes this as surpassing the pinnacle of ordinary humanity. The spiraling Radiant Super Wheel Dance claims, I am at the mid-stage of the 3rd tier, deemed capable of easily altering the course of large-scale wars. The Destroyer of Worlds adds, +1, I am also of this tier. The Time-Devouring Spirit, I too, am at the 3rd tier. Albeit my ascent is attributed to a unique enhancement, which has merely granted me the early-stage strength of this tier. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I am at the mid-2nd tier, seemingly only slightly stronger than Dongxiang. Group leader, this is quite normal. You are still in the early timeline, and your strength will significantly increase in the later stages. Become my son. I never anticipated that my prowess would plateau at the 3rd tier. I had believed I could ascend to the 4th. Hinata, I shall refrain from testing for now. Upon encountering Naruto, I will assess his strength. Hinata possesses a clear understanding of her own capabilities, estimating herself to be around the second tier, far from the level of Minato. Group leader, esteemed one. What tier do you belong to? Lin Ran is particularly curious about Gu Tianlang, renowned as the unparalleled Gogeta. Which stage does his strength reside in, the 7th or the 8th? The unrivaled Gogeta. I have yet to test. What about your strength? At which tier do you stand? In truth, Gu Tianlang harbors little expectation for Lin Ran's abilities, suspecting they may not even surpass Dong Xiang's, as he feels no potent energy emanating from her. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. I surmise the esteemed one is at the 7th or perhaps the 8th tier. World Destroyer, that seems improbable. I would estimate you may be at the 9th tier, assuming such a tier exists. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro. I am more intrigued by the leader's strength. My own world lacks anything worthy of testing. Perhaps I shall assess the leader's abilities instead. Chapter 50, The True Strength of Gu Tianlang Group Leader. That works. I can save my opportunity for another time. Lin Ran is not concerned about revealing any weaknesses, despite her slight superiority over ordinary individuals. The ability to test one's strength is restricted. Only the administrator, Gu Tianlang, can assess himself, while ordinary members cannot evaluate their own prowess. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro. It informs me that I cannot perform the test. Members are unable to assess the leader. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. You should test the esteemed one's strength. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro. I think I shall keep my opportunity. They can accumulate, and regardless of the esteemed one's might, testing may yield similar results. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Xiaolan, our world as currencies are interchangeable. I will give you $100,000 as a favor to assess the esteemed one's strength. Tony cannot wait 3 days. His anticipation is overwhelming, as he yearns to ascertain the esteemed one's abilities immediately. The sudden influx of a vast sum leaves Xiaolan in a daze. How much is $100,000 converted into yen? However, to merely test one's strength and demand such a sum feels excessive, and Xiaolan grapples with a sense of guilt. The daughter of the sleeping little Goro. Let us forget the money. I will assist you with the test. The CAF waitress who loves rabbits. Has the assessment been completed? Xiaolan, not only Tony, but everyone in the group was quite curious as to why Xiaolan had not completed the assessment after a minute had passed. The daughter of the slumbering Kagoro had indeed conducted the evaluation, revealing that the opponent's ordinary state strength was at the 9th tier, capable of obliterating multiple universes with mere gestures. Other assessments displayed a vast disparity in power, rendering them undetectable. Tony is truly not the wealthiest, someone exclaimed. Indeed. There really exists a 9th tier. This is astonishingly exaggerated. Surely there isn't a 10th tier as well? The destroyer of worlds, a true powerhouse, magnificent indeed. The eldest daughter of the Hinata family, a formidable figure. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits, you are impressive. The chat group leader proclaimed, you truly deserve the title of the chosen one. Upon witnessing this, Lin Ran confirmed that this was undoubtedly Gogeta from Dragon Ball Super. Such strength was unfathomable otherwise. Gu Tianlang, however, felt little astonishment. Reaching the 9th tier was to be expected, as he had daily opportunities to assess his own limits. Group management. Invincible Gogeta has designated himself for evaluation. Commencing test now. Chat group is currently assessing. Please hold on. Assessment complete. The administrator Invincible Gogeta's ordinary state strength is at the pinnacle of the initial 9th tier. After reviewing the group's determination, Gu Tianlang's expression, previously devoid of emotion, finally exhibited a shift. He had not anticipated his body to possess such capabilities, which explained the lingering sense of unease he felt. A subtle smile began to grace his lips. The 9th tier, I wonder if I shall ever ascend to such heights in this lifetime. Even with my 4th tier strength, I would be content, mused the destroyer of worlds. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. Please do visit often. I have many beautiful ladies here who can cater to your preferences, whether you are drawn to legs or faces. If wealth cannot entice you, then perhaps beauty might. At a level of your prowess, money is surely of little concern, yet throughout history, even heroes have struggled against the allure of beauty. The past is irrevocable, yet the future can be molded. By clinging tightly to the golden thigh of a formidable ally, I shall surely triumph over Ultron and vanquish Thanos. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits retorted, do you think the great ones are like you, preoccupied with women daily? Well, perhaps I shall pass on that. Matters of women should unfold naturally, replied the invincible Gogeta. Gu Tianlang dismissed such trivialities, preferring to seek the one he truly adored. Given the initial activation of the strength assessment feature, the number of attempts by group members is rather sparse. A special task question and answer mode has been activated. Each correct answer will grant an additional assessment opportunity. Note, task questions are sourced from the worlds of various group members. Questions will commence in 3 minutes. All members are advised to prepare accordingly. Isn't this a bit unfair? We hardly know each other's worlds. Only the Great One and the group leader are aware. Tony lamented. The opportunity for additional rewards should not be scrutinized so closely. Uncle Tony, remarked the eldest daughter of the Hinata family. Become my son. I am quite curious about the questions that will be posed in the chat group. The first question, in the world of One Piece. Who are the 4 individuals widely recognized by fans as bearing nicknames most closely associated with the term 4 Emperors? I know that Tony is not the richest. It's the 4 Emperors Kaido, Shanks, and Whitebeard. Lin Ran has provided a brief introduction to everyone in the group regarding their respective worldviews, including the introduction of the 4 Emperors in One Piece. Incorrect answer. Opportunity to answer this question lost. The World Destroyers should not be mistaken, indeed. The 4 pirate emperors reigning over the seas are those 4. Become my son. The supernovas of the worst generation, Kid, Trafalgar Law, and the Straw Hat Boy, Luffy. Along with the bounty hunter Zoro. Whitebeard doesn't know who to choose, but since it's not those 4, perhaps it refers to the future 4 emperors. So he tried naming those 4 individuals. Incorrect answer. Opportunity to answer this question lost. The eldest daughter of the Hinata family. Even Whitebeard couldn't answer correctly. It seems we must rely on the expertise of the esteemed members and the group leader. Lin Ran was perplexed by this question, feeling that something was amiss. Yet she could not pinpoint what it was. Group leader of the chat. I have no idea. You should answer it. Gu Tianlang did not expect the chat group to be so whimsical. Such questions are rarely known by female fans. Unrivaled Gogeta. The answer is the 4 yellow. Vinsmoke Sanji. Brook, Kinemon, and Momonosuke. Correct answer. Awarded a detection opportunity. Tony is definitely not the richest. I think I understand now. The chat group plays on homophones as well. Group leader of the chat. So it turns out it refers to names that are phonetically similar. Indeed. People from our area refer to Sanji and the others as the 4 yellow. The second question. Who is the man referred to as the pot shadow in Naruto? Group leader of the chat. Shimura Danzo. Everyone shares the benefits, yet he bears the burden alone. Correct answer. Awarded a detection opportunity. The daughter of the slumbering little 5 tigers. Although I don't know much about this fellow, he sounds quite pitiful. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar style. If it weren't for the esteemed one killing him, he wouldn't have known how many people he would have harmed. The third question. In the world of the member, the daughter of the slumbering little 5 tigers, who is the man revered as the god of death? Tony is definitely not the richest. Did we not say that the worldview of Shaolin is that of ordinary people? How could there be such a title as the god of death? Chapter 51, Answering Questions. The daughter of the slumbering little 5 tigers. I have no idea. I've never heard anyone mention that name. Group leader of the chat. Idagawa Conan. Wherever he goes, death follows, earning him the title of the god of death. The elementary school student. Correct answer. Awarded a detection opportunity. Mori Ran fell into deep thought. It seems that wherever Conan goes, death truly does follow. In the vast universe of One Piece, who is most widely regarded as deserving of death? The Invincible Wakita asserts that while One Piece may be disregarded, Momonosuke must perish. Who is this individual, and why do people from other realms wish for his demise? The Invincible Wakita describes him as a child who, in his youthful arrogance, shamelessly exploits women as kindness and bathes alongside numerous beautiful women, all the while wearing a lecherous and smug expression when he takes advantage of them. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Now I am also incensed. Merely hearing the elder's words makes me yearn to confront him. The destroyer of worlds might be considered a common enemy of men, to some extent, excluding the Uchiha clan, who is most fond of uttering the name Uchiha. The group chat leader suggests Naruto Uzumaki, who incessantly calls out for Sasuke. This answer is incorrect, resulting in the forfeiture of this answering opportunity. The group chat leader insists it cannot be. There is no one else but Naruto. In Lin Rant's recollection, Naruto scarcely speaks of anyone but Sasuke, making it implausible for anyone else to mention Uchiha more frequently. The Invincible Wakita clarifies that he called for Sasuke, not Uchiha. The wise words of Gu Tianlang awaken the dreamer. Indeed, Naruto rarely uses Sasuke's full name. The Invincible Wakita reveals that the answer is Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage. This answer is correct, granting one detection opportunity. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance argues that it seems improbable. The second Hokage is rumored to despise the Uchiha clan. So how could he be the one to mention them the most? Minato recalls that the second Hokage harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha. Why would he frequently invoke the name of his foes? The Invincible Wakita offers an analogy. If Tobirama were to trip over a log, he would likely curse the Uchiha. If he choked on water, he would again curse the Uchiha. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. This is akin to attributing blame indiscriminately. Every ill deed is laid at the feet of the Uchiha. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance agrees, noting that this accurately reflects the sentiments of the third Hokage regarding Lord Tobirama. The answering session concludes. A new task will commence in one day to defeat extraterrestrial beings from the Marvel Universe with a reward of 30,000 points. The task limits 3 group members. And the difficulty level is 3. The Destroyer of Worlds accepts the task. The Invincible Gogeta accepts the task. The coffee shop attendant who adores rabbits accepts the task. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Wait, have villains been born here? I have missed yet another opportunity for an effortless victory. The Spiral Flash Super will dance laments a moment too late. What a pity it is. The destroyers of the world, are they alien species? I am rather eager to engage in a contest, and am curious to see what kind of beings they may be. In the vast expanse of the Marvel Universe, there exists an abundance of extraterrestrial entities, each more varied than the last. After this, Gu Tianlang exited the group chat, as it was time for dinner. Should he delay any longer, he would find himself missing the meal at Bulma's residence. Upon arriving at Bulma's home, he found only Vegeta and Goku standing desolately at the entrance, with Goku appearing rather morose. Why aren't you eating? What are you waiting for at the door? Gu Tianlang inquired. It would have been better had he remained silent. As soon as he spoke, Vegeta's expression darkened immediately, and he unleashed a furious roar at Gu Tianlang. Can you two feed yourselves? Are you so impoverished that you must come to my house for meals every day? The chefs are exhausted and taking a break. And Bulma is not home, so I have no idea where to find another cook. Vegeta's irritation grew as he spoke. Previously, their visits were sporadic. But recently they had become increasingly excessive, with the two of them arriving daily for meals, seemingly oblivious to their own substantial appetites. Even with numerous chefs at his disposal, it was unreasonable to expect them to prepare meals for dozens of individuals every single day. Goku chuckled softly, as if he hadn't heard Vegeta's complaints at all. So when can we eat? Why don't you call Bulma and have her send a chef over? Isn't Chi-Chi cooking for you? Why do you insist on coming to my house for food? Vegeta was rendered speechless. It was as if Chi-Chi forbade Kakarot from eating. Why then did he feel the need to intrude upon Vegeta's home? He pointed at Gu Tianlang, ready to voice his thoughts, but was interrupted. Don't involve me. I have no wife, and I cannot cook for myself, Gu Tianlang replied, leaving Vegeta momentarily at a loss for words. How about we dine out instead? I'm absolutely famished. Goku suggested, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Vegeta regarded him thoughtfully and nodded in agreement, for he too felt hunger pangs. Bulma's parents were aging, and, given the Scion's considerable appetites, they would certainly struggle to provide adequate meals for them. Fine, I have no objections. Vegeta will treat us, Gu Tianlang said nonchalantly. As he had no intention of paying anyway. Why should I treat you? Don't you two have any money? Vegeta felt a surge of irritation, contemplating the urge to deal with them harshly. After all, he was still expected to cover the meals. I have no money. Chi-Chi hasn't given me any. Neither do I. The responses from Goku and Gu Tianlang were straightforward and to the point. Goku had little understanding of money, especially since he was merely visiting Bulma's home for a meal, and thus had not brought any funds with him. Gu Tianlang was even less likely to have money. Sharing Goku's lack of employment, with his daily expenses funded solely through prize money earned from his fights, he had no desire to resort to theft, confident that Bulma, being a wealthy heiress, would always be there to support them. Vegeta, having no concept of finances, was simply frustrated by their incessant visits for meals. He decided to take them with him, and just as they were about to leave, a figure descended from the sky. As Wukong observed the taciturn Piccolo, his curiosity was piqued regarding the latter's intentions for approaching them. Piccolo, what brings you here? Piccolo remained silent, countering with a question directed at the trio. What are you all planning to do? The chef at Bulma's house is on a break, and Vegeta has invited us out to dine. Would you care to join us? Wukong, blissfully unaware of any underlying tension, innocently extended the invitation to Piccolo, who, seizing the opportunity, reluctantly acquiesced. Only Wukong's navet could have led him to misread the situation. Vegeta and Goku, upon spotting Piccolo, immediately discerned the purpose of his visit. Given the time of day, it was all but certain he had come to partake in their meal. Thus, the quartet made their way to a sizable restaurant within the city. The waiter presented them with menus, and Goku casually glanced over the offerings before declaring, since it's just the 4 of us, we need not order excessively. Let's just have a light meal. He then set the menu back on the table, looking at the others for their input. Vegeta and Goku remained silent, while Piccolo, accustomed to his aloof demeanor, offered no objections. Just replicate the dishes from the menu for us, and let us start with this much. The waiter, initially believing that only a few items would be ordered, was taken aback by Goku's request. Sir, the menu features numerous large dishes, including octopuses several meters long and dinosaur meat weighing dozens of pounds. Are you certain you wish to order all of them? The waiter was incredulous. Even in the largest restaurant in the city, it was unfathomable that 4 people could consume such an immense quantity of food. Not to worry, just prepare the dishes. We're not short on funds. Goku declared with grandiosity, embodying the opulent lifestyle of the foremost son-in-law of Dragon Ball, living life like royalty. The Scion Prince, Vegeta, was indeed the epitome of living off other successes. The waiter hurriedly rushed to the kitchen, and before long, an array of exquisitely presented dishes began to grace their table. The four of them commenced their meal with remarkable fervor, with Piccolo maintaining a modicum of decorum, while Goku and the others devoured their food as if they had never eaten before. This was not Bulma's household, where the inhabitants were well acquainted with Scion appetites. The staff here were taken aback by the spectacle before them. Is it truly possible for a human stomach to accommodate such a vast quantity? Aren't they concerned about overindulgence? A middle-aged man, observing the astonished expressions of a few young patrons nearby, remarked nonchalantly, "What is so surprising? This is their second table's worth of dishes. How much do they intend to consume? Surely they aren't planning on a third table. Who knows? I've been watching them eat for over half an hour now. Do they not grow weary of it?" The young patrons exchanged incredulous glances, bemused by the peculiarities of the middle-aged man. Bored? And yet you can watch them for so long? Listening to the murmurs of the onlookers, Piccolo's face turned a shade of green with embarrassment. It is indeed unpleasant to be the subject of such scrutiny. Meanwhile, Goku, indulging in a feast, joyfully devoured a nearby sushi roll, too late for Vegeta to intervene. In a fit of anger, Vegeta seized a handful of food and consumed it, causing Goku's expression to shift to one of fury. "Vegeta, how dare you eat my Char-Siu? I had intended to save that for last." Vegeta rose indignantly, glaring fiercely at Kakarot. "My sushi was deliberately saved for later." "You ruffian!" Goku, transforming in a fit of rage, emanated a formidable energy that pressed down on Vegeta. "Aren't we friends, Vegeta?" Unyielding, Vegeta retaliated with his Super Saiyan 2 form, countering Goku's pressure with his own. This matter is entirely different. Goku, enveloped in a radiant aura, transformed into Super Saiyan God, unwilling to yield an inch as he and Vegeta faced off. Ultimately, both ascended to Super Saiyan Blue, their terrifying auras causing the ground to tremble for miles around. The buildings illuminated with blue light, resembling two moons in the night sky, capturing the attention of the surrounding crowd. Onlookers, intrigued, pulled out their phones to capture this astonishing scene, having never witnessed someone whose hair could change color on its own. However, to their dismay, all devices faltered momentarily, rendering them useless. Goku's ally, Gu Tianlang, glanced at Piccolo, acknowledging the brilliance of the Dragon Ball's strongest strategist. Though his power waned compared to the two extraordinary fighters, his intellect remained a source of reassurance. Originally inclined to intervene, he was taken aback when Piccolo disrupted the devices first. Piccolo, speechless, regarded Gu Tianlang, realizing he could no longer pacify the two rampaging warriors. It seemed today would not end amicably, and a confrontation was inevitable. "Boss, I'll have another order of sushi and Char-Siu," Gu Tianlang called out. The owner, not responding, hurriedly prepared another serving, while both fighters instantly retracted their overwhelming auras, each snorting in discontent. The owner wiped the sweat from his brow, instructing the kitchen to work swiftly, as the two warriors nearly demolished his establishment over such trivial matters. After their feast, the four parted ways, with Goku and Vegeta still simmering from their earlier discord, likely seeking a place to settle their differences through combat. Gu Tianlang found a secluded valley and lay down on a clean patch, slowly closing his eyes, lost in thought. Memories of his past flickered through his mind. Born an orphan, he had grown up relying on the kindness of strangers, and as an adult, he navigated the harsh realities of life without significant achievement, lacking education or skills. He found himself in a precarious position, believing himself to be a gentleman of integrity, only to be humbled by the harshness of reality. Even in this Dragon Ball world, he feared disrupting the original storyline, wary of provoking deities or the Omni King, which could lead to his own demise. Now, he can effortlessly shatter the stars with a mere snap of his fingers and extinguish deities with a wave of his hand. At last, he can genuinely return to his true self without any concerns for the existence of others. In that very moment, a subtle transformation occurred within Gu Tianlang. Upon realizing his true strength, his inner world shifted profoundly. After a deep slumber that lasted until midday, he awoke groggily just as the time for his mission approached, feeling invigorated and liberated, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart. "Tony, you are not really the tycoon. Are you coming or not? These monsters have appeared, and they are quite formidable. I am utterly no match for them, and Black Widow is being driven back relentlessly." Tony was in a state of urgency. The moment these creatures emerged, they commenced widespread destruction, leaving the streets in ruins while the people fled in all directions, fearful of becoming targets for the beasts. "Use the Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar. Send someone to deal with them. Aren't you capable as well?" "Tony, I am not really the tycoon. Where am I supposed to find help?" They are nowhere to be found. Captain America and Hawkeye have gone to another region. And I do not even know the Hulk and Thor. Through Lin Rant's revelations, Tony became aware of Banner's Hulk and Thor, yet the timeline had yet to align. One had not yet arrived on Earth, while the other had not yet been exposed to gamma rays, leaving him utterly bereft of allies. Group leader. What do these monsters look like? Please describe them to me. I need to see if they ring any bells. Lin Ran was particularly intrigued. As it seemed that there were no villains at this time, what manner of extraterrestrial beings had suddenly appeared? They are a black liquid life form and a red liquid life form, both of which were once human, alongside an indestructible sand creature. Chapter 53, Emperor Rider vs. Symbiote. Upon hearing Tony's description, Lin Ran immediately envisioned three figures. The red and black liquid should refer to the symbiotes, Venom and Carnage. These symbiotic life forms hail from a peculiar planet. They are unable to leave their home and must attach themselves to a host, be it a human or an animal, in order to escape. As long as there is physical contact, they can possess their hosts, granting the humans who are taken over extraordinary powers far beyond human capabilities, including, but not limited to, superhuman strength, rapid speed, and regeneration. Simultaneously, they replicate the personality and abilities of their hosts. These symbiotes are devoid of moral distinctions. However, through a series of unfortunate events, one named Venom attached itself to an individual and mirrored their malevolent psyche. This type of symbiote reproduces asexually, resulting in Venom and its progeny all possessing an inherently wicked nature. Carnage is one of its offspring, typically exhibiting superior abilities compared to Venom. The Sandman was originally a leader of an underground gang. However, under the influence of nuclear radiation in the desert, his physical form transformed to resemble sand and earth. Much like Crocodile from One Piece, he possesses the ability to wield the power of sand at will, unless his entire body is utterly destroyed. No fatal injury can extinguish his existence. In the chat group, the group leader remarked, "Isn't that Spider-Man's enemy? How did he end up in your territory?" These three individuals are indeed quite formidable. The Destroyer of Worlds replied, "I understand the situation. I will head over immediately. Do not worry, I will shield you from them." After reviewing Lin Rant's documentation, Minyashur gained insight into the trio's unique abilities. The primary concern was to avoid contact with the symbiote, which could lead to possession. However, by transforming into Kamen Rider, he ensured that they could not touch his body. The CAF server, who adored rabbits, expressed hesitation, saying, "I don't think I can go. It would be troublesome if I were possessed." The group leader affirmed, "Indeed, the stronger the host, the more powerful they become after possession. Come over, the boss has arrived. And safety is finally assured," Tony Stark exclaimed. Dong Xiang activated the teleportation device, arriving in the Marvel Universe. Upon awakening, Gu Tianlang saw the chat messages and quickly pressed the teleport button. He was surprised to learn that Venom was involved, as this was a rare entity. In the streets, two towering humanoid creatures, each exceeding 2 meters in height, relentlessly extended their arms to seize fleeing humans. Their limbs transformed into blades or heavy hammers, mercilessly crashing down amidst the desperate cries of the people. A woman exuding the allure of mature femininity, Black Widow Natasha, fought with agility against the Sandman, occasionally tossing grenades that left the Sandman's body riddled with wounds, only for him to rapidly regenerate. Tony Stark, clad in crimson armor, descended from the sky and approached Gu Tianlang with an urgent tone. "Boss, you must act swiftly to eliminate them." In a flash of white light, two figures appeared. Minyashur, transformed into his base form, and Dong Xiang, the ghoul. Without hesitation, Minyashur charged towards the mayhem, declaring, "Leave that black and red behemoth to me." Dong Xiang manifested her wings, rushing to aid Black Widow Natasha. "The Sandman is mine." Gu Tianlang, watching the skirmish with indifference, noted that despite the differing worldviews and difficulties, the scoring would vary significantly. What's the rush? Let them have their fun. Even if they complete the task in a second, the points awarded will be minimal given the overall difficulty level. Black Widow observed the sudden appearance of a girl and, uncertain of her allegiance, withdrew from the combat zone. Dong Xiang, uninterested, unleashed countless piercing projectiles from her wings, each powerful enough to penetrate walls. Noticing Tony Stark alongside an unfamiliar man, Black Widow decided against rushing into battle and accelerated her pace towards them. "Tony, what are you waiting for? This area is nearly obliterated by them." Tony waved his hand, indicating her to remain calm, pointing at the valiant Minya, who was holding his own against two foes, and Dongxiang, who was engaging the Sandman. "It's fine. They are my friends. With them here, you can feel at ease." Gu Tianlang scrutinized the woman before him. Indeed, she was one of Marvel's most renowned beauties, exuding an irresistible charm with every movement, akin to a ripe peach, incomparable to those inexperienced girls. Upon closer inspection, Black Widow was equally taken aback. She previously failed to comprehend the nature of one's presence instilling fear in others, but now she began to understand. This man before her certainly did not seem ordinary. His strength was undoubtedly formidable. Who is this? Tony glanced at Gu Tianlang, noting his lack of displeasure, and then proceeded to explain to Black Widow, "Allow me to introduce. This is the boss, possessing unimaginable power, capable of anything. There is nothing he cannot accomplish." Black Widow regarded Tony with a peculiar expression. The more she looked, the more he resembled a sales pitch. If he were truly that powerful, she would have certainly heard of him before. That guy is virtually indestructible. The intensity of that girl's attacks could never defeat him. Dongxiang's speed surpassed that of the Sandman, but her methods of attack were somewhat limited, lacking the necessary destructive force. The Sandman merely appeared disheveled, with grains of sand continuously falling away, yet he was hardly affected. "It's all right. The boss will handle it. We are incapable of dealing with these two. We just need to wait for the boss to intervene." Observing Tony's unwavering confidence, Black Widow could only choose to trust him momentarily, facing 3 immortal monsters. She truly had no better recourse. Gu Tianlang pointed, launching an energy orb towards Dongxiang, merging into her body. As she dodged the Sandman's attacks, Dongxiang felt her body become considerably lighter. Tony watched in bewilderment, unsure of Gu Tianlang's intentions. "Boss, what have you just done?" "A protective shield. To prevent Dongxiang from being hit by the Sandman. It would be unfortunate if she sustained severe injuries." After completing his task, Gu Tianlang turned his attention to Minya, pondering the outcome of Kamen Rider's battle against the symbiote. As Kamen Rider approached, Venom and Carnage extended their limbs, launching 4 tendrils at him. Kamen Rider drew his card sword, a flash of pink light severing the incoming tendrils at their base. In this encounter, this card works best. Kamen Rider produced the 555 card, inserting it into his transformation device, unleashing a violent, singular force. A whirlwind of light and shadow enveloped him as he transformed into Kamen Rider 555 in acceleration mode. Pressing the acceleration button on his left hand, his figure vanished from sight. Venom and Carnage searched frantically, yet the enemy remained elusive. Suddenly, a gaping hole was pierced through Carnage's abdomen, followed closely by a segment of Venom's right hand being severed, yet Kamen Rider's presence was still nowhere to be seen. Chapter 54. Taking action. Is this the legendary 7 seconds of bravado, followed by 3 seconds of monster slaying? Gu Tianlang shook his head and offered a wry smile. At that moment, Emperor Knight was moving at an astonishing speed, effortlessly flaunting his prowess while engaging the enemy. Tony was tirelessly utilizing the armor's system to search, but he could only sense Emperor Knight's presence without being able to pinpoint his location. "Boss, I can't see Emperor Knight. Just how fast is he moving?" Black Widow, utterly captivated, stared with her mouth agape at Venom's position. The 2 symbiotes were under relentless assault, evidently being attacked. Yet Emperor Knight was nowhere to be seen on the battlefield. Gu Tianlang clicked his tongue and remarked nonchalantly, "Approximately 0.0058 seconds for 100 meters. That's nearly 1,000 times the speed of a human. Quite impressive, I must say. The outcome is imminent." This statement left Black Widow momentarily bewildered. What did it mean to cover 100 meters in 0.0058 seconds? After all, the few who were renowned for their speed in the Marvel Universe had yet to make an appearance. The staggering speed of 555 had shattered her previous understanding of velocity. 12 conical drill-like phantoms struck the 2 symbiotes as Emperor Knight, clad in his 555 armor, delivered a powerful kick that pierced through both of their bodies. The 2 symbiotes were forcefully expelled from their hosts, and the 2 adult males collapsed helplessly to the ground. The black and red liquid-like beings writhed as they crawled toward the nearby crowd that had yet to escape. "This is bad. They're going to attach themselves to other humans. We must stop them." Black Widow instinctively glanced at Tony beside her, only to be horrified to find that Gu Tianlang, who had been standing next to her moments ago, had vanished into thin air. Tony pointed ahead, urging her to look. As she turned, she discovered Gu Tianlang standing boldly at the center of the arena, blocking Venom and Carnage's path. Gu Tianlang extended his finger near Venom, and under his deliberate relaxation, Venom slipped directly into his body. Tony was utterly perplexed by Gu Tianlang's actions, unsure of his intentions. "Tony, do you want to take Carnage back for research? If so, find a container to store him. He is severely injured from Emperor Knight's assault." The 555 Knight's kick was capable of locking onto a target and could be understood as true damage. Even symbiotes could not fully immunize against such harm. Tony quickly responded, producing a special container he always carried, and placed the lethargic Carnage inside. Yes. He had never encountered such a creature before. If studied appropriately, it could significantly enhance his combat capabilities. But if that creature enters his body, will he be controlled as well? Black Widow pulled out her pistol, warily observing Gu Tianlang. She had witnessed the symbiote's capabilities. Once it entered a human body, it could dominate the host's consciousness. Although Tony seemed to idolize this man's strength, Black Widow still felt uneasy. Gu Tianlang disregarded her movements. The moment venom entered his fingertip, he trapped it within his thumb. The energy coursing through him was immensely powerful. Sealing a symbiote was a remarkably simple task. I shall take this back to play with, so you need not trouble yourself. In the distance, a blue light flared up. After a prolonged battle, Dong Xiang found herself at an impasse against the sand creature. Each time a portion of its body was shattered, the creature would immediately regenerate. Enraged by the relentless assaults, the sand creature absorbed a nearby sand truck, its form swelling to a towering height of 7 or 8 meters, its strength significantly amplified. In a moment of carelessness, Dong Xiang was struck by a colossal fist that dwarfed her own body. Unable to evade, she gritted her teeth and raised her arms, bracing herself for the impact. Prepared for injury, she was astonished when, upon contact, waves of blue light erupted from within her, enveloping her body in a protective shield. The creature's fist not only failed to harm her, but also sent it reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Dong Xiang swiftly retreated from the creature's attack range. "Boss, I am at a loss. This fellow regenerates too swiftly for me to contend with," she lamented. Dong Xiang had to concede defeat. Although her speed surpassed that of the sand creature, it was virtually immortal, capable of resurrection as long as sand existed. Hearing Dong Xiang admit her inability to prevail, Black Widow found herself equally bereft of viable solutions. Aside from using water to restrict the creature and dissolve its form, there seemed little that could directly vanquish it. Even deploying fighter jets to launch missiles would not guarantee its complete annihilation. Indeed, Gu Tianlang replied, casting an energy orb without a glance, sending it hurtling toward the unsuspecting sand creature with lightning speed. Upon impact, it transformed into a protective barrier, ensnaring the creature within a dazzling blue light, an immense energy surging wildly inside the shield. When the tumult subsided, the sand creature had vanished from sight. Black Widow's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. She had been contemplating how to eliminate the sand creature, realizing that the most effective method would require deploying a significant portion of SHIELD's forces to eradicate all nearby sandy materials, thus preventing its resurrection, followed by a deluge of water to ensure its destruction. Yet, within the blink of an eye, this formidable foe that had caused her such headaches was instantaneously obliterated. How had this man achieved such a feat? Tony, equally astonished, recognized the boss's prowess. But never had he imagined that such a near-immortal adversary could be dispatched with such efficiency. "How did you manage that, boss?" Gu Tianlang, with an air of nonchalance, regarded his right thumb and replied, "It was no great challenge. One merely needs to confine it completely within a space and eliminate everything inside. I reduced it to molecules and then obliterated them." His tone was so casual that Tony stood in stunned silence, realizing that perhaps only the boss could find such a task unremarkable. For anyone else, reducing an entity to a molecular state would be nearly impossible, let alone annihilating those molecules as well. "Enough. I shall take my leave. I have this to investigate." Gu Tianlang waved his hand and prepared to depart. The Black Widow expressed her desire to persuade this formidable individual to join SHIELD, believing that such an alliance would solidify the organization's standing beyond challenge. "Excuse me, would you be interested in joining SHIELD? I could serve as your introduction," she inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Tianlang declined, valuing his freedom above all and harboring no interest in SHIELD. "Perhaps not. I am accustomed to my liberty." The Black Widow, undeterred, found herself intrigued by the enigma of this man. "May I request to exchange contact information?" However, Gu Tianlang chose to ignore her, vanishing in a flash of white light. Dong Xiang and Min Shishir followed suit, leaving the Black Widow captivated by the trio. Unfortunately, Tony remained tight-lipped about their origins, consistently denying her inquiries regarding their true identities. Bound by the constraints of their chat group, Tony felt unable to reveal any information pertaining to it, and, coupled with his mistrust of SHIELD, he was unwilling to expose his secrets. Chapter 55, The Malevolent Dragon Mission Accomplished. The administrator, unrivaled Gogeta, received 10,000 points, while group members, the rabbit-loving CAF waitress and the destroyer of worlds, each earned 10,000 points. Time taken, 5 minutes. Level evaluation awarded additional points, each receiving 1,000 points. The daughter of the slumbering little Five Lang found the additional points rather meager, totaling only 3,000. Group leader, this is unavoidable. The difficulty level is too low. The points are insufficient to pique interest. Otherwise, the big shots would undoubtedly eliminate their opponents in mere seconds, not wasting such time. Rabbit-loving CAF waitress. I encountered a woman who seems quite curious about the big shot, eager for a deeper exchange. Spiral Flash Super will dance Roar 3 style. In just 5 minutes, there's already a little admirer? Destroyer of worlds. Strictly speaking, she cannot be classified as an admirer. This woman appears to be in her 30s. Tony is not the richest. The Black Widow may have been married. Such women possess the most allure. Group leader, the Black Widow? This woman is quite captivating. I recall a certain notable figure publicly expressing willingness to drink her bathwater. Time-consuming elf, is that true? Has it reached such an exaggerated extent? Returning to the Dragon Ball universe, Gu Tianlang, engrossed in concocting venom, could not resist interjecting upon seeing the chat content. Unrivaled Gogeta. He certainly has some peculiar preferences. Time-consuming elf. Are there others with such inclinations? The individuals from Tony's world are indeed quite strange. Rabbit-loving CAF waitress. Tony. Don't think I haven't noticed you staring intently at that woman. Are you not satisfied even being married? Having spent only a few minutes in Tony's world, Dongxiang had already observed several instances of Tony gazing at the Black Widow with a smile. Tony is not the richest. What do you know? Married women have their own charm. The group leader of the chat, Cao Cao, may meet his demise, yet the villain Cao shall endure eternally. Tony, in a surprising twist, has developed an infatuation for another's wife. How does he differ from that scoundrel Cao? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. What nonsense is this? Who is this Cao? Moreover, the Black Widow has already divorced. To be clear, Tony found himself at a loss for words. He merely wished to observe. Is it a crime to look? He has committed no wrongdoing. The group was engaged in a discussion, yet Gu Tianlang was momentarily disinterested, preoccupied with the pressing matter of how to sustain the symbiote venom. After a trip to the supermarket where he procured a plethora of chocolate containing phenylethylamine, a substance that could nourish venom to some extent, he recognized that human heads or organs would be the optimal sustenance. Channeling energy through his right thumb, he expelled venom from his finger and encapsulated him within an energy shield. After several attempts, venom consumed the chocolate. He also found that he could sustain him on seafood such as lobsters or small creatures. The dilemma of food was thus resolved, allowing for other matters to be addressed. The energy shield provided a vacuum environment in which venom could endure for extended periods, enabling him to seek hosts throughout the universe. The ensuing days were tranquil, interrupted only when certain members of the group encountered peril or provoked unique circumstances that necessitated the release of tasks, prompting pleas for assistance. Gu Tianlang typically refrained from involving himself in their affairs, as the additional reward points for tasks he issued were lower than those established by the chat group, and tasks of a lesser grade yielded minimal points. This stable existence persisted for several weeks until one fateful night, when the chat group issued a new task. A time-space evil dragon has emerged. The warriors have been vanquished. Please select 2 warriors from this time-space and defeat the evil dragon within 5 minutes. Task difficulty, level 8, highly challenging. Task duration, unlimited. This battle will be live-streamed in its entirety. The stronger the opponent, the more points will be earned. This live broadcast will replace the previous recording of the battle against the god Zamasu, showcasing the authority of the chat group administrator. Tony felt compelled to interject. Usually, such tasks serve to demonstrate the might of the group leader. Why does our chat group present such an unusual tone? The group leader remarked that even he could not compare to the formidable figures, his strength paled in comparison. Although Lin Ran possessed certain privileges, even wielding all her powers within the chat group, her capabilities were not on par with Gu Tianlang's. Be my son, he jested. He recalled an exclusive red envelope for administrators, which purportedly conferred immortality. Whitebeard remembered Gu Tianlang mentioning that the red envelope granted an indestructible constitution, intended for the first administrator of the group. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran felt a wave of despair. She had been aware of this all along. It was meant for her. That golden opportunity was originally hers, yet Gu Tianlang had entered the group before her, and the red envelope had inexplicably been bestowed upon him, further augmenting his already formidable strength. Lin Ran was oblivious to the fact that there existed anyone capable of defeating the formidable Gogeta from Dragon Ball Super. Couldn't someone extend a little support to this inexperienced novice? Tony, contrary to popular belief, was not the wealthiest of individuals. This revelation nearly made me laugh to the point of tears. It was my first encounter with someone who distributed exclusive red envelopes to administrators before addressing the group leader. Tony expressed a certain schadenfreude, as it was not his turn to be involved. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance, how impressive, Tony. Truly, you are remarkable. Hinata's eldest daughter remarked, Uncle Tony, perhaps it would be wise for you to speak less in the future. The time-devouring elf. Tony always manages to articulate the most unexpected statements. Observing the chatter within the group, Tony Stark found himself momentarily stunned. After all, he had merely jested at the expense of the group leader. Group member Tony, contrary to popular belief, has been muted for a day by the group leader. Has he always possessed such courage? Was he unaware of my status as the group leader? Lin Ran increasingly understood why Tony often attracted criticism. He had an uncanny ability to provoke others in the most peculiar ways. With little time to spare, the ancient wolf of time erupted with energy. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, he discovered that Vegeta had ventured to the god of destruction's planet. Consequently, he hurried to Chi-Chi's home to summon Goku, who was busy tilling the land, and Gohan, who was still immersed in his studies. Gohan readily agreed to join, as he had little else to occupy his time. When he found Goku, the latter was dozing with his eyes closed, his feet resting on the tilling machine, cultivating the land in a haphazard manner. The once pristine field was now a chaotic patchwork due to Goku's indiscriminate tilling. Sensing the presence of the two, Goku opened his eyes. Come, I shall take you to a place. I cannot go. If I do not finish tilling the land, Chi-Chi will surely be furious with me. Goku shook his head vigorously, as if it were a tambourine. This time, Chi-Chi had issued a stern command. The farming must be completed. Should he sneak away to practice martial arts? She would refuse to feed him. The ancient wolf of time was taken aback that Goku did not inquire about their destination before outright rejecting him. One after another. Were all Saiyans so fearful of their wives? Chapter 56. The Showdown. Goku glanced at him and countered. Vegeta mentioned that Saiyans inherently favor strong women, and you too, being a Saiyan, are no exception. To his surprise, the usually emotionally obtuse Goku articulated such thoughts with ease, leaving the ancient wolf of time without rebuttal. Indeed, he was also a Saiyan. We are going to fight. Our opponent is exceedingly powerful, and you may not stand a chance against him. I cannot believe you are not eager to witness this. With that, he took Gohan by the arm, preparing to depart. Goku, upon hearing this, was displeased. He relished engaging with formidable opponents. But if I slip away, Chi-Chi will undoubtedly unleash her wrath upon me. What a headache. Gohan promptly stepped forward, assuring him that he would explain everything to their mother upon their return, alleviating any concerns about her temper. Upon hearing this, Goku swiftly approached the two. Clearly having intended to go all along, he was merely waiting for Gohan to volunteer to negotiate with Chi-Chi. Gu Tianlang placed his hands on the shoulders of the two individuals, pressing the transmission button of the chat group, and in an instant, the three figures vanished from their original location. Administrator Tianquang Gogeta has initiated a live broadcast. The time-devouring sprite has entered the live stream. The group leader of the chat has entered the live stream. The slumbering daughter of Little Five has entered the live stream. The first sight that greeted the eyes of the group was the ravaged city, riddled with countless wounds. Innumerable skyscrapers teetered on the brink of collapse, and the streets were thronged with panicked crowds fleeing in chaos, alongside abandoned vehicles left in the wake of traffic jams. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar. Third style. This time, the adversary appeared rather formidable. It was likely another foe of stellar caliber. The group leader remarked, in the realm of the mighty, gathering 7 Dragon Balls allows one to summon the divine dragon to fulfill wishes. However, in this timeline, the Dragon Balls have been overused and besieged by negative energy, transforming into evil dragons. Thus the 7 Dragon Balls have morphed into 7 adversaries with distinct abilities. The slumbering daughter of Little Five asked, "Can any wish be granted?" Virtually. The group leader replied, for instance, resurrecting the deceased, attaining immortality, or restoring a long-destroyed planet. This revelation left Tony in a state of distress. He yearned to engage in conversation with the others, yet found himself muted, unable to voice his thoughts, resorting instead to private messages to Lin Ran. Expressing his sentiments at length, Lin Ran, understanding Tony's lack of malice, chose not to hold it against him, recognizing it as merely a habitual folly. The time-devouring sprite inquired, "Would wishing to become the strongest in the world be permissible?" To that, the answer is certainly no, the group leader responded. For such aspirations exceed the capabilities of the divine dragon. The entity that created him is not even the strongest in existence. Lin Ran elucidated the capabilities of the Dragon Balls to his companions, garnering a chorus of astonished exclamations from the group. Even so, that is still quite impressive. However, the transformation into evil dragons presents a significant dilemma. Upon their arrival, Gu Tianlang, Goku, and Gohan scanned the surroundings, with Goku perplexed by how Gu Tianlang traversed time without a time machine. Is this a parallel timeline? How did you cross over without a time machine? This is a future world from your timeline. Yet in this universe, you have not encountered Beerus, leading to different evolutionary paths. Gu Tianlang sensed the energy emanating from Earth. They were on the outskirts of the city, and aside from a few powerful presences in the city center, there was also a notable energy source near the coastline. 50 miles away, Gu Tianlang, with his companions, surged toward the seaside, where a beautiful maiden with and stood serenely against the ocean breeze, exuding an aura of tranquil elegance. Tony from the chat group had presumed that evil dragons would resemble grotesque monsters, Yet he was taken aback by the presence of such a stunning beauty. Tony, though not infatuated, mused, this evil dragon is rather enchanting. It would be a pity to slay such a beauty. The waitress fond of rabbits. Do not indulge in wild thoughts. I have assessed her strength, revealing that this young girl possesses mid-6th tier power, capable of obliterating entire star systems. The spiral flash super wheel dance roar. Is it truly so absurd? Such a diminutive maiden wields such terrifying might. The group leader observes that the disparity in power is minimal in the early stages, yet becomes increasingly pronounced as one progresses. An early 3rd tier strength may only surpass the 2nd tier by tenfold, whereas a 9th tier could potentially overshadow an 8th tier by several hundred times. The destroyer of worlds. What do you suppose this delicate girl will do in the presence of the formidable? The birth of this malevolent dragon is indeed peculiar. Each evil dragon is born from the negative energy generated by someone's wish. In this instance, the negative energy that birthed it stemmed from an individual wishing for women's undergarments. The young girl also noticed the trio of Ancient Wolf, extending her palm in a friendly greeting, her face adorned with a warm smile. Ancient Wolf had no intention of wasting time. With swift motion, he closed in and unleashed a lethal strike, landing a punch squarely on the girl's chest, causing her to explode into a burst of energy. Even in her final moments, she could not comprehend why Ancient Wolf would resort to lethal force upon their first encounter. Her disguise should have been impeccable, and where did such a powerful being emerge from? The girl, struck down in an instant, transformed into a spherical Dragon Ball. Adorned with 6 black stars, Ancient Wolf stowed the Dragon Ball away and, accompanied by Goku and the others, soared towards the city. While it was conceivable that Ancient Wolf would show no mercy, none anticipated that he would do so without uttering a single word. Obliterating a charming girl with a single blow. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, for the esteemed ones are indeed unlike us. The approach of the powerful is chilling, as they coolly dispatch adversaries. All evil dragons are malevolent, this one included, merely masquerading as a girl. Its true form is rather unappealing. Despite this assertion, Lin Ran was taken aback by Ancient Wolf's ruthlessness. It is rare for an ordinary person to act with such decisiveness, even when aware of a monster's disguise. Moreover, the girl truly was quite adorable. Could it be that the esteemed one harbors no interest in women? The trio flew into the city, a blue, a yellow, and a white figure standing united against the opposing group. On the other side stood Super Saiyan God Goku and Vegeta, with Gohan and others behind them. Both sides sensed the sudden emergence of 3 formidable presences on Earth. All gazed in astonishment at the approaching trio. Goku scratched his head, observing another version of himself. You are me? As the 3 descended beside the others, Goku maintained his usual carefree demeanor, looking toward the 3 evil dragons. I am you from a parallel universe. Here to assist you. Those 3 are the adversaries, correct? Goku's expression turned serious. The power of the 1-star dragon was formidable, and even he was uncertain of his ability to prevail. Indeed, their strength is considerable. They are not foes to be dismissed lightly. Vegeta's upper body was enveloped in vibrant red hair, a crimson tail flickering behind him. Chapter 57, The Great Melee. Goku refrained from making the first move, observing the physiques of both himself and Vegeta. Although neither had unleashed their full power yet, Goku could still faintly sense the formidable strength of Super Saiyan 4. Is this the path of your evolution? To awaken the latent power within the Saiyan race? Vegeta regarded Goku, his eyes brimming with fierce determination. Only Kakarot was his true rival. It seems you have yet to master Super Saiyan 4. Allow me to witness the abilities of another Kakarot from a different timeline. Goku chuckled, beckoning to the completely golden-hued 4-star dragon. Perhaps due to the 4-star ball's association with his childhood, Goku subconsciously yearned for a confrontation. The 4-star dragon surged forward, and Goku transformed into Super Saiyan, launching an attack with his signature move, the Kamehameha. The 4-star dragon effortlessly blocked it with one hand, and the two engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Seizing an opportunity, Goku landed a punch squarely on the 4-star dragon's chest, igniting a blaze of infernal flames that reached a terrifying temperature of 6,000 degrees. Though Goku inflicted significant damage, he too suffered, his right hand throbbing with pain. Realizing the disparity between them, he reluctantly surrounded himself with a red aura, transforming into Super Saiyan God to confront his opponent. The flames soared skyward. Yet the others could not perceive Goku's ki. Having not encountered Beerus, they struggled to grasp the magnitude of power this form possessed. Vegeta was astonished by Goku's strength, but concluded that it was still insufficient to contend with the evil dragon. Is this what the other universe's Kakarot is like? This transformation is unlike any Saiyans, yet it appears to fall short against the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon's speed surpassed Goku's, making it nearly impossible to land a hit. Victory seemed unattainable. In response, Vegeta transformed into the mightiest Super Saiyan Blue. The azure light shot into the heavens, distinct from the energy of Super Saiyan God. In this form, Goku's power could be sensed by others, rapidly surging. Yet there was more to come, the tenfold Kaioken. Goku's azure flames were enveloped in a new layer of crimson energy, an amalgamation of red and blue. His strength astounded all who witnessed it. This power nearly matched my own. I did not anticipate such a significant enhancement from a transformation that seemed unimpressive in its base form. Goku stood in the street, his expression filled with excitement as he observed his Super Saiyan Blue self. During their earlier skirmish, he had sensed something unusual. The alternate version of himself, likely a few years younger, possessed a base power significantly inferior to his own. The ancient celestial wolf stood nearby, watching Goku and Vegeta, astonished that Super Saiyan 4's power could rival that of Super Saiyan Blue. He believed that the enhancement Super Saiyan 4 provided to base power could not compare to that of Super Saiyan Blue. The emergence of a fully powered Super Saiyan 4 Goku, appearing nearly equal to a fully powered Super Saiyan Blue, suggested that Goku's base form was exceptionally strong. If the base power of both Goku and his counterpart is equal, it is evident that Super Saiyan 4 would be vastly outmatched by Super Saiyan Blue. However, at this moment, Goku remains in his base form, yet under the perception of the ancient celestial wolf. His strength has escalated to that of the Super Saiyan 3 from a previous era, with the same amplification effect. It stands to reason that a stronger base leads to an even more formidable enhancement, thus resulting in a scenario where Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue are evenly matched. Goku leaped into action, targeting a singular star dragon with a completely white body adorned with sharp spikes. "Leave this one to me, Vegeta," he called out. Vegeta, with a disdainful grunt, charged toward the three-star dragon, intent on dispatching his foe with utmost swiftness. The mere sight of this treacherous adversary incited his fury. All three combatants unleashed their maximum power, with Goku and Vegeta engulfed in a crimson aura, the primal ferocity unique to Saiyans fully unleashed, each strike imbued with unparalleled ferocity. Super Saiyan Blue Goku engaged in a fierce exchange with the four-star dragon, their energies clashing in a radiant display. As they collided, Goku executed the prince's fighting style. Yet the four-star dragon, possessing remarkable speed, deftly evaded all of Goku's attacks. A swift punch sent Goku flying, followed by a close-range energy wave that struck him. In terms of speed, Goku found himself at a disadvantage, though in raw power, Super Saiyan Blue Goku prevailed. This intense battle left the onlookers in awe, unable to intervene, while those within the group were equally astonished. "Tony is truly not a mere billionaire. He is formidable," remarked the blue-haired Goku, whose power level I detected reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier, capable of effortlessly obliterating multiple universes. Tony Stark was genuinely taken aback. During the last live broadcast of the Celestial Wolf facing off against the god Zamasu, he had felt little impact due to the vast power disparity, unable to fathom the strength of his opponent. However, with the power detector in the group, he could now grasp the terrifying might these individuals possessed. He himself was merely at the 2nd tier, while the figures from the elite universe were all at the 9th tier, a staggering 7 levels above him. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga family noted that Goku's Super Saiyan 4 strength was similarly assessed at the pinnacle of the 9th tier. The group leader commented on Vegeta's power level being in the early 9th tier, possibly due to his not yet achieving full power in Super Saiyan 4, rendering him somewhat weaker. If all are at the 9th tier, does that not place them on par with the elites? The elite's strength was also recorded as 9th tier. Gu recalled a previous assessment of the Celestial Wolf, though due to his management role, the precise power tier was not detailed. He vaguely remembered it being the 9th tier without doubt. There should still be a distinction. I recall that when the administrator transformed into a golden-haired form, his strength surged dramatically, though I am uncertain which stage he attained in that state. "Great One, are you not going to intervene? Should the enemies be defeated by them, you would miss the chance to earn points." The task at hand was originally to ensure that Gu Tianlang defeats his adversaries. Should Wukong and his companions resolve the matter, Gu Tianlang would not have had the opportunity to intervene, thus rendering the mission a failure. Why the urgency? The Invincible Gogeta. Have you not assessed the grade of that malevolent white dragon? While others may overlook it, Gu Tianlang has discerned that the strength of the one-star dragon exceeds that of Wukong at full Super Saiyan 4 power, making defeat utterly impossible. The leader of the chat group indicated that the battle power of the one-star dragon was assessed at the mid-stage of the 9th tier, boasting a strength 5 times that of a peak initial stage 9th tier entity, capable of effortlessly vanquishing such opponents. Upon hearing Gu Tianlang's remarks, Lin Ran conducted her own evaluation of the one-star dragon, and the outcome astonished her. The one-star dragon's power was indeed 5 times greater. Chapter 58. The four heroes battle the evil dragon. Such strength cannot be merely summed as 1 plus 1. Even 5-peak initial stage 9th tier warriors joining forces would stand no chance of victory against it. One might consider the Super Saiyan 2 to possess twice the battle power of Super Saiyan 1. However, the full power of Super Saiyan 1's attack against Cell had little effect on the youthful Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 form. As time progressed on the battlefield, the 3-star dragon gradually succumbed to the ever-emboldened Vegeta. Its low-temperature freezing rays failed to connect with Vegeta, who delivered a powerful strike that sent the 3-star dragon crashing down. Vegeta, gathering energy for a decisive attack, aimed to finish him off. The 3-star dragon crashed to the ground, its form flickering as it swiftly approached the onlookers, attempting to use Wukong's granddaughter, Xiao Fang, as a human shield. Lacking any sense of honor, victory was all that mattered to him, rendering the means entirely irrelevant. The disparity in strength between the few and the 3-star dragon was insurmountable, rendering them incapable of halting its advance. Just as the 3-star dragon's hands were about to seize Xiao Fang by the throat, Wukong, entangled with the 1-star dragon, momentarily diverted his focus. At that critical moment, a hand emerged from the side, striking the 3-star dragon and sending it flying. Gu Tianlang had intervened. Compared to your brother, you truly are despicable. Gu Tianlang scoffed at the 3-star dragon's actions, vanishing once more before pursuing the airborne foe, delivering a powerful kick that sent him soaring into the air. Vegeta, having completed his energy charge, unleashed a furious roar as a purple energy blast shot forth, striking the 3-star dragon, who was still reeling from Gu Tianlang's assault. A cacophony of explosions ensued, reducing the 3-star dragon to a cloud of icy mist, obliterated in a single blow. The Dragon Balls fell to the ground. And witnessing the demise of the 3-star dragon, the 1-star dragon chose not to conceal its strength any longer. With lightning speed, it unleashed a punch that caught Wukong off guard, sending him crashing into a building. The terrifying force of the impact created a massive hole in the already damaged structure, causing the skyscraper to collapse with a thunderous roar. In comparison to its earlier encounter with Wukong, the 1-star dragon's speed had multiplied several times. In an instant, it appeared behind Wukong, who was engaged in an evenly matched battle with the 4-star dragon, entirely unprepared for the hidden might of the 1-star dragon. A radiant wave of energy surged forth, striking the 1-star dragon, who remained unfazed by the assault. A powerful kick struck Goku in the abdomen, followed by an elbow strike that propelled him into the air. The 1-star dragon, adopting an authoritative tone, commanded the 4-star dragon beside him, eliminate him. The 4-star dragon stood his ground, unwilling to exploit the opening in Goku's defense. Instead, he voiced his discontent, asserting, "This is my duel with him. I intend to defeat him honorably. Do not interfere in my battle." Although the 7 Dragon Balls had transformed into evil dragons due to negative energy, perhaps the 4-star dragon's long-standing companionship with Goku in his youth, or the negative energy stemming from King Piccolo's wish to restore his youth, had forged a bond of mutual respect between the two. The 4-star dragon, possessing a sense of integrity, could not bring himself to harm women or children, nor could he accept winning through underhanded tactics. "Is that so? I understand," replied the 1-star dragon, his expression shifting in surprise at the rejection. He patted the 4-star dragon on the shoulder in acknowledgement. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he pierced the unguarded body of the 4-star dragon, extracting the black star dragon ball from him. "Then you shall perish," he declared, swallowing the 4-star ball whole. Confusion filled the 4-star dragon's eyes as he wondered why the 1-star dragon, also a manifestation of evil, would turn against him. With a gaping wound in his heart, he found himself devoid of the strength to resist, unable even to fight back against the 1-star dragon. With a flick of his hand, the 1-star dragon unleashed an energy blast that obliterated the 4-star dragon's body. As he opened his mouth wide, drawing in deep breaths, all the black star dragon balls that Goku had obtained from vanquishing other evil dragons were irresistibly drawn towards the 1-star dragon, consumed in a ravenous display. The 1-star dragon erupted with fury, 6 black star dragon balls embedded in his abdomen, emanating a terrifying aura that rendered the entire city to nothingness, shrouding the earth in negative energy. The shockwave from his rage sent Chi-Chi, Bulma, Goten, and others, who were observing from a distance, reeling helplessly. As they realized their presence would only serve as a burden, they collectively fled into the distance, but the 1-star dragon had no intention of letting them escape. He raised his hand, pointing at the retreating figures. "Dragon Balls, strike," he commanded, summoning a deluge of pink lightning from the sky. Gohan, Goten, and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans, pooling their strength to create a protective shield for their families. However, the relentless barrage of pink lightning quickly began to fracture their combined shield, revealing the inadequacy of their Super Saiyan 2 powers against the casual onslaught of the 1-star dragon. Without the protection of their shield, the pink lightning descended mercilessly upon them, and the fate of Chi-Chi and Bulma, who were not far removed from ordinary humans, was grim. At that critical moment, a figure appeared in the air, roaring fiercely, as the wind from his aura swept back his bangs. A white energy wave manifested above the heads of the three, single-handedly absorbing the impact of the lightning attack. Do not lay a hand on my family. The figure before them was none other than the enigmatic Gohan, who, while shielding several individuals, unleashed a rapid Kamehameha, dispersing the thunderclouds that had gathered above. In the realm of time, Chi-Chi observed Gohan standing protectively in front of her. Feeling a mixture of pride and nostalgia as she recognized that her son had matured and could now stand independently. Young Pan, however, was somewhat bewildered. Having never encountered the future Trunks and lacking knowledge of the time machine, she found it difficult to comprehend the existence of parallel timelines. Is this my father? How could he be so powerful? Compared to the Gohan she knew, this version was overwhelmingly stronger. We must flee quickly. He is not to be trifled with. Gohan urged the others to escape hastily before turning his attention to the one-star dragon, whose strength was formidable enough that Gohan struggled to devise a strategy for defeating him. Nevertheless, he was resolute in his refusal to succumb without a fight. Meanwhile, Goku, along with Vegeta and another Goku, launched an assault on the one-star dragon. The one-star dragon dismissed their combined efforts with disdain, for sometimes, sheer numbers could not alter the outcome. Even with 4 opponents, he felt assured of victory. In an instant, he executed a spinning kick, sending the first Gohan hurtling away, while simultaneously striking Goku and Vegeta, who were also sent flying. A wave of energy surged toward the other Goku, who vanished in an instant, only for the one-star dragon to anticipate his move, striking to the left. Goku reappeared nearly simultaneously and was sent staggering backward from the force of the punch. The overwhelming power of the one-star dragon easily overpowered the 4. As Gohan gathered energy for a Kamehameha in midair, Goku and Vegeta assumed their stances, ready to unleash their ultimate techniques from 3 different directions. Chapter 59, Clash of Powers Kamehameha, Tenfold Kamehameha Wave, Final Flash. Gohan's Azure Energy Wave, Goku's Crimson Kamehameha, and Vegeta's Final Flash, enveloped in golden lightning, converged upon the one-star dragon. However, the dragon's malevolent energy shield proved impenetrable. Despite their combined might, the trio could not breach his defenses. With a furious roar, the one-star dragon unleashed his dark energy, causing the 3 to be thrown to the ground in disarray. It is time to clear the field. As the 3 lay incapacitated, the one-star dragon prepared to deliver a fatal blow, but then, Ultra Blue Goku intervened, delivering a powerful kick from behind the one-star dragon. Under the immense pressure of their power disparity, even a successful strike was rendered ineffective, as the one-star dragon seized Goku's leg, allowing his malevolent energy to invade Goku's body. Goku cried out in agony as the one-star dragon kicked him down, then unleashed a devastating attack on the 4, creating a massive crater in the ground, leaving a desolate wasteland for miles around. As the smoke cleared, the 4, though injured, narrowly escaped the brunt of the assault. I shall obliterate the entire universe. Just watch. The one-star dragon roared with unbridled fury, unleashing a torrent of negative energy that spread through the cosmos. The ominous black aura surged dramatically, causing the gravitational pull of Earth to vanish entirely, as mountains, rivers, towering edifices, and vehicles ascended into the ether. The dimensional barrier surrounding the one-star dragon began to fracture inch by inch, allowing him to influence alternate realities. Suddenly, the one-star dragon slid backward, adopting a defensive stance as a figure burst through the dense black mist, appearing before him in the blink of an eye and delivering a powerful blow to his visage. The one-star dragon halted his expansion of energy, retreating rapidly, only to have the figure vanish momentarily before reappearing and delivering a kick to his abdomen, regaining his composure. The one-star dragon wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and gazed at the figure that regarded him. He had believed himself invincible, only to realize that someone was even more formidable. Impossible. I possess the complete memories of the Earth Dragon. There is no way someone like you exists. In the recesses of his mind, he recalled that the universe's strongest beings included only Sun Wukong, followed by Vegeta. While he could comprehend the existence of Super Blue Goku and Gohan, given his awareness of time machines and their origins from parallel universes. However, he had no recollection of the ancient Celestial Wolf. As ancient Celestial Wolf finally made his move, the chat group erupted with excitement. The group leader noted that having absorbed the powers of the other 5 Black Star Dragon Balls, the one-star dragon had achieved the pinnacle of mid-9th tier strength. And with just a slight increase in power, he could reach the peak of that level. Tony is not really the wealthiest. What do you think the odds are between the boss and this guy? The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 style is mid-9th tier, at most. It's a 46 to 54 split in favor of the boss, the slumbering daughter of Little 5. I think it's a maximum of 37 to 63, no more than that. The boss at 7 and he at 3. As he observed the banter among the group, Ancient Celestial Wolf performed an unexpected act, producing the 6-star ball from his robes and tossing it directly to the 1-star dragon. You might as well consume this. You are far too weak. Receiving the 6-star ball, the 1-star dragon opened his jaws wide and swallowed it whole, resulting in another Dragon Ball manifesting within him, transforming him into the ultimate embodiment of power. Clenching his fists and feeling the torrent of energy surging within him, the 1-star dragon laughed heartily, deeming Ancient Celestial Wolf foolish. Now, I am the strongest in the universe. Surely, you jest, can you not refrain from boasting? Ancient Celestial Wolf pondered the source of his confidence. In this parallel universe, the original premise lacked the concept of destroyers. Yet he sensed the presence of the god of destruction's planet at the universe's edge, indicating that there existed a counterpart to Beerus here. Indeed, the 1-star dragon's power eclipsed that of Super Blue, but the notion of confronting Beerus merely elicited a chuckle from Ancient Celestial Wolf. Tony is not really the wealthiest. Is the boss expressing disdain for his lack of strength? Hinata's eldest daughter, perhaps, it said that the stronger the opponent, the more points the boss can gain upon their defeat? The group leader remarked, this fellow has now reached the peak of mid-9th tier strength. I wonder how the boss intends to handle him. The destroyer of worlds, it seems that the esteemed one is about to don golden hair. What is the division between you two? Invincible Gogeta, Super Saiyan, perhaps it's a 50-50 scenario. The golden wolf, enveloped in a golden aura, instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan state, while the astonished 1-star dragon gazed at him in disbelief. Hadn't all Saiyans perished, save for Goku and Vegeta? Where had this individual sprung from? It appears you are aware that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, you stand no chance against me. The golden wolf cast a silent glance at him, questioning the source of his audacity. Was it from a certain Jinru? I fear that if I do not transform into a Super Saiyan, I might inadvertently eliminate you with a mere flick of my hand. Goku and Gohan, supporting each other, gazed at the golden wolf hovering above, unable to suppress their wry smiles. They hadn't anticipated that he would ultimately be the one to clean up the aftermath. Goku and Vegeta, having never encountered the golden wolf, were oblivious to his identity, yet they could sense the pulsating energy within him that sent shivers down their spines. Upon witnessing the golden wolf in his Super Saiyan form, Lin Ran, taking advantage of the group's daily assessment opportunity, seized the moment to evaluate his battle power. As she beheld the group chat's determination, Lin Ran instinctively covered her mouth. She was aware of the golden wolf's strength, yet she hadn't anticipated it to be so formidable. The assessment revealed that the golden wolf's current power level was at the pinnacle of the mid-9th tier, undoubtedly the strongest of his level. This was merely the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Should he ascend to Super Saiyan God or even further to Super Saiyan Blue? One could only imagine the extent of his might. With a single hand, the golden wolf unleashed a wave of energy, a golden energy sphere hurtling forth. 1-star dragon raised both hands, attempting to smash the energy sphere away. Unfortunately, he gravely underestimated the force of the attack. The energy was so potent that he could not withstand it directly, forcing him to shield himself with his hands in an effort to redirect it. With a mighty roar and drawing on all his strength, he managed to deflect the energy sphere to the side, but the golden wolf had already closed the distance, delivering a punch that left 1-star dragon bloodied. With a flicker of golden light, the golden wolf executed the 4-phase fist, splitting into 4 distinct forms, each simultaneously unleashing a full-power Kamehameha in 4 different directions. You claim you can resurrect, then I shall utterly obliterate you. The 4 Kamehameha waves sealed off all of 1-star dragon's escape routes. With no means of retreat, he could only activate a protective barrier to withstand the onslaught. Even though each doppelganger possessed only 70% of the original strength, their power still surpassed that of the fully realized 1-star dragon. In a desperate struggle, 1-star dragon understood that should he fail to withstand this attack, he would be completely erased, with no chance of resurrection. At that moment, a white light erupted from within 1-star dragon, a surge of supreme energy coursing wildly through his being. Chapter 60, Task Complete. As the golden wolf's fist connected with 1-star dragon, he simultaneously drove the soul enforcer into his body. Under the relentless internal and external assault, 1-star dragon, already barely holding on, was entirely engulfed by the radiant light. Administrator Invincible Gogeta has completed the task, fully realized Super 1-star dragon at mid-9th tier peak, granting the administrator 100 million points. The entirety of this battle has been documented in the chat group, and the confrontation with the formidable Zamasu has been replaced. Tony is truly not the wealthiest. I feel impoverished. With 100 million points, how could one possibly squander such an amount? If only I possessed such riches. The barista, who adores rabbits, suggests daytime slumber, as it facilitates the occurrence of such dreams. Become my son, I say, though I am unaware of what items the administrator wishes to exchange. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance, a technique so magnificent, shall henceforth be named the Two-Phase Radiant Azure Flash. Gu Tianlang has yet to respond in the group, yet the chat indicates that someone has privately messaged him. Group leader. Hey, I must interject. What do you mean by being able to eliminate a one-star dragon without transforming? As a seasoned traveler, Lin Ran understands the hierarchical power structure of the Scions in Dragon Ball. Super Saiyan Blue surpasses Super Saiyan God, which in turn exceeds Super Saiyan 3, and so forth. How could his base form possibly annihilate a one-star dragon? Unrivaled Gogeta, he claims, because my base form can transform into Ultra Instinct. Gu Tianlang, without any intention of concealing his abilities, decided not to dwell on concerns once he realized the extent of his powers. Group leader. What? You can use Ultra Instinct? Lin Ran's mind momentarily falters. In his timeline before his transmigration, Goku had only just mastered Ultra Instinct in Dragon Ball Super, and Gogeta was only capable of transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. How could this individual master Ultra Instinct? Gu Tianlang himself is perplexed by the situation. Yet he resolves to seek answers later. I am uncertain. Perhaps it pertains to the timeline of Goku and Vegeta's fusion in the later episodes of Dragon Ball Super. Regardless, I can achieve Ultra Instinct in my base form. Lin Ran is left bewildered by this revelation, struggling to comprehend the extent of Gu Tianlang's strength. For reference, if Goku's base form is 50 times weaker than Super Saiyan, and Super Saiyan 2 amplifies that by 2, Super Saiyan 3 increases it by 4. Then Super Saiyan 3 represents 400 times Goku's base strength. Super Saiyan God, being an evolution that forsakes the multiplier of Super Saiyan, could be regarded as 20 times stronger than Super Saiyan 3, equating to 8,000 times the base strength. Transitioning to Super Saiyan Blue would thus yield a power level 50 times greater than that of Super Saiyan God, or 400,000 times the base strength. Ultra Instinct represents an entirely different paradigm, relinquishing the cumulative effects of Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan, allowing one to attain a state of serene clarity, executing attacks and defenses autonomously. To put it succinctly, should he achieve 20 times the strength of Super Saiyan Blue, it would equate to 8 million times Goku's base power. However, the most crucial point is that the inherent strength of Gu Tianlang is equivalent to that of a Super Saiyan Blue Goku at full power, which means he possesses the power of Goku under the Ultra Instinct state augmented by the Super Saiyan Blue form, amounting to a staggering 40,000 times the strength of Goku in Ultra Instinct. This is a truly terrifying concept. Even the Grand Priest may not be 40,000 times stronger than Goku in Ultra Instinct. Chat group leader, now I understand why you haven't concealed this from me. I simply cannot fathom what kind of adversary could possibly defeat a monster like you. Invincible Goku, I am uncertain myself. I have yet to assess the power of the Grand Priest and the Angels. There's a possibility that they may not surpass me. The battle power detector in the chat group not only allows members to mutually assess their strengths but can also be utilized through live broadcasts to measure beings from other universes. However, direct contact with the target is required for accurate detection. Chat group leader, there is virtually nothing in the group that would pique your interest. In any case, it serves you no purpose. Do you have any other pursuits in mind for the future? Invincible Goku, perhaps I should seek an evenly matched opponent. As for the points, I will redeem them for items I cherish, as I was once a devoted fan of manga and have many favorites. Gu Tianlang glanced at the energy in his hand. In essence, the energy across all realms is fundamentally the same. For instance, Jiren's aura is as scorching as fire, and at his level, one's aura can transform into any form of energy. Chat group leader, I envy you. Lin Ran has come to realize that the sole purpose of this chat group for Gu Tianlang is to allow him to display his prowess in other universes. It serves no other function. Gu Tianlang exited the private chat and accessed the group chat page. Observing that a few members were fervently debating the topic of 100 million points, prompting him to withdraw from the discussion, he looked at the severely wounded Goku and Gohan, took both of them along, and departed from the time-space continuum. Goku and Vegeta watched the trio vanish, their minds swirling with unspoken thoughts. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball Super timeline, Goku sighed in astonishment. He never anticipated that the enemy would possess such overwhelming strength, placing them on an entirely different level. It is indeed a fearsome opponent. Gohan, with his head bowed, pondered inwardly whether he would be able to protect his family if he encountered such an adversary in the future, although he was reluctant to admit it. Had Gu Tianlang not been present, the four of them would have been utterly incapable of contending with the Super One-Star Dragon. He realized he was still too weak. When faced with a more formidable foe, he would be powerless to safeguard his loved ones. The fear etched on the faces of Chi-Chi and Videl during their attack, alongside Gohan's sense of helplessness in preventing the enemy, pierced deeply into his heart. He vowed never to allow such a scenario to unfold in his life. Gu Tianlang bid farewell and returned to the hotel to rest. reassured that the injuries of the two were not overly severe and did not warrant excessive concern. Lying on his wooden bed, Gu Tianlang fell into a deep slumber, awakening the following evening to find the group chat overflowing with notifications, all directed at him. Spiral Flash Ultra will dance Roar 3. I fear that if the esteemed one does not awaken soon, we shall be left with no choice but to collect the Gu's remains. Truly, Tony is not the wealthiest. I must say, those legs are rather fine, long, fair, and slender. The Gu, why not take a moment to appreciate them? To resort to pummeling an ex-girlfriend for the sake of a current partner, you speak utter nonsense. With her trampling upon him, I am not like you, easily enamored at every turn. The Gu is nearly at his wit's end. How can he concern himself with such trivial matters when he is on the verge of being utterly vanquished? The eldest daughter of the Hinata family, the Invincible Gogeta. Has the esteemed one not yet stirred? The Gu is on the brink of annihilation. Chapter 61. The Curiolodians. What is the meaning of this? Your words evoke a sense of familiarity within me. Gu Tianlang, observing closely, begins to suspect this resembles a classic scene from a past life. In his youth, he was too engrossed in watching Diga and neglected the essential narratives. The Curiolodians have emerged, demanding that I transform into Ultraman to confront them. The chat group leader has issued a task. Only upon your acceptance can others venture into Dagu's world. Currently, the ability to traverse is sealed, rendering any attempts to assist through points futile. Linran initially intended to confront the situation alone, but with the support of the chat group, she could manage the Curiolodians. However, the task requires Gu Tianlang's involvement. Typically, members encountering difficulties or triggering unique storylines can post tasks themselves. Though rewards for self-posted tasks are significantly lesser than those from the chat group, Gu Tianlang scrolled up to view the task in the chat group. Members engaged in violence for their current partners against their exes are faced with the provocation of the Curiolodians. All members are encouraged to participate and defeat the Curiolodians. This task is rated at 8-level difficulty, with no additional reward points. The rating is based on the number of enemies defeated. There is no limit on personnel for this task. All members may actively participate, but only after the administrator Gogeta accepts can others join, without additional rewards. It implies one must at least vanquish a Curiolodian beast to earn points in the chat group, and others certainly lack the capability. He glanced at the live stream, where Gu was still being trampled. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. If you wish to resist, then transform and fight them. Is it truly gratifying to be trodden upon? I would rather endure and await the esteemed one. There are far more of these creatures outside. How could I possibly contend against such a multitude of monsters? Gu found himself in a predicament. Outside loomed at least 5 monstrous entities. To transform and engage in battle now would be tantamount to courting death. These creatures sought to vanquish him before humanity. And as long as he refrained from transforming and delayed their ambitions, they would not resort to lethal measures against him. The Invincible Gogeta accepts the mission. The group leader of the chat accepts the mission. Upon witnessing Gu Tianlang finally come online and accept the mission, Gu felt a surge of determination to counterattack. Yet, a bloodied hand suddenly appeared before his eyes. The female Curiolodian, who had previously towered over Gu, now stood with her abdomen pierced by a hand, its palm emanating a faint blue glow that repelled her blood. How could anyone breach the magnetic field established by the Curiolodians? In disbelief, she turned to ascertain the identity of her assailant. The blue light from the hand intensified, and with a sickening sound of flesh shattering, the woman's form disintegrated into dust, never having glimpsed the face of her foe before her demise. Gu gazed at the smiling Gu Tianlang, who appeared as though he had merely crushed an insignificant insect rather than taken a life. Come forth. Let me witness your growth during this time. Gu Tianlang beckoned. He too was eager to discover how many adversaries the augmented Diga could conquer. Bolstered by the capabilities of the chat group, with Gu Tianlang providing support, Gu felt emboldened against potential defeat. The Curiolodians had taken their anger out on innocents. And had it not been for the concern for human safety, he would have already joined the fray regardless of the odds. As Diga transformed, the urban landscape unfolded before him, and he realized that summoning Gu Tianlang had indeed been a wise decision. Scanning the area, he counted at least 8 Curiolodians, with 5 more emerging, totaling 13 towering monsters exceeding 50 meters. At that moment, a brilliant flash illuminated the sky, and a giant clad in blue and white descended gracefully to the ground. Though he made no overt actions, an aura of arrogance surrounded him. Gu Tianlang gazed at the blue giant, murmuring to himself, "King, a guru, how could he possibly be here?" Administrator Invincible Gogeta opens a live broadcast. Spiral Flash Ultra Wheel Dance Roar enters the live broadcast. Be My Son enters the live broadcast. Harbinger of Destruction enters the live broadcast. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro pondered. Was it not said that this earth had only Diga as its giant? How then could another blue giant emerge? It seemed, however, that this newcomer was there to assist Gu. The chat group leader is I, the second form of a guru. I also wish to accumulate some points. Observing the puzzled expressions of the group members, Lin Ran stepped forward. Utilizing her privileges within the chat group and harnessing the oceanic light of Earth, she transformed into a guru. The cafe attendant, who has a fondness for rabbits, mused whether the group leader could also transform into a giant, although it remained uncertain who would be stronger. A guru or Daegu. Judging solely by presence, a guru exuded a more formidable aura than Diga, yet the specifics of their combat prowess remained ambiguous. 13 colossal Kyrielodians found themselves at a loss. Having resided on Earth for countless years, they had never encountered such a blue giant. However, since she was an ally of Diga, she was inherently their adversary. 3 of the monsters charged towards Daegu, while the remaining 3 lunged at a guru, leaving the final 7 to gaze down at the ancient celestial wolf. Diga leapt high, delivering a flying kick that felled one adversary, followed by a spinning kick that sent another sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, the last remaining foe targeted Diga's side with a powerful punch, causing sparks to fly as Diga staggered back in pain. With a single sweep of his blue and purple form, he transformed into a dominant red variant, clenching his right fist and striking forcefully. A Kyrielodian, whose physical form had also undergone transformation, met Diga in a clash of fists. Each blow reverberated as Diga remained steadfast, while the Kyrielodian was forced to retreat, his right arm hanging limply by his side. Chapter 62. The Emergence of a Guru. He had never anticipated Diga's strength to be so formidable. To prepare for their confrontation with Diga, they had deliberately enhanced their bodies to achieve a triad of forms: speed, strength, and a composite form. Their strength form was intended to surpass Diga's powerful variant. Yet regrettably, this Diga was an augmented version, with strength comparable to the Supreme Gaia. The Kyrielodian's assessment had proven erroneous. Diga's powerful form was exceptionally robust, with remarkable defensive capabilities, managing to withstand multiple opponents without succumbing. Meanwhile, a guru extended a hand towards the 3 monsters, beckoning them to attack. A 3-on-1 scenario was a humiliation they could not tolerate, prompting the trio to charge with ferocious roars. Agura clasped her right hand with her left, withdrawing a cerulean lightsaber from her left palm, its slender blade razor-sharp, aimed directly at the foremost Kyrielodian. Confident in the resilience of his own body, the Kyrielodian concentrated energy to clash with the blade. Yet, Aguru's sword blazed with brilliance, becoming increasingly sharp and unyielding, piercing through the protective energy surrounding the Kyrielodian's right arm, inflicting a grievous wound. Dark green blood flowed incessantly from the injury, leaving him crippled after a single strike. With the lightsaber in hand, Aguru alternated between slashing and thrusting, employing her exceptional combat skills to dominate the 3 opponents. Though the second form of Aguru, as transformed by Lin Ran, might not match the strength of the powerful Diga, Lin Ran's own martial prowess was formidable, and her physical capabilities surpassed those of an ordinary human, allowing her performance on the battlefield to eclipse even that of Diga. The remaining 7 Kyrielodians gazed down upon the ancient Canis Majoris, their bodies resonating with the sound of a final ultimatum. A blue giant had reemerged, and it was inconceivable that this creature could also transform into a giant. They sought to exact vengeance on Canis Majoris for their fallen companion. You wish for death? As for me, I desire your demise. Canis Majoris pointed to himself, soaring into the air and unleashing a powerful shockwave without a glance. The wave expanded against the wind, growing to a width of 10 meters by the time it reached the Kyrielodians, the energy striking them with blinding force. Before they could react, the enormous energy pierced through their bodies, leaving a gaping wound in the abdomen, causing one to collapse weakly to the ground. It is impossible. Humans cannot possess such power. The severely injured Kyrielodian placed both hands on his chest, gathering energy into his palms to unleash a fiery, lethal inferno. Flames surged forth, nearly 10 meters in length. Yet Canis Majoris remained suspended in the air, allowing the oncoming flames to engulf him. Witnessing his own ultimate attack hit its target, the Kyrielodian let out a derisive laugh. But weakness overtook him as he fell once more to the ground, the severity of his wounds sealing his fate. No one can resist us Kyrielodians. You are truly unaware of your impending doom. In the aftermath of the flames, Canis Majoris emerged unscathed, even his protective aura remaining intact. Disappointment flickered in his gaze as he looked at the fallen Kyrielodian. Is this all you are capable of? Your limits merely mark my beginning. With one hand, Canis Majoris concentrated energy, aiming it at the gravely injured Kyrielodian, yet the other 6 Kyrielodians positioned themselves to shield him. Upon seeing the 6 beasts deflecting his path, Canis Majoris slowly raised both hands. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying force erupted from the ground, propelling the 7 Kyrielodians into the air. A high-pressure airflow surged from the ground to the clouds, rendering their attempts at transformation, whether into a powerhouse or a speedster, ineffectual against this overwhelming force. As if ignited by a celestial event, 7 dazzling bursts of light erupted from within the Kyrielodians, their bodies filled with uncontrollable energy that danced and collided chaotically. The sky illuminated with vibrant fireworks as the 7 Kyrielodians were obliterated amidst the ascending currents of energy. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest, mused one. As the battle against 3 beasts on the other side continued, the boss has effortlessly dispatched 7. Even colossal monsters spanning dozens of meters can be sent soaring by the boss. Bravo, esteemed one, exclaimed another, as the leader prepared to settle the score. With a single phrase, Kurumi drew everyone's attention back to the battlefield. The dark blue Aguru kicked one adversary away, raising both hands to form a stance. As the energy accumulated within her converged at the energy crystal atop her head, its blue radiance intensifying. The photon crusher unleashed a beam of blue-violet light from Aguru's head, while 2 Kyrielodians released hellfire projectiles in a desperate attempt to counter it. The clash of red and blue light resulted in the immediate shattering of the red energy. Aguru's ultimate technique was astonishingly powerful. When executed in its second form, its might was double that of the initial Aguru. The blue energy collided with the 2 Kyrielodians, their bodies exploding under the sheer force. Only 1 Kyrielodian remained, witnessing the demise of his comrades. The energy within him surged skyward, materializing into a dark portal to the netherworld, towering over 100 meters amidst the clouds. The last Kyrielodian had no intention of concealing his abilities any longer. After summoning the Hellish Gate, he knew that behind it lay his kin. Once the portal was opened, they could descend upon Earth together. Even if you manage to defeat me, the army of Kyrielodians will be beyond your capacity to contend with. Concurrently, a wave of dark energy erupted from the ground, enveloping the Kyrielodian. As the black mist dissipated, his form transformed into a shadowy figure, his eyes glowing a blood-red hue, and formidable spiked horns sprouted from his body. The visual impact was far more imposing than before. While the others were still taken aback by this transformation, Gu Tianlang had already soared to the hellish portal, single-handedly unleashing a surge of energy to force open the colossal gate, braving the entrance to the Kyrielodian stronghold. The Kyrielodian, now infused with dark power, was stronger than before. The prolonged use of Aguru's light sword had drained significant energy, and the execution of the photon crusher had depleted Aguru's power considerably. The sapphire embedded in her chest began to flicker with a red light, signaling diminished strength. Her attacks lacked the potency they once possessed, allowing the Kyrielodian to gain the upper hand, landing another hellfire projectile on Aguru. Linran understood that under these circumstances, victory was unattainable. He relinquished Aguru's form, reverting to his human guise, planning to employ other abilities against this Kyrielodian. Chapter 63. The king a hand reached out beside him, and Gu Tianlang was grinning at Linran. Do you mind if I have a go with that transformation device? Linran, uncertain of his intentions, handed over the Aguru transformation device. With energy running low, he could only utilize another Ultraman to confront him, even if he were to wield it. An Aguru devoid of energy would be incapable of defeating this Kyrielodian. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, watching the live broadcast, evidently pondered another matter. Tony is not the richest tycoon. Isn't that the Kyrielodian's lair behind that door? How could he return so quickly after charging in? The immense gate to hell in the sky, once shrouded in ominous black mist, has inexplicably vanished, leaving one to ponder whether it was merely an illusion. Become my son, Administrator, surely. You haven't annihilated the entire Kyrielod race? The Destroyer of Worlds indeed presents such a possibility, for one with his character views all, regardless of age or gender, as equals. Behind the Invincible Gogeta lies a battalion of 50 enhanced Kyrielod warriors, each as formidable as Diga. Once they are vanquished, I shall obliterate the colossal gate and return. Wolf shook his head with a bitter smile, realizing that complete annihilation of a race was beyond his reach. Eliminating all who were poised to invade Earth would spare the innocuous Kyrielod civilians from potential threats. He chose to let them be, for they advocated peace, in stark contrast to those who sought to conquer Earth through force. Though they may look down upon humanity, these peace-loving Kyrielod's intended to rescue Earth's inhabitants before the awakening of Gitangia. Of course, the more militant faction among the Kyrielod's aimed to enslave humanity. Having already destroyed the spatial gateways between the two worlds, their attempts to cross over would be nearly impossible. Seizing the Aguru transformation device, Wolf vanished once more, reappearing at the site of conflict between the Kyrielod's and his allies near the harbor. In the distance, the tumultuous sea roared, winds howled, and thunder cracked, as the ocean's surface erupted violently, revealing a celestial pathway illuminated by a brilliant blue light. Beneath the waves, Aguru, clad in deep azure and black, crouched with arms crossed over his chest, his energy surging with radiant brilliance. The Kyrielod's, tainted by Gitangia's dark energy, remained oblivious to the impending danger. With a swift motion, they launched a hellfire projectile, a 10-meter torrent of searing flames aimed at Lin and on the ground. A blue sword of light sliced through the air, effortlessly shattering the hellfire projectile as Agura teleported from the depths to the battlefield. With a deliberate gesture, he beckoned to Kyrialods, whose minds had been corrupted by darkness. They charged at him, striking out with fists. In the blink of an eye, a flash of blue light passed, and as Aguru maintained his poised stance, the Kyrialod staggered forward, only to be reduced to mere fragments. Lin ran, observing from the ground, was left stunned, even at full power. She doubted her ability to defeat such a Kyrialod in this form, yet in the hands of Gutenwolf, it had not even managed to unleash a single blow. The victory was swift and decisive, a testament to his prowess. It is not a guru who is truly formidable, but the master himself. This Ultraman, perhaps, is aptly nicknamed the king for his astonishing displays of might. Meanwhile, on the other side, Daegu, wielding absolute strength, successfully dispatched the remaining 3 Kyrialods. The barista who admires rabbits. May I inquire why the formidable Aguru made his entrance from the depths of the ocean? The group leader. He is an Ultraman birthed from the oceanic will of Earth in an alternate parallel universe. Technically, he is permitted to roam the Earth without temporal constraints. Albeit limited to his own version of Earth, such liberties do not extend to Earths in other universes. This explains Lin Rant's decision to abandon the combat style reliant on Aguru. On his native Earth, as long as the human host is capable of fighting, Aguru can replenish his energy by absorbing the ocean's power when low. However, in Earths of other universes, it appears Aguru lacks this ability. How did Gu Tianlang accomplish this? The barista who admires rabbits. Truly impressive, esteemed one. The de-transformed Gu Tianlang has returned the transformation device to Lin Rand, having been prompted by a moment of inspiration to test Aguru's prowess. Group management. The Invincible Gogeta vanquished 57 Kyrialodians, along with a mutated species tainted by darkness, accumulating a total of 1.2 million points. Group leader defeated 2 Kyrialodians, earning 30,000 points. Group member, for the sake of his current girlfriend, he decisively overpowered 3 Kyrialodians, earning 45,000 points. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Roar 3. We are still witnessing the spectacle. The esteemed one has accrued another 1,000,000 points. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. The term envy has become tiresome to me. Daegu hastily approached to express his gratitude, but Gu Tianlang insisted that such formalities were unnecessary. As he too had received his rightful rewards, Gu Tianlang had no intention of lingering, vanishing in an instant, leaving Lin Rand surprised by his abrupt departure. Destroyer of worlds. With so many points, Daegu, how do you intend to spend them? For the sake of his current girlfriend. He expressed a desire for the group's energy converter, or perhaps a light sword, lamenting that his points were insufficient. After witnessing Gu Tianlang's battle, Daegu's yearning for weaponry intensified. He believed himself to be a warrior yet lacked any means of armament, finding melee combat unsatisfying. Group leader, is it not enticing to unleash skills? As a mage, why not refrain from fixating solely on hand-to-hand combat? Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Dig a Daegu, strike a pose. If you cannot unleash your skills, then I concede. Daegu responded affirmatively. Red joyful type, take this punch, monster. Time devouring sprite. That metaphor is quite vivid. After completing this task, over a week elapsed without the group initiating new missions. Only a few members encountered peril and shared numerous tasks, while Gu Tianlang refrained from participation. Another 10 days passed, and the chat group welcomed new members. Timid as a mouse, Zhao Zilong entered the chat. The strongest man on the surface joined the chat. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. The 2 new members seem to differ greatly in stature. The CAF server who adores rabbits and the man hailed as the strongest on the surface. How formidable could he truly be? Surely, he cannot surpass the great leaders. The Spiral Flash Super Will Dance. Welcome newcomers. Please introduce yourselves. Chapter 64. Welcoming new members. The strongest man on the surface. A chat group connecting myriad worlds. What an astonishing phenomenon. After speaking, he changed his profile picture to a selfie, revealing 3 scars on his left cheek, his chiseled features radiating an aura of undeniable strength. The CAF server who adores rabbits remarked, while it may not be appropriate to say, the new member seems quite formidable, though his appearance is rather intimidating. Even Donkan, a ghoul, was taken aback by the new member's countenance. The photo exuded an overwhelming sense of power. The visage of Gu Tianlang embodied pure invincibility, leaving no room for doubt, yet the new member exuded a fierce aura alongside his evident strength. Miss Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hinata family, inquired, new members, how shall we address you? The strongest man on the surface replied, I am known as the chat group leader added that he is the 7th ranked member of the Hero Association, revered as the strongest man on the surface. The group leader uploads files, providing personal backgrounds of the members. The daughter of the slumbering Kagoro expressed her astonishment. I never imagined this world to be so perilous, filled with monsters and anomalies. Ranchu was alarmed. Through the documents uploaded by Lin Ran, she comprehended the extent of danger in her surroundings. On Earth, much of the territory is overrun by monsters, and civilians must not only guard against attacks, but also fear the transformation of humans into grotesque beings. Ordinary individuals, when overwhelmed by malevolent desires, may metamorphose into such creatures. There are even tales of people turning into crab monsters simply from overindulging in crabs. To ensure their own safety, the human elite established the Hero Association with the 7th rank, known as the strongest man on the surface. Although ranked 7th in the hearts of many, he stands as the mightiest human, reputed to have slain even giants hundreds of meters tall with a single blow. The strongest human remarked, "Oh, even you are aware of such matters?" At that moment, he was at home, living a life akin to that of a recluse. The Invincible Gogeta mused, The other one must be Zhao Yun. Uncertain whether Lin Ran was genuinely unaware of his identity or intentionally withheld it, Gu Tianlang chose not to unveil the truth. The documents merely described him as powerful, without revealing his true capabilities. Zhao Zilong, timid as a mouse, exclaimed, I am Chaoshan Zhao Zilong. Is this chat group truly real? How incredible! In a world already inhabited by beings surpassing ordinary humans, the emergence of this chat group elicited surprise, but not skepticism. Zhao Zilong was entirely different. As a general of ancient times, he was oblivious to the fact that he resided on Earth, let alone comprehend the concept of the universe. Suddenly thrust into a chat group discussing the multiverse, he was bewildered by the footage of Goku battling one-star dragon, where both combatants effortlessly obliterated vast expanses of land, an overwhelming spectacle that exceeded Zhao Zilong's understanding. He could scarcely fathom that humanity possessed such primal and monstrous destructive capabilities. Such power could single-handedly alter the course of war. Zhao Yun also uploaded an avatar, showcasing himself atop the night-illuminating jade lion, wielding the dragon's dazzling silver spear, adorned in resplendent silver armor that exuded an extraordinary martial elegance. The new member, Tony is not the richest, appeared far from timid, radiating the heroic aura of an ancient general. Tony Stark, observing him, sensed that Zhao Yun was not one to shy away from challenges. A person's demeanor cannot be feigned. And Zhao Yun's initial impression was that of a valiant and relentless warrior. The moniker timid as a mouse Zhao Zilong was likely a jest born from the chat group. Hinata family's young lady shared a similar sentiment, doubting he would be cowardly. Time-devouring Sprite concurred, remarking that he indeed seemed a formidable man. The chat group owner uploaded a document detailing the life of Zhao Zilong during the Three Kingdoms period. The group owner mused that perhaps the chat group was engaging in playful mockery. After all, General Zhao was celebrated during the Three Kingdoms for his audacious spirit and unmatched prowess on the battlefield. Dimension's Mightiest added that within the entire Three Kingdoms era, only Zhao Yun, Lu Shan, and Ming Hu could claim to have ventured in and out of perilous situations 7 times. The group owner agreed, playfully noting their unique identifiers, Zhao Yun 700, Lu Shan 007, and Ming Hu 070. Tony is not the richest. Acknowledged Zhao Yun as a fierce warrior, capable of navigating through chaos alone, yet expressed confusion over the group owner's remarks. Tony was inwardly astonished. Few possessed such courage to face battlefields. And while he himself was fearless, it was due to his extraordinary nature and iron armor, rendering cold weapons ineffective against him. Zhao Yun, however, lacked such technology or the mystical abilities of figures like Whitebeard and Minato, instead facing multitudes as a mere mortal. Such audacity was not characteristic of ordinary men. True warriors were not timid as mice, rendering the average person even inferior to ants. The group owner clarified that Zhao Yun's 7 forays into battle resulted in countless enemy casualties while sustaining minimal injuries himself. Lu Shan, carried on his back, was also counted among those 7 incursions, while Ming Hu was captured 7 times and brought to the enemy camp. Timid as a mouse, Zhao Zilong mused that with the existence of this chat group, he could foresee aiding in the restoration of the Han Dynasty's glory. Zhao Yun also noticed the exchange marketplace within the group, believing that if he amassed sufficient points, he could undoubtedly assist his lord in reinstating the rightful Han lineage. Unrivaled Gogeta interjected, bidding farewell as the discussion continued. Gu Tianlang exited the group chat, and it seems that the tournament of power will soon commence. Alongside the impending clash between the Valkyrie of the End and the deities of humanity, both matters of great significance. Gu Tianlang eagerly anticipated his encounter with the Supreme Kai. Curious about the prowess of the bald man known as the strongest human, initially, he intended to visit Bulma's residence for a meal, but before he could set out, Bulma proactively sought him out, inviting him to dine at her home. claiming she wished to introduce him to someone. With a reluctant agreement, the two arrived at Bulma's abode, where a charming girl with long blue hair sat elegantly on the sofa. Bulma nudged Gu Tianlang and introduced the girl. "Allow me to present to you, Lan Shi, a friend of mine and Goku's. Quite lovely, isn't she?" Gu Tianlang shook his head with a wry smile. He had assumed Bulma had other intentions in mind, not realizing she intended to play matchmaker and introduce him to a potential romantic interest. Gu Tianlang was not unfamiliar with Lan Shi, as she had a notable presence during the earlier arcs of Dragon Ball, though she had faded from view in later periods. Chapter 65. A new enemy has emerged. Typically, Lan Shi sported her blue hair, embodying a gentle and kind demeanor, her attire tastefully modest. However, she possessed a dual personality. A mere sneeze would transform her hair to a vibrant yellow, unleashing a violent alter ego prone to aggression. In this state, her wardrobe morphed into that of a fiery temptress, exuding boldness in every action. Upon their first encounter, Tenshinhan had resolved to pursue her. But as the Scions arrived on Earth, her own power level rendered her somewhat inconspicuous, leading to their unexpected reunion. "Hello, I'm Lan Shi," she said shyly, glancing at Gu Tianlang and fidgeting with the hem of her clothing. "Greetings," he replied. Bulma teased, "What do you think? She's quite beautiful, isn't she? You're not getting any younger. It might be time for you to find a girlfriend." Bulma was unaware of Gu Tianlang's true age, having known him for several years without ever inquiring. Nevertheless, she presumed he was somewhat older than Gohan, so when they encountered Lan Shi during a shopping outing, she entertained the idea of orchestrating a match between them. Gu Tianlang felt exasperated. He had been merely 17 when he crossed over, and now he was only 21. If memory served correctly, Lan Shi was even older than Bulma. While she possessed a youthful appearance, her age was undeniable. This could hardly classify her as a young woman. Perhaps she was more accurately described as a mature lady. Moreover, Lan Shi's dual personality presented its own challenges. If he inadvertently irritated her during the day, a sneeze could trigger her aggressive persona by night, posing a risk even in slumber. Though he felt no fear, such a situation was far from ideal. Leaning closer to Bulma, he quietly declined her well-meaning suggestion. "Beautiful, indeed very beautiful, yet she is not my preferred type." Bulma had considered the possibility of Goku rejecting her, but she did not anticipate such a swift dismissal, devoid of any hesitation. Lan Shi is an excellent cook and possesses a knack for life, coupled with her beauty. How could one turn away such a remarkable woman? Goku smiled nonchalantly. He simply did not feel a spark with Lan Shi. He believed that if there was no guarantee of a lasting relationship, it was better not to pursue it at all. He sought a partner with whom he could marry, someone who reciprocated his feelings. Throughout his life, he desired to love but one person. That is his philosophy on love. At present, he had no intention of seeking a partner hastily. He would leave matters to fate. Bulma noticed Goku's earnest demeanor and refrained from further probing. Lan Shi, however, appeared quite intrigued by Goku, her large eyes blinking curiously as she inquired, "Are you also a relative of Goku? You two bear a striking resemblance." Gazing at the gentle and sweet girl who was now addressing him, Goku graciously acknowledged his kinship with Goku, reasoning that while they could not be lovers, they could certainly be friends. "Indeed, I am a scion like Goku," he replied. Lan Shi nodded thoughtfully, rising from the sofa to approach Goku, scrutinizing him closely for a moment before circling around him twice. "You really do resemble little son, although you appear somewhat more mature than he did at that age. And your hairstyle is different. Otherwise, the resemblance is uncanny." Goku felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words. Vegeta's appearance indeed mirrored Goku's, albeit with sharper facial contours and a more masculine, dominant presence. The term little son struck him as amusing, considering Goku was on the verge of becoming a grandfather. Was Bulma genuinely attempting to help him find a girlfriend, or was she setting him up for a fall? Goku, masking his confusion, ventured a question, "Little son? Goku is not exactly young anymore, and you seem to be around 18 or 19. Lan Shi pursed her lips, momentarily pouting. "I am considerably older than little son, however. I have used the Dragon Balls to maintain my appearance at 20. Goku glanced at Bulma, clearly discerning that she had once again facilitated this through her Dragon Radar. Otherwise, Lan Shi would not have been able to gather all 7 Dragon Balls on her own. One could only wonder how the once majestic Shenron felt about being summoned for such trivial wishes like eternal youth. Yet, it seemed quite normal, after all. Oolong had once wished for women's underwear, making this request seem rather mundane in comparison. Bulma recognized Goku's unspoken thoughts and patted her chest. A woman being a bit older is advantageous. You know, age brings wisdom. Besides, with the 7 Dragon Balls at hand, why concern oneself with age? Goku could only feel speechless. Was that truly the case? She was nearing 23. Although the matchmaking had not succeeded, Bulma was nonetheless delighted to reunite with an old friend and had the chef prepare a sumptuous feast. During a meal, Gu Tianlang found himself flanked by Lanqi on his left and Bulma on his right. Lanqi, with the curiosity of a child, would glance at Gu Tianlang after taking a few bites, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He could sense that her interest was merely one of curiosity and did not carry any romantic undertones. However, he was perplexed as to why he drew such attention. After all, he was merely handsome, and it hardly warranted such scrutiny. As they dined, Lanqi voiced her inner curiosity. Recalling that Bulma had mentioned introducing someone formidable to her earlier that day, she inquired about the extent of this person's prowess, in an attempt to indirectly praise Gu Tianlang. Bulma remarked that he was the strongest man in the world, stating that Goku had lost to him in their last competition, which was no exaggeration in Lanqi's eyes, as she genuinely could not fathom anyone on Earth who could best Gu Tianlang. Are you really that powerful? More so than Goku? Lanqi asked. Well, Goku is quite strong too, Gu Tianlang replied with a smile. He was confident in being Earth's mightiest, though he pondered about the true strength of the Grand Priest and the angels. Just as the three of them were engaged in light-hearted banter, a tremendous explosion resonated through the city, and a colossal monster unleashed a rampage. Bulma, observing Gu Tianlang still engrossed in his meal, playfully kicked him. What are you waiting for? Go take care of it. Gu Tianlang, unperturbed, dusted off his pants. He enjoyed a good rapport with Bulma, and her playful nudges did not bother him. Why the rush? I despise being interrupted during my meals to handle matters. Let Gohan deal with it, he replied lazily, reluctant to get up as he had barely begun his meal. Bulma, unable to sway him, resorted to calling Chi-Chi, only to learn that Gohan had gone off to train, and no one knew his whereabouts. With Vegeta and Goku absent and Gohan off training, it seemed Gu Tianlang was left to confront the situation alone. Chapter 66. Hildegard with a resigned smile, Bulma realized that Gu Tianlang had no choice but to get involved. He swallowed his food, took a hearty sip of his drink, and surveyed the three distinct energy signatures in the sky at a leisurely pace. There's no need to rush, someone has already engaged them. They should be fine, he reassured, content to finish his last bites. Even from a distance, Gu Tianlang instantly recognized the vast, desolate yellow beetle-like foe. It was none other than Hildegard, a villain from the movie. Yet, the film's universe should not align with that of Super. Akin to how Gogeta made his debut when Goku and Vegeta fused in Hell to combat the evil spirit bomb. That timeline was one where Gohan had defeated Majin Buu, and Goku had not been revived, indicating a parallel universe. How then had this enemy crossed into their world? Bulma, lacking Gu Tianlang's extraordinary vision and unable to sense energy, was puzzled as to who had gone to confront the enemy. Who could it be? Perhaps Piccolo and Krillin? Goku pointed towards Bulma, indicating that her son was present. Piccolo had gone, while the other two were Trunks and Goten. Bulma's heart sank momentarily. Those mischievous boys had wandered off again. Hadn't Trunks told her he was going to stay overnight at Goten's house? How could they have returned to the city? This adversary could not be exceedingly formidable. Could he? Surely Goten and Trunks would be able to handle him. After a moment of contemplation, Goku assessed that this foe was roughly on par with the Super Saiyan 3 Goku from the Buu saga. Goku should be able to defeat him, while the fusion of Goten and Trunks possessed similar power. With that thought, Bulma began to relax. Her greatest fear was that the two boys, unaware of their limitations, might encounter a foe beyond their capabilities and risk being overwhelmed. As long as Trunks can triumph over him, I shall be at ease. However, observing Bulma's expression of relief, Goku, although reluctant to dampen her spirits, felt compelled to utter a cautionary remark. Even if they are both Super Saiyan 3s, there is still a significant disparity. In terms of combat experience and technique, Trunks and Goten fall far short of Goku. Just as Bulma had begun to feel reassured, Goku's words struck her like a bolt, turning her cheeks crimson with indignation as she swung a hand towards him. In an instant, Goku vanished, a blue light shooting skyward, leaving Bulma with the lingering echo of his departing words. All right, I'll go check it out, don't worry. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, Piccolo and the two young boys launched an assault on the newly appeared Hildegard. Piccolo initiated the attack with a swift kick, only to find his foot passing through Hildegard's form as if it were an illusion. Trunks and Goten exchanged glances and simultaneously executed the princess technique, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts upon Hildegard, who remained unmoved. All energy blasts missed their target, creating numerous craters in the ground. Undeterred, Goten and Trunks transformed into Super Saiyans and charged in for close combat. Hildegard, however, showed no signs of defense, allowing the boys' attacks to land without consequence, as if he were an entity beyond harm. Seeing their efforts yield no results, Trunks' eyes flickered with a bold hypothesis. Uncle Piccolo, could it be that this fellow is merely an illusion? Is he perhaps a ghost? Goten shook his head, dismissing Trunks' theory. That's impossible. Ghosts have a halo above their heads, and he lacks one. But what is going on with his body? Could it be that he has no physical form at all? Piccolo ascended into the air and shouted at the two boys. Get back. Although I don't fully understand what this creature is, he seems to be a troublesome opponent. You must create some distance. Why should we be afraid, Uncle Piccolo? Look, he has even retaliated. He might be frightened. Trunks laughed heartily. Completely unaware that Hildegarn had vanished from the ground and was now directly above him, his massive tail swinging down with tremendous force towards Trunks. As he finally regained his senses, Hildegarn's attack was already imminent. Trunks found himself unable to evade in time, and he was struck squarely by the colossal tail. Crashing down from the sky with tremendous force, the ground was indented, forming a deep crater in the shape of a person. And Trunks skidded along the surface for over 100 meters before being flung into a shopping mall. Upon noticing Hildegarn, Piccolo swiftly launched 2 energy waves in a rescue attempt. After Hildegarn incapacitated Trunks, the energy waves struck his tail. The waves penetrated his body once more, prompting Goku to assess Trunks' injuries. Meanwhile, Piccolo was in constant motion in the air, endeavoring to discern his opponent's vulnerabilities. How Hildegarn had suddenly appeared behind Trunks was a mystery even to Piccolo, who had been closely observing the creature. However, Piccolo acutely sensed a spatial disturbance near Trunks when Hildegarn materialized. This creature likely possessed a capability akin to Goku's instantaneous movement. Yet, unlike Goku, it did not require a specific stance to execute its ability. Piccolo, at that moment, could not conceive a viable strategy and opted for rapid movement to avoid being struck. Although size does not equate to strength, a monster of several hundred meters in height, even with diminished power, would still pose a formidable threat. Piccolo was unwilling to become a test subject in this scenario. In a secluded street below, Goku emerged, leaving behind a pool of green blood. This being a phantom beast could only materialize at the instant of launching an attack. That moment would determine the victor. Goku offered Piccolo a hint, but whether Piccolo could defeat him remained uncertain. Hildegarn was under the control of a malevolent sorcerer, and upon arrival, Goku detected the presence of the individual behind him. Without hesitation, Goku struck decisively. The sorcerer, being weak, was swiftly dispatched by a single blow. Upon receiving Goku's cue, Piccolo halted his rapid movements and removed his weighted training attire, channeling all his strength in preparation for a decisive battle against the phantom beast. I am neither a god nor a demon. I am merely a Namekian who has forgotten his name, Piccolo contemplated. He sought to prove himself through this battle, prior to the emergence of Buu. He had only been inferior to Goku and Vegeta. However, with Buu's arrival, each of their powers had eclipsed his own. At that time, his strength was not insignificant. Aside from Goku, he was the only one whom Vegeta regarded with a modicum of respect. Yet, following the appearance of Beerus, Goku, and Vegeta's powers surged dramatically, with transformations such as Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue widening the gap between them and Piccolo. Chapter 67. Piccolo's battle through years of rigorous training. Coupled with intensive sessions in the hyperbolic time chamber with Gohan, Piccolo's strength had seen remarkable enhancement, reaching a level that surpassed full power Super Saiyan 2. Though he had yet to attain Super Saiyan 3, nonetheless, the disparity was not insurmountable. Yet he could not resign himself to the considerable distance between him and Wukong. Was it truly the case that Namekians were inferior to Saiyans? This time, he resolved to defeat his opponent on his own. Gu Tianlang could not help but sigh inwardly. Piccolo's combat intelligence and strategic mind were commendable, earning him the title of Earth's warrior strategist. Unfortunately, the disparity in strength between him and Hildegarn was substantial, as Hildegarn's power could easily contend with Super Saiyan 3. Coupled with his ethereal form, overcoming him proved to be an even greater challenge, only close range. High-damage techniques held any promise. Piccolo's signature move, the Special Beam Cannon, was a penetrating skill best suited for foes of similar stature. Given that Piccolo's strength was inferior to Hildegarn's, his chances of victory appeared slim. Hildegarn's massive form vanished once more. Piccolo sensed the spatial disturbance beside him and, without glancing, unleashed a shockwave from his right hand. The shockwave traversed through Hildegarn's body, and with a gaping maw, Hildegarn gathered a terrifying fire energy, completing the charge in merely a second. The flames surged towards Piccolo, who was about to evade when a Kamehameha wave emerged from below, colliding with the flames and neutralizing them. Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, radiating intense energy waves, ascended from the ground to the air, pointing at Hildegarn. Tada! Here comes the illustrious Gotenks, you little monster, better surrender at once. After locating the ejected Trunks, the two realized their individual efforts stood no chance, and promptly executed the fusion technique. Now, he felt confident in defeating Hildegarn. Gu Tianlang floated to the rooftop of a skyscraper, observing the triumphant laughter of Trunks, bewildered by the confidence of these two youths. To be candid, although Piccolo might lack in energy compared to Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks, he preferred to believe in Piccolo's potential for victory, utterly doubting Gotenk's success. These two youngsters were excessively reckless, and their inner resolve paled in comparison to Gohan at their age. This was undoubtedly influenced by Goku and Vegeta's presence, denying them the opportunity to stand alone when faced with formidable foes. They relied too heavily on the fusion technique instead of striving to cultivate their strength, indulging in reckless behavior post-fusion. Gotenks exhaled a few spirits, employing the Super Ghost Kamikaze attack, and swiftly charged at Hildgarn, creating a mist of energy around him as he moved at high speed. A punch that missed Hildgarn allowed him to counter with a fierce blow. Gotenks smirked, having executed his cunning plan, and raised his hands to block the attack. While several spirits collided with Hildgarn, the power of Super Saiyan 3 Gotenks absorbed Hildgarn's heavy strike, causing Gotenks to stagger backward. In the moment, he aimed to retaliate. As his form solidified, the spirits detonated upon contact with Hildgarn. Hildgarn's colossal body was jolted, flames erupting from his mouth. Gotenks quickly evaded, yet once again overlooked the impending assault of the gigantic tail. Struck directly by a tail and sent crashing to the ground once more. Gotenks exerted all his might to suppress his descent, managing to halt his body just before impact. He had not anticipated that, after fusion, he would become aware of its weaknesses, leaving him at a disadvantage. Just as he prepared to utter a few fierce words, a sudden flash of light engulfed him, and Gotenks split into the two separate entities of Trunks and Goten. The two bewildered children exchanged glances before swiftly fleeing towards the position of Goku. Goku, momentarily at a loss for words, noted that Super Saiyan Gotenks could initially sustain his form for 5 minutes. However, it appeared that Trunks had sustained significant injuries from Hilderg's full-force attack, which drastically reduced their fusion duration. As Hilderg readied to pursue the two children, Piccolo intervened, positioning himself defiantly in front of him, declaring, "You shall face me." With a roar, Hilderg unleashed a punch directly at Piccolo, who deftly sidestepped and launched an attack towards Hilderg's head. Hilderg, employing the same tactic again, swung his massive tail, anticipating the strike. Piccolo placed his hands firmly on the incoming tail and began sprinting atop it with confidence. Hilderg's aura erupted, generating a powerful shockwave that forced Piccolo to create distance. Utilizing the supergiant technique, Piccolo positioned his hands at his waist as electricity crackled around him. In mere seconds, he expanded to his size comparable to Hilderg's. The two boys watched in astonishment, having been unaware of Piccolo's capability. Taking refuge behind Goku, Trunks exhibited a noticeably weaker aura than Goten, his body bearing considerable injuries. Nevertheless, the Saiyan physique was resilient, and Trunks, though panting, inquired, "Brother Wolf, can Uncle Piccolo transform too?" Indeed. This is a technique of the Demon Clan that allows for massive enlargement, significantly enhancing strength while maintaining speed, albeit at the expense of reaction time, Goku explained. He had nearly forgotten about this skill of Piccolo's, as their adversaries had consistently been of normal stature, rendering such a transformation seemingly inconsequential. However, Hilderg's massive size and formidable strength made it essential to find a weakness, necessitating the ability to withstand his assaults to seize any fleeting opportunity. As Hilderg vanished once more, Piccolo steeled himself, scanning the surroundings to sense the spatial fluctuations nearby. He crouched low, executing a backward kick just as Hilderg reappeared, but regrettably, he struck nothing but air. Hilderg roared, unleashing another fiery projectile from his mouth. Piccolo leaped into the air, while Hilderg pursued him with a powerful ground stomp, leading to an aerial clash. It was evident that even with the giant technique, their sizes had reached an equivalent level, though Bick was still under pressure. His extensive combat experience allowed him to navigate perilous situations. However, after searching for a considerable time, he still could not find a flaw in Hildergan's defenses. Growing increasingly anxious, Bick was caught off guard when Hildergan ensnared his right arm with a colossal tail, unleashing a massive energy orb. With his arm bound, Bick found himself in a precarious predicament, yet a faint smile crept across his lips as he forcefully yanked his arm free, severing it in the process. The energy orb narrowly missed his body, soaring into the sky, as his hidden left hand unleashed a shockwave. The Light Killing Cannon, Chapter 68, The Masked Man. This was a deliberate ruse to entice Hildergan into attacking, and it proved to be a successful gamble. Ultimately, Hildergan was a beast, lacking the intellect to match his strength. The penetration power of the Light Killing Cannon was formidable, easily piercing through the area where Hildergan's heart resided. With a resounding thud, Hildergan collapsed, while Bick gasped for breath. The transformation into his giant form having taken a considerable toll. He had lured Hildergan at the cost of his right arm, nearly exhausting most of his physical strength. Gradually, he shrank back to his normal size, letting out a roar as his right arm reformed. Mutant Wolf shook his head, acknowledging Bick's misjudgment, though it was not entirely his fault. It was time for him to intervene. Just as Bick planned to retrieve his weighted clothing, he suddenly frowned and shot upward, narrowly avoiding a massive beast claw that struck where he had just stood. A cold sweat broke out on Bic's brow had he not reacted swiftly. He would have been severely injured by that blow. Change places. Your stamina is nearly depleted, Gutenwolf interjected, positioning himself in front of Bic, whose energy had significantly waned. Clearly unable to transform again, Bic cast a reluctant glance at the gaping wound in Hildergan's chest, which continued to bleed profusely. His earlier strike had aimed for the left side of Hildergan's heart, but he had never encountered such a creature before and could not ascertain its anatomical structure, only speculating it might be similar to that of humans. After all, both scion demons and ordinary beasts had their hearts on the left side. Yet it appeared the phantom beast was different. You performed admirably. Had you known its critical point, that strike could have ended it, Gutenwolf remarked, sympathizing with Bic's misfortune. In the face of suppression, relying on strategy to overcome strength had led him to encounter a creature with a distinct physical structure. However, employing a wide-ranging energy orb might not penetrate Hildergan's defenses. Only the light killing cannon could guarantee a complete breach. Nonetheless, Hildergan had sustained significant injuries. His enormous eyes fixed intently on Bic, while Gutenwolf surveyed the ravaged city. He had no desire to engage in a prolonged battle. He had discerned the secret of Hildergan's phasing ability. Its physical form remained concealed within a spatial interstice, only materializing in the real world at the moment of attack. As Gu Tianlang refrained from suppressing the overwhelming power within, an inexhaustible energy permeated the entire city. In his hand, a blue energy orb was hurled towards the airborne Hildgang. Without a backward glance, he turned to depart. Hildgang, previously impervious to attacks, was obliterated in an instant upon being struck by the azure projectile. The formidable adversaries that Gotenks and Piccolo had battled for an extended duration were utterly shattered by Gu Tianlang's seemingly effortless energy blast. Piccolo sensed something amiss. Yet he could not quite grasp how Gu Tianlang had achieved such a feat. How did you manage to hit him? He inquired. Oh, that, Gu Tianlang replied. I utilized my aura to seal off the space, rendering him incapable of evading into the spatial interstice. This was also the reason Gu Tianlang unleashed his energy. With his prowess, a mere touch would suffice to annihilate Hildgang. Piccolo, astonished by this tactic, realized that had he engaged in a prolonged battle, he too might have discerned Hildgang's abilities. However, analyzing Hildgang's strengths within such a brief time frame was an unrealistic expectation. You truly are remarkable, he remarked. In an instant, Gu Tianlang returned to Bulma's residence, seizing a glass of red wine from the table and drinking deeply. I have disposed of him. Whether Trunks returns home is beyond my knowledge. Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief, her tone noticeably more relaxed. As long as the enemy was vanquished. If Trunks chose not to return, he could continue to stay at Goten's home. Lan Chi gazed at Gu Tianlang in astonishment, recalling how he and Bulma had observed the distant battle through a telescope. The foe that even the Demon King Piccolo could not defeat had been effortlessly dispatched by Gu Tianlang. Bulma, swirling the wine in her goblet, took a hearty gulp as if it were soda. If you enjoy drinking, I could simply send you a dozen cases, she suggested. Gu Tianlang vehemently shook his head, rejecting Bulma's offer. I am a person of principles. It would not be right to constantly accept your generosity. I abhor those who take advantage of others. Bulma struggled to comprehend his thought process, recalling how he had visited her home countless times yet now hesitated to accept her gifts. But you come to my house for meals regularly. As soon as I see you, I know it's time to eat. That is quite different, he countered. I have no intention of taking your wine. Besides, I visit daily, and I am more aware of where your wine is stored than you are. The distinction of receiving it makes no difference. This was the primary reason for Gu Tianlang's refusal. His own room was already limited in space, and adding more wine would only exacerbate the issue. It was more convenient to enjoy Bulma's wine at her home. Frustrated, Bulma found herself at a loss for words and promptly ushered him out. Go away. Lan Chi and I are going to sleep. By the way, could you have the chef prepare some dinosaur meat for me tomorrow? It's been ages since I've had it. Gu Tianlang called out as he hastily flew back to his inn before Bulma could unleash her frustration. The night swiftly passed, and the following morning, Gu Tianlang was roused once more by the incessant chatter of the group chat resonating in his mind. In the world of the Spiral Flash Super Will Dance, a clandestine meeting of the Akatsuki organization is underway, where the masked figure, a usurper of Uchiha Obito's identity, is poised to instigate the Fourth Shinobi World War during the summit of the Five Kage. This enigmatic figure wields weapons of mass destruction, intent on annihilating the Five Kage and their closest allies. It is imperative to safeguard the randomly designated targets within the chat group from life-threatening peril. Failure to do so, should more than half of the designated individuals fall to the masked man, will result in the forfeiture of rewards, with each participant losing 100,000 points. The mission is rated at level 8, allowing for a maximum of 3 members to partake, with Hinata Hyuga designated as the local personnel. Namikaze Minato, he pondered. Must I proceed with this course of action? How I lament not rescuing him from the shadows. Minato felt a deep sense of regret. Had he discovered the masked man's true identity before his demise, perhaps he could have persuaded him to return to Konoha. The chat group leader remarked. A person presumed dead has suddenly re-emerged, transformed in both appearance and voice, unrecognizable to anyone. Linran did not blame Minato for the predicament. Recognizing it as part of Madara's scheme, the enemy lurks in the shadows while they remain exposed, rendering it impossible to protect everyone effectively. Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, stated, I have been designated for the mission, and there are 2 slots remaining for participation. Who among you wishes to join? I certainly cannot partake. Tony, the self-proclaimed tycoon, replied. The chat group has indicated that the identity of whom we must protect is random, and my abilities are insufficient for such an endeavor. Tony, aware of his limitations, understood that venturing into such perilous circumstances could jeopardize not only the mission but also his own safety. Chapter 69. The 5 Kage. The administrator, Gogeta, accepted the mission. The chat group leader responded, if a prominent figure is willing to join, then the last spot is open to anyone. I shall refrain from joining the fray, as I do not currently require points. Linran voluntarily relinquished her place, as she sought a significant quantity of points, not merely this opportunity. Additionally, she needed to confront the Valkyrie of the end, thus allowing others to enhance their strength would be advantageous. The strongest man on the surface suggested a voice. Perhaps you should go, as your collaboration with the esteemed individual could ensure the flawless completion of the mission. I have pressing matters to attend to today, he replied. Seated on the couch engrossed in a video game, nearly dropping his controller at the suggestion. He was not the strongest man on the surface, merely fortunate, as others often misattributed their victories against monsters to him, branding him with that title. In reality, he was nothing more than an ordinary recluse, if a confrontation arose. Even a novice like Mori Ran could easily best him. I, too, lack the time to participate, stated the destroyer of worlds. I have been preoccupied with extensive travels, besieged by monsters at every turn. I shall go, proclaimed the time-devouring sprite, as I am in need of points. In her home, Hinata anxiously awaited, when suddenly a flash of white light appeared, and there stood both Gu Tianlang and Kurumi before her. Greetings, esteemed ones, she said. Gu Tianlang nodded slightly, while Kurumi warmly embraced Hinata, playfully tousling her hair and planting a mischievous kiss on her cheek. Let us not dally. We must rescue the 5 Kages, or we shall be pressed for time, as the distance is considerable. Hinata's face flushed crimson, prompting her to swiftly change the subject. Eager to set off towards the site of the 5 Kages, Gu Qingfeng placed his hands on the shoulders of the 2 women, and ripples of energy enveloped them, causing their figures to vanish. Within less than a minute of their departure, a maid who had come to deliver food to Hinata entered the courtyard, only to discover that the young lady was missing. Alarmed, she hurried to report to the clan leader, but that was a matter for another time. Meanwhile, Gu Tianlang and the others found themselves in a secluded street on the outskirts of the 5 Kage Summit's meeting area, surrounded by a dense array of guards patrolling the main thoroughfare. The administrator's abilities are truly convenient, allowing one to traverse spatial distances at will, Kurumi remarked, casting an envious glance at Gu Tianlang for his skill. Gu Tianlang remained silent. In truth, instant teleportation required the detection of the target's presence. However, Gu Qingfeng possessed such formidable sensory capabilities that he could effortlessly cover the entirety of this planet, even without teleportation. His flight speed could allow him to reach this location in less than a second. Hinata surveyed her surroundings, momentarily perplexed. This was the venue for the 5 Kage Summit, and it was nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to gain entry. Only someone of Kakashi's caliber would be permitted passage. Esteemed one, it appears we cannot enter. We cannot simply force our way in, can we? Gu Tianlang smiled faintly. To break in would be the act of a brute. I would never resort to such lowly tactics. Fear not, we shall enter with honor. With that, Gu Qifeng stepped out of the alley and boldly advanced, seemingly oblivious to the armored warriors nearby. Kurumi, uncertain of the situation, followed closely behind him. Hinata, however, was momentarily taken aback. Walk in? Wouldn't that lead to a confrontation with the guards? Yet, with Gu Tianlang already in motion, she had no choice but to follow suit. Gu Tianlang strode confidently toward the main courtyard, and Hinata braced herself, fully expecting the guards to intercept them. To her astonishment, however, the guards paid no heed to their presence, allowing them to move freely. Upon closer inspection, Hinata realized that all the guards had become motionless, as if time itself had been frozen, each maintaining the same stance. With a hint of uncertainty, Hinata inquired, Esteemed one, have you stopped time? Gu Tianlang waved his hand dismissively. How could I possibly halt time? I have merely solidified the space. With a surge of power, He had instantaneously solidified the very space occupied by the guards, thus alleviating any potential complications. 3 individuals entered the courtyard, with Gu Tianlang sensing the position of the 5 shadows ahead of time, leading his companions towards the left side dwelling. Meanwhile, the 5 shadows, seated in their respective places, sensed an incoming presence. The towering Raikage, glaring towards the entrance, wore an expression of indignation. It was a blatant disrespect to the 5 shadows for someone to dare cause trouble in their domain. Such audacity was truly the mark of a fool. The diminutive Tsuchikage, standing at just over a meter tall, remained unfazed, his demeanor calm. As the eldest among them, he had endured countless wars throughout his lifetime. Let me see who possesses such boldness. The main door creaked open, revealing a resolute and formidable visage, not particularly tall at around 1.8 meters. Clad in a completely black uniform adorned with golden accents at the shoulders, his physique was muscular and sharply defined, though not excessively large. One could palpably sense the explosive strength contained within. Following him were 2 enchanting maidens, Hinata, draped in elegant white attire, and Kurumi, dressed in a gothic Lolita ensemble, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Maid Kurumi gazed at Gu Tianlang's form, her tongue playfully licking her lips, her eyes filled with affection. Who is this charming young man? You appear quite dashing. Are you here to oppose us? No, I merely came to observe. Feel free to proceed with your affairs. Gu Tianlang replied as he casually settled into an available seat, seemingly indifferent to the expressions of those present. The typically fiery Raikage regarded Gu Tianlang with suspicion. It was an affront to his conversation for someone to intrude and sit down so brazenly. Had he not been uncertain of the newcomer's intentions, he would have already taken action. The Tsuchikage and Kazekage, possessing comparatively more temperate dispositions, merely observed Gu Tianlang's every move. Tsunade, having previously encountered Gu Tianlang and aware of his friendship with Minato, found herself equally perplexed by his presence, especially in Minato's absence. The Mizukage, however, was entirely focused on Gu Tianlang, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Suddenly, their gazes locked, and Gu Tianlang offered a warm smile. The most fearsome spirit has opened a live stream. Tony is not the wealthy tycoon entering the live stream. The destroyer of worlds has entered the live stream. The chat group leader has entered the live stream. The slumbering daughter of Kagero has entered the live stream. Chapter 70. She makes a valid point. Tony is not the wealthy tycoon. What is going on, Kurumi? Why have you opened a live stream? Tony inquired, puzzled. Aren't you supposed to be on a mission? How do you have time for this? The most fearsome spirit responded. Are there no single women in our group? Someone is flirting with the administrator. There is plenty to go around. Ladies. The slumbering daughter of Kagero added. I have a new one. The CAF attendant who adores bunnies remarked, I greatly admire the power of the elites, but I also have my own interests. Hinata's family eldest daughter, I have Naruto-kun now. Tony isn't really the richest. Why isn't the group leader speaking? Don't you have a partner yet? There are many ways to insult someone, yet you chose the most cruel one. Is it wrong to be single? The Invincible Gogeta. Have you all forgotten that I am also in the group? Your actions are making me quite uncomfortable. Sitting at home, unexpected encounters happen during live broadcasts. Why are you all so fixated on finding partners? The destroyer of worlds. I must say, that woman with red hair is truly striking, her figure is alluring, and her fashion sense is commendable. Tony isn't really the richest. In this instance, I side with Lady May and Lady Tsunade, as they possess 2 very compelling arguments. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance Roar. Indeed, with age comes a greater appreciation for reason. However, as a married man, I shall refrain from expressing my opinions. In the conference room of the 5 Kages, the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Gu Tianlang paid no heed to the scrutinizing gazes of the others, engrossed in his own thoughts as he glanced left and right. This situation could not continue, so Tsunade turned to Hinata to inquire about her purpose. Hinata, what brings you here? Upon hearing the Hokage's inquiry, Hinata glanced at Gu Qingfeng and, seeing his lack of reaction, began to respond. We received word that someone intends to attack the 5 Kage summit. We are here to protect you. Upon hearing Hinata's words, Raikage burst into laughter. Does the esteemed 5 Kages really need protection from others? Stop joking around. Are you here to cause trouble? The old man must be tired of living. Gaara, the Wind Kage, appeared significantly calmer and politely addressed Gu Tianlang. May I ask how to address you? Gu Tianlang brushed off the dust from his clothing, intending to tease the 5 Kages. Just call me Tianlang. My friends refer to me that way out of respect. Before Gaara could respond, Raikage leapt to his feet in a fury, shouting, and what about those who show no respect? How do they address you? Gu Tianlang clapped his hands together, applauding the question. Well asked. There are indeed those who lack respect. Gu Qingfeng's body vanished from the seat, causing the 5 Kages to shudder. None of them knew how Gu Tianlang had departed, but in the next moment, Gu Tianlang reappeared in his seat, this time with his right hand gripping someone's neck. The individual in Gu Tianlang's grasp was Shimura Danzo, who had been resurrected by Nagato's Rene rebirth. However, he was acutely aware that his time was up, and all his misdeeds had been exposed. Upon his revival, he had hidden away, unnoticed, and was just enjoying roasted chicken in the depths of the mountains, contemplating how to rise again, when he was inexplicably captured. What are you doing? Can you just leave me alone? I haven't written about the Sharingan anymore. I haven't provoked you in any way. Why must you single me out for your assaults? All I did was enjoy a roast chicken. Who have I offended? Surely, he does not intend to kill himself again. As Gu Tianlang gradually exerted pressure with his right hand, Shimura Danzo's complexion turned a deep shade of red. In desperation, he attempted to form hand seals for a final struggle, only to be crushed by the realization that the chakra within him was inaccessible. He could do nothing but accept his fate and await death. Seeing Danzo still alive, Minato, who was watching the scene through the live broadcast, also changed his expression. This man was still not dead. Had it not been for the intervention of a powerful figure, he might have indeed escaped. Tsunade found herself in a difficult position. She was unsure whether to persuade or to remain silent. Danzo's actions warranted death 100 times over, yet his previous status loomed large. If he were to be killed in front of others, the reputation of Konoha would be utterly tarnished. Release him first, hand him over to me. Konoha will naturally administer justice. Danzo's countenance grew increasingly grim upon hearing Tsunade's words. In a sudden, forceful grip, Gu Tianlang crushed the bones in Danzo's neck, rendering him lifeless as his body collapsed to the ground, breathless. Gu Tianlang had detected Danzo's presence while employing his instantaneous movement, and in the depths of a remote mountain. He decided to make an example of him. There was no possibility of sparing him. Even if Tsunade were exceptionally beautiful, Gu Tianlang's resolve would not waver. Allowing him to return to Konoha to languish was out of the question. Upon witnessing the fatal outcome, the two guards beside the 5 Kage swiftly positioned themselves on the table, shielding their leaders. Each of them cautiously observed Gu Tianlang, whose speed was terrifying. No one present felt capable of matching his pace. In the midst of the 5 Kage and their 10 guards, the most striking figure was Inoki's female guard, his granddaughter Kuratsuchi. Although still young and lacking the gravitas of Tsunade and Meitarumi, her long, fair legs were prominently displayed as she assumed a defensive stance. In the live broadcast room, Tony Stark found himself puzzled. Is it possible that in Hinata's world, all the women are exceptionally beautiful? Every time a woman appears, they are all so stunning. Tony, who is not a wealthy tycoon, remarked, honestly, I believe this young beauty possesses both charm and reason. Her words surely carry weight. Be my son, Minato mused, clearly not mistaken about you. Can we not focus solely on women? Let us pay attention to the strength of the ninjas as well. Tony, still not a billionaire, replied, it's not that I'm ignoring them. It's just that they cannot compete with the powerful figures in a fight. With the strength of those formidable beings, it would be an instant defeat. Their prowess would not even be displayed. If both sides were evenly matched, this battle would be captivating. However, the disparity in strength is too great. The moment a powerful figure engages, it is an instant annihilation, leaving no opportunity for others to showcase their abilities. Tsunade stepped forward to quell the rising tensions, fearful that a conflict might erupt inadvertently. Everyone, please remain calm. Danzo is a rogue ninja from Konoha. He is not our enemy, so there is no need for excessive concern. What is happening? Mitsuhashi opened the door, ready to summon the guards outside to suppress the ancient wolf, only to be greeted by an astonishing sight. The gazes of those present were drawn to the scene, and upon closer inspection, they were taken aback. The dozens of guards in the courtyard of the 5 Shadows Conference stood completely still, some frozen mid-stride, their expressions unchanged. Even the 5 Shadows, seasoned as they were, had never encountered such a bizarre tableau. While subduing these guards would pose no challenge for the 5 Shadows, given their prowess in dealing with numerous warriors, the eerie stillness sent a shiver down their spines. Chapter 71. The assault. The guards sensed the arrival of the ancient wolf and his companions, yet they lacked the foresight to comprehend the external turmoil. They presumed that the trio had employed stealth or some other means to evade the guards' notice. Otherwise, any engagement would surely have stirred commotion. Kagaya walked with a grace that resembled a feline, elegantly approaching the ancient wolf. What a mysterious man you are. My curiosity about your identity deepens. Might you share with me how you accomplished this? The ancient wolf offered a teasing smile, seemingly uninterested in engaging further. Kagaya met his criteria for a partner in many respects, yet fell short in others, prompting the ancient wolf to refrain from entangling himself with her. Never cultivate curiosity about a man. It is a precursor to affection, so it would be wise for you to remain ignorant of my identity. As the ancient wolf withdrew his energy, the solidified space returned to normal. causing the guards to collectively stumble and fall to the ground after being immobilized for over 10 minutes. During the time, they had witnessed everything before them. Yet their bodies remained utterly unresponsive. Rising to their feet, they aimed their weapons at the ancient wolf, but with a mere glance from him, their steel arms shattered instantly. A deep male voice resonated from above, as a masked figure materialized in the air. What a lively scene! The Raikage is truly incensed. First, the ancient wolf, who dared intrude upon the Five Shadows conference with such disdain, and now this masked man. Do they truly perceive the Five Shadows as mere soft fruit? Who are you? Inquired the masked man with a condescending smile, perched atop a grand tree within the courtyard. I am Uchiha Madara. Surrender the 9 tails and 8 tails to me, and I shall refrain from attacking you. I will forge a unified shinobi world, casting my eyes upon the moon to plunge humanity into eternal slumber, allowing them to live out their lives in blissful dreams. Witnessing the appearance of his disciple, Minato, who was watching the live stream, felt a pang of regret. It signified that he must confront Obito. Can you eliminate him? Inquired the CAF attendant, who favored rabbits. If you kill him, peace will be restored to the ninja world, won't it? Indeed, it would not pose a challenge for me, replied the indomitable Gogeta, yet I see no necessity to do so. Why? Is not a peaceful existence preferable? Questioned the daughter of the slumbering Kagero. Muri Ran struggles to comprehend the nature of war. She perceives it as a harbinger of catastrophe and death, thus harboring a profound yearning for peace. The leader of the chat group questions the feasibility of such peace, pondering who reigns supreme among the 5 great shinobi villages. Without a unification, the notion of peace remains elusive. In the face of power and interests, even if the 5 Kages refrain from initiating conflict, the ninjas beneath them would never acquiesce to remain subservient to Konoha indefinitely. While benevolent souls indeed exist, they are ultimately outnumbered by malevolence. The most nefarious spirit is embodied by the one who mercilessly extinguished the lives of Minato and his wife, a truly ruthless individual. The masked figure obscures the youth's past, yet he cannot conceal his affection for the girl. His heart, laden with sorrow, is forever drawn to Rin. As a man, he dares to declare war upon the entire shinobi world for the sake of his beloved, demonstrating a depth of emotion that few can rival. This is the very essence of Obito's allure. However, as a human, the death of his cherished girl drives him to commit acts of fratricide and matricide, even attempting to harm his teacher's son. His transgressions render him deserving of the harshest penalties. Even if orchestrated by Madara's schemes, it cannot absolve Obito of his heinous crimes. Kuratsuchi holds no disdain for Obito, yet she certainly does not esteem him. Despite being deceived by Madara, he did indeed slay the couple who had shown him great kindness. It is irrelevant to argue that Minato should have rescued them. At that moment, Minato was outnumbered 50-1 against elite ninjas, and directing them to confront the weakest logistical forces was a reasonable strategy. Minato could not perpetually shield them. No one could have anticipated Madara's interference. Linren shares sentiments akin to Kuratsuchi's. The 5 Kage regard the masked man with disdain, scoffing at the idea that he could single-handedly dictate the fate of the shinobi world. The Raikage speaks first, asserting that the 8 Tails is his brother, and he will never heed the masked man's words. Do not jest. I would never entrust my brother to a character like you. Gaara also rises to voice his thoughts. Illusory dreams hold no significance, even if they are beautiful. They are futile. One's future must be forged by one's own hands. While one may live an entire life within a splendid dream, such existence is hollow and devoid of meaning. Inoki sternly interjects, declaring that even against the formidable Uchiha Madara, he will no longer retreat. Your words, proclaiming the creation of a peaceful world, are more akin to the establishment of a world under your control. The masked man murmurs, uttering words that leave the 5 Kage astounded. To create my own world, then. If you refuse to acquiesce, I hereby declare the commencement of the 4th Great Ninja War. Tsunade remains incredulous, questioning how Uchiha Madara could stand alone against the 5 villages. What gives you the right to oppose the 5 great shinobi villages single-handedly? Before the masked man can respond, Kuratsuchi answers Tsunade's query on his behalf. He possesses the powers of all the tailed beasts. Even the 7-tailed beasts cannot be confronted individually by any of you. The masked man gazed at Gu Tianlang in astonishment, for he had never encountered this man in his intelligence reports. The only mention he had was from the last time he fled, when Kakuza spoke of an extremely formidable individual, marking his first awareness of Gu Qingfeng's existence. Who are you? Gu Tianlang replied coldly, you are not worthy of knowing my name. However, what surprised him was that the timeline and events concerning the Hokage of this world seemed to be misaligned, perhaps due to the butterfly effect. Ninjas who should have perished were still alive, even coming to the 5 Kage summit to cause chaos. A great white bird appeared in the sky, upon which sat a man with golden hair, raining down countless white clay bombs onto the ground. "Art is an explosion," he declared. "The designated protectors are the 5th Hokage Tsunade, the future 4th Tsuchikage Karatsuchi, and the Wind Shadow Gaara along with his sister Temari. The 4 protectors, if harmed, will also affect the final mission rating." The chat group finally released the list of protectors, and dozens of white clay bombs were hurled towards the 5 Kage's position, resulting in a thunderous explosion. No one anticipated an aerial assault. Ninjas were not capable of flight, save for Inoki's lightweight rock jutsu. The attack came so suddenly that most were caught off guard. Chapter 72, Deidara, Be My Son. Now that the protector list was announced, securing the safety of 4 individuals in such a short time seemed nearly impossible. Whitebeard believed that even Gu Tianlang could not achieve this. He was unaware of Gu Tianlang's true speed. Even if Gu Tianlang could save all 4 in a second, Whitebeard could see through the live stream that Gu Tianlang remained stationary, and it was inconceivable that he could rescue anyone while doing nothing. Tony was not a billionaire. The chat group appeared to be setting people up for failure. The CAF server who adored rabbits remarked that announcing the personnel list at the last second left no one capable of simultaneously saving all 4 individuals. And the injuries to the 4 would undoubtedly impact the rating, clearly indicating an intention to deduct reward points. With such a significant explosion, how could anyone emerge unscathed? Dongxian felt that this mission from the chat group was exceedingly difficult. The position of the 5 Kages was blasted into a bottomless pit, but fortunately, all present were skilled fighters and managed to evade the direct explosion's damage. Gu Tianlang was somewhat distanced from the 5 Kages, not within the core explosion radius. However, the shockwaves flung debris in all directions. Any stone entering the 3-meter radius around Gu Tianlang would instantly disintegrate into dust. Deidara was confident that this attack would injure many, leveraging the masked man's abilities to launch a sudden aerial assault. Even the 5 Kages would sustain some injuries. Ha ha ha, art is an explosion. As the smoke dissipated, everyone was astonished to find a faint blue barrier enveloping the guards of the 3 ships and the 5 shadows, absorbing all the damage from the explosion. Deidara was rendered speechless, bewildered by the sudden emergence of this phenomenon. What on earth was this? What kind of ninjutsu was it? The masked man, with a flicker of surprise in his exposed right eye, was taken aback. Even he had not sensed anyone employing such a technique. He turned to glance at Gu Tianlang, wondering if he was responsible for this. The strongest man on the surface. Was this a form of protective shield? How was it even achievable? In his world, filled with various superpowered individuals, he had some understanding of barriers, yet it seemed utterly impossible to shield everyone in such a short span of time. Tony, not a mere tycoon, mused whether the chat group would choose anyone. Invincible Gogeta, he remarked. No, precisely because I couldn't predict it. I ensured the protection of the 5 shadows and their guards, uncertain of whom the chat group would select. Gu Tianlang had decided to envelop all 5 shadows and their 10 guards, along with the 3 ships, in a protective barrier as soon as he entered the meeting room. As for the guards of the Iron Country, he felt no obligation to intercede. He was no saint, after all. And it was not his duty to protect those unrelated to him or his interests. The daughter of the slumbering Kagoro remarked on their differing mindsets. While they pondered how to safeguard multiple targets, the elder acted decisively to shield them collectively. Hinata and Kurumi stood beside Gu Tianlang, free from any concerns, which is why he did not bestow a protective shield upon them. Inoki, being significantly older, surveyed the scene and cast his gaze towards Gu Tianlang, whose expression remained inscrutable, as if he comprehended everything. Thank you for your assistance. Had it not been for you, Deidara might have indeed caused harm, Inoki expressed. Though his prowess in direct confrontation was likely unmatched among the 5 shadows, the passage of time had not been kind, and his reflexes were no longer on par with the other 4 shadows in such unforeseen circumstances. Gu Tianlang waved his hand dismissively, urging him not to dwell on it. Subsequently, small blue lights detached from several individuals, transforming into orbs of blue energy that flew back into Gu Tianlang's body, leaving only Tsunade, Karatsuchi, Temari, and Gaara with their shields intact. The masked man was quite displeased with Gu Tianlang, pondering that had it not been for him, their ambush would have yielded no results. What do you mean by this? Do you wish to oppose us? You continue your battle. I merely came to observe, Gu Tianlang replied coldly, casting a glance at the masked man, provided they could indeed breach the barrier he had established. Deidara waved his hand, summoning 4 colossal dragons made of white clay into the sky. 2-fold mighty dragons. This is a unique ninjutsu belonging solely to him, capable of utilizing explosive clay to form objects that generate immense explosive power, with destructive capability ranging from 1 to 4. Several colossal dragons swooped down towards the ground, as the guardians of the 5 Kages simultaneously unleashed their ninjutsu to assault the airborne explosive dragons. Techniques such as the chopping dance, lightning release, lightning dragon, water release, water dragon bullet, and fire release, phoenix fire technique are deployed, with a blue lightning dragon striking the sky and countless wind blades slicing through the air. A white dragon bursts into flames unexpectedly, and as their attacks collide, they explode in the sky. Black Earth attempts to persuade Deidara to return to the hidden cloud, warning that the Akatsuki organization seeks to wage war against the 5 great shinobi villages, and if Deidara continues in his obstinate ways, only death awaits him. Stop following the Akatsuki, come back, you fool, Black Earth implores. Deidara, unwilling to respond, believes that the moment of explosion is art itself. He would sacrifice everything for the sake of art. Explosion is art, Garuda, a clone, fashioned from explosive clay and identical in size to Deidara, descends, crashing towards the gathered crowd only to be shattered by the guardians of the 5 Kages, reverting to a minuscule clay form scattered across the ground. Deidara smiles with exhilaration. Even if this move is thwarted, the minute explosive clay can still detonate within an enemy if inadvertently inhaled. However, Obito harbors little hope for this tactic, as his original intent in summoning Deidara was to instill fear in the 5 Kages, and since the ambush failed, it is impossible for Deidara alone to inflict harm upon them. Explosive clay descends like rain upon the ground, and the Kages become aware of the surrounding changes, promptly employing defensive techniques. Seeing no opportunity for them to inhale the clay, Deidara can only shout to detonate all the explosive clay. The entire courtyard is engulfed in the explosion. The masked man glances at the crowd below, and then at the ancient Garuda, utilizing his spatial abilities to escape with Deidara. The expressions of the 5 Kages vary, yet none are particularly pleased, having been attacked at their doorstep and allowing their adversaries to escape unabated. At this juncture, in order to confront the power of the 7-tailed beasts, they must unite the 5 great shinobi villages. Chapter 73, Demon. Tsunade speaks first, and the other 4 Kages concur with her proposal, deciding to return to their villages to summon their shinobi and form a coalition of the ninja world. Mission accomplished. No injuries or fatalities among target objectives. Administrator Invincible Gogeta earns 10,000 points, while members Hinata Hyuga and the Fiercest Spirit each receive 10,000 points. This mission has been rated. Administrator Invincible Gogeta receives an additional reward of 500,000 points. Hinata Hyuga and the Fiercest Spirit each earn 10,000 points. The blue aura surrounding Tsunade and the others dissipates, and the protective barrier around Garuda is retracted. Beside them, Terumi Mei exudes the unique charm of a mature woman, her every movement imbued with an alluring grace. Only providing for Princess Tsunade and their protective barrier, do they truly believe I am inferior to her? Gazing at the captivating Koyuki, Gu Tianlang felt a jolt of discomfort, unable to withstand such allure. As a virtuous gentleman, he had never encountered such a spectacle, and his figure flickered away, vanishing from sight. Kurumi glanced at Koyuki, then closed the live stream, departing from the world of Naruto. In the chat group, the leader struggled to comprehend the essence of art. Akatsuki harbored a fondness for Deidara, questioning why he would not simply enjoy the luxury of lounging in the Tsuchikage's office instead of toying with the so-called art. Lin Ran, as a woman, admired Akatsuchi's long and slender legs, yet Deidara showed no interest whatsoever. Tony, despite not being the wealthiest, seemed to possess a rather peculiar mindset. One could sense a hint of madness in him. He could not fathom why anyone would perceive explosions as artistic expressions. Gu Tianlang remained aloof from their discussions, contemplating the reward system of the chat group. He realized that not only did the world's combat prowess and task difficulty correlate with the points earned, but other factors also influenced additional reward points. For instance, a level 10 enemy in Naruto might not compare to a level 6 or 7 enemy in Dragon Ball. Yet the extra reward points for the same level would undoubtedly surpass those of a level 6 task in Dragon Ball. This mechanism was entirely reasonable. As the world's combat levels fluctuated, so too would the difficulty and corresponding rewards. The current task involved randomly protecting an individual, although the difficulty was not the highest. The restrictions were numerous, and it was only natural that the points awarded would surpass those in the pirate world. However, the last mission, where he eradicated an anomalous entity, had inexplicably granted him 10 million points, a notion he struggled to comprehend. The only plausible explanation was that the anomalous entity had summoned villains from alternate Kamen Rider worlds, thereby affecting the development of multiple parallel timelines. His own strength alone could not account for such a bounty of points. Yet whether his assumptions were entirely accurate remained uncertain. He was at least 70 to 80% confident, and the truth would reveal itself in future task rewards. In the days that followed, Gu Tianlang resumed his monotonous existence. Observing his tasks were posted in the group, rarely engaging, and patiently awaiting the arrival of the Universal Martial Arts. However, instead of news of the martial arts tournament, He soon received a task from the chat group. Please, Administrator Gogeta, travel back to the Dragon Ball era and eliminate the ultimate life form Majin Buu. Born of ancient malevolent thoughts. Task reward, 10,000 points. This task does not categorize difficulty levels. The stronger Buu demonstrates his power, the more additional points will be accrued. Gu Tianlang was taken aback by the issuance of such a task. Buu was indeed a formidable opponent during that era, yet compared to his current self, he seemed vastly inferior. Pressing the teleportation button in the chat group, he arrived in a secluded valley of the Dragon Ball era, where a pink-skinned Buu, clad in white training pants, sat atop a protruding rock, drifting into a light slumber, as Goten and Trunks cowered beside Piccolo. The three were perplexed by the situation concerning Buu, unable to comprehend why he had not seized the opportunity to eliminate them while Gotenks was disbanded. Goku Black concealed his energy, hovering in the air and observing the individuals below. In the distance, a man radiating a formidable aura soared towards them. His power so immense that Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks struggled to believe such a presence could exist. "It's my brother, he has arrived," Goten exclaimed. Recognizing the figure as Gohan, who had unlocked his potential under the guidance of the Elder Kai, Piccolo could scarcely fathom that the boy he once protected had now amassed such incredible strength. How could Gohan be this powerful? The savior had re-emerged, standing opposite Buu. Gohan sensed the life force of Earth and realized that, apart from Piccolo and the two boys, all his friends and family had perished. However, in a distant, desolate forest, he detected the presence of Dind. As long as Dind existed, the Dragon Balls were still functional, and he could resurrect everyone. A confident smile crept across Gohan's face as he advanced toward Buu. Memories flooded his mind of the last moments on the Kaishin planet, where Goku had spoken to him. "I'm sorry, Gohan. I've become a being of another realm. Even if I were to come, I could not assist you. I wish I could witness your immense power up close, but we may not meet again, at least not until after your demise. Please protect our Earth." Gohan resolved to safeguard the planet, vowing to honor his father's legacy. Gohan's overwhelming aura even unsettled up. The two stood facing each other as Buu hesitated to strike. Gohan landed a punch to Buu's chin, followed by a side kick to his abdomen. Buu vanished. Reappearing behind Gohan and delivering a punch aimed at the back of his head, Gohan effortlessly blocked it, spinning around to deliver a powerful blow, forcing Buu to stagger back. Gohan pursued, launching a kick into the air, channeling energy that struck Buu's back, sending him crashing to the ground in a flurry of blows. As Buu remained beneath the surface for an extended period, Gohan stood at the edge of the pit, mockingly smiling. "Hey, don't play dead. That one T hurt you. I know it." Several energy blasts erupted from the ground, and Gohan, with veins bulging in his right hand, retaliated with a punch that shattered the projectiles. Buu emerged from the depths, unleashing a barrage of punches, the force of which shattered the very valley in which they stood. With confidence, Gohan sidestepped and crouched, evading all attacks. His imposing presence provoked Buu into a furious roar. In a swift display of power, Gohan dispatched Buu to the ground, his body carving a path across the earth for dozens of meters. Piccolo, witnessing the scene, was astounded, his face paling as he realized that not only had his son survived, but he had also gained extraordinary strength. The burden of saving the Earth once again rested upon Gohan's shoulders. Chapter 74. The Ultimate Individual Power. Administrator Unrivaled Gogeta begins live streaming. Tony is definitely not the wealthiest as he enters the live stream. The timid Zhao Zilong has also joined the stream, along with the slumbering daughter of Little Five. Tony expresses his disbelief at the constant brawls that seem to erupt whenever a live broadcast commences. Zhao Zilong is eager to witness the administrator's prowess, wondering if their current adversary is of the explosive star caliber as well. Having viewed the recordings in the group, Zhao Yun recalls the formidable clash between Gu Qifeng and the Super First Star Dragon, whose terrifying destructive power could effortlessly obliterate cities spanning dozens of kilometers. However, due to Gu Tianlang's overwhelming strength, the Super First Star Dragon was deprived of the opportunity to annihilate the Earth. The eldest daughter of the Hinata family speculates that it seems the adversaries the big shots face are consistently of explosive star status. Tony counters her claim, suggesting that in their eyes, explosive stars are indeed formidable, while the big shots perceive battles in terms of how many stars are detonated, treating explosive stars merely as a unit of measurement. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Roar 3 articulates that the current enemy appears rather peculiar. The creature named Cell is green. The first Star Dragon is white, and this one is a rather flamboyant pink. It shall henceforth be dubbed the Flamboyant Pink Tentacle Steam Ejector, inspired by the sight of Buu's tentacles and the steam emitted during Buu's furious roars. Mizukic feels like a genius for coining such a name, though it remains uncertain whether Buu appreciates this new moniker. The World Destroyer remarks that pink is just pink. Calling it flamboyant pink seems to imply a hidden meaning. The slumbering daughter of Little Five originally intended to assess Bu's strength, but discovered through the chat group that this mission was solely designated for the administrator, allowing no evaluation of the target's abilities. Watching the battle felt akin to deciphering an ancient text for Mori Ran, who was utterly bewildered by the events unfolding, prompting her desire to gauge Bu's power. The chat group leader concurs, expressing their inability to analyze Bu, perhaps due to his unique nature. Lin Ran, too, is intrigued, as this marks her first experience of being unable to assess a target's strength, with the chat group offering no explanation. Bu, struggling to rise from the ground, fixates intently on Gohan, unleashing a devastating wave of destructive energy from his right hand. Gohan effortlessly deflects it with a single palm, while Bu contorts his form into a sphere, hurtling towards Gohan at great speed. Gohan braces himself to absorb the impact, crashing into a mountainside. Bu relentlessly assaults with both hands, but Gohan manages to evade, and Bu's tentacles fire another beam of energy. Gohan leaps to dodge the attack, delivering an uppercut that sends Bu spiraling away, and he ascends rapidly into the air, landing a kick on Bu's head that sends him crashing to the ground. In the brief moment before hitting the ground, Bu stabilizes himself, absorbing the immense force of impact, his legs compressing the earth beneath him, causing the ground within a radius of hundreds of meters to shatter simultaneously. I shall not allow anyone to surpass me. Perish. Bu's aura swells rapidly, and as his power reaches its zenith, his physique becomes significantly more corpulent. With a swift motion, Gohan grasped the arms of Piccolo and Gotenks, guiding them away from the vicinity of Bu. The air was engulfed in a pink aura as Bu's form erupted, reducing the surroundings to ashes for miles around. A bottomless pit emerged, stretching endlessly into the depths below. Gohan understood all too well that Bu's self-detonation could not possess such limited power. Rather, Bu leveraged the energy from the explosion to escape from beneath the ground. Even Gohan was unable to detect Bu's energy signature, compelling him to lead the others in search of Goku, prioritizing his safety above all, for without the Dragon Balls, the deceased could never be resurrected. In the skies above, Giran concealed his presence, trailing behind the group at a leisurely pace, unhurried to reveal himself. Bu lingered nearby, and Giran awaited the cooldown period of Goten and Trunks fusion. In truth, Giran did not entirely agree with Gohan's approach. Bu had masked his energy through self-detonation and was unable to utilize his full power without being detected. Gohan could have unleashed a large-scale attack, obliterating everything within hundreds of miles, thereby forcing Bu to reveal himself, allowing for a decisive resolution. However, Gohan chose not to pursue this course of action, given Giran's understanding of him. It seemed Gohan was apprehensive about the possibility of harming any remaining humans in the vicinity with such widespread destruction. This was an act of excessive compassion, after all. They would eventually need the Dragon Balls to resurrect the fallen, and eliminating Bu was of utmost importance. Were he in Gohan's position, Giran would not hesitate to employ any means necessary to vanquish Bu, leaving no room for retaliation. Yet, this was consistent with Gohan's inherently kind nature. He was reluctant to harm others unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group observed Giran's flight, perplexed by his lack of action, unsure of his intentions. Tony quipped, "Surely, you don't believe that Bu is too weak, do you? Are you waiting for him to grow stronger before you strike?" The more Tony pondered this, the more it seemed reasonable. One could not fathom Giran's actions through conventional logic. The Spiral Flash Super Wheel dance was likely the case, but it was improbable that Bu could become stronger in a short span. Power enhancement required gradual progression, with the exception of their chat group. Even if Giran temporarily refrained from eliminating Bu, would he truly wait for him to train for a year or more? Unrivaled Goku Vegeta remarked, "There is no need to rush. You will soon grow stronger." Giran calculated the time. Logically, the cooldown for the two young ones was nearing its end, and Bu should be making his appearance shortly. Just as Giran was considering the timing, Bu positioned himself in front of Gohan and the others, provocatively pointing a finger at the two young ones. "You two, quickly transform as before and face me in battle. Once I defeat you, I shall dispose of this one." Gohan had no intention of granting him any opportunity. With clenched fists, he prepared to launch an attack. However, Goten and Trunks intervened, seizing the moment to redeem themselves. They executed an unusual fusion dance, merging their bodies into one, resulting in the emergence of Gotenks. As soon as he appeared, he unleashed his Super Saiyan 3 transformation in a frenzy, intent on a swift victory, leaving no chance for Bu to recover. Observing that his younger brother could transform into Super Saiyan 3 and matched Bu's energy, Gohan relaxed his combat stance, wishing to allow his brother a chance to shine. In the air, Goku observed as two masses of flesh detached from Bu, slowly slithering towards Gotenks, while the other mass targeted Piccolo. Everything unfolded according to plan. And by the time Piccolo and Gotenks realized the impending threat, They were unable to escape the fate of assimilation, easily absorbed by Bu. In Chapter 75, The Strongest Demon, Bu's body underwent a transformation, sprouting a nose for the first time, and donned the battle attire of a Magen. Due to Gotenks' extraordinary power as a Super Saiyan 3, which far surpassed both Bu and Piccolo, Bu's appearance began to reflect some of Gotenks' characteristics. His energy surged significantly, and Gohan silently lamented the situation. He now felt uncertain of his ability to defeat the current Gotenks Bu. Despite the fact that the fusion of Goten and Trunks did not yield the same overwhelming enhancement as the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, Gotenks' raw strength was undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, the initial stages of Super Saiyan 3 of Goku, who still struggled with maintaining the form. However, in a direct confrontation, Goku would undoubtedly prevail, as the disparity in combat experience was stark, making it virtually impossible for Gohan to win in a life-and-death battle. Bu, slightly weaker than Super Saiyan 3, combined with Gotenks' power, was now undeniably above the mid-tier of Super Saiyan 3. Gohan, designated as the strongest fighter in his current state, possessed peak power at the initial stage of Super Saiyan 3, and his strength was certainly greater than Goku's, who had yet to master the form. However, facing this form of Bu proved to be quite daunting. As the two engaged, Gohan found himself at an absolute disadvantage. Not only was he inferior in strength to Gotenks' Bu, but the gap between them was significant, albeit not insurmountable. Crucially, Bu had absorbed Piccolo, who understood Gohan better than anyone, allowing Bu to predict Gohan's attacks with ease. On the distant King Kai's planet, the Elder Kai bestowed 500 years of life upon Goku, urging him to assist Gohan, recognizing that Gohan was no match for Gotenks' Bu. In this dire moment, Goku did not refuse. After receiving the additional lifespan and with the Elder Kai's aid, he returned to Earth. At that moment, Gohan was half kneeling on the ground. While Gotenks' Bu gathered energy in an attempt to eliminate him, the members of the chat group watched anxiously, unsure why Goku continued to observe the unfolding drama. Leader, why are you still inactive? Are you waiting for Bu to absorb Gohan as well? Lin Ran vaguely discerned the intentions of the ancient celestial wolf. Perhaps the prowess of Gotenks' Bu was still somewhat unsatisfactory to him. He awaited Bu to absorb Gohan, transforming into his most formidable form. Indeed, it seemed that Goku had also arrived, along with Vegeta. The ancient celestial wolf sensed Vegeta's emergence, his aura departing from the underworld, soon to reach Earth. Since the aim was to augment Bu's strength, it would be prudent to allow him to absorb everyone. Goku unleashed a wave of energy, deflecting Gotenks' Bu's onslaught and rescuing Gohan, who was on the brink of despair. Father, Gohan had not anticipated Goku's arrival, yet even in combat, the duo was no match for Gotenks' Bu. Goku cast aside the earrings he held, but to everyone's astonishment, Gohan failed to catch them. The earrings fell amidst the rubble, and Goku, feeling frustrated, engaged Bu single-handedly, urging Gohan to swiftly locate the earrings and utilize them for fusion. A fierce battle for the earrings ensued among the three. Bu and Goku clashed in a dazzling aerial duel. However, the disparity in their powers was painfully evident, with Goku suffering greatly at the hands of Bu. Is this what they call the strongest in the universe? You are far too weak, utterly unworthy of being my opponent. Quickly absorb the two of them. A voice echoed in Bu's mind. Gotenks' Bu, caught off guard amidst his leisurely duel with Goku, looked around in alarm. Goku, uncertain of Bu's next move, was intent on stalling for time until Gohan could retrieve the earrings, thus refraining from attacking Gotenks' Bu immediately. Bu was unable to discern the source of the voice. It should be the strongest in the universe, after all. How could anyone speak to him unnoticed? The ancient celestial wolf, hidden within the layers of the atmosphere, observed the perplexed Gotenks' Bu below. He intended to let Gotenks waste a bit more time. Once the duration of the fusion technique expired, Bu's power would plummet, an outcome he wished to avert. Thus, he concentrated his energy to communicate with Gotenks' Bu, knowing that the being would be eager to absorb the two stronger fighters. The individuals in the chat group remained oblivious to the current situation, engrossed in the live broadcast without raising any further inquiries. The group leader expressed his confusion. I cannot comprehend why Gohan, who can catch bullets with his eyes closed, failed to seize a mere earring this time. This was one of Lin Rant's greatest perplexities about Dragon Ball. The premise seemed utterly ludicrous, as there was no conceivable way Gohan could miss it. Indeed, if they had caught it and fused, what would happen to Chi-Chi and Videl? Gohan, injured and taken by surprise when Goku cast the earrings without prior notice, found it entirely reasonable that he could not catch them in that moment. Furthermore, it was evident that Gohan and Goku's fusion would not be as potent as that of Vegeta and Goku, as exemplified by the East Supreme Kai and Jebet, who also utilized the earrings for fusion, both possessing powers akin to Super Saiyan. Yet, Upon their fusion, their might did not surpass that of a mere Super Saiyan 2. In contrast, the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, one a Super Saiyan 3 and the other a Super Saiyan 2, showcased that even in their base forms, they could subdue a Majin Buu who had absorbed Gohan. This indicates that the mere state of Vegito possesses power that significantly exceeds that of Goku in his Super Saiyan 3 form. While it is only natural for two already formidable warriors to become even stronger upon fusion, this is not an absolute rule. Goku and Vegeta, being both fierce rivals and close friends, share a profound bond that amplifies their combined strength immensely. A single remark from the ancient wolf left Lin Ran momentarily speechless. Had Gohan managed to endure at that moment, it remains uncertain whether their fusion could be undone after half an hour. After all, the fusion via the earrings, aside from the deities, is limited to a duration of merely 30 minutes, as per the lore of Dragon Ball Super. The uncertainty surrounding the potential for their separation is a significant concern. True fusion could indeed lead to complications. Below, Buu, as anticipated by the ancient wolf, grew restless and anxious. He could not fathom the existence of anyone stronger than himself, for he deemed himself the mightiest in the universe. Under the oppressive weight of power, Buu seized an opportune moment when Goku was unprepared and absorbed him into his being. Gohan, clutching the earrings he had just discovered, found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. Buu's strength surged once more as he lunged forward, delivering blows that severely wounded Gohan and absorbed him as well. Given that Gohan's power surpassed that of Gotenks and Goku, Buu's form underwent yet another transformation. His upper body adorned in an orange martial arts gi, with protective wristbands. His antennae elongated by several centimeters. The greater Buu's strength, the longer his appendages grew. Buu erupted into maniacal laughter as pink lightning cascaded from the clouds, the sound of his mirth shattering mountains and stirring colossal waves in the sea below. At this moment, the prince of all Saiyans, Vegeta, arrived on Earth, albeit belatedly. Gazing upon this formidable adversary, he was acutely aware of his impending demise, recognizing that he stood no chance of victory. Yet, Vegeta would not succumb to fear. He was the proud Saiyan prince, and he would not flee, even in the face of death. Chapter 76. The ancient wolf strikes Gohan. Buu cast a glance at Vegeta, vanishing from his position and reappearing before him in an instant. A purple energy sphere pressed against Vegeta's face. Before Vegeta could react, he was struck, grievously injured, and subsequently absorbed into Buu. The ancient wolf, sensing the opportune moment, emerged from the spatial rift and flew toward Gohan. Buu, the latter, engrossed in the overwhelming power coursing through him, paid the ancient wolf no heed. With a swift punch, the ancient wolf unleashed a fierce wind that traversed the 100 meters between them, leaving a gash upon Gohan Buu's visage. The wound healed almost immediately, prompting Gohan Buu to finally regard the ancient wolf as the tension of battle escalated. Gohan Buu began to gather energy, significantly amplifying his power. As a pink aura coalesced into a radiant energy sphere, radiating outward. Surrounded by a resplendent golden aura, Goten was enveloped in a magnificent sphere of light. The two forces collided with tremendous pressure, causing the pink sphere to dissipate instantly, while Goten's aura sent Gohan and Buu hurtling thousands of meters away. Despite the rapidity of the energy clash, the residual shockwaves scattered the clouds nearby, leaving the trees and buildings below completely obliterated, transforming the landscape into a desolate wasteland, with the very fabric of space trembling in response. Though the people in the chat group had witnessed Goten's prowess before, each display continued to astonish them. Zhao Zilong, timid as a mouse, remarked on the sheer power of the administrator, marveling at its world-ending magnitude. As a warrior, Zhao Yun found it hard to believe that humanity could harness such extraordinary strength. Tony, the self-proclaimed wealthy figure, declared his intent to shine, while the CAF attendant who adored rabbits noted that the master was either dominating his foes or on the path to do so. Dong Xiang had long anticipated the outcome of the battle, no longer believing anyone could best Guh Qingfeng. She merely wished to see if anyone could compel him to fight earnestly. The group leader mused about seeking the progenitor of the Dragon Ball universe. Aware of the law that ensured Goku and Vegeta would undoubtedly overpower their adversaries, though victory was not guaranteed, Gohan Buu, fueled by disbelief, charged at Goten, having absorbed countless others to become immensely powerful, yet still falling short against him. To his dismay, Gohan's ferocious assault was deftly evaded, rendering him unable to land a blow on Goten. Employing the prince's tactic, he unleashed a barrage of radiant waves, yet Goten transformed into a multitude of afterimages, weaving effortlessly through the onslaught. In a fit of rage, Gohan launched a colossal energy wave that surged toward Goten with blinding speed, striking him. Huh. Take that for mocking me. I'm the strongest, Gohan boasted, a triumphant smirk gracing his lips, convinced that this strike would leave Goten grievously injured. As the dust settled, Goten remained suspended in midair, his expression as calm as ever. The impact had inflicted no damage, not even a tear in his garments. Gohan's countenance darkened in disbelief, realizing the extent of Goten's abnormal strength. Before he could react, Goten was suddenly before him, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. Gohan's form crumpled under the relentless assault, his pink body bearing the imprint of countless fist-shaped welts. With one hand resting on Bu's waist, Goten fired an energy blast that sent Gohan soaring into the air. As the smoke cleared, Gohan's lower half lay shattered, leaving only his upper body gasping for breath, utterly helpless and in disarray. As Bu's body instantaneously rejuvenated, he unleashed a swift chop that was deftly evaded by the ancient wolf, Gu Tianlang. Following closely was a whip-like kick that also found its mark in vain. As the two brushed past each other, Bu opened his mouth wide, gathering energy to release a shockwave. Unfazed, Gu Tianlang extended his right hand to press down on the pink energy orb, forcefully redirecting it back into Bu's mouth. The energy orb detonated within Bu, causing steam to emanate from his body, with white smoke billowing from his mouth. Unable to confront him head-on, Bu resorted to trickery. Tiny orifices on his body exuded white mist in an attempt to obscure Gu Tianlang's vision. Gu Tianlang chuckled softly, surprised that Bu would make such a rudimentary mistake. As he plunged into the fog, a flurry of strikes ensued, and Bu expelled childlike specters towards Gu Tianlang, an ability reminiscent of Gotenks. These specters would explode upon contact with an enemy. However, before they could reach Gu Tianlang, they were obliterated by an overwhelming force. Bu, with a cunning glint in his eye, slowly approached Gu Tianlang, who refrained from retaliating. "Do you enjoy chocolate?" Bu inquired, and as he spoke, elongated tendrils shot forth, emitting a beam of transformation. Gu Tianlang stood his ground, unperturbed, allowing the beam to envelop him. In an instant, he was transformed into a chocolate sphere, measuring merely 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter. Bu, witnessing Gu Tianlang's magical metamorphosis, erupted into uncontrollable laughter, clutching his stomach and rolling in midair. The members of the chat group were taken aback by the rapid turn of events. The once dominant Gu Tianlang had been reduced to a mere chocolate ball. How could such a confectionery possibly vanquish an adversary? Tony is not the tycoon? Could this be a prank? What now? Is there anyone who can rescue him? Tony Stark was bewildered, never anticipating that the invincible figure would be turned into chocolate. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance, Roar of the Third Style. To be candid, this adversary surpassed me in strength. Perhaps if we all joined forces, we might have a chance. Minato recognized that he was no match for Bu. Yet Gu Tianlang rarely put on airs and was kind to everyone in the group. This was one of the reasons the members respected Gu Qifeng. Even if he couldn't defeat Bu, he wouldn't stand idly by while Gu Tianlang was in peril. For the sake of my current girlfriend, I will beat up my ex. Count me in. Let us transform and join forces. Be my son. I will join as well. Hinata's eldest daughter, I will join too. Strength lies in numbers. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro, although I may be of little assistance, I cannot bear to see our leader perish. The chat group leader interjected. Why the panic? Do not underestimate the administrator. He can easily evade such attacks. His lack of evasion indicates he is not afraid of this technique. Just watch closely. Lin Ran was not concerned for Gu Qifeng's safety, even with the additional strength absorbed from Goku and Vegeta. Bu's power was at most that of a fully charged Super Saiyan 3. Super Vegeta can effortlessly disregard magical attacks, and with the prowess of Ancient Wolf, it poses no challenge whatsoever. Chapter 77, Annihilation of Bu, the Invincible Gogeta. Calm down, is it not merely transforming into a chocolate? Such trivial matters. Tony, despite not being the wealthiest, exclaimed in disbelief, am I truly turned into chocolate and still able to converse in the group? Tony never anticipated that Ancient Wolf could still speak, and judging by his tone, he seemed entirely unfazed by Bu's assault. Hinata, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan, remarked on the grandiosity of the powerhouse's heart. Can you still move? Perhaps we should retreat and seek a way to dispel this enchantment before you confront him again. Hinata could not fathom how a chocolate sphere could defeat an adversary. The invincible Gogeta mused. 5 words drift through the sky. This is hardly a concern. Ancient Wolf stretched his limbs, feigning vulnerability merely to ascertain the effects of Bu's beam. All his senses remained intact. His structure had merely been altered internally. His molecular form transformed. Presently, he existed as this chocolate sphere, devoid of limbs. Bu, having finally ceased his laughter, extended a hand to grasp the chocolate sphere, intending to consume it. The chocolate sphere eluded Bu's grasp, and Ancient Wolf's voice echoed, "You do not presume that such trivial tricks can vanquish me, do you? Humph. Even with your might, you are merely a chocolate sphere now. How could you possibly contend with me?" Bu scoffed, thinking, how could a mere chocolate pose any threat? If he could not defeat a chocolate, he would have no face left to show. The chocolate sphere swiftly dodged Bu's attacks, unleashing a barrage of lightspeed strikes, leaving Bu nearly incapacitated. Bu struggled to comprehend how Ancient Wolf retained such formidable strength, and now, with his body reduced in size, it became increasingly difficult to land a hit. Bu even began to harbor a sense of dread towards this chocolate. Once I capture you, I shall devour you. Bu unleashed a shockwave, and the black chocolate sphere maneuvered gracefully, using the light wave as cover, ultimately succeeding in seizing the chocolate sphere. He was convinced the victory was assured. Once caught, no matter how powerful it would be reduced to his meal. You're finished. Oh, is that truly the case? The chocolate sphere pierced through Bu's palm, emerging from his shoulder, effectively perforating him. Your opponent is the strongest chocolate in the universe. Onlookers in the chat group were left in shock, unable to fathom such a turn of events. It seemed that as long as one was strong enough, the nature of one's form was of little consequence. Tony, not the wealthiest, remarked, goodness, it appears I cannot even best chocolate. The spiral flash super will dance. While somewhat absurd, prompts one to consider this chocolate as the strongest in the universe. Hence, it shall be aptly named the chocolate of abyssal dimensional quakes. However, how do you intend to revert back? Are you waiting for Gohan or Bu to voluntarily liberate him? Reverting back? I can transform myself. Then why do you not? Oh, I meant to test the capabilities of this chocolate form. The Ancient Wolf unleashed a surge of energy as boundless power erupted from the chocolate. This technique, however, has its limitations. Should the adversary be too formidable, it would be rendered ineffective. Surely, striking the Omni King would not turn him into chocolate. That would be futile, for otherwise Bu's technique would have long been invincible. Amidst the blinding golden light, the chocolate sphere underwent a transformation, and the Ancient Wolf re-emerged before Gohan and Bu. Refraining from launching another attack, arms crossed, observing them intently, Bu grinned wickedly as a portion of his body, transformed into chocolate by the Ancient Wolf, slowly approached from behind. Composed of the severed flesh that had fallen from his arm. Unaware of the impending danger, the remnants enveloped the Ancient Wolf, returning to Bu's form. In a shift of perspective, within Bu's being, the Ancient Wolf stood unscathed, surveying the surrounding energy, locating Goku and the others. He could not allow himself to inadvertently eliminate Goku along with Bu. After all, Bu's strength was but limited to this extent. There was no need to squander time further. He proceeded directly towards Goku's location, shattering countless organs of Bu along the way. Upon successfully locating them, he employed instant transmission to transport Goku, Gohan, and Fat Bu to the Kaioshin realm. The old Kaioshin and East Kaioshin lamented that no one could defeat Bu unless they awakened the slumbering Beerus. However, his volatile temperament could prove to be a greater threat than Bu himself upon awakening. Then, they beheld the Ancient Wolf tossing Goku and the others one by one, before returning to Earth. With Fat Bu's absence, the original small Bu emerged, pure yet malevolent, roaring with a force that threatened to shatter space itself. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand to unleash a shockwave aimed at obliterating Earth. The Ancient Wolf swiftly deflected the attack with a single slap, striking down Small Bu's head with a powerful punch, and unleashed a massive shockwave that annihilated Small Bu entirely, leaving not a single cell behind. Even with Small Bu's extraordinarily regenerative capabilities, in this scenario, he faced certain demise. Administrator Unrivaled Goku completed the task, earning 5 million reward points. Administrator Unrivaled Goku closed the live stream. Gohan Bu represents the current strongest form of Bu. Small Bu's strength lies in his grotesque regenerative abilities coupled with boundless stamina. In terms of raw power, he is incomparable to Gohan Bu. To illustrate with the simplest example, the original storyline depicts Goku facing Gotenks and Majin Bu, wherein Super Saiyan 3 Goku lacks the confidence to engage in battle, fully aware that he is no match for them, let alone the formidable Gohan Bu. However, when confronted with Kid Bu, Goku believes that if granted just a minute to gather his energy, he could obliterate Kid Bu. Yet, he later realizes that in his Super Saiyan 3 form, he perpetually leaks energy, rendering him incapable of amassing sufficient power. This indirectly indicates that Gohan Bu is vastly superior to Kid Bu. Upon surveying this world, he ponders whether his presence will precipitate new changes in this timeline, though he is disinclined to dwell on such matters. Instantly, Gotenwolf returns to Universe 7, collapsing onto the grand bed of his inn, succumbing to a deep slumber. Upon awakening early the next morning, he steps out of the inn only to find it is Valentine's Day, with couples adorning the streets, leaving Gotenwolf as the solitary figure amidst the throngs. Observing the bustling crowd, he feels the harshness of reality, which is decidedly unkind to the solitary. Chapter 78, The World-Ending Serpent. In open public, embracing and canoodling. What a disgrace. Do they not possess any shame, unaware that some may envy them? Their blatant disregard is truly shameless. Hastily, He arrives at Bulma's residence to indulge in a meal, and as he contemplates his afternoon plans, the chat group issues a new mission. Group Leader Chat Group. A world-ending serpent is about to descend upon our location, with a multitude of corpses resurrected by malevolent forces. Eliminate the world-ending serpent and assist the group leader in locating a safe refuge. Reward, 60,000 points. Mission difficulty, level 10, Hell difficulty. Member limit, 3. The slumbering daughter of Kagoro Muri remarks, Group Leader, I thought your universe was safe. How could such a creature exist? Ran Muri recalls that Lin Ran had mentioned her planet was secure, devoid of formidable monsters, allowing its inhabitants to live in peace. Yet, the very name of the world-ending serpent evokes a foreboding sense of dread. Chat Group Leader, I am unaware. I have never heard of such a creature. Lin Ran is equally perplexed. The planet she traversed to is quite peaceful, neither apocalyptic nor infused with spiritual energy. Since her arrival, she has resided alone in a rustic cabin on the outskirts, occasionally venturing to distant cities for supplies, having never encountered any monsters. This planet resembles her previous home. Blue Star, with technology levels not dissimilar. Time-devouring sprite. Oh dear, Group Leader is in peril. Does anyone have the time to assist her? Hyuka holds a favorable impression of the group members, having slaughtered countless humans to eliminate the origin sprite. Striving to consume enough time to return to the past and eradicate the origin sprite. This has left her with few friends in this world. Upon joining the chat group, she found that members were forbidden from harming others, lest they face immediate obliteration by the chat group itself. As time passed and she interacted with the individuals in the group, her relationships with them gradually improved, and they became her few remaining friends. Tony, indeed, was not merely a wealthy individual. He posed a formidable challenge akin to a hellish difficulty level. However, the group leader should not fear him. For Lin Ran had once transformed into a guru, wielding considerable strength that could easily handle ordinary monsters. Yet, Lin Ran harbored doubts about her own capabilities. Although she could utilize various abilities from the chat group's marketplace, significant limitations were imposed on her. Not only were there restrictions on the number of usages, but not all items in the marketplace could be freely employed. This was due to the fact that her immortal essence had inadvertently been assigned to Gu Tianlang by the chat group, which had offered her compensatory benefits. Most crucially, the functionalities of these group leader benefits could not be utilized within her own universe. Lin Ran had long saved up points to exchange for a particularly cherished item, yet she had not used them to enhance her strength. Consequently, her actual power remained unchanged. Her martial skills were adequate for dealing with a few ordinary individuals, but she would be at a loss against opponents wielding firearms. Fortunately, the chat group had issued a task. Otherwise, she would have been left to rely solely on her points for abilities to ensure her survival in this realm. Administrator Invincible Gogeta accepts the task. Member Tony, who is not the richest, accepts the task. Member, for the sake of his current girlfriend, beats up his ex-girlfriend, accepts the task. Just as Lin Ran was about to speak, a flash of white light appeared before her, rippling through the space as Gu Tianlang materialized. Administrator Invincible Gogeta completed the task, earning a reward of 20,000 points. Member Tony, who is not the richest, and the member who beat up his ex-girlfriend each received 20,000 points. The task duration was 1 second, and the rating for Administrator Invincible Gogeta resulted in an additional reward of 300,000 points. Member Tony, who is not the richest, and the member who beat up his ex-girlfriend each received an additional 10,000 points. At that moment, as Gu Tianlang and Lin Ran stood side by side, another flash of white light signaled the arrival of Gu and Tony. Tony Stark wore an expression that was both peculiar and conflicted, revealing a blend of discomfort and joy, tinged with a hint of frustration. Why am I here? Wasn't it better for me to stay quietly at home? I hadn't even completed the teleportation before I was notified that the task was done. I feel no sense of participation at all. Gu Tianlang chuckled helplessly. Tasks were indeed best completed swiftly, as delays could adversely affect the final rating. Gu bore a similar expression, aware that they had arrived to enjoy an effortless victory. With Gu Tianlang present, the task would undoubtedly be completed with ease, though they had not anticipated it would be so uncomplicated. What is the situation with the body being invaded? Wasn't the objective to find a safe refuge? Gu Tianlang pointed towards the small wooden cabin where Lin Ran resided. I have reinforced her dwelling with a protective barrier. Within a 50-meter radius, no evil can intrude. As for the body being reanimated, I suspect it may be a zombie or some form of undead. Lin Ran was taken aback, her legs involuntarily trembling. As a girl, she possessed an innate fear of such things. Zombie, please do not frighten me, dear sir. Who frightened you? A corpse has emerged from the ground 10 miles to your left. Judging by its aura, it is a zombie, not the kind of mindless undead you should worry about. Rest assured, with my protective shield, no one can breach this space. While speaking, Gu Tianlang sensed a shift in the nearby presence, conjecturing that it was likely the malevolent energy emitted by the world destruction python, which had awakened the corpses. However, the protective barrier he had established near Lin Ran's cabin was formidable. Any entity infused with evil energy could not penetrate it. Tony Stark glanced around curiously, searching for the object of his interest, but found nothing. Could you kindly inform me where the world destruction python is? There are no giant pythons in the vicinity. Gu Tianlang pointed straight ahead. Indeed, Tony's luck was remarkable, for a colossal python still lived there, though whether it could bring about the end of the world remained uncertain. Well, you shall see shortly. If you find yourselves bored, there is a python over there for you to deal with. Tony ignited his jet boots and soared forward, while Gu Tianlang and Lin Ran chose to walk slowly towards that direction. After flying several miles, Tony finally located the python Gu Tianlang had mentioned. Upon seeing the enormous creature, measuring over 10 meters in length, Tony's first thought was that he had been misled. Was this merely a mutated python? The giant serpent noticed Tony hovering above and coiled around a towering tree, seeking an opportunity to strike. Chapter 79, The Python. Tony aimed his palm at the python, and as the metallic shell retracted, a small disperser emerged, unleashing a powerful ultrasonic attack. Countless birds took flight, and various small creatures scurried away. Startled, the python curled into a tight ball, its cold, serpentine eyes fixated on Tony. From the armored section of his left arm, 3 syringes were launched, filled with a tranquilizer. He intended to capture the giant python for research. Although it was not as promising as he had hoped, its impressive size warranted some degree of scientific inquiry. Under the sustained pressure of the ultrasonic waves, the syringes struck the python's body. However, things did not unfold as anticipated. The needles failed to penetrate the python's flesh, breaking instead as if they had struck an impenetrable steel plate. The specially crafted syringes, capable of piercing through ordinary iron, should have easily breached a python's defenses. Tony retracted the ultrasonic waves in the shoulder armor, replacing them with 2 small cannons, his mini rocket launchers, cautious not to accidentally kill his quarry. He aimed for the python's tail. 3 rockets were fired, but to his surprise, the creature moved with astonishing speed. Devoid of ultrasonic interference, the curled body sprang into action, evading 2 rocket blasts. However, it was ultimately powerless against the last missile, which detonated upon its tail. The 2 missed projectiles shattered the towering trees, where the colossal python once resided, cleaving them asunder and sending the upper halves of trunk sections, thick enough to require both individuals to embrace, crashing to the earth, scattering a flurry of leaves. On the leaf-strewn sandy path, dark blood incessantly dripped from above, revealing the great python suspended in midair, its tail swaying from side to side, the very tip becoming a gruesome mess. Tony's curiosity regarding the anatomy of this serpent intensified. Could a snake truly soar through the skies? The python opened its cavernous mouth, expelling a mass of black liquid, the nature of which eluded Tony's comprehension, yet it was evidently not benign. Activating the energy-assisted jetpack to its maximum capacity, he narrowly evaded the python's onslaught. A sphere of crimson light was aimed at the great serpent, and the arc pulse cannon, equipped with a tracking function, penetrated a third of its tail with devastating precision. The python, struck by this blow, rapidly weakened, plummeting into the jungle below with a pained wail. Gu Tianlang, Lin Ran, and Gu soon approached. Observing the thrashing python, Tony, somewhat exasperated, remarked to Gu Tianlang, "Is this the apocalyptic python? It appears merely to be a mutated snake. Although it can spew that black liquid, it hardly seems impressive, does it, boss?" Yet Lin Ran and Gu's expressions shifted dramatically, particularly Lin Ran's eyes widening in terror, as if confronted by something truly fearsome. "Who told you this was the apocalyptic python? The real threat lies behind you," Gu Tianlang indicated, urging him to look back. "Behind me? That small snake? It's too grievously injured to move," Tony replied, perplexed. "Lin Ran, why do you look so frightened?" He refrained from turning around. Dismissing the notion that a mere 10-meter snake could be frightening, he attributed Lin Ran's fear to typical feminine timidity in the presence of serpents. However, Lin Ran pointed behind Tony, and Gu brandished his divine light staff, assuming a posture indicative of imminent transformation. A sudden sense of foreboding enveloped Tony. He turned stiffly, only to behold 2 massive, bloodshot eyes, larger than his own, fixating on him with a cold, predatory gaze. Startled, he instinctively propelled himself away for several dozen meters, joining his companions, where he finally discerned the true nature of the creature. A colossal python, entirely black, adorned with 3 heads, coiled around a mountain several hundred meters away. Estimating the serpent's length, Tony concluded it must exceed 200 meters. Its tail lay far beyond the mountain, while its heads loomed ominously close. Clearly, the notion of a mere 10-meter snake being the apocalyptic python was absurd. Only a creature of such magnitude could rightfully bear that ominous title. Tony was not only unafraid but also displayed an exhilarating enthusiasm. He had now acquired a new research objective, having never encountered a three-headed python before. He found it utterly extraordinary and undoubtedly rich in research value. Daegu, join me. Together, we shall vanquish it. Once I make a breakthrough in my research, I'll craft you a suit of steel armor to alleviate your perpetual mishaps, he proclaimed. All right, Daegu replied, envisioning himself in the steel armor, which would undoubtedly enhance his image before Lena, making him appear tall and handsome. The monstrous python, having noticed the severely injured giant on the ground, let out a deafening roar, its immense tongue lunging at Tony. Given its size, Tony was not overly concerned about accidentally killing it with a single blow. 6 miniature rocket launchers emerged from his shoulder, launching a barrage of 12 projectiles, while his arc pulse cannons unleashed a torrent of energy towards the python. Regardless of its size, it was still merely a serpent, and even that over 10-meter-long giant python was not immune to his assault. The rockets struck the python's head, but surprisingly, its skin proved to be remarkably tough, rendering the attack ineffective. The pulse cannons also yielded no results, failing to breach the python's hide. Fortunately, due to the sheer size of the creature, Tony adeptly maneuvered away from its jaws using the agility of his jetpack, firing several more projectiles that found their way into the python's mouth. As the python brushed past him, it redirected its focus towards Gu Tianlang and Lin Ran, its colossal fangs closing in on the two. Suddenly, a brilliant blue-white light illuminated the scene as a massive fist emerged from below, striking the python's head and propelling it into the air. The dashing Daegu made a grand entrance, striking a combat pose. However, he was momentarily at a loss regarding how to confront this colossal python, as the disparity in their sizes was daunting. The python's length was at least 4 times that of Daegu. The consequences of being ensnared by such a massive creature were unthinkable. Tony's mini-missiles detonated within the python's mouth, but their impact was fleeting and utterly ineffective. As Tony flew to Daegu's side, he pondered how they could possibly defeat this behemoth. When a creature attains a certain size, it possesses an inherent advantage, regardless of its strength. Moreover, given the python's formidable resilience, impervious to rocket fire and missile strikes, Daegu's 100,000-ton fist, unanticipated, struck the python's jaw. The creature merely recoiled slightly, showing no signs of injury. Daegu, you're Zai Pali Ao Ray, didn't Lin Ran say you were a mage? Unleash your ultimate attack. Upon hearing Tony's words, Daegu nodded slightly, crossing his arms before his chest, as the energy crystal atop his head radiated a crimson glow, transforming his body into a powerful red form. Clenching his fists, he charged towards the python. Tony felt a mix of astonishment and anger. The python towered at 200 meters while Daegu stood at a mere 50. Did he truly dare to engage in close combat? Even if Tony pleaded, could he not simply unleash a beam of energy? Lin Ran listened attentively from the ground, hearing Tony instructing Daegu to unleash a beam of light. Daegu nodded in agreement, then transformed into his powerful form to engage in close combat. It was perplexing why he consented to use the beam of light only to resort to hand-to-hand fighting instead. Why did Daegu insist on brawling, disregarding all counsel? Lin Ran scoffed at the silence of Gu Tianlang, certain that Daegu would face a setback, and indeed, reality proved him right. Daegu found himself utterly defenseless against the 3-headed serpent, the monstrous creature overpowering him with ferocity. He had never encountered such an adversary before. 2 serpent heads lunged at Daegu while he grasped the enormous jaws of the beast. The 3rd head, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a surge of energy, striking towards Daegu's chest with lightning speed. Daegu executed a swift kick, fending off the attacking head. Although he reacted quickly, the colossal serpent's bite narrowly missed him. However, the energy beam from its mouth still struck his right shoulder. Daegu staggered back, releasing his grip on the 2 serpent heads, and as he retreated, he enveloped his right hand in crimson light, delivering a powerful blow to one of the serpent's heads. In this initial confrontation, both parties sustained injuries. A shimmering light, reminiscent of blood, flowed from Daegu's shoulder, while the serpent's head that was struck bore a dazed expression, its once vibrant eyes clouded. Daegu initiated his healing technique, pressing his left hand against his wounded body, a milky white glow coalescing in his palm. After several moments of concentration on the wound, he released his hand, and the injury had healed. Neither Daegu nor the serpent acted recklessly. Both were searching for weaknesses in their opponent. Meanwhile, Tony readied his most formidable weapon. A miniature shockwave fireball emerged from his back, while 2 launchers revealed themselves from his armor, equipped with several missile components that complemented the fireball. A beam of light shot from Tony's chest, infusing energy into the fireball. When all was prepared, the fireball was launched towards the lower half of the serpent's body. The creature, dismissing this insignificant assault, remained fixated on Daegu. The fireball struck its target effortlessly, triggering an explosive shockwave, Trees within 100 meters of the forest were uprooted by the force, while those further away, though sturdier, shed their leaves in a swirling cascade. Within the shockwave, a conflagration ignited, intertwined with several missiles. Despite such a fierce onslaught, the serpent continued to regard Diga with unwavering focus, seemingly impervious to the flames. The mountains surrounding them, barren and desolate, experienced rockfalls due to the shockwaves, further compounded by the relentless barrage of missiles, rendering the mountain's stability precarious. Diga resolved to conclude the battle swiftly. Transforming back into his combined form, he crossed his arms in front of him, then extended them outward to gather energy, forming a radiant white beam of ultra-high heat. The central serpent head retaliated by spewing forth a black liquid, which clashed against the beam, yet the light effortlessly overpowered the dark fluid. The serpentine heads of the colossal python on either side opened wide, unleashing freezing rays and violet lightning, merging three distinct forces into one, suppressing the beam from Zypili. Daegu endeavored to amplify his energy output. The timer on his chest glowed brightly as he fired a much thicker beam of light, ultimately maintaining a delicate balance against the python's onslaught. At the center of the energy collision, the very fabric of space trembled, generating powerful air currents that, under mutual pressure, culminated in an explosion, igniting a multitude of sparks. Beneath the scattered beams of light, the ground crystallized into ice, causing Diga to stagger back several steps, ultimately toppled by the force of the impact. The mountain entwined around the python's midsection was first shattered by Tony's assault, then further shaken by the aftershocks, leading to a collapse that severed the python's lower half, transforming the once majestic peak into heaps of colossal boulders. The residual force swept outward, while ancient Skywolf instinctively conjured a protective aura around himself and Linran. The indicator light on Diga's chest flickered. His injuries and fatigue were not excessively dire. Yet he was acutely aware that the 3-minute time limit was nearing, and he recognized that this python was not a foe he could easily vanquish. He prepared to shift forms once more, planning to employ aerial maneuvers for high-speed assaults to see if he could subdue the python. When he noticed Ancient Skywolf springing into action, ascending from the ground, Ancient Skywolf coalesced a colossal sphere of light, spanning dozens of meters, and with a flick of his fingers, hurled it towards the python. The three heads of the python unleashed beams again, yet under Ancient Skywolf's onslaught. The rays were obliterated by the energy orb. The sphere struck the python into the depths of the earth, erupting with a blinding brilliance akin to a nuclear explosion. The ground where the python had been vanished, leaving a crater 100 meters in diameter, its depths shrouded in mystery. Daegu, having reverted from his transformation, gazed at the remains of the utterly obliterated python, letting out a sigh. His research subject had been destroyed, though he consoled himself with the thought that there was still a smaller specimen to work with. This enormous serpent was indeed outrageous, wielding the powers of ice and lightning. Truly, it deserved the title of world-ending python, capable of effortlessly annihilating countless human cities. Nevertheless, Tony remained astounded by the python's might, impervious to blades and firearms. Its gargantuan form could lay waste to an entire city with reckless abandon. Ancient Skywolf cast a glance at Tony, retorting, "Who told you this was the world-ending python? This little serpent is merely a python, far from the realm of annihilation." Daegu scanned the surroundings, searching for any larger serpents. "The one you dispatched couldn't possibly be larger than this one, could it? Where is it? I can't see it." As they conversed, the sky suddenly darkened, as if the sun's light was obscured by something, with dark clouds gathering ominously overhead. Linran looked up, noting that her location had signal, and her phone hadn't indicated any impending rain today. Is it going to rain? As several individuals finally discerned the existence above, they were left astounded, their mouths agape at the sight of a colossal serpent, nearly the size of a planet. Gu Tianlang elucidated to the trio the nature of the world-destroying python, revealing that he had only obliterated the upper half of its body, while the lower half remained intact. This was indeed the world-destroying python. The two before them were merely its offspring. When I arrived, it had already expelled hundreds of its progeny, which scattered across this planet. A python as large as the planet itself? Capable of interstellar flight? Chapter 81. The arrival of the power conference. Tony was taken aback. If a creature over 10 meters in length was impervious to bullets, and a python several hundred meters long could withstand rocket-propelled grenades, then one the size of a planet must possess skin of unimaginable toughness. How had it grown to such an immense size? Daegu swallowed hard. Even if he unleashed his ultimate attack, it would likely only serve to tickle such a behemoth. Linran silently expressed her relief. Had it not been for the task posted in their chat group, she would have found herself utterly helpless against such a titan in this universe. Despite Gu Tianlang's swift dispatch of the python, one must not underestimate the world-destroying serpent. If he so wished, he could effortlessly obliterate cosmic entities. From another perspective, Even the ordinary form of Digga's ultimate technique might be rendered ineffective by a mere droplet of saliva from this creature, underscoring its formidable strength. Suddenly, Lin Ran recalled another of Gu Tianlang's statements. This world-destroying python had birthed hundreds of offspring on her home planet? Wait, are you implying that there are hundreds of pythons on this planet? Gu Tianlang nodded, explaining that pythons could be found in every region of the planet, though some had not yet initiated their attacks, while others had already engaged with humans. Lin Ran's complexion paled. Her greatest fear was snakes. While she could face other formidable monsters without fear, the sight of a snake made her tremble uncontrollably. Noticing her distress, Gu Tianlang offered gentle reassurance. Do not worry. Within a 200-mile radius of your location, there are only these 2 pythons. You should gather supplies in the city and return to your cabin. Once you accumulate sufficient points, you can exchange them for a natural-type devil fruit, rendering you impervious to their threats. Lin Ran nodded, realizing she had no choice but to temporarily forego her desired item and prioritize acquiring a devil fruit to avoid being ambushed. Dega wiped his hands and approached Tony. Regarding the Iron Man suit we discussed earlier, look at the current situation. A suit of armor would be trivial for Tony, yet he aimed to tease Daegu. That python is now nothing but bones. How can I study it if you haven't helped me capture it? Daegu recognized Tony's playful jab and feigned a fierce demeanor. I recognize the armor, not the person. Provide me with the armor, and I shall assist you. Tony replied with a nonchalant demeanor. I merely wish to purchase an insurance policy, hoping to resolve matters without troubling you. Daegu spoke with a tone that was rather fierce, devoid of his usual kindness. It is not my concern. Since you have sought me out, whether I comply or not, you must provide. Remember, should a single component of the battle armor be missing, I shall not let you off easily. Tony erupted into laughter, clapping Daegu on the shoulder, jesting that he should indeed consider a career in acting given his talent for theatrics. Daegu explained that he had indeed participated in auditions for singers and actors, yet was not selected, leading him to take up delivery work before joining the victory team. The matter at hand was resolved, and Gu Tianlang had no intention of lingering. He departed from Lin Ran's universe, returning to the Dragon Ball Super Universe. The following morning, Goku sought out Gu Tianlang without delay, dragging him to Bulma's residence, where Vegeta and Beerus were present. Even Krillin and others had gathered. Nearly everyone Gu Tianlang knew was there. Upon seeing Gu Tianlang arrive, Beerus exhaled a sigh of relief. Should he need to intervene, he need not excessively worry about being erased by the Omni King, for he held Gu Tianlang's strength in high regard. The first Universal Martial Arts Tournament was on the horizon. Would he consider participating? Gu Tianlang glanced at the eager eyes of Goku, with the gaze of others fixed upon him as well. Finally, the moment had arrived. He agreed to partake. The once celebrated Invincible bald man. How formidable could his power truly be? Would it compel him to adopt a more serious demeanor? In this assembly of numerous mighty beings from across the universes, might there be anyone to pique his interest? The god of destruction, the angel, and the Grand Minister, now aware that he too could wield the Ultra Instinct. It was indeed time to meet them. Beerus took a hearty swig of red wine, savoring it before casting a glance at Gohan. Thus, with Vegeta, Son Goku, and now you, there would be 3 participants. Goku's son should also join. His strength is not significantly inferior to Goku's. Through intense training over this period, Gohan's power had increased immensely compared to his former self, making him an invaluable ally to Goku and the others. For the first time, Vegeta firmly declined Beerus's request. His expression resolute, he could not abandon his wife to attend the tournament, despite his desire to duel with others from different universes. He could not leave Bulma alone at home. I shall not go. Bulma is about to give birth, and the Universal Martial Arts Tournament shall be entrusted to them. Hearing this, a piece of meat lodged in Beerus's throat, nearly choking him, his eyes bulging in shock. It was only with bringing forth a glass of juice for Beerus to swallow that he finally managed to clear his throat. Damn it. I almost choked on a piece of meat. Vegeta, you must go? I will not participate unless Bulma has given birth, Vegeta replied, steadfast in his decision. Having long resolved not to take part in the tournament, and no argument would sway him, Goku's astonishment was palpable as he realized Vegeta's formidable prowess. Bulma had given birth, and the timeline had advanced significantly. Not only had Goku and Vegeta's training on Beerus's planet been expedited, but Bulma's childbirth had also occurred sooner than anticipated. As tensions escalated between Vegeta and Beerus, was intervened to defuse the situation. Fear not, I can safely bring the child forth, sparing Bulma from the perils of childbirth. With a flourish of his staff, a gentle white light emanated from Bulma's abdomen, and a baby girl emerged effortlessly, dressed in a delicate garment conjured by Whis. Before Bulma could fully comprehend the event, the child was already in the world, and she felt no pain. Upon witnessing the birth, Vegeta felt relieved for Bulma's safety and, encouraged by her, agreed to participate in the Tournament of Power. Understanding Vegeta's nature, Bulma knew he thrived on battle, and such grand cosmic confrontations were rare. If he chose not to attend, he would likely harbor regret. Her satisfaction was evident when he expressed a desire to stay home with her, for she did not wish for Vegeta to forsake his passion for combat due to her. Thus, Vegeta consented. Goku, however, was preoccupied, observing Bulma's figure. He often visited for meals, yet had not noticed any signs of her pregnancy, her physique remaining slim. Chapter 82. The contestants with her slightly rounded abdomen. He had assumed Bulma had merely indulged in too much food. Beerus surveyed the gathered individuals, contemplating whom to enlist for the battle. With this in mind, they were now short of 6 participants. At that moment, Piccolo stepped forward, expressing concern for Gohan's safety. Given the strength of those present, he felt compelled to participate. Recognizing that his power ranked just below Goku's, Piccolo's involvement was anticipated by Goku, but his explicit concern for Gohan was unexpected. The bond of fatherhood was undeniable. Regardless of strength, he felt a duty to protect Gohan. Then, Earth's mightiest human, the gleaming bald figure of Krillin, rose from the table. I shall join as well. Although my strength may be limited, I wish to contribute in any way I can. Krillin, having just welcomed a child into the world, was determined to safeguard his family and defend Earth. Beerus, without hesitation, agreed, acknowledging Krillin as the strongest among the Earthlings present. Android 18. With a gaze as tender as the sea, playfully tossed her hair and embraced Krillin's arm, her voice imbued with an unexpected softness. It seems inevitable. If my husband is participating, I shall join him as well. Understanding Krillin's motives, she recognized that his desire to engage in the perilous martial arts tournament was driven by his commitment to their family. Gu Tianlang once again perceived that Krillin was indeed a consummate winner in life, the mightiest of brothers, the most flamboyant of mentors, and the most exquisite of wives. He possessed an alluring charm, a cool demeanor, and a highbrow attitude, yet he lacked the shortcomings associated with aging that plague ordinary women, forever embodying the image of a youthful beauty. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Tianlang recalled a statement made by Vegeta: scions are innately drawn to formidable wives. Hence, both Goku and Vegeta were under the thumb of their respective partners. This led him to ponder what kind of companion he should seek for his own scion fusion. Beerus furrowed his brow. The roster was insufficient. With Gu Tianlang, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo, and Android 18, they totaled 7, still lacking 3 participants. What about that pudgy fellow who competed with me for pudding last time? Demon King Dabura cautiously stepped forward to explain to his friend. Bu has entered hibernation. He likely won't awaken soon, and thus cannot participate. Beerus' expression darkened. If they did not have enough participants, they would not be allowed to enter the Tournament of Power. He could not simply recruit a few weaklings to fill the gap. How frustrating that he chose this moment to hibernate. On the opposite side, Master Roshi rose, determined to join the competition. Over the years, he had not been idle. He had been secretly training and had made significant progress in strength. I'll join as well. I've never experienced other universes, and since my disciples are participating, I, too, must stretch these old bones. Goku scratched his head, contemplating 2 potential candidates. What about Monaka? I'll bring him along, and I'll also fetch Frieza. Beerus was once again taken aback. Monaka was merely a fabrication of his imagination, a weakling unfit for battle. Cough. Monaka is currently training and will be unable to participate for the time being, so he doesn't count among the fighters. Yamcha stood up from the table and began to circle near Goku. He was an old friend of Goku, and under such circumstances, it was unthinkable that Goku would not call upon him. He ranked among the top 5 fighters on Earth, after all. Perfect timing, as they still needed one more participant. How could he not be included? Gu Tianlang quietly watched Yamcha's performance, thinking if he wanted to make an appearance, he should speak up himself. If he simply expressed his desire to join, Goku would undoubtedly acquiesce. One must strive for what they desire. It was unrealistic to wait for Goku to invite him. Given Goku's character, Vegeta's expression shifted, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. Frieza, you intend to summon that nefarious fiend? He is a villain of the highest order. Goku hurried to placate Vegeta, stating that Frieza's power was formidable. They had sensed the energy from his last visit to Earth during his confrontation with Gohan, and it would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Reluctantly, Vegeta refrained from further objections. Recognizing the stakes involved for Earth and Bulma's safety, and understanding that he could not afford to act impulsively, Monaka is unable to participate in the battle. And Goku does not dwell on it excessively, instead contemplating another individual. Perhaps he should summon Tien. It is said that he has been training others in a remote location, likely enhancing his own strength significantly. However, he seems less inclined to partake in such tournaments these days. Ever since the Bu incident, Tien has scarcely interacted with them. Having only briefly joined the group during Bulma's recent birthday celebration, the disparity in their abilities is quite pronounced. And Tien understands that even if he were to enter the fray, he would not be of much assistance. Krillin is the first to express his agreement with Goku's suggestion. Indeed, Tien would be a commendable choice. Yamcha, feeling anxious, stands by, wondering why Goku hasn't called upon him, nearly face-to-face with Goku. Krillin, too, is perplexing. If Goku can't see him, how can Krillin? Well, I can participate in the competition, Yamcha interjects. Goku turns to him and readily acquiesces. Yamcha, it would be splendid if you could join. That would save us the trouble of involving Tien. Yamcha relaxes, knowing his strength has significantly increased, and he is determined to impress everyone at the martial arts tournament. Gul'dan reflects on the roster of participants. Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta are undoubtedly the three main powerhouses, while Frieza can be regarded as the fourth strongest, especially considering his battle with Gohan, which showcased a strength akin to Super Saiyan Blue. However, Gohan's recent surge in power likely surpasses Frieza's. In comparison to Goku and Vegeta, Gul'dan believes they operate on an entirely different level. Both Vegeta and Goku have long since attained full power in Super Saiyan Blue, making them formidable opponents for Frieza, who is still in the early stages of that transformation. Piccolo ranks just below them, possessing Super Saiyan 3 strength, securely placing him in the top 5. The exact capabilities of Android 17 elude Gul'dan as a synthetic being. Her true power remains concealed without a release of energy. Krillin and Yamcha are presumed to possess strength surpassing Goku's Super Saiyan 1 level, while Master Roshi's power is uncertain, potentially being the lowest, yet his martial arts mastery is undoubtedly the highest. Chapter 83. Beerus challenges, however. Krillin's strength as a Super Saiyan 1 is not comparable to Piccolo's Super Saiyan 3. The difference is not merely a matter of their respective transformations, but rather an eightfold disparity in power. Piccolo's Super Saiyan 3 strength is measured against Goku's current state, which has surpassed 100 million, far exceeding the initial Super Saiyan form. Krillin's power beyond Super Saiyan 1 is akin to Goku's strength upon first transforming into a Super Saiyan on Namek, where his battle power was merely 150 million. The greater one's base power, the stronger their Super Saiyan form becomes, primarily dependent on the individual's inherent strength. While Gul'dan is lost in thought, a hand suddenly reaches out from the side. Instinctively, he shifts his body 5 centimeters to the left, evading the hand of the intruder. Beerus observes Gul'dan's familiar reaction, a smile creeping onto his lips. The tournament of power is set to commence tomorrow, and today you shall engage with me in a friendly spar. How does that sound? He only recognizes that Goku Black possesses formidable strength. The moment he withstood his destructive energy, Beerus understood this, yet the extent of his power remained unclear to him. Exclusive task released in the chat group. Warm-up match for the Universe Martial Arts Tournament. Battling the God of Destruction, Beerus. The greater the combat prowess exhibited by Beerus, the more points the host can earn. In response to Beerus's invitation, Goku Black readily acquiesced. Even without the task from the chat group, he would have accepted Beerus's challenge. It was an excellent opportunity to witness the strength of a God of Destruction firsthand. This is the real world, not a novel from his previous life, and Beerus's power cannot be continuously exaggerated. Initially, it was stated that Super Saiyan God represented 70% of his strength. Later, it was said that Super Saiyan Blue could barely compel him to take things seriously, and subsequently, full-power Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was swatted back to his base form with a mere flick. When the Tournament of Power was announced, it was mentioned that one contestant possessed strength surpassing that of a God of Destruction, even if this referred to the weakest among them. The disparity in power among gods of destruction could not be too vast. Undoubtedly, this individual referred to Jiren, yet Jiren and Ultra Instinct Goku were evenly matched. While in the Moro arc, Beerus claimed he could dispatch Goku with a single blow, even in his Ultra Instinct form. This portrayal of power dynamics is inherently flawed. The power scaling in Dragon Ball Super is thoroughly inconsistent, and Goku Black had long to ascertain just how formidable Beerus truly was in this universe. The two ascended slowly into the sky, and Beerus had long sensed that Goku Black was no ordinary opponent. This was a perfect opportunity to gauge his true strength. As they soared above the atmosphere, Goku Black initiated the attack first, vanishing and reappearing behind Beerus, demonstrating remarkable ferocity. Beerus retaliated with a punch, and the two exchanged several blows. Seizing the moment, Goku Black unleashed a ki blast at close range, sending Beerus hurtling into outer space. Beerus's expression remained impassive. Their earlier skirmish was merely a probing attack. Nonetheless, even this seemingly inconsequential exchange astounded the onlookers below, who had not anticipated that Goku Black could truly contend with Beerus. Goku Black surely doesn't stand a chance against Beerus, does he? Lord Beerus seems yet to be serious, Krillin remarked, unable to comprehend the extent of Goku Black's strength. However, Beerus had long established an image of invincibility in Krillin's mind, leading him to instinctively believe that no one could surpass him. Goku, too, was eager to witness their clash. Goku Black had hidden his true capabilities too well, and he had yet to see him in full force. It's unclear. This guy, Goku Black, hasn't he unleashed his full power yet? So I don't know just how strong he is. Are you concerned that if you strike me too hard, you might inadvertently destroy the Earth? Beerus had already discerned Goku Black's intentions. He dusted himself off, stretched his limbs, and with a smile fading from his face, assumed an aggressive stance. Gu Tianlang chuckled knowingly, understanding that there was no possibility of concealing his true strength in the face of such an adversary. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his energy. Electric currents surging around him, as a golden aura enveloped the cosmos. The powerful energy fluctuations shattered nearby asteroids, and a blinding golden light flashed through the void. Those on Earth, utilizing Weiss's crystal ball to observe the battle, were compelled to shut their eyes, unable to bear the intensity of the dazzling radiance. As the Super Saiyan made his entrance, Beerus was not surprised by Gu Tianlang's transformation, yet he was taken aback by the overwhelming strength that accompanied it. His excitement at encountering a formidable foe surged within him. Beerus swung his right fist towards Gu Tianlang, only for it to be intercepted by Gu Tianlang's left palm. In retaliation, Gu Tianlang unleashed a right punch, which Beerus blocked with his left hand. The clash of fists escalated into a fierce contest of power. As the battle reached a fever pitch, their energies pressed against one another, golden brilliance intertwining with purple light, each combatant evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. With a swift motion, Beerus's tail coiled around Gu Tianlang's neck, restricting his breath. In a desperate struggle, Gu Tianlang bit down, causing Beerus to flinch momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Gu Tianlang exerted his strength, propelling Beerus away with a powerful kick. Gu Tianlang soared forward, his right hand generating a golden energy sphere aimed at Beerus's abdomen. In response, Beerus extended his left hand, launching a purple energy blast towards him, the two forces colliding in close proximity. As the deities clashed, mortals suffered the consequences. The simultaneous explosions of energy transformed into countless smaller bursts, scattering in all directions, resulting in the destruction of numerous minuscule celestial bodies. Beerus was astonished to discover that he was slightly outmatched by Gu Tianlang. With a mighty roar, he elevated his energy rapidly, the purple flames coalescing into a dragon form. Roaring ferociously at Gu Tianlang, enveloping Beerus's body in destructive energy. Once more, they surged towards each other, engaging in an intense exchange of blows, neither willing to yield an inch. Their martial prowess proved inconclusive, leading them to unleash their energy in a frenzied display of power. On the ground, Goku and Vegeta, who were not relying on Weiss's energy ball to observe the battle, simply gazed upward at the fierce confrontation. Goku nudged Vegeta and awkwardly inquired, "The power is overwhelming, far surpassing our own. Do you think Tianlang can win?" Vegeta let out a disdainful huff, refraining from answering Goku's question. He could barely grasp the movements of the two titans, unable to discern who held the advantage. Krillin and others were equally astonished by Gu Tianlang's formidable strength, which seemed to rival that of Beerus, an awe-inspiring power that transcended even the Super Saiyan blue form. Beerus concentrated an incredibly dense sphere of destructive energy in his right hand and hurled it at Gu Tianlang. In response, Gu Tianlang's golden aura surged, and his body transformed into a meteor, colliding with the energy blast. The destructive energy shattered, and with his hands clasped together, Gu Tianlang unleashed a rapid Kamehameha wave. Beerus, with both hands gripped tightly, countered the incoming blue energy blast with all his might, sending it careening away. Despite their battle taking place far from Earth, the residual shockwaves from their confrontation caused tremors on the planet, leaving it in turmoil. At any moment, the possibility of being shattered loomed large. Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff, and a gentle, pale green protective shield enveloped the entire Earth. Beerus charged forward, delivering an elbow strike to the abdomen of the ancient wolf, swiftly following up with a headbutt and a close-range destructive energy blast. Chapter 84. Before the tournament, the ancient wolf was sent flying, crashing through several planets before halting its momentum. Once again, it unleashed a surge of power, a torrent of golden light erupting forth as it swiftly returned to Beerus's side. A punch was thrown, narrowly evaded by Beerus, who pivoted at an unusual angle. As he executed a low kick, Beerus caught it with one hand, only for the ancient wolf to counter with a ki blast aimed directly at Beerus's face. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their cataclysmic attacks decimating nearby planets, leaving a vast expanse of destruction across trillions of kilometers. Neither side could gain the upper hand in this brief skirmish. Beerus unleashed his full might, hurling the most potent sphere of pure destructive energy towards the ancient wolf. With hands positioned at his waist, the ancient wolf drew upon its energy, forming a blossom-like stance as a brilliant blue light radiated from its core. The Kamehameha wave soared skyward, colliding with Beerus's purple energy sphere. Neither combatant was willing to yield even an inch. The clash of blue and purple light fractured the very fabric of space, the rift expanding progressively. Both warriors continued to amplify their energy, their reserves seemingly inexhaustible, pushing their capabilities to the utmost. The shattered spatial void began to morph into a black hole, voraciously consuming everything in its vicinity. At this juncture, Whis appeared at the epicenter of the conflict, effortlessly dissipating the two formidable attacks with a mere flick of his staff, restoring the black hole to its original state. Beerus's expression was less than pleased, yet he refrained from voicing any further remarks. The ancient wolf also returned to its usual state, having gleaned insights into Beerus's true strength. The results from the chat group indicated that Beerus was at the pinnacle of the late 9th stage, assuming he was not concealing anything. This outcome was within his expectations. It seemed this Beerus had been augmented by the Dragon Ball Super narrative, capable of effortlessly incapacitating a fully powered Super Saiyan Blue with a single slap. He also discerned his own baseline strength. Without unleashing all of his energy, he was at the initial pinnacle of the 9th stage, equivalent to a fully powered Super Saiyan Blue. When fully exerted, his power could amplify significantly, roughly tenfold that of a fully powered Super Saiyan Blue. It remained uncertain whether this body was a fusion from the Moro arc or a combination of the Granola arc. Regardless, its baseline strength was formidable. Beerus, evenly matched against him, possessed at least 500 times the power of a fully powered Super Saiyan Blue, making it no surprise that he could easily defeat Goku in his Ultra Instinct form. With Beerus boasting 500 times the power of a fully powered Super Saiyan Blue, it appeared he was indeed the version capable of effortlessly dispatching Goku in his Ultra Instinct state. However, this was limited to Goku's standard form. As the battle progressed, Goku had begun to experiment with augmenting his Ultra Instinct with Ultra Ego, leaving uncertainty as to whether he could transform further. As their confrontation was interrupted, the two retreated to Earth, planning to settle their differences at a later time. I will surpass you eventually. I refuse to concede so easily, Vegeta scoffed. Observing the unruffled and composed Gu Tianlang, Gu Tianlang took no offense. He understood that Vegeta's personality was simply like that. Once one became familiar with him, he was rather amiable, though perhaps it was also due to their long acquaintance, having known each other for several years. After finishing their meal, Goku hurried off to hell, eager to retrieve Frieza, while Gu Tianlang returned to his hotel, filled with anticipation for the upcoming Universe tournament. The activity in their chat group brought Gu Tianlang back to reality, as Tony announced he had discovered something remarkable. Tony is not a billionaire, he remarked, noting a bottle of mineral water priced at 18,000 points, its container exuding an air of sophistication. Undoubtedly concealing some unknown secret, this was certainly a topic of intrigue within the chat group. Tony believed this bottle was anything but ordinary. It could very well be one of the chat group's hidden treasures. Filigo Premium Drinking Water, exclusively for discerning individuals, priced at 18,000 points. Spiral Flash Super Wheel Dance. Roar of the Third Style. Someone in the group remarked that the chat had introduced this bottle of mineral water, questioning what could possibly be novel about water. Don't overthink it, Watergate insisted, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. Tony is not a billionaire. No, this water is definitely exceptional. Could ordinary water be sold for 18,000? It must be a clever ruse concocted by the chat group, he argued. Coffee shop waitress who adores rabbits. You're not seriously considering purchasing that, are you? Tony is not a billionaire. Well, I am indeed buying it. As the saying goes, life and death are predestined, wealth is dictated by fate, a third is fate, and 7 parts depend on hard work. Tony felt that his rise to prominence was imminent. This extraordinary water might grant him some incredible superpower upon consumption. Miss Hinata, Uncle Tony, perhaps it would be wise not to buy it. Points are hard to come by. World Destroyer, what if you're conned? They said it's just water, don't stir up trouble. Tony is not a billionaire. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No bottle of water could be priced at 18,000. I am Iron Man. Such trivial tricks could never deceive the world's wealthiest. Without hesitation, Tony purchased the bottle of Filigo Premium Drinking Water, which boasted the highest quality of purified water. Tony is not a billionaire. Just wait. I will start a live stream for you all to witness. Perhaps right after I drink it, I'll become even stronger than Watergate. Tony firmly believed this was a loophole within the chat group. This seemingly mundane water must possess undisclosed powers. Tony is not a billionaire has started a live stream. Be My Son has entered the live stream. Chat group owner has entered the live stream. The time-devouring sprite entered the live stream. The slumbering daughter of Kogoro also made her appearance. There sat Tony in his lavish office chair, gracefully pouring the exquisite bottle of filigree high-quality drinking water, exchanged from the chat room into 2 opulent goblets. I refuse to believe it is mere mineral water. What kind of chat room would dare sell it for 18,000? Surely, it must possess some extraordinary properties. After taking a delicate sip, a look of reminiscence graced his face. The mightiest man on earth, what sensations did it evoke? Did his body undergo any transformation? The CAF attendant, enamored by rabbits, mused whether a man of such strength could genuinely be intrigued by such trifles. According to Lin Ran, he was acknowledged by all as the strongest man on earth. How could he possibly find interest in such trivialities? The mightiest man on earth replied, I am simply curious. Merely inquiring. Sitting on his otaku sofa, he sought to maintain his invincible persona, yet his meager strength rendered him timid. Chapter 85. The Realm of Nothingness. He had refrained from undertaking missions with others, quietly accumulating points, hoping to first exchange them for a certain ability before revealing the truth of his inadequacy to everyone. In the live stream, Tony's expression turned peculiar, his tone somber as he stated, the prelude is a sense of loss, soon followed by emptiness and resentment, culminating in the thrill of a handsome man losing his wits and spinning foolishly. Spiral Flash Super will dance roar 3. Haha. I told you it was just a bottle of water, yet you wouldn't believe me. Now look at you, dumbfounded. Watergate nearly laughed himself to death. The heavens may pour and mothers may remarry, but no one can stop Tony from becoming the fool. Tony, not the richest man, was indeed taking advantage of the honest. Selling a bottle of water for 18,000 was outrageous. He felt an urge to disappear, especially since he was live streaming. It was an absolute social death, rendering him unable to show his face in the chat room again. The CAF attendant, enamored by rabbits, remarked, You spent that money quite handsomely, Tony. The young lady of the Hinata family added, Uncle Tony, don't be too upset. You've at least discovered the chat room. After all, the items from the chat room's marketplace never deceive, and it was merely one item that was exceptionally deceitful, which Tony happened to purchase. Tony is truly not the richest. Closing the live stream. Tony, don't be in such a hurry to end the stream. Let everyone enjoy the moment. Invincible Gogeta, I will be fighting tomorrow. Would you like to watch? The chatroom leader, sensing a special task had been assigned, instinctively felt that the chatroom had provided another exclusive mission. If ancient Tianshi could return to the past to battle Mage and Bu, encountering new foes was hardly surprising. Invincible Gogeta, no, the tournament of power is about to commence. At this moment, Gu Tianlang reclined on the sofa, contemplating his appearance for the morrow. Should he unleash a chaotic rampage? Or would it be wiser to play the role of a cunning underdog? The group leader, Julian, seemed incapable of besting him. Nonetheless, the prospect was tantalizing. As it was a competition spanning 8 universes, the daughter of the slumbering Xiaolong mused, 8 universes? Might there be formidable beings from other realms akin to the Great Ones? I have yet to witness the full extent of a true masteress power. Mao Lilan, a martial arts virtuoso herself, yearned for encounters with the mighty. Such a cross-universal martial arts tournament was indeed the most eagerly anticipated event. Tianxia Woody Widgeta mentioned. There are a few noteworthy contenders. I too harbor expectations for an enjoyable experience. The World Destroyer remarked, I comprehend. In a martial arts tournament of this magnitude, the organizers must be extraordinarily formidable. Daegu, who had never ventured beyond his universe, felt a deep curiosity about this convergence of universes for combat. Tomorrow will reveal all. Widgeta replied. Gu Tianlang was quite eager to see the expressions of those witnessing the full spectacle. After a sleepless night, early the next morning, everyone gathered at Bulma's residence, where Whis led them to the Null Realm, the venue for the Tournament of Power. Chi-Chi and Biddy rallied their respective partners. Given the stakes involving the very existence of the universe, Chi-Chi refrained from chiding Goku. Goku, Gohan, give it your all. Krillin and Android 18's daughter waved fervently from the balcony. Dad, Mom, you can do it. Meanwhile, Oolong stood elevated, cheering for Yamcha, you can do it, Yamcha. Bulma, more direct, approached Vegeta and bestowed a gentle kiss upon him. Vegeta, return safely. Our daughter and I will await your return. Nearby, Trunks observed his parents, contemplating whether they had overlooked something, as if he were not their biological child. Vegeta, in a haughty manner, turned his head away and awkwardly stated, Why engage in such unnecessary acts? I shall undoubtedly claim victory. A gentle breeze tousled Gu Tianlang's dark hair, instilling within him a fleeting sense of redundancy. However, upon glancing at Piccolo beside him, he felt considerably more at ease. Piccolo, with only Gohan as his son, also had no one to bid him farewell as Gohan ventured into battle. A flash of light heralded Whis' appearance before the group as he waved his staff, enveloping them in a soft green glow. Everyone, the time has come. Let us depart. in a rapid flight toward the depths of the cosmos. The group heard their friends on the ground call out, "Everyone, give it your best." During their journey, Goku approached Gu Tianlang with a cheerful grin. "Tianlang, I've heard there's a formidable opponent from Universe 11. How about I take him on?" Wukong participated in a warm-up match and had already faced Topo. From him, he learned of the existence of Jiren, the ace of Universe 11. Wukong did not wish for his opponent to be defeated by the ancient wolf before their confrontation, as this would deprive him of much of the joy of battle. Vegeta was quite displeased. It was unacceptable for every good fortune to be bestowed upon Kakarot. "What are you saying, Kakarot? That guy is certainly meant to be vanquished by me." The ancient wolf shrugged, indifferent to such matters. Allowing Wukong to have a go first was acceptable. Wukong laughed heartily. If even Lord Beerus could not conquer the ancient wolf, he need not bear the burden of rescuing Planet Blue, thus allowing him to revel in the thrill of combat. Whoever claimed victory would be the rightful owner. Frieza glared at the ancient wolf with a grim expression, recalling how he had confidently arrived on Earth seeking vengeance against Wukong, only to be thwarted by Gohan and subsequently dispatched like refused by the ancient wolf. His resentment toward him ran deep. "Should I find an opportunity, I shall show no mercy and ensure you are thrown off the stage." The others stared blankly at Frieza, wondering if he was unaware that even Beerus could not defeat the ancient wolf. Had he always been this audacious? However, upon reflection, it made sense. While Beerus battled the ancient wolf, Frieza had been in hell, completely oblivious to the unfolding events. In response to Frieza's threat, the ancient wolf merely expressed his indifference, noting that Frieza would prove quite useful in this match, serving as an ultimate shield for Broly to unleash his wrath for an hour. Under Whis' guidance, the group, consisting of more than 10 individuals, soon arrived at the void. They all stood in the spectator area, and perhaps due to their early arrival, none from the other universes had yet appeared. In the center was a circular arena nearly 500 meters in diameter, already constructed. Below it lay an unfathomable void, with the arena suspended in the middle, where two figures stood, one, a bloodied Beerus, and the other, a yellow mouse god of destruction, while the remaining 10 gods of destruction lay incapacitated on the arena. Chapter 86. The grievances among the gods of destruction. Krillin stared vacantly at the arena, noting that only Beerus and the mouse god of destruction could barely stand, while the other 10 were grievously injured. What is happening? Isn't this the Universe Martial Arts Tournament? Why have Lord Beerus and the others already taken the stage? Whis was not in a rush to assist Beerus and calmly explained. Lord Zeno has requested that the 12 gods of destruction engage in a grand melee as a warm-up for the Tournament of Power. However, it seems they have ignited their tempers and are all fighting with full intensity. Piccolo and the others had never witnessed such fierce combat up close. The arena was saturated with destructive energy, and any ordinary being stepping onto it would meet with ruin from the residual energy. Above the realm of nothingness, the Grand Zeno sat majestically upon his elevated platform. Due to the intervention of ancient Chi Feng, Goku did not utilize the Grand Zeno's button during the Zamasu era, thus negating the notion of a future Grand Zeno arriving here. Flanking him were 2 attendants, while the Grand Minister commanded loudly, halting the ongoing competition. "Your performances have pleased the Grand Zeno. You may now exit the stage." Whis soared onto the arena, assisting Beerus back to his feet and utilizing his angelic abilities to mend Beerus's injuries. "Lord Beerus, your wounds are quite severe." Beerus scoffed, acknowledging the brutal nature of the recent battle. His upper garments lay in tatters, and his body bore wounds of varying severity. Gohan marveled at Beerus's formidable strength. He had always known Beerus to be powerful, yet he was astonished that the god of destruction could endure until the end of such a chaotic clash. Indeed, it is no surprise that Lord Beerus could persist alongside that rat-like god of destruction, unlike the other 10, who now lie defeated, seemingly struggling to rise. Yamcha was equally taken aback by Beerus's prowess. Although luck may have played a part in the fray, Beerus's strength surely placed him among the top 3 gods of destruction. Vegeta gestured toward the other gods of destruction, noting that despite their shared destructive energy, each possessed unique forms. A closer examination revealed that nearly every god had suffered injuries at the hands of Beerus. "You are mistaken. Beerus is the strongest of the gods of destruction. Observe closely, and you shall see that the 10 fallen gods were all harmed by him." With his head held high, Beerus took pride in declaring himself the mightiest. Whis chuckled softly, providing clarification to the others. This is due to Lord Beerus's lack of camaraderie with the others. Thus, whenever he is present, he becomes the target of their collective assault. Whis' revelations left everyone somewhat bewildered, as they had assumed the discord was merely between Beerus and Kampa, stemming from their contrasting personalities. While discord with one individual might suggest fault on that person's part, a poor relationship with all could indicate a need for self-reflection. Krillin scratched his head, struggling to comprehend the situation. Upon first meeting Beerus, he had indeed perceived him as malevolent. However, as time passed, their rapport improved, with Beerus occasionally offering insights into their martial arts. Krillin found Beerus to be rather agreeable. Nevertheless, I believe Lord Beerus possesses a commendable character. Frieza let out a cold chuckle, remarking, if even a god of destruction can be deemed good, then there are no villains left in this world. Perhaps I should abandon my title as the Emperor of Evil and instead be known as the chairman of the Cosmic Real Estate Company. Ancient Tianlang shared Krillin's perspective, believing that the blame might not entirely rest on Beerus' shoulders. Everyone is a destroyer, possessing similar powers. What makes you superior to Beerus? If we were to surround someone, it would undoubtedly be the strongest among us. Whis nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed part of the reason. However, this alone would not have escalated the situation to such extremes. The crux of the matter lies in an event that transpired many years ago when the Omni King initiated a grand game of hide and seek across the universe. The other destroyers were easily found by the Omni King, while Lord Beerus concealed himself so adeptly that he inadvertently fell asleep. When he finally awakened, a span of 50 years had elapsed. This unforeseen delay frustrated the Omni King, who had been eagerly anticipating the game, leading to his sour mood due to Beerus' absence. Consequently, this incident became the catalyst for the deteriorating relations with the other destroyers, ultimately resulting in the current predicament. Whis' explanation illuminated the situation for all present. Given the childish temperament of the Omni King, it was plausible that his inability to locate Beerus could result in his wrath manifesting as the annihilation of all universes. The other destroyers, fearful of such a catastrophic event, could not afford to confront the Omni King and thus shifted the blame onto Beerus. Although the Omni King did not obliterate the universe out of anger, the animosity towards Beerus among the other destroyers only intensified. The destroyer of Universe 12, resembling a sea beast, directed his gaze towards Beerus, locking eyes with the ancient wolf, neither willing to break the stare. Having suffered a humiliating defeat at Beerus' hands, and having gained nothing even in a 1-against-11 scenario, he was already filled with rage. Spotting Ancient Wolf's audacity to meet his gaze, he found an outlet for his fury. Human, how dare you disrespect a destroyer? It seems you are a participant in this tournament. If you survive until the end, I shall personally obliterate you. Ancient Wolf was unfazed by his threats. What are you staring at? Step forward for a duel if you dare. Do you think I fear you? Have you ever taken a life? Have you ever witnessed death? The destroyer known as Jin, now escorted back to the observation area by his angel, was undergoing treatment. I once wielded 2 destruction orbs, wreaking havoc from the western universe to the eastern, slaughtering for 3 days and nights without so much as a blink. You dare ask if I have seen death? Yumucha, seemingly lost in thought, interjected with a perplexing question. If you didn't blink for such a long time, wouldn't your eyes dry out? Once, there existed a fearless being known as the Ancient Wolf, who boldly dared to provoke the god of destruction, much to Jin's displeasure. Suddenly, another reckless contender, Yumucha, emerged. Chapter 87. The competition is about to begin. Do not inquire about the dryness of my eyes. Do you truly believe I am engaged in a discourse regarding that? The Ancient Wolf narrowed his eyes slightly, for he harbored a deep disdain for seafood, particularly of such an unappealing variety. In the 12 universes, the so-called leaders, I, the Ancient Wolf of Universe 7, have never regarded you with any respect. Jin, in a fit of rage, forced a smile and turned to look at Beerus. Your subordinate shows a lack of the necessary reverence towards the divine. Once the tournament of power concludes, I intend to obliterate him. You have no objections, I trust? Ultimately, the Ancient Wolf is a being of Universe 7, and Jin lacks the authority to act against him without Beerus' consent. At least, he must secure Beerus' approval. Beerus, with a benevolent smile, expressed an unexpected kindness towards the insufferable Jin. Very well, if you possess the capability, feel free to eliminate him, I assure you. I shall not intervene. Even if one of you were to meet your demise, I shall certainly turn a blind eye. Jin was taken aback. He had never anticipated that Beerus would truly forsake the Ancient Wolf. After all, the two had always been at odds, and it would be entirely reasonable for Beerus to refuse Jin's request. To his astonishment, Beerus acquiesced with such ease. Could it be that this human has a poor rapport with Beerus? You have heard, have you not? Beerus has abandoned you. Regardless of who triumphs in the tournament of power, you shall ultimately be unable to escape the clutches of death. Fool. The Ancient Wolf cast a disdainful glance at Jin, too lethargic to engage with such a simpleton. Beerus was clearly orchestrating his demise, employing a strategy of indirect assassination. Turning away, Beerus allowed himself a wicked grin from a vantage point hidden from Jin. If he could not defeat the Ancient Wolf, how could Jin hope to prevail? It was evident that Jin would be nothing more than a target. After all, this was Beerus' request, to refrain from interfering. Thus, should the Ancient Wolf prove victorious, Beerus could absolve himself of any responsibility. The Grand Minister waved his hand, and the nearly destroyed arena was restored to its former glory. Gradually, individuals from the various universes began to arrive, including the ancient wolf and Son Goku, who leaped onto the stage. Gohan, Krillin, Master Roshi, and Yamcha formed a small team, with Gohan designated to confront any formidable foes, while the other three, possessing significantly lesser strength, could only contend with weaker opponents. As the competition had yet to commence, Android 18 took a leisurely stroll, while Piccolo observed the arena's environment, contemplating strategies for the impending battles. Although Gohan had been appointed as the leader prior to their departure, he was acutely aware that his father, Vegeta, and the ancient wolf would never heed his commands. From Universe 6, Kaba approached Vegeta and bowed deeply. Master, we meet again. Once this tournament concludes, should our universe emerge victorious, we shall use the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect you. I will introduce you to our Saiyan King, a man who shares your noble dignity. Do not allow pride to overwhelm you. Victory shall undoubtedly be mine, yet I shall ensure your resurrection. Vegeta delivered a sharp reprimand, asserting that the ultimate victor would undoubtedly be him, the prince of all Saiyans. Goku approached Toppo amicably and exchanged greetings, before noticing Jiren, who was surrounded by the proud warriors of his team. Despite his stillness, Jiren exuded an aura of overwhelming strength. Hello, my name is Goku, he introduced himself. No sooner had Goku spoken than Jiren's figure vanished from sight, only to reappear behind him. A voice, cold and devoid of warmth, pierced the air as Jiren regarded Goku with a frosty gaze. Leave. Goku's expression shifted dramatically, taken aback by the astonishing speed of this opponent. He had not even perceived his movement before he found Jiren at his back. Vegeta, who had been closely monitoring Kakarot, narrowed his eyes in astonishment at Jiren's swiftness. Meanwhile, the ancient heavenly wolf initiated a livestream. Administrator Unrivaled Goku Vegeta has opened a livestream. Group Leader has entered the livestream. Time-Devouring Sprite has entered the livestream. World Destroyer has entered the livestream. Spiral Flash Super Will Dance Hall 3 Style has entered the livestream. Miss Hinata from the Hyuga family has entered the livestream. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. Is this a battle royale with so many individuals present? Yesterday, the ancient heavenly wolf merely mentioned the impending chaos, a battle among 8 universes, without further elaboration. Group Leader, the universe that ultimately prevails will be granted the opportunity to make a wish, regardless of its nature. Sleeping Little Five's daughter, any wish is permissible? Can it restore Shinichi to his original form? Group Leader, that might be a tad exaggerated. There are remedies within the group to alleviate his condition. However, once restored, his enemies will undoubtedly pursue him. Miss Hinata, indeed. Thus, it is crucial for Rand to eliminate the foes. Otherwise, even if your boyfriend can be healed, he would hesitate to revert to his true self. Hinata shared the sentiment with Lin Rand, acknowledging that transforming the Dagawa Konin back into Shinichi was feasible. Yet the issue of adversaries remained paramount. Though the chat group boasted the ability to traverse universes, such actions were contingent upon specific conditions. It was permitted only when the chat group issued a task or when a member met the criteria to initiate a task. Intervening in the natural course of history without justification was strictly forbidden and would incur the wrath of the chat group, leading to annihilation. Then can I wish to become the strongest in the universe? Tony mused. If that were the case, I could easily punch the internet's Ultron and kick the cosmic sweet potato monster. Unrivaled Goku Vegeta, you are deluding yourself. Such a feat is beyond possibility. Mutant Wolf recalled that even Kronok ultimately acquired his power through the compression of his lifespan by the Super Divine Dragon, and even then, he scarcely approached the Invincible level. Tony is certainly not the wealthiest. In this light, he appears rather lacking. What, then, can he truly accomplish? The omnipotent Wakita is likewise limited. His capabilities extend only to the instantaneous restoration of 8 obliterated universes, the resurgence of long-lost cosmic civilizations, the bestowal of several billion years of life, or even the gift of immortality. The CAF waitress, fond of rabbits, remarked on the substantial rewards for the victors. Yet, what penalties await those who falter in the contest? Dongxiang contemplated the grim fate of failure, recognizing that every boon carries its corresponding burden. One cannot solely reap benefits without facing repercussions. The Destroyer of Worlds pondered the possibility that all competitors from the defeated universe would perish. What? That is excessively cruel, exclaimed the daughter of the sleeping Kagoro, gazing at the multitude present. Are you implying that aside from the victorious universe, all other participants must meet their demise? Chapter 88. The Chaos Unfolds. The Destroyer of Worlds mused that this was indeed the case. Be my son, the administrator quipped, questioning whether the reality truly aligned with what Minatoshi had described. The omnipotent Wakita affirmed part of the claim, Not only would the defeated participants perish, but their universes would be obliterated as well, regardless of the circumstances. This seemed unbearably harsh. How many lives inhabit a universe? Hundreds of trillions, or even more. Hinata found this reality too cruel. Merely losing a contest would result in the annihilation of the entire universe? The Destroyer of Worlds inquired, who is responsible for the destruction of the universe? Moreover, who organizes this martial arts tournament? Wolf pointed skyward towards the Omni King. It is he who orchestrates the tournament and is also responsible for the annihilation of the defeated universes. Tony scoffed at the diminutive figure, exclaiming, "This little one? You must be jesting. How can such a being be referred to as the Omni King? I'd suggest calling him the Omni Egg instead." Observing the small creature, whose innocent demeanor belied his stature of less than a meter, Tony could scarcely believe Wolf was serious. It seemed utterly improbable. The strongest man on Earth interjected, "No, this individual likely possesses such power. Everything is possible." A friend of his, Saitama, also appears deceptively simple and unassuming, with a rather unkempt style, and both are bald. Yet, in truth, he is lauded as the strongest man on the planet, often reaping the accolades from Saitama's victories, as every time Saitama defeats a foe, others mistakenly attribute the glory to him. Whenever Saitama was by his side, it was a realm of supremacy. However, once Saitama departed, it was merely, "I apologize for being human." The unparalleled Gogeta should not be underestimated. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate an entire universe. The CAF attendant who adores rabbits, such an extraordinary little fellow, proves that appearances can be deceiving. The daughter of the slumbering Kagoro, indeed, is the mightiest among the group, aside from the Titans, instantly discerning the true strength of this young one. In a display of prowess, he decisively subdued his ex-girlfriend for the sake of his current girlfriend. Truly impressive. The group chat's leader inquired, "What are your plans, esteemed one?" "I am uncertain," Gogeta replied. "For now, I shall allow Goku and Vegeta to engage. After all, I am in no rush to intervene." The Grand Priest soared above the arena, announcing the established rules to the gathered crowd. Regardless of whether a contestant loses their fighting capability or falls from the arena, they shall forfeit their eligibility to compete. When the central pillar descends to the ground, the universe with the most remaining participants shall be declared the ultimate victor. A colossal stone pillar, towering over Tinjiang, began its gradual descent. Instantly, the participants clashed in a fray. Ancient Sky Wolf surveyed the monumental pillar at the arena's center and leisurely approached it. Goku found himself surrounded by 3 weaklings, while Vegeta was obstructed by 2 minions. And Gohan and his companions faced a dozen adversaries. Under the deliberate provocations of the other gods of destruction, the majority of contestants aimed their hostility towards the 7th universe. The god of destruction from Universe 11, Waymeda, smirked with a veneer of civility at Beerus, insinuating, "It seems you might be in for a rough time. It appears your universe will be the first to be eliminated." In the prior skirmish among the 12 gods of destruction, Waymeda had only exchanged a couple of blows before feigning defeat on the ground, thus sustaining the lightest injuries of all. Beerus, with his enigmatic smile, paid no heed to Waymeda's taunt. "Is that so? We shall see," he replied. Were it in the past, Beerus might have genuinely panicked. But with Ancient Skywolf at the helm, defeat was out of the question. Meanwhile, the esteemed Ancient Skywolf, upon whom Beerus had placed great hopes, strolled steadily towards the central pillar, evading several opponents attempting to strike him. Of the 10 members of the Proud Warriors, 7 had already engaged in battle, leaving only Tispa and Jillian Topo to conserve their strength for the impending grand showdown. The trio then spotted Ancient Skywolf charging directly towards them. Tispa braced himself for combat, ready to confront Ancient Skywolf. Jillian intervened, sensing the formidable strength of Ancient Skywolf and asserting that Tispa was no match for him. "Do not engage. You are not his equal." Disregarding their movements, Ancient Skywolf strode past their vicinity, leaping onto the high platform behind them, surveying the tumultuous crowd below. Subsequently, he executed an unexpected maneuver, standing atop the stone pillar, casting a sinister glance towards the god of destruction of Universe 12, Gene. In an atmosphere charged with tension, a hand emerged, its thumb pointed defiantly towards Gene. The thumb, initially raised in approval, suddenly flipped downward, indicating disdain without reservation. Gene, seething with rage, felt humiliated under the watchful eyes of many. He questioned the preservation of his dignity as a god of destruction. However, the Grand Minister forbade any interference from gods of destruction during the tournament. Thus, he could only suppress his fury, his eyes nearly ablaze with an intensity that could incinerate. If mere glances could slay, Gu Tianlang would have already been riddled with wounds. Perched atop a stone pillar, Gu Tianlang continued to test Jin's limits of endurance. He relished the sight of Jin's frustration, reveling in the knowledge that while Jin could not eliminate him, his anger would only fester. The Angel of Universe 12 placed a hand on Jin's shoulder, restraining his fury. Let it be, he advised. You can deal with him after the tournament. Acting now will only lead to your annihilation by the Grand Minister. Jin, gritting his sharp teeth in frustration, knew without looking that Beerus was undoubtedly mocking him at that very moment. After delivering his taunt, Gu Tianlang settled onto the stone pillar, surveying the ongoing battles below, where each universe had already selected its opponents. The sight of Gu Tianlang on the pillar elicited dissatisfaction among many competitors. However, positioned beneath the pillar was the trio of the proud warriors, their predatory gazes scanning the surroundings. Anyone wishing to confront Gu Tianlang would first have to overcome this formidable trio. Jiren's reputation preceded him. All were aware that Universe 11 boasted a universally acknowledged powerhouse, whose combat prowess rivaled that of the gods of destruction. Numerous adversaries in the arena contemplated joining forces to eliminate him. Yet none dared to be the first to provoke the mightiest warrior of Universe 11. Jiren, undeterred by the crowd, turned his gaze towards Gu Tianlang atop the pillar, his eyes igniting with the fervor of battle. Even in the absence of Gu Tianlang's action, Jiren could sense his extraordinary presence.